In his past life, he was an adopted son of the prestigious Chen family, suffering from renal failure that necessitated a kidney donation. By a twist of fate, the Chen family reclaimed their biological son, who had been mistakenly swapped 15 years prior, Chen Shi. Upon returning to the Chen household, Chen Shi endeavored to win the affection he longed for from his parents and 5 elder sisters, accommodating even the adopted son's whims. However, the outcome was a family that, in consideration of the adopted son's feelings, exhibited various forms of indifference and disdain towards him. Ultimately, during the kidney transplant surgery, a tragic incident ensued, resulting in his untimely demise on the operating table. After his death, he traversed to Earth, where he discovered through a web drama that the surgical failure was not an accident, but rather a conspiracy orchestrated by the adopted son. Following his unexpected demise, the entire family did not grieve. Instead, they celebrated the adopted son's rebirth with a 3-day banquet. After his life on Earth concluded, he was reborn into his original world, clutching a final glimmer of hope to reclaim that meager familial affection. Yet, the reality was that he failed utterly and miserably. He resolved to no longer bow and scrape, to cease his obsequiousness, and to abandon the disgraceful pursuit of the capricious and laughable affection of his family. If you do not wish to coexist, then let us part ways. From this moment forth, I sever all ties with you, and we owe each other nothing. I shall no longer grovel. What? You have regrets. Alas, it is too late. My heart has already perished. Chapter 1. I become resolute, and you are unaccustomed to it. Are you? Chen Shi, how could you commit such an act against Xiao Cui? You are truly less than a beast. The eldest sister, Chen Shi, exclaimed, pointing at the maid, Xiao Cui, with an expression of profound anger directed at Chen Shi. The young maid huddled in the corner of the bed, tightly wrapping herself in a blanket, weeping uncontrollably. Miss, you must stand up for me, she pleaded. Chen Shi raised his gaze, his demeanor calm as he cast a fleeting glance at the two. I went to bed quite early last night and have only just awakened. It was not me, the second sister, Chen Shi declared disdainfully. You are the only one in this house capable of such deeds. Who else could it be? We typically overlook the occasional theft of family jewelry, but we never anticipated you would stoop to such disgraceful acts, the third sister, Chen Shi, remarked with disappointment. I've already stated that I did not do it. Why is it that whenever something occurs in this household, you do not investigate, but hastily condemn me? Chen Shi sighed heavily. Is there even a need for investigation? The only individuals present are you and Xiao Hao. If not me, then could it possibly be Xiao Hao? The fourth sister, Chen responded with a sarcastic tone. We know precisely what kind of person Xiao Hao is. He has always been well-behaved and academically gifted. Unlike you, he has never engaged in petty thievery or even told a lie. Moreover, given his frail health, how could he possibly commit such an act against Xiao Cui? Chen voice bore a hint of anger, mingled with a trace of sadness as she mentioned Chen Hao's poor health. The actions you attribute to me are not mine. The jewelry you lost was not stolen by me, Chen Shi replied, unperturbed, maintaining his calm tone. He had long grown accustomed to being wronged. You still deny it. The usually composed eldest sister, Chen Shi, was incensed. Look at what this is. With a swift motion of her arm, she flung a pendant before Chen Shi. Is this not yours? It was found on Xiao Cui's bed. You still refuse to acknowledge it, Chen Shi scoffed. Now you have no words left. The evidence is irrefutable. The third sister, Chen Shi, sighed. Chen Shi, I never imagined that after all these years, you would remain unchanged. I opposed his return from the start, and you all scolded me. Now you regret it, do you not? Chen voice rose, as though articulating her grievances. I shall repeat once more, I did not steal the item, nor did I commit any wrongdoing against Xiao Cui. I suggest you investigate thoroughly. Chen Shi picked up the pendant from the floor and silently retreated to his room. What a disgrace. I shall call our parents and see if they do not expel you. Chen continued to shout from behind. If you truly do not believe me, then report it to the police and conduct a DNA test. Chen Shi furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss with Chen Shi today. Typically, Chen Shi spoke in a submissive manner, ever fearful of displeasing them. What had sparked his sudden assertiveness? Yet, it was understandable. Such an accusation was grave, and a rational person would seldom admit to it. Chen Shi returned to his room and closed the door. He retrieved the pendant and opened its cover, revealing a family portrait. In the photograph, his brother Chen Hao occupied the center, encircled by the family, his face beaming with joy. Chen Shi was also present, standing at the very edge, half of his face obscured, yet he too appeared happy, with a blissful smile gracing his features. This was the first family portrait he had with his long-lost relatives, and indeed, the only one. He stared silently at the family photo, lost in reminiscence. Moments ago, he had been reborn. In his previous life, he and Chen Hao had been born in the same hospital. Due to the negligence of the medical staff, a mix-up occurred, leading to the children being swapped. By the time the Chen family discovered the truth, the children were nowhere to be found. Chen Shi was raised by an elderly couple who claimed to have found him in a trash bin. When he turned 10, the couple passed away, and he was sent to an orphanage. Subsequently, he was adopted by a teacher from the orphanage, who became his foster mother. It was not until he turned 15 that Chen Hao's renal issues arose, prompting the Chen family to seek a suitable kidney for transplantation, fortuitously matching Chen Shi, thus inadvertently recovering the son they had lost for 15 years. Upon being returned to the Chen family, Chen Shi found himself filled with joy, for he had finally discovered his kin, and he cherished this familial bond deeply. In an effort to please them, he treaded carefully within the household, refraining from contention or rivalry. He endeavored to fulfill any task within his capacity, even taking on the responsibilities typically assigned to servants, should he have the ability to do so. However, his parents and sister harbored a fear that the sudden reappearance of Chen Shi would usurp the affection of their adopted son, Chen Hao, leaving him feeling wronged. Rather than feeling elated at the return of their long-lost son, they exhibited a sense of aversion towards him, perceiving him with disdain and scrutinizing his every fault. They showered Chen Hao with even greater kindness. To manipulate Chen Shi into signing a kidney donation agreement, they orchestrated a lavish birthday celebration for him, promising to grant one of his wishes. Chen Shi's desire was quite simple. He merely wished to capture a family portrait. The day of his birthday coincided with that of the kidney transplant, during which Chen Hao's surgery proceeded smoothly. However, an unforeseen calamity befell Chen Shi. His operation failed, resulting in his untimely demise. His soul traversed to a realm known as Earth, where he was granted a second chance at life. There, he inadvertently stumbled upon an internet drama titled The True and False Young Master, the plot of which mirrored his own experiences with uncanny precision. From the series, he observed that after his death, his family displayed no sorrow or grief. Instead, they celebrated for 3 consecutive days in honor of the rebirth of their adopted son, Chen Hao. The arrangements for his own funeral were shockingly handled by his foster mother. He consequently learned that the failure of the surgery was no accident. It was a premeditated act. Chen Hao had bribed the hospital's physicians, disguising the kidney extraction as a medical mishap, deliberately ensuring his demise. Following the conclusion of his life on Earth, inexplicably, he found himself reincarnated in the Blue Star world, 1 month prior to his 18th birthday. In his previous life, he longed for his parents to treat him as their son, just as they did with Chen Hao. He yearned for his sister to tenderly address him as "my dear brother, you are the one I cherish most." He also wished for a joyful gathering on his birthday, surrounded by family, to make wishes, blow out candles, and receive thoughtfully prepared gifts. Were these desires truly so insurmountable? At that moment, Chen Shi was unwilling to concede. He did not mind sharing the affection meant for him with Chen Hao, merely hoping that his parents and sister could allocate a small portion of their love for him as well, which would bring him contentment. Just as Chen Shi was lost in these recollections, a thunderous voice erupted from below, belonging to his father, Chen Zhen. "You little wretch, come down here at once." Chapter 2. If life is unbearable, then let none of us live. Old Fong, go up and drag that ungrateful wretch down here, Chen Zhen commanded, slamming his palm on the coffee table in frustration as he noticed Chen Shi's continued absence. Just as the butler, Old Fong, was about to move, Chen Shi opened the door and descended the stairs. "You little beast, how do you intend to resolve this matter?" Chen Zhen fixed a furious glare upon Chen Shi. "I have said it was not my doing, so what is there for me to resolve?" Chen Shi replied coolly. Unable to contain herself, Chen Shi interjected. "If you didn't do it, then does that mean someone stole your pendant and deliberately placed it on Xiao Chui's bed?" Chen Shi's gaze turned to Chen Hao, who appeared frail and leaned against Yang Qian. "Brother, do you truly believe I violated Xiao Chui and then stole your pendant to frame you?" A look of incredulity washed over Chen Hao's face. "Brother, I know you despise me, but no matter how you target me, I would never commit such an act. You are well aware of my condition." As he spoke, Chen Hao's eyes reddened, tears welling within them. "You have disappointed mother so greatly. Your brother is pitiful. Having grown up without parents, and now in such a state, how can you unjustly accuse him?" Yang Qian embraced Chen Hao, gently patting his shoulder. Her eyes filled with love and concern. "I distinctly saw you enter my room yesterday," Chen Shi retorted with a cold smile. "That was because I noticed your room was in disarray, and I wanted to tidy it up for you. I understand that asking you to donate a kidney to me would be something you would refuse, and thus, you harbor resentment towards me. Truthfully, I never wish to put you through this, and if you absolutely do not want to, I would rather die. After all, I've been an orphan without parents from a young age." With that, Chen Hao's tears could no longer be contained, cascading down and soaking Yang Qian's clothing. In a previous life, Chen Shi endeavored to cultivate good relations with his family. He endeared himself not only to his parents and sister, but also to this brother who had usurped his identity for 18 years. He bore the weight of Chen Hao's transgressions without complaint, hoping for familial harmony. He did not wish his presence to disrupt the family's peace. Yet, his self-effacing nature garnered no reciprocation, leading to an ever-deepening sense of inferiority, constantly questioning whether he fell short of their expectations. Meanwhile, Chen Hao was always in the right, showered with unthinking favoritism and indulgence. Even in identical situations, Chen Hao received praise while he faced criticism. Such talent in acting should not go unrewarded at the Oscars. Chen Shi mused, unable to suppress a smirk. Yang Qian observed this exchange with growing concern. Xiao Shi, why have you become like this? Your brother is in tears, and you still find amusement. Gently wiping away Chen Hao's tears with her sleeve, Yang Qian's heart ached profoundly. Foolish child, what nonsense are you speaking? How could your father and I ever bear to see you die? Your brother will save you. Thank you. Chen Hao began to speak, but was abruptly cut off by Chen Shi. No need for thanks. It is I who should be grateful to you. Since you have made up your mind, then go ahead and die. Slap. He is your brother. How can you utter such words? Yang Qian rose, delivering a sharp slap to Chen Shi's face. Chen Shi felt a sudden heat radiate from his cheek, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated that Yang Qian, a seemingly fragile woman, would strike with such force, clearly fueled by rage. Soda. Xiao Shi, soda. Mother didn't mean it. After striking him, Yang Qian stood frozen for a moment, and only after a few seconds did the realization hit her. Tears streaming down her face. In her fury, she had lost control. She had not genuinely wished to harm her son. In a frantic gesture, she reached out to caress Chen Shi's cheek, but he raised his hand to block her. Sorry? In your heart, you surely believe that a mother striking her son is justifiable. Yet I wonder if your precious Hauer has ever faced such treatment from you. Yang Qian's hand hung suspended in the air, her silence lingering. Finally, she seemed to lose her strength, collapsing back onto the sofa. Enough, you little beast. You have committed this atrocity and still demand sympathy? Chen Zhen kicked over a nearby trash bin, his voice booming. I have said it was not my doing. If you do not believe me, feel free to call the police. Why waste time here? Chen Shi wiped the blood from his lips, his tone remaining unperturbed. Call the police? Ha! Chen Shi, the reason you have not chosen to report this is that you understand the Chen family's influence and power. It's futile. Even if it is ultimately confirmed that Chen Hao is responsible, they would find a way to resolve it. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Call the police? If this disgrace were to spread, where would the Chen family's dignity lie? Chen Shi, the eldest sister and general manager of the Chen group, immediately considered the family's reputation. You are well aware that Xiao Hao has an engagement with the Qin family's daughter, yet you deliberately escalate this matter, tarnishing his name. How could your heart be so malicious? Chen Shi scoffed, unimpressed. As a web novelist, she had penned her fair share of melodramatic tales and saw through Chen Shi's intentions with ease. The engagement belonged to the legitimate heir of the Chen family. What right did he, an adopted son, have to it? Chen Shi understood that the Chen family chose not to disclose his true identity for two reasons. First, he was deemed a country bumpkin unworthy of their notice. Second, the engagement with the Qin family would certainly be jeopardized should his identity be revealed, thus eliminating any chance for Chen Hao's claim. Naturally, Chen Shi held no interest in this engagement whatsoever. You scoundrel! How dare you speak like that? He is your brother. Even if Hao is an adopted son, he is still 100 times better than you. Chen Zhen's fury reached its peak, and he kicked Chen Shi to the ground. Yang Qian gasped in shock and scolded Chen Zhen. What are you doing with such force? What have you hurt the child? She then broke down in tears. Xiao Shi, I understand you feel wronged, but you must realize that your brother harbors deep feelings for the Qin family's daughter. Why not let him have the engagement? You will have us, yet Hao is all alone. The Qin family is prominent and prosperous, a fitting match for him. Why must you be so miserly? If it weren't for your brother standing in for you all these years, accompanying mother, she wouldn't know how to cope. You should be grateful to him, yet you continue to target him. Mother is truly heartbroken. Enough. Quickly apologize to father, mother, and Xiao Hao. I will take you to your room for an examination. Chen Manqing, a doctor, said as she moved to assist Chen Shi. Chen Shi shrugged her off, clutching his abdomen and unsteadily rising. Chen Hao, you're no man. You violated someone and still lack the courage to admit it. How despicable. Third sister, do not pay him any mind. This little beast must be disciplined. Who knows what he might do next? He must be punished severely, Chen Aran declared with disdain, handing a rattan switch to Chen Zhen. Seeing this, Chen Hao stepped forward, feigning innocence. Dad, please do not strike brother. It is all my fault. I confess it was I who violated Xiao Chui and framed brother. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. Kneeling before Chen Zhen, Chen Hao wept profusely, moving the others to tears. What a performance! Chen Shi thought, overwhelmed with emotion. Get up. You did not commit this act. What are you admitting to? You need not shoulder the burden for this beast. Chen Shi shouted angrily. Who is the beast? Your precious heir is the true beast. How could one stoop to such despicable acts? Chen Shi remarked with an impassive expression. Yet the defiance and resentment in his gaze were unmistakable. You little beast, who are you calling a beast? Just wait until I make you pay. Chen Shi swung the whip with unexpected ferocity, catching Chen Shi off guard, and his arm bore the brunt of the strike. In an instant, a horrifying crimson lash mark appeared, a sight most distressing. Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback. He had only intended to deliver a light warning. But his anger had overwhelmed him, resulting in a heavier blow than he had intended. I referred to your heir as a little beast, huh? Chen Shi retorted with a smile, albeit one that was unsettling and suffused with endless sorrow and helplessness. Unfilial son, as long as you are here, life will be unbearable. Just watch as I bring you to your end today. This declaration thoroughly infuriated Chen Shi, who wasted no time in unleashing the whip once more upon Chen Shi. This time, however, Chen Shi firmly grasped the whip. Chen Shi was astonished by this turn of events. He had often struck Chen Shi in the past, and the boy had always submitted meekly to his punishment. Now, he dared to resist. Why is it acceptable for me to be a little beast? Yet your cherished son cannot be one? Chen Shi exclaimed as he wrenched the whip from Chen Shi's grasp and swung it defiantly towards Chen Hao. If life is to be unbearable, then let us all perish together. Chapter 3, A Return of Life's Graces. Chen Shi's sudden outburst left everyone momentarily stunned. Chen Hao was too late to evade, and the whip struck his back with a resounding crack. A howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the hall. The four sisters stood frozen in shock. Yang Qian, however, reacted swiftly, letting out a piercing scream. Chen Shi, have you lost your mind? How could you strike your brother? She immediately enveloped Chen Hao in her arms to shield him from further blows. Old Fong, the steward, rushed to snatch the whip from Chen Shi's grip. Chen rushed to Chen Hao's side, and upon seeing the wound, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Chen Manqing instructed a servant to fetch the medicine box and proceeded to tend to Chen Hao's injury. Although Chen Shi's strike had been forceful, Chen Hao's thick clothing had spared him from more severe damage, leaving only a thin mark without breaking the skin. Yet, the family remained deeply concerned, meticulously checking over him, disinfecting and applying ointment. They did not neglect a single step of the process. As for Chen Shi's whip marks, they were accustomed to them and paid little heed. To avoid the blood-soaked sleeves clinging to his arms, Chen Shi rolled up his cuffs while coldly observing the scene. Once assured that Chen Hao was not gravely injured, his parents and sisters finally sighed in relief. Chen Shi, Chen Shi, and Chen Manqing regarded Chen Shi with a mixture of bewilderment and apprehension. They had never witnessed him in such a state before. What had transpired with Chen Shi today? Though he typically bore no semblance of refinement and had a penchant for thievery, he had always shown them the utmost respect. Never had he displayed defiance, nor had he raised his voice in their presence. Something was amiss today. Not only had he defied their father, but he had also struck Chen Hao. Could it be that his previous demeanor had all been an act? How could you strike your brother? We have cherished him since childhood, always fearing for his well-being. We wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. How could you be so heartless as to inflict such harm upon him? Yang Qian tried, holding Chen Hao deeply, tears streaming down her face. Chen Hao's complexion was pale, as if he had endured a grave trauma, eliciting sympathy from all who beheld him. Yet, for a fleeting moment, Chen Shi caught a glimmer of pride and ferocity in Chen Hao's eyes. Chen Shi was similarly stunned by the recent turn of events. To wrest the whip away and strike his brother was an inconceivable act, one he could scarcely believe had originated from his own flesh and blood. Beast! Beast! Just wait until I end your life today, Chen Shi bellowed, snatching the whip from the stewardess' grasp, ready to unleash his wrath upon Chen Shi. Chen Shi stepped forward, seizing the ashtray from the coffee table and smashing it against the television screen. With a resounding crash, all movements froze at that instant, including Chen Shi's. Unfilial son, what are you attempting? Chen Shi was the first to regain his composure, his rage palpable, his hand trembling as it clutched the whip. I have a question for you all. After I ask, I will offer no resistance. You may strike me at will. Chen Shi pressed forward, undeterred, stepping forth as if embracing his fate. If, in the event of a kidney transplant, it could result in my death, would you still insist on saving Chen Hao? After posing his question, Chen Shi's gaze remained icy, scanning the faces of his parents and sisters. Stop speaking nonsense. Your third sister is a doctor. She has assured us there will be no issues. Do not let your mind wander, Yang Qian quickly interjected. The kidneys are of utmost importance to a man. To offer one of your own kidneys for an adopted son without hesitation, how ironic it is. Chen Shi retorted. I am aware, but I spoke of if. If saving Chen Hao would lead to my demise, would you still choose that path? Chen Shi pressed. The room fell silent, their lips sealed. Of course we would save little Hao. Your life cannot possibly compare to his. Chen Ilian declared loudly. Chen Anshi, Chen Shi, and Chen Manxing shot her disapproving glances, lowering their heads in silence. I have discerned your choice. Chen Shi surveyed the assembly, his eyes filled with profound desolation, which swiftly transformed into resolve. Chen Jun, you may strike me now. I shall not resist. This is my repayment for the grace of life you have bestowed upon me. From this moment forth, we shall sever all ties, and we shall owe each other nothing. With that, Chen Shi stripped off his shirt, revealing his torso. Ha! Striking me this way will surely bring you greater pain. Chen Shi's audacity in addressing his biological father by his full name left them all in stunned disbelief. What astonished them further was the sight of Chen Shi's back, marred with scars, some already scabbed over, while others were fresh. Yang Qian's heart ached as she gazed upon him, reproaching Chen Jun. How could you strike so harshly? Chen Jun felt a twinge of embarrassment. I have only ever given him a few light taps. How could I have known? You were present at the time as well. Enough with the idle chatter. Strike me already. I have no time to waste with you. Chen Shi screamed in a frenzy, witnessing Chen Jun's hesitance. The family flinched at his outburst, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Chen Jun's grip on the whip quivered slightly, but the memory of Chen Shi striking Chen Hao ignited a surge of fury within him. With each lash, he struck Chen Shi mercilessly, reopening some wounds that had nearly healed. The onlookers felt their hearts race. They had never witnessed Chen Jun in such a rage. What surprised them most was that throughout this ordeal, Chen Shi remained silent, enduring the blows without a sound. After a dozen lashes, Chen Jun, panting heavily, sank back onto the sofa. Today's events were momentous. He had to impart a lesson to Chen Shi, lest he bring disgrace to the Chen family in the future. Chen Shi, acknowledge your mistake and apologize. We shall consider today as event settled. After the kidney transplant, arrangements will be made for you to marry Xiao Cui. Chen Jun gasped for breath as he spoke. Chen Shi staggered to his feet, donning his shirt, now drenched in blood. He coldly retorted, if your wife bore you a bastard, would you willingly raise it? His gaze bore into Yang Qian, who held Chen Hao protectively in her arms. Yang Qian felt a sense of discomfort under Chen Shi's penetrating gaze. What nonsense are you spouting, Chen Shi? Chen Anshi rebuked. It's not my doing. Why should I marry? Chen Shi shrugged nonchalantly. Chen Jun, you're simply unwilling to fight, so consider the debt of gratitude settled. As for the debt of upbringing, you are in no position to mention it. You sought me out merely to save your adopted son, did you not? After uttering these words, Chen Shi exited the hall, returning moments later with an A4 sheet in hand. He slammed it onto the table. Since we owe each other nothing, let us sign this agreement to sever all ties. From henceforth, we shall each go our separate ways, as if I were never your son, and you had no brother in me. Chen Shi, that is quite enough. Do not overstep. Chen Anshi shouted furiously. We have only one brother, and that is Xiao Hao. Do not flatter yourself. Chen Aran sneered. Chen Shi and Chen Manxing exchanged glances, immediately comprehending that this was all part of Chen Shi's ruse. Chen Shi, Dad has already said that if you apologize, this matter will not be pursued. Do not resort to such petty tactics. It is pointless. Second sister, third sister. You see it too, right? He is merely pretending. Our family has provided for him. Countless people would beg for such a chance. How could he bear to leave? Chen Aran mocked. Chen Shi pulled out a bank card from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. This is the living allowance you have given me over the past 3 years, totaling 20,000. I have not spent a single cent. It is all here. Now, I truly owe you nothing. Chapter 4. I know not what my grandson is like. The others were somewhat taken aback. Chen Shi had been back at the Chen family for nearly 3 years. To think that the total living expenses amounted to merely 20,000, while Chen Hao could easily spend more than that on a gaming console. Ignoring their shock, Chen Shi swiftly signed his name on the paper. Hurry and sign. I genuinely do not care for that trifling sum of money. I can earn my own through labor, he declared, tossing the pen in front of Chen Jun, urging him to sign. Seeing that Chen Shi was serious, Chen Manxing was taken aback and quickly grabbed his arm. Enough of this childish behavior. Come upstairs, and I will help you with your bandages. Then you can apologize to Dad, Mom, and Xiao Hao. Chen Shi shrugged off her grip. Very well, I have another question. If I were to save Chen Hao, would he be allowed to leave once he recovers? Before Chen Jun could respond, Yang Qian interjected, and Chen Yiran jumped in, exclaiming, Chen Shi, you must be dreaming. Xiao Hao will never leave the Chen family. Xiao Shi, both of you brothers are the apple of Mom's eye. Why force her to choose? Yang Qian lamented, tears streaming down her face once more. Chen Hao comforted Yang Qian, saying, I am willing to leave. I do not want my brother's kidney. I am just an orphan without a father or mother. If I were to die outside, no one would bat an eye. As long as it makes my brother happy, I am willing to do anything. He then cast a furtive glance at Chen Shi and continued, Dad, Mom, sisters, actually, for a long time, my brother hoped I would voluntarily leave. I packed my things last night. I can leave at any moment. I just hope you will stop blaming my brother. Uncle Fong, please help me take my luggage down. Upon hearing this, Yang Qian cried even harder, tears pouring down like a waterfall. Howard, you cannot go. You are Mom's treasure. How can I live without you? Xiao Shi, why are you being so unreasonable? He is your younger brother. Cannot you show him a little consideration? You could admit a mistake, write a guarantee, and give Xiao Chui an explanation. Then we can let this matter rest. All right? Why must the elder always yield to the younger? Just because he was born a few minutes later does not make him any more deserving. Chen Shi quietly observed Chen Hao's theatrics. Uncle Fong did not go upstairs to retrieve the luggage, but Chen Hao was becoming engrossed in his performance, persistently moving toward the exit. Yang Qian clung to him desperately, pleading for him not to leave. Mom, let go, allow me to go. If I leave, my brother will not be angry with you and Dad. Chen Hao disregarded the obstruction, dragging Yang Qian toward the door. Bang! Chen Zhen slammed his palm down heavily on the table, shouting angrily, if anyone is to leave, it shall be him. What right do you have to go? With that, he picked up the pen and swiftly signed the agreement. Chen Shi could not help but exclaim, Dad, you are obstinate and uncultured. It is a good thing your identity was not revealed at the time, or you would have brought shame upon the Chen family. If you had but a fraction of your brother's qualities, I would be overjoyed. Now get out. Return in a month for the surgery. After signing, Chen Zhen slammed the pen down on the table. Since we are no longer related, what reason do I have to donate my kidney to you? How absurd. Chen Shi's voice was frigid. Xiao Shi, how can you be so heartless? Regardless of the circumstances, he is still your brother. You cannot just stand by and let him suffer. Yang Qian's tone turned slightly indignant. Whether to save him or not is not for him to decide. He has signed a donation agreement, and he must donate. Chen Iran said triumphantly. Chen Shi chuckled disdainfully. Are you unaware that a donation agreement can be revoked? With that, he turned and headed to his room to pack his things. In truth, his room was small and sparse. Apart from his school uniform and books, there was hardly anything else. A single backpack sufficed for packing. He removed his blood-stained clothing, tossing it into the trash, and changed in a fresh attire. Before departing, he reopened the family portrait pendant, gazing at it for a few seconds before tossing it into the garbage as well. It seemed that in this lifetime, that so-called familial bond was unattainable. Ignoring the crowd in the hall, he made his way directly to the door. Xiao Shi, could you please not leave? Mom cannot bear to part with you. Yang Qian called out, clutching Chen Hao from behind. Mom, do not be deceived by her. Look, he is only carrying a backpack, not even taking his luggage. He is merely putting on a show. Chen Iran shouted loudly. Chen Shi paid her no mind and opened the door. The moment the door swung open, he was taken aback. His grandmother, seated in a wheelchair and attached to an four, appeared at the entrance. In this household, besides his fifth sister Chen Shi, who was studying far away in Kyoto and treated him kindly, the only one who cared for him like a true grandson was this elderly lady with hair already turned gray. However, due to her poor health, she spent most of her time in the hospital and rarely returned home. His surprise at her visit was immense. Grandma, Chen Shi squatted down gently, addressing her. Oh, foolish child, have you been wronged? His grandmother stroked Chen Shi's head with a look of deep concern. Chen Shi raised his head, smiling as he said, I have not been wronged. I have been very happy at home. Dad, Mom, and my sisters are all very good to me. Foolish child, do you think you can deceive Grandma? I heard everything from the doorway. The elderly lady rolled up Chen Shi's sleeve, her eyes welling up with tears upon seeing his still bleeding wounds. Hearing the commotion, Chen Zhen and the others rushed over. Mom, why are you not resting in the hospital? How did you come back? Chen Zhen asked with concern. His grandmother shot him a glare. If I did not return, how would my precious grandson fare under your treatment? Grandma, we did not mistreat him. He violated Xiao Chui, and when we found out, he refused to admit it and even beat Xiao Hao. You see how grievously Xiao Hao is injured. Chen Iran said this as she prepared to rummage through Chen Hao's clothes to show their grandmother. Iran, come here for a moment. Upon hearing her grandmother's call, Chen Iran joyfully ran over, squatting beside the wheelchair, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Grandma, I miss you so much. But before she could finish her sentence, the old lady slapped Chen Iran across the face. Do you have a right to speak here? In an instant, Chen Iran's face turned red and swollen, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks as she burst into inconsolable sobs. Chen Shi hurriedly pulled Chen Iran away. Chen Shi wanted to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. Mom, this time it is indeed that ungrateful child's fault, not Iran's. Chen Jun felt a pang of sympathy for Chen Aran. The old lady snorted disdainfully. It's certainly not her fault. It's yours. Have your eyes been blinded by dog excrement to treat your son this way? Yet, he behaves in such a manner, and you don't even give him a lesson. Chen Jun wished to explain further, but was interrupted by the old lady. Do you think I am unaware of who my grandson is? Do you need to instruct me? Witnessing this, Chen Hao quickly stepped forward. Grandma, it is all my fault. It is because of me that my brother is angry. If it weren't for me, my brother wouldn't be jealous, nor would he want to leave. Since that is the case, I will be the one to leave. Yang Qian promptly stepped forward to restrain Chen Hao. Mom, this has nothing to do with Hauer. He was indeed a bit temperamental as a child, but we will educate him properly. The old lady rolled her eyes at Yang Qian and beckoned Chen Hao closer. Upon arriving before her, Chen Hao bowed his head, his smile radiating. Come, lower your head a bit more, the old lady said with a smile. Chen Hao obediently bent down further. All right, Grandma. But with no regard to his compliance, the old lady struck him with her hand. Chapter 5 Grandma, I am tired. I beg you to let me go. And who do you think you are? Just a bastard. Do you have any right to speak here? The old lady sat in her wheelchair, breathing heavily. Yang Qian and Chen Shi were horrified to see Chen Hao collapse, their faces pale with shock. Unable to restrain themselves, they cried out. As they rushed to help him, the old lady stopped them. If anyone dares to assist him today, they shall never enter the Chen family home again. The authority of Old Lady Zhou halted them in their tracks. All of you come in with me. Old Lady Zhou commanded Chen Jun and the others. She patted Chen Shi's hand. Come in with Grandma too. Yet, Chen Shi remained unmoved. Grandma, I won't go in. I am no longer a member of the Chen family. Chen Shi chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Zhou's brows furrowed, her tone turning severe. You are indeed a grandson of the Chen family. Anyone can leave. But you are not permitted to go. She then turned her gaze to Chen Jun. Ungrateful child, go tidy up and get that bastard to scram. At the old lady's sudden outburst, everyone grew anxious. Yang Qian's tears welled up again. Mom, Hauer is all alone, knows nothing, and is frail. If you drive him away, it is tantamount to pushing him to his doom. Indeed, Chen Shi interjected, at least he is healthy. He can find work and sustain himself. He has been living like this for over a decade and is accustomed to it. Hauer is different. He has not endured hardship. How can you expect him to survive outside? Chen Jun opposed. Old Lady Zhou slammed her hand on the armrest of her wheelchair, glaring at Chen Jun. Beast, do you even hear yourself? What do you mean by accustomed? Is it not precisely because he has suffered for over a decade that he deserves proper recompense? Mom, we have compensated him well in the past and treated him kindly, Yang Qian explained. The old lady shot a scornful glance at her daughter-in-law. If I had not come here specifically today, I might have believed you. Enough of this. Today, either that bastard leaves, or I will sever ties with the Chen family along with you. Choose. Old Lady Zhou's stance was resolute, leaving everyone in a quandary. They glanced at Chen Shi, their eyes filled with fury. Had it not been for him, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Chen Shi realized that his grandmother was aiding him. Yet he also understood that even if they drove Chen Hao away, once she returned to the hospital, the Chen family would undoubtedly retrieve him. It was futile. Better to leave on his own accord. After all, he was weary. Kneeling before the old lady, Chen Shi rested his head on her lap. Grandma, I am tired. I implore you to let me go. Chen Shi said softly. While I was younger, I was found by my previous grandparents. At that time, I lived in the countryside, and they would go out to farm, returning home late every day. I was left alone at home, not knowing what to do. I could only sit on a chair in the yard, waiting and longing for their return. I would wait until the sun set and the sky darkened. I was so afraid, so lonely, I had to run to the door to peer outside, hoping they would come back soon, fearing that one day they might abandon me as well. Eventually, that day truly came. My grandparents finally abandoned me, leaving me behind. I then thought, if only I had parents, I wouldn't be alone. Later, I met Teacher Jiang at the orphanage. She treated me well, like a mother. At this point, Chen Shi could not help but glance at Yang Qian, who was now in tears. Teacher Jiang was willing to take me in, and I was overjoyed, for I was no longer alone. Later, they found me and claimed I was their lost son, and I was so happy. After coming to the Chen family, I worked hard, striving to present my best self, yet it seemed I could never satisfy them. Perhaps they truly do not like me. If they do not like me, then what is the point of my staying here and being an eyesore? Son, your mother loves you. You and your brother are the treasures of my heart. Once your brother recovers, let us live happily together, shall we? Yang Qian so bet. Silence. You wretched child's illness is your own concern. If you dare to lay a hand on my precious grandson again, I will take your lives. The old lady's words were not merely spoken, they were roared. Once she finished shouting, it seemed she had expended all her energy, slumping back into her wheelchair. Grandma, I'm truly tired. I beseech you, let me go, please. Chen Shi lifted his head, gazing at her with pleading eyes. The old lady's eyes were red and swollen, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She tightly embraced Chen Shi. Grandma truly did not know you suffered so much. When you visited me, you always spoke of how well and happy you were. Why are you so foolish? If only you had confided in me. The old lady sighed heavily, understanding that Chen Shi refrained from disclosing these hardships to spare her worry. What a silly child. Well, you may go. Grandma supports you. We need not linger in this wretched place. Let us leave. Grandma will see you off. Chen Shi shook his head. No, Grandma. You should return to the hospital. Your grandson is concerned for your health. I will visit you when I have the time, all right? Chen Shi's gaze was resolute, and the old lady could only nod in agreement. Chen Shi knelt before her, bowed deeply, and then left the Chen family without looking back. Even after traversing a considerable distance, he could still hear the heart-wrenching sobs of Yang Qian behind him. In his previous life, he might have felt something, yet now, he was indifferent. If she truly treated him as her own son, she would not merely feign sorrow without taking any real action. In her eyes, Chen Hao held far more significance than he did. She could abandon him, feverish with a temperature of 40 degrees, in their home while attending Chen Hao's birthday celebration, and still speak of maternal love. In his past life, he failed to notice this, but upon this earnest observation, he discerned a striking resemblance between Chen Hao and his mother, Yang Qian. Still, he was her biological son. Could the disparity truly be so vast? Chen Shi wandered aimlessly along the streets, eventually arriving at the city moat. He reclined on the green belt, gazing up at the myriad stars. As an inexplicable weariness washed over him, he slowly shut his eyes and drifted into slumber. He was genuinely exhausted. After sending the old lady away, the family sat on the sofa, the atmosphere thick with gloom, particularly for Chun Jun and Yang Qian. Before the old lady departed, she had scolded them thoroughly and insisted on severing their mother-son relationship. If such news were to leak, what would become of his reputation? Chun Jun's expression was grim. Dad, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you and Grandma Wunti have quarreled like this, and my brother Wunti have left. I think I should just go away. Chen Hao said cautiously, surveying the room. Howard, don't speak such foolishness. You are important, just as you were when you were little. We could never bear to part with you, Yang Qian said, her heart aching upon hearing her son utter such words. If my brother doesn't provide a kidney, I want to live long anyway. It would be better to leave now. I fear that if I suddenly die, it would cause my parents and sisters great sorrow. As he spoke, he moved to retrieve his luggage from upstairs. Stop right there. You need not worry about the kidney situation. When that ungrateful child finds it hard to survive outside, he will naturally come back, Chun Jun said in a low voice. And ensure today, as events do not leak. Give some money to Xiao Chui and send her away. I will handle this matter and check her health to see if she has sustained any injuries, Chen Manqing declared. No need for an examination. Xiao Chui is uninjured, Chen Hao stated confidently. Chen Anshi frowned slightly. Xiao Hao, how do you know Xiao Chui is uninjured? Chapter 6. Have you been bullied at home? Chen Hao quickly lowered his head, stammering, I guessed. I felt there was no need for an examination. She has just endured an injury. All right, we will listen to Xiao Hao, Chen Manqing said, casting Chen Hao a peculiar glance. In truth, clarifying matters of violation is quite simple. As a doctor, she understood such incidents well. One merely needed to collect certain bodily fluids and conduct DNA testing. But was there truly a necessity? Only Chen Shi and Chen Hao had the means to perform such tests at home. Yet, how could Chen Hao possibly undertake such actions? Furthermore, given Chen Hao's condition, it was not permissible. Most importantly, a pendant belonging to Chun Shi had been discovered on Xiao Chui's bed. This was tangible evidence, utterly irrefutable. If there existed another possibility, it would be that someone had deliberately framed him. Suddenly, Chen Manqing recalled Chen Hao's unusual pallor today, even worse than usual. Moreover, when she mentioned checking on Xiao Chui, his reaction had been markedly anxious. The more she pondered, the more agitated she became. She rubbed her temples, weariness etched on her face. Manqing, what are you thinking about? Are you lovesick? Chen Shi teased, patting her shoulder. She snapped back to reality and noticed Chen Hao and Chen Aran supporting Yang Qian as they ascended the stairs. Chen Jun and Chen Anshi had long since departed, presumably to discuss matters concerning the company. It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell, Chen Manqing replied, shaking her head with a smile. By the way, accompany me to Xiao Shi's room to see if he left anything behind. If he guarantees he will return in a couple of days, wouldn't that be a complete dismissal of him? Chen Shi said, her tone laced with sarcasm. Chen Manqing merely smiled without responding. When they arrived at the door of Chen Shi's room, they discovered it was, in fact, the servants' quarters. It dawned on them that 3 years ago, when Chen Shi first arrived, the new room had not yet been prepared, and coincidentally, a servant had resigned, allowing Chen Shi to temporarily stay there. They had completely forgotten about this arrangement. Upon entering the room, they found it quite small, approximately 15 square meters, barely accommodating a bed and a desk. There was no wardrobe. Clothes could only be hung on a single iron rack. The room was impeccably clean, with only a quilt on the bed and some trash in the bin. Nothing else. Chen Manqing picked up the pendant from the trash can, opened it, and a family portrait came into view. In that instant, it felt as though her heart had been struck, shattering into pieces, causing her pain. Why is this drawer locked? Chen Shi tugged at it repeatedly, but could not open it. It must contain the jewelry he stole from us, Chen Shi asserted confidently. She called for Butler Fong, who quickly opened the drawer. Chen Shi pulled out an aged notebook, flipping through a couple of pages with a look of disappointment. What is this? A diary? Seeing this, Chen Manqing hurriedly snatched it away. Diaries are private matters. We cannot read them. I will send it to Xiaoshi another day. Manqing, what is wrong with you today? Why are you so concerned about him? Chen Shi scrutinized her sister with suspicion. Perhaps we have been too indifferent towards him. Failing to understand him, Chen Manqing mused, her gaze fixed on the diary's cover, lost in thought. That evening, the breeze by the city moat carried a chill. Chen Shi, asleep, felt somewhat cold and turned over, curling up like a shrimp. He tightened his clothing, finding a modicum of warmth. After a while, a sense of something amiss began to stir within him. The garment draped over him seemed to emit a fragrant aroma, not that of perfume, but rather a distinct scent of soap. For reasons unknown, it was pleasing and familiar, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Yet, years of insecurity compelled him to sit up abruptly. Awake? A soft, delicate female voice resonated, melodious and enchanting. He recognized that voice all too well, as if etched deep within his soul. Nang, Jingjie. What brings you here? Chen Shi turned his head, astonished to see the woman beside him. Jiang Nongxing sat with her knees drawn up, clad in only a thin garment. As the cold wind swept by, it not only tousled her hair, but also caused her body to tremble slightly. Nevertheless, her smile remained unwavering, her gaze fixed on Chen Shi, brimming with affection. Achoo! At last, another gust of cold wind passed, prompting Jiang Nongxing to sneeze uncontrollably. Chen Shi felt a pang of guilt and hastily draped his coat over Jiang Nongxing. I'm not cold. You just woke up. Why give me your clothes? Be careful not to catch a cold, she replied, returning the coat to him and then, without hesitation, embraced him tightly. Were you bullied at home? No, not at all. I am very happy at home. They all love me, Chen Shi stammered in defense. After Chen Shi was taken back from the orphanage by Jiang Nongxing, he discovered that the esteemed teacher Jiang had a sister, roughly of his own age. Initially, the two sisters managed to sustain their lives on Jiang Nongxing's salary. However, with Chen Shi's arrival, their situation became somewhat strained, compelling Jiang Nongxing to extend her work hours by selling goods at night, often returning home only in the early hours of dawn. Each time Chen Shi witnessed her toil, an overwhelming sorrow enveloped him. He yearned to alleviate teacher Jiang's burdens and contemplated dropping out of school to work, yet Jiang Nongxing staunchly forbade him. Whenever the topic arose, her rare anger would surface, prompting Chen Shi to deliberately neglect his studies, frequently skipping classes and carelessly flunking exams. Nevertheless, he was unable to sway Jiang Nongxing's convictions. In his youthful ignorance, upon learning that organ donations could yield financial compensation, he foolishly decided to donate a kidney in hopes of earning money for his family. It was through this serendipitous event that he was sought after by the Chen family, thinking that his absence might ease Jiang Nongxing's struggles. He did not hesitate to return to the Chen household. Naturally, the prospect of finding his biological parents brought him joy. He had intended to integrate into the Chen family before extending his support to Jiang Nongxing. However, he did not anticipate that Chen Zhen would harbor a profound disdain for his past and would prohibit Chen Shi from maintaining contact with Jiang Nongxing. In an effort to appease his parents, Chen Shi refrained from visiting Jiang Nongxing for an extended period. Jiang Nongxing, you used to love going to the riverside whenever you felt down, Jiang Yan remarked with a smile. Chen Shi remained silent, tightly embracing Jiang Nongxing, resting his head upon her shoulder. Sensing his reluctance to speak, Jiang Nongxing refrained from pressing further. Jiang Yan, go fetch the barbecued skewers from the bicycle for your brother. And don't forget the Wang Leji. Chapter 7. I have severed ties with them. Jiang Yan, what brings you here? Don't you have school tomorrow? Chen Shi then noticed Jiang Yan seated to his left. Jiang Yan, who was of the same age as him, was merely a few months younger. What school? As soon as my sister learned you were in trouble, she abandoned her stall and dragged me home to find you. We searched the orphanage, the school, all the places you would frequent, until we finally stumbled upon this city moat. We followed the river for what felt like ages before locating you. You really are quite the worry. Jiang Yan pouted, a hint of reproach lacing her tone. Chen Shi scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. When we arrived, we found you sprawled out on the green belt, sound asleep. You looked so peaceful, drooling onto your ear, that we didn't want to wake you. We sat beside you for almost 3 hours, and fearing you'd catch a chill, my sister even covered you with her jacket. Jiang Yin continued to chatter away. Listening to her, Chen Shi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, yet a warm current surged through him, deeply moving him. Perhaps this was the essence of true, familial love, unrelated to blood or wealth. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Nanxing scolded. All right, enough prattling. Hurry and get the barbecue for your brother. He is hungry. With a mutter, Jiang Yin vanished, soon returning with 2 bags in hand. Chen Shi, regardless of what has transpired, let us forget it all tonight and fill our stomachs first, Jiang Nanxing said as she handed him a skewer of roasted ginkgo nuts. Indeed, in a place like this at this hour, one should indulge in barbecued delights and drink until oblivion, Jiang Yin exclaimed, chastising Jiang Nanxing for not bringing any alcohol. Children should not be drinking before they are of age, Chen Shi retorted, playfully tapping Jiang Yin on the forehead. Ouch, that hurt, you old pest. I'll make sure to flatten you today. With that, Jiang Yin leapt onto Chen Shi, playfully delivering a flurry of light punches. However, Chen Shi winced in pain from an injury on his back, inadvertently letting out a cry. Jiang Nanxing immediately sensed something was amiss and swiftly pulled Jiang Yin down. She then lifted Chen Shi's shirt, and upon seeing the bruises and welts on his back and arms, her expression turned fierce. Who did this? Her voice trembled with rage. Seeing her sister in such a state was a shock for Jiang Yin, who had only ever known the gentle and kind demeanor of Jiang Nanxing. As she gazed at the bloodied wounds, tears cascaded down her cheeks. What on earth happened? One of you is like an enraged lion, while the other resembles a rabbit robbed of its carrot. Chen Shi quickly lowered his shirt, attempting to feign nonchalance. Let us go home and tend to those wounds, Jiang Nanxing said, her voice low and strained. Jiang Nanxing, I want to finish this barbecue before heading back. I relish this feeling. It's truly blissful, Chen Shi declared, taking a hefty bite of the skewers. Upon returning to the community, it was already past 2 in the morning. Jiang Yin had school the next day and went to bed. Naturally, Chen Shi had classes as well, but he needed to attend to his wounds first. Jiang Nanxing gently cleaned his back with a disinfectant swab, cautious not to apply too much pressure and cause him pain. Each stroke was executed with meticulous care. After disinfecting, she applied ointment and bandaged him, a process that took over an hour. Chen Shi, are these injuries inflicted by your father? After tending to his wounds, Jiang Nanxing finally could not restrain her curiosity. Chen Shi remained silent, merely nodding in response. Why did he hurt you? Didn't you say on the phone that you were doing well? What kind of well is this? You've been deceiving me all along, Jiang Nanxing exclaimed, her breathing heavy with anger, her chest heaving violently. It seemed she was exerting all her strength to maintain her composure. When Chen Shi's parents had come looking for him, their demeanor had been haughty, dripping with disdain as they scrutinized him. At that moment, she had wished for Chen Shi not to return with them. Yet, seeing the eagerness on his face, she had reluctantly acquiesced to his wishes. While she felt joy for Chen Shi in finding his biological parents, it was predicated on the condition that they would treat him sincerely. If their affections were merely superficial, then all the wealth and grandeur in the world would be but a mirage, utterly worthless. Sister, I'm sorry. I thought that if I worked hard to become what they wanted, they would eventually accept and love me. I believed I could reclaim the parental love I had lost. But in the end, I failed miserably. Chen Shi chuckled bitterly. He subsequently recounted his experiences over the past few years, including the kidney donation. As Jiang Nanxing listened, her expression appeared calm, yet her fists were tightly clenched. Upon hearing that the Chen family had pressured Chen Shi to donate a kidney to their adopted son, her knuckles began to bleed from the pressure. How could such parents exist, who would disregard their biological son's well-being for the sake of an adopted child? It was incomprehensible. She took a deep breath, releasing it slowly before inquiring, what are your plans now? Do you intend to return? I have severed ties with them. I will not be going back, Chen Shi replied. However, at present, I am homeless and wonder if Sister Nanxing could take me in for a while longer. Chen Shi, fearing rejection, hastily added, once the college entrance examination is over, I will seek employment and earn my own tuition for university. Fortunately, you did not mention returning, or else I would have taken the liberty to break your legs today. Jiang Nanxing appeared visibly relieved. She firmly placed her hands on Chen Shi's shoulders and earnestly declared, this place will always be your home. No matter when you wish to return, you are welcome. Yin Yin and I have been waiting for you. As long as you are here, no one will dare to bully you. Do you understand? Chen Shi's eyes instantly reddened, and with a choked voice, he replied, Sister Nanxing. Thank you. From this moment on, I, Jiang Nanxing, shall once again be your guardian until you are capable of standing on your own. Do you agree? Jiang Nanqing stated solemnly. Chen Shi nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I agree. By the way, Sister Nanqing, how did you know I left the Chen family? Chen Shi inquired, puzzled. However, he had a suspicion that perhaps his grandmother, worried about him, had called Sister Nanqing. Someone called me and said you had a conflict with your family. Jiang Nanqing did not conceal the truth. There were 2 separate calls. 2 calls? If one was from Grandma, who could the other one be? All right, stop overthinking, hurry up, and sleep. You have school tomorrow, said Jiang Nanqing as she left the room. Shortly after, she returned with a blanket. You have an injury on your back. Place this underneath to sleep more comfortably. While saying this, Jiang Nanqing helped Chen Shi spread the blanket. Sister Nanqing, give me the blanket. What will you and Nian use? Chen Shi attempted to protest. Jiang Nanqing casually replied, the weather isn't too cold. We can manage with just our clothes. After Jiang Nanqing left, Chen Shi curled up in the blanket, feeling a long-lost warmth. Chapter 8. Why is our compatibility so high? The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Chen Shi and Jiang Yin descended the stairs, preparing to take the bus to school. They had stayed up late the previous night, resulting in a later wake-up than usual. If they did not hurry, they would miss the morning self-study session. Tardiness was a common occurrence for a student like Chen Shi, so he was not particularly anxious. Jiang Yin, however, was an exemplary student, with the college entrance examination approaching. Every second was a race against time for her. Jiang Yin urged Chen Shi to jog towards the bus stop. While waiting for the bus, Chen Shi noticed an elderly lady leaning on a cane, attempting to cross the street. There were no traffic lights at this intersection, and vehicles rushed by, leaving no gaps. Chen Shi, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but think of his grandmother lying in the hospital. He hurried over to assist the elderly lady, slowly guiding her across to the other side, before returning to wait for the bus. At that moment, a Maybach halted not far from the bus stop. Chen Shi recognized it as Chen Zhen's vehicle. After the car activated its hazard lights, Chen Manqing and Chen Shi exited the vehicle and approached Chen Shi. Just as Chen Shi was about to board the bus, he was abruptly pulled back by Chen Manqing. Jiang Yin, who had already boarded, immediately stepped back upon seeing this. Yin, you go ahead. Otherwise, you will be late, Chen Shi instructed. No, I won't leave. I want to protect you, Jiang Yin stubbornly replied, pouting. Watching the bus pull away, Chen Shi felt a surge of anger. Did we not resolve our issues last night? Why are you still here? Such a lack of upbringing. Speaking to your sister like that, Chen Shi reprimanded. At that moment, Chen Shi was pulled in front of the car by Chen Manqing. Miss Chen, last night, I signed an agreement with Chen Zong to sever all ties. You haven't forgotten, have you? Chen Shi said coldly. You are no longer my sisters, understand? Stunned by Chen Shi's words, they momentarily fell silent. Chen Shi, as long as you apologize to Dad and Mom and Xiao Hao, you can come back. The agreement signed yesterday will be nullified. Chen Manqing pointed at the bustling buses. This way, you can continue living the life of a young master. With a special car for school, avoiding the daily bus ride. Chen Shi gazed meaningfully at Chen Manqing for a long while before smiling and saying, I don't recall having a special car to pick me up in these past few years. What do you mean? Chen Manqing was taken aback. At that moment, the rear window of the Maybach was rolled down. Chen Zhen slammed his hand on the window ledge, questioning the driver. Old Joe, what happened? Did you not arrange the pickup for Xiao Shi? Seeing the master angry, Old Joe was visibly frightened and stuttered. Young master, how dislikes sharing a vehicle with others. I reported this to you before, and you said you would handle it. It suddenly dawned on Chen Zhen that Old Joe had indeed mentioned this to him. They were both in the same school, initially meant to be picked up together. Upon learning that Chen Hao disliked sharing the car with Chen Shi, he had not found it strange. After all, it would take time to adapt to a new person. He had planned to hire another driver later, but in the ensuing busyness, he had forgotten. Nonetheless, Chen Zhen was still furious. If Old Joe had reminded him a few more times, he would not have forgotten. Old Joe, you have disappointed me greatly. Such a trivial matter, and you've failed to take it seriously. With so many people in the Chen family, even if I forget amidst my busy schedule, the lady and the young ladies could have resolved it. Why couldn't you remind me a few more times? I have reminded you and the old master multiple times, and I have also mentioned it to the lady and the young ladies several times, but feeling wronged. Old Joe explained. The moment Old Joe spoke, Chen Shi and Chen Manqing remembered the incident. It seemed Old Joe had just mentioned it to them a few days prior. Realizing this, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They suddenly recognized that they had not been attentive to their brother over the years. Enough, be quiet. Go back and await your punishment. Chen Zhen interrupted Old Joe. It's just a car. I will have your sister buy you a $20,000 one later. Saying this, Chen Zhen opened the car door and stepped out, approaching Chen Shi and patting his shoulder. As a man, do not fuss over trivial matters. Come back with me and apologize to your mother and Xiao Hao. They will forgive you. Chen Shi shrugged off Chen Zhen's hand and replied in a low voice. You can give me a $20,000 car, but you gift your precious son a $200,000 one. Quite the double standard. Chen Shi had long been aware that the family had ordered a luxury car worth over $200,000 for Chen Hao, waiting for him to finish his college entrance examination to present it as a gift. Xiao Hao is such an excellent student, a model pupil and a top candidate. Surely he will be accepted into Qingbei this time. What can you compare to him? Your grades only warrant a $20,000 car. Hearing Chen Shi's dissatisfaction, Chen Shi became angry as well. Why must everything be compared to Chen Hao? Can you even compete? Chen Shi's expression remained calm, devoid of any ripple. Enough. I have no interest in your car. If there is nothing else, do not obstruct me from going to school. With that, he attempted to pull Jiang Yin away. Stop right there. Chen Zhen shouted from behind, seemingly losing patience. He sighed heavily and said, Fine, you don't need to apologize. Just come back with me. Chen Shi turned around, staring intently at Chen Zhen for a long moment before mockingly saying, So after returning, I will donate a kidney to your precious Hao. Right? Chen Zhen was momentarily taken aback before responding sternly. Isn't saving your brother an obligation of a good elder brother? Obligation? Chen Shi nearly laughed out loud. What does it matter to me if he lives or dies? Unfilial son, what are you saying? Do you want me to beat you to death? Chen Zhen roared with fury, taking 2 steps forward, his hand raised to strike Chen Shi. Jiang Yin hurriedly positioned herself in front of Chen Shi, glaring at Chen Zhen with the ferocity of an angry little kitten. What do you intend to do? If you dare to hit anyone, I will call the police. Chen Shi pulled Jiang Yin behind him, leaning in closer and taunting. Come on, hit here. He patted his own cheek. After you've finished, could you trouble President Chen to let me off the hook? Please don't bother me again. Chen Zhen's hand, suspended in the air, ultimately fell weakly to his side, his piercing gaze losing its luster. If you won't strike, then I shall take my leave. Just then, a new bus arrived, and Chen Shi grasped Jiang Yin's hand. Squeezing onto the bus, as the doors were about to close, he turned back to the others and remarked, Have you ever wondered why the compatibility of my and Chen Hao's kidneys is so remarkably high? Chapter 9. Why are you so fierce towards him? On the bus, Chen Zhen's anger remained unresolved. How could I have such an ungrateful son? He did not perceive any fault in his own actions. He had indeed been strict with Chen Shi, but it was a necessity. Chen Shi had wandered outside for many years, acquiring numerous bad habits. If these were not corrected promptly, what would become of him if he got into trouble in the future? If he couldn't endure this little hardship, how could he inherit the vast Chen family estate? Moreover, the most pressing issue was that his son was excessively petty and envious, unable to tolerate Chen Hao's superiority, constantly targeting him. At least Chen Shi had found his family, while Chen Hao didn't even know where his biological parents were. How pitiful, especially regarding the kidney donation. Chen Shi had merely lost a kidney, whereas Chen Hao faced the loss of his life. He could not fathom why Chen Shi could be so heartless. He had come here today, already lowering himself, yet this ungrateful son showed no appreciation. With that, he kicked the back of the driver's seat. The focused old Zhou nearly swerved the steering wheel in fright. Chen Shi was startled by Chen Zhen's action and hurried to console him. Dad, just leave him be. Let him suffer a bit more out there, and he'll naturally return. Think about 3 years ago, when he first came into our family. He was so happy. Now he's just too comfortable. Isn't that right? Third sister? Chen Manqing, called upon by Chen Shi, finally snapped out of her daze. Oh sis, what were you saying? I didn't hear. What's wrong with you? Ever since we got on the bus, you've seemed so preoccupied, Chen Shi said, slightly annoyed. Chen Manqing smiled and replied, Nothing. Just thinking about some things. Chen Manqing kept recalling the words Chen Shi had said before leaving. Others might not find it significant, but as a doctor, she understood the implications of Chen Shi's statement. When she learned of the high compatibility between Chen Shi and Chen Hao's kidneys, she had harbored doubts. Could it be that Chen Shi and Chen Hao were biological brothers? It was only after a thorough investigation that she discovered Chen Shi was the lost child of the Chen family. This revelation dispelled her doubts and made her marvel at how fate always seems to show mercy to the unfortunate, allowing Chen Hao to find a kidney match so high. With such a donor, Chen Hao was sure to survive. Yet, Chen Shi's words today reignited her suspicions. She felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint the issue. Soon, they returned to the Chen household. Upon seeing them, Yang Qian hurried over. How did it go? Did you bring Xiao Shi back? She had not slept all night and appeared haggard, with heavy bags under her eyes. He doesn't want to come back, Chen Shi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiran exploded. Let him come or not. Who cares? It's all because of me. I'm going to find my brother and apologize to him, so he won't be angry. Chen Hao hadn't gone to school today. The doctor diagnosed him with severe kidney deficiency, advising him to rest at home for the next few days. Silly child. It has nothing to do with you. You did nothing wrong, Yang Qian said, looking at the pale Chen Hao with a heart full of compassion. It's all your fault. Why were you so harsh with Xiao Shi, hitting and scolding him for no reason? Yang Qian began to blame Chen Zhen. He made mistakes and needed education. You were there approving of it, so now why blame me? Chen Zhen retorted. Seeing Chen Zhen still arguing, Yang Qian grew angry. But you can't be so heavy-handed. You have no idea how much it pains me when you strike him. Now look, he doesn't want to come back, and Hauer is getting worse. What do you propose we do? Chen Zhen fell silent, merely smoking a cigarette. Did you scold him again? Your temper is too volatile. No wonder he doesn't want to return, Yang Qian sighed. I will go find him. He loves me the most, and he will surely listen to me. With that, Yang Qian made to leave. Mom, Chen Manqing quickly called after her. Xiao Shi is likely still upset. Let him cool off for a couple of days. He might return. Yang Qian considered Chen Manqing's words and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Chen Manqing seemed to think of something and asked everyone, Dad, Mom, do you want Xiao Shi back because of Xiao Hao's illness? If Xiao Hao doesn't need a kidney transplant, would it matter if Xiao Shi comes back or not? Chen Zhen immediately slammed the table, exclaiming, what kind of talk is that? No matter what, he is my son, Chen Zhen's son, and he will return to inherit the family business. Chen Manqing turned to Yang Qian. Yang Qian stammered, of course, I want Xiao Shi back. He is, after all, flesh of my flesh. How can I not care for him? But Hauer is also very unfortunate. I can't abandon him. As she spoke, Yang Qian began to cry again. Chen Manqing nodded and looked at her sisters. Only Chen Iran seemed ready to share her thoughts, but was silenced by Chen Manqing. You don't need to speak. Your opinion is not important. Chen Iran pouted, annoyed, turning her head away. Though Chen Manqing was the third sister. Second sister Chen Shi spent all her time at home writing online novels, lacking social interactions and possessing a rather innocent nature. In contrast, Chen Manqing, aside from Chen Anqi, had the most weight in her words. The siblings were somewhat intimidated by Chen Manqing. In that case, I hope you won't mention the kidney donation in front of Xiao Shi anymore, Chen Manqing said seriously. Earlier at the bus station, she had witnessed Chen Shi helping an elderly lady cross the street. She couldn't believe that someone capable of such kindness could have a wicked heart. Perhaps her understanding of him had been too shallow. She now doubted whether the incident with Xiao Chui was truly Chen Shi's doing. Third sister is right. I really don't need my brother's kidney. I think it would be fine to leave like this. Let my brother stay with Mom and Dad and take care of you all, Chen Hao said, collapsing into Yang Qian's embrace, his voice choked with emotion. Silly child. What nonsense are you saying? Your brother will save you. Yang Qian comforted gently. Chen Manqing furrowed her brow and glanced at Chen Hao. Xiao Hao, you don't need to worry about this. I will continue to help you search for a kidney source. Although the compatibility may not match Xiao Shi's, it should be acceptable. Chen Hao lifted his head, but there were no traces of tears in his eyes. I fear that the kidneys of others may encounter unforeseen circumstances. If my brother is unwilling, then let me perish. Upon uttering these words, he once again plunged into Yang Qian's embrace. Chen Zhen, unable to bear the sight, spoke in a low voice. Rest assured, he must assist, or he shall forfeit any claim to the Chen family fortune. Chen Manqing, observing the scene before her, grew increasingly agitated. With a sigh, she silently retreated to her room, retrieved the medicine box, and proceeded to Xiao Chui's quarters. She had not had the opportunity to address the matter concerning the young made the previous night, and today she needed to resolve it. With less than 24 hours having passed, she also intended to retrieve certain items to substantiate her claims. Chapter 10. I shall no longer feign. Linaino. One high school is the finest institution in the city. The students therein are either prodigies or scions of affluent families. Most of the wealthy heirs are remarkably accomplished, having been nurtured in opulent environments, benefiting from abundant resources, and thus cannot be deemed lacking. It is a mere misconception of the common folk to believe that all wealthy heirs are inept. Such notions are but delusions of self-deception. Chen Hao, naturally, is a student at this esteemed school, and he is enrolled in the experimental class. Jiang Yin, possessing a sharp intellect and excelling academically, similarly joined the experimental class. In contrast, Chen Shi's situation was different. During the high school entrance examination, he deliberately underperformed, resulting in mediocre grades. Given his actual performance, he would have been unable to gain admission to this prestigious high school. However, at the insistence of his grandmother, Chen Zhen facilitated his entry through backdoor means. Although he was admitted to Lin Hai No. 1, he could only remain in the lower performing class. Upon returning to the Chen household, he initially resolved to apply himself more diligently in hopes of earning his parents' admiration. Little did he know that one day, Chen Hao would approach him, tearful and pitiful, imploring him not to excel too greatly for fear of being cast aside and left to wander the streets. At that time, Chen Shi was eager to integrate into this large family and naturally wished to foster a good relationship with Chen Hao. Moreover, seeing Chen Hao in such a frail state evoked his sympathy, leading him to acquiesce to Chen Hao's request to maintain his facade as a poor student. In this life, having been granted a second chance, he has discerned the truth. He resolved to cease his pretense. As the school bell rang, Chen Shi made his way to the senior experimental class, seeking out Jiang Yin so they could return home together. Upon entering the experimental class, he found every student still seated, heads bowed, fervently scribbling away. There was a reason these students were in the experimental class. Their diligence was commendable, all aiming for the prestigious Tsinghua or Peking University. Unlike the lower-performing class he belonged to, which harbored no lofty aspirations and merely aimed for a 211 score. Before the bell rang, their bags were already meticulously packed. Chen Shi searched for a long time, but could not locate Jiang Yin. He ventured further inside, only to find a group huddled together, seemingly engrossed in an intense discussion. To his surprise, he spotted Jiang Yin among them, along with another individual, the school beauty of Linhai No. 1, Qin Xingma, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and currently engaged to Chen Hao. As Chen Shi drew closer, he realized they were deliberating over a mathematical Olympiad problem. This question was surprisingly straightforward. It seemed the level of the experimental class was not as high as he had presumed. He patted Jiang Yin on the shoulder and said, "Yin Yin, let's head home." Jiang Yin's face lit up at the sight of Chen Shi. "Brother, wait a moment. I'm almost done solving this problem." Chen Shi chuckled and replied, "We should hurry. If we delay any longer, we might miss the next bus. This problem is simple. I can teach you when we get home." The students in the experimental class were taken aback, lifting their heads to see who dared to make such a bold claim about a problem they struggled to solve. Some recognized Chen Shi as a student from the lower-performing class, while others exclaimed, "Isn't he the son of the Chen family's maid?" Indeed, the Chen family had publicly declared that Chen Shi was merely the son of their maid in order to protect Chen Hao's engagement. How audacious of you! A student from the lower class, who can barely aim for a 211, to boast here. One student jeered, "What a pity Chen Hao is absent today. Otherwise, he would have taught you a lesson." Due to Chen Shi's lowly status as the maid's son, several students unabashedly ridiculed him. Qin Xingma, upon hearing the mention of the Chen family, instinctively glanced at Chen Shi before promptly returning to her work. Unable to contain herself any longer, Jiang Yin retaliated against the insults directed at Chen Shi. Jiang Yin was also quite beautiful, rivaling Qin Xingma, but the latter's noble status lent her an undeniable aura, earning her the title of school beauty. Witnessing Jiang Yin's anger, the others refrained from further taunts. After she finished scolding, Jiang Yin recalled Chen Shi's earlier words, causing her cheeks to flush. She grabbed Chen Shi and pulled him toward the exit. Chen Shi was no longer the weakling who could be easily bullied. He boldly parted the crowd, snatched the pen from Qin Xingma's hand, and swiftly jotted down his solution on a blank sheet of paper. 5 minutes later, the once blank page was filled to the brim. He then tossed the pen onto the desk and calmly declared, "I am not the son of the Chen family's maid. The Chen family is nothing." With that, he took Jiang Yin's hand and strode away, leaving a bewildered group of students in his wake. Upon arriving home, Jiang Yin eagerly recounted the day's events to Jiang Nanqing. "Sister, do you know how audacious my brother was today?" He declared that the Olympiad problem that stumped the entire class was simple. Jiang Nanqing, focused on her cooking, paid her no heed. Jiang Yin continued to bustle about the kitchen and living room, animatedly expressing her frustrations. The most infuriating part is that before leaving, he intentionally scribbled a solution, pretending to have solved the problem. He looked so utterly ridiculous. Finally, noticing Jiang Yin's incessant chatter, Jiang Nanqing paused her work, a smile gracing her face as she regarded her sister. "How can you be so certain that your brother's answers were mere gibberish?" Jiang Yin momentarily faltered, then abandoned her sister to call Qin Xingma. Minutes later, Jiang Yin appeared as if in a daze, muttering to herself, "Brother actually solved that problem. And he did it using 3 different methods. How astonishing." She turned to Jiang Nanqing, hoping to see a reaction on her sister's face, but Jiang Nanqing remained unfazed. "Sister, why are you not surprised at all? Your brother has always possessed this capability," Jiang Nanqing replied with a smile. "He was merely pretending. He wanted to leave for work sooner. Perhaps out of boredom, he consistently controlled his scores with precision, thinking I wouldn't notice. With his intellect, gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University would be a breeze. Therefore, regardless of how poorly he performs, you must allow him to continue his studies." Jiang Yin appeared enlightened. "All right, quickly go call your brother for dinner," Jiang Nanqing instructed. At the dining table, Chen Shi exhaled deeply and solemnly stated, "Sister Nanqing, I used to be foolish and did not study diligently. From this moment forth, I have resolved to work hard. I believe I can aim for a 985. Chen Shi dared not set his sights too high, fearing Jiang Nanqing might think him boastful. At this moment, Chen Shi remained unaware that Jiang Nanqing had long since seen through his earlier pretense. Jiang Nanqing chose not to expose him, casually responding, "As long as you approach your studies with sincerity, the rest is of no concern to me." Yet, Jiang Yin gazed at Chen Shi with an expression filled with intrigue. She cautiously inquired, "Brother, do you truly only wish to aim for an ordinary 985? Have you never thought of attempting Tsinghua or Peking University, or perhaps even striving for the top student title?" Chen Shi scratched his head, dismissively replying, "That seems rather challenging. My grades are mediocre, and aiming for 985 is already quite ambitious. Haha." Chapter 11. Conducting a DNA test. Midway through the meal, Jiang Yin suddenly called out. Jiang Nanqing scolded, "Why are you making such a ruckus?" "Sister, this morning, the Chen family came looking for brother again." Jiang Yin nearly forgot this crucial matter, preoccupied with his math problems. They almost wanted to beat him up, but fortunately, I intervened. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanqing's chopsticks froze mid-air. Then, with a sharp clap, she slammed them on the table. The Chen family is crossing the line. Chen Shi and the others were startled by Jiang Nanqing's reaction. He quickly reassured her, "Sister Nanqing, don't be angry. They wouldn't dare harm me. If they come to provoke me again, just watch me give them a taste of their own medicine." Jiang Nanqing picked up her chopsticks once more. "You better follow through with that." In Chen Manqing's room, Chen Shi asked, "Manqing, why did you call us here?" "Third sister, speak quickly. I have to get back to my writing. The readers are hounding me, and if I don't type soon, they'll tear me apart," Chen Shi added. Having just been inspired but summoned by Chen Manqing, Chen Ran wore an unhappy expression. "Third sister, what is it? I need to take care of Xiaohao." Chen Manqing glanced at her sisters and said, "Today, I gave Xiao Cui some money and sent her away." Chen Anqi nodded. "That's only right. Our Chen family owes her that. But what does it have to do with us? It was all Chen Shi's doing. He should be the one to pay." Chen Ran replied indignantly, "Regardless, we failed to discipline him properly. We bear some responsibility." Chen Shi disagreed with her sister's stance. "The reason I called you all here is indeed related to this matter." Chen Manqing continued. Chen Anqi frowned slightly, confused. "Isn't it already resolved? What more is there to discuss?" Chen Manqing glanced at her eldest sister and picked up a transparent bag containing a piece of gauze. "Before Xiao Cui left, I conducted an examination and took some fluid from her body," she explained, waving the bag in front of them. "This contains the sterile gauze from the fluid inside Xiao Cui. It has dried, and it can be used for DNA testing within the next decade." The sisters exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Chen Manqing's intentions. "So what?" Chen Anqi asked. "I want to use it for DNA testing." Chen Manqing finally revealed her true purpose. Chen Ran scoffed. "What is the point of testing? It's obvious Chen Shi did it." Chen Shi suddenly seemed to understand, her expression brightening. "I see, Manqing. You're trying to confirm Chen Shi's guilt and force him to come back and donate a kidney to Xiaohao." Chen Ran became excited at this suggestion. "Third sister, that's a brilliant plan. Hurry up and get it tested. With solid evidence, let's see what that scoundrel has to say." Chen Anqi merely stared at Chen Manqing, remaining silent. After a moment, she asked, "Manqing, do you suspect this incident wasn't caused by Chen Shi?" Chen Anqi understood that Chen Shi's issue was not here. It stemmed from jealousy towards Chen Hao, as he could not tolerate Chen Hao's existence. To eliminate Chen Hao, he would not even consider saving his own brother. Thus, Chen Manqing would not engage in such a futile endeavor. Chen Manqing nodded, tacitly agreeing with Chen Anqi's reasoning. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran jumped up, exclaiming, "Third sister, have you lost your mind? How could you suspect Xiaohao?" Since Chen Manqing did not believe Chen Shi was the culprit, the only other suspect in the family was Chen Hao. "Yes, third sister, have you gone insane these past few days? How could you doubt Xiaohao?" Setting aside his character, his health would never allow him to commit such acts. Chen Shi interjected, placing her hand on Chen Manqing's forehead to check if she was sane. Chen Ran concurred with her second sister, adding, "There's also the pendant as evidence. We can't accuse Xiaohao of framing him." Chen Anqi nodded in agreement. "Xiaohao has grown up before our eyes, academically and morally. He is exemplary and would never stoop to such despicable acts. Besides, he lacks any motive against Chen Shi. Chen Shi is inferior to Xiaohao in every aspect. Why would Xiaohao want to harm him?" Chen Manqing acknowledged that her sisters had valid points and was, in fact, inclined towards their side. However, the family portrait within the pendant and the image of Chen Shi helping an elderly woman cross the street lingered in her mind. Indelible and haunting, she simply wished to validate her suspicions, to sever her own hopes. "Since you all are so confident, I will take this for testing. And you have no objections, right?" Chen Manqing rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. At this, the sisters fell silent. Although they had absolute faith in Chen Hao, what if? The matter had seemingly settled, so why complicate it further? Third sister, why not let it go? There's no point in pursuing this, Chen Anqi hesitated. Chen Manqing resolutely tucked the transparent bag into her purse, stating seriously, regardless, I must proceed with this test. Just wait for the results. Seeing Chen Manqing's determination, the others chose not to argue further. Answer me one last question, Chen Manqing said solemnly. I mean, hypothetically, if it turns out Xiaohao was responsible, how would you handle it? It's impossible for Xiaohao to have done it. If he did, I'd de-livestream myself eating dung. Chen Aran replied nonchalantly, without a moment's thought. I'm saying if. Chen Manqing emphasized. Chen Anqi and Chen Shi remained silent for a long while. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Aran firmly stated, I still like Xiaohao. No matter what he does, I stand by his side. Noticing her two sisters had not spoken, Chen Aran became anxious. What are you two thinking? If it weren't for Xiaohao, we would have perished in flames long ago. Have you forgotten? Chen Aran's words reminded them of a childhood incident when they had gone to the countryside for an experience, and for reasons unknown, their house had caught fire. It was Chen Hao who risked his life to rescue them one by one. From that moment on, their affection for this non-blood relative brother was coupled with endless gratitude. That's a separate issue, Chen Anqi sighed. If Xiaohao truly did this, it must be dealt with seriously. After all, it concerns a girl's purity and should not be taken lightly. Sister, she is just a little maid. Like Chen Shi, she is of the lower class. What does purity matter? It's just a matter of spending some money. Smack! Before Chen Aran could finish her sentence, Chen Anqi's palm struck her face. Chapter 12. What a useless thing, how annoying. The sudden slap left Chen Aran stunned, frozen in place, unable to even cry. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing were astonished, having never expected their eldest sister to act this way. After a couple of seconds, Chen Aran finally snapped out of it and burst into tears. Chen Anqi sighed, her expression grave. First of all, Xiao Cue, like you and me, is a woman and deserves respect. Secondly, no matter what Chen Shi has done, he carries the blood of our Chen family. No matter how flawed he is still our brother. That is an unalterable fact. When you insult him as a lowly person, you are insulting our entire family. Do you understand? Chen Anqi's words clearly did not awaken Chen Aran from her haze. Her eyes were filled with resentment. You actually struck me for that lowly individual. Chen Shi is not my brother. I have only Xiaohao as my sibling. Chen Aran nearly shouted these words. After uttering them, she covered her face and stormed out. Chen Shi, witnessing the situation, hurriedly followed her. Chen Anqi sighed helplessly. Manjing, once the test results are out, please inform me. With that, Chen Anqi also departed. In classroom 9 of senior year at number 1 high school, it was now the lunch break. Having just finished their meal, fatigue was beginning to set in. Chen Shi rested his head on the desk, staring blankly out the window. Memories of a web series he had inadvertently watched in his previous life on Earth, titled The True and False Young Master, flooded his mind. In that series, the true heir donated a kidney to the false heir and met a tragic end. The false heir's true identity was, in fact, the half-brother of the true heir. This false heir successfully turned the tables, seizing control of the family business and betraying everyone. What transpired afterward remained a mystery to Chen Shi, for the show, laden with questionable morals, was swiftly taken off the air, leaving him unable to watch it to its conclusion. Upon his rebirth, Chen Shi noted the striking resemblance between Chen Hao and Yang Qian, leading him to suspect that Chen Hao was indeed Yang Qian's biological child. That day, he offered some hints to Chen Zhen and his companions. What puzzled him was that he and Chen Hao were born on the same day and had been switched at birth. How could they be half-brothers? If they were half-brothers on their father's side, it would be more understandable. Regardless, it was none of his concern. Why overthink it? Chen Shi closed his eyes, wishing to take a nap. At that moment, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. He looked up to find the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Xingma. Although she was undeniably beautiful, Chen Shi felt indifferent towards her. With a cool tone, he inquired, what is it? Qin Xingma was somewhat taken aback by Chen Shi's demeanor. Typically, wherever she went, boys greeted her with warmth, particularly her nominal fiancé, Chen Hao, who went to great lengths to please her. How could Chen Shi, a mere servant's child from the Chen household, display such audacity? Previously, Chen Hao had often belittled Chen Shi in her presence, branding him as lowly and inept, reducing him to nothing. However, since the incident involving the problem-solving event, her impression of this servant son had significantly changed. Manjing is looking for you. Qin Xingma, unfazed by Chen Shi's attitude, merely smiled and pointed towards the window. Chen Shi turned to look outside and indeed saw a Maserati parked off campus. With Chen Manjing leaning against the front, peering inside. With evident impatience, Chen Shi replied to Qin Qingma, "Tell her I'm not in the mood. I want to sleep." Stunned, Qin Qingma exclaimed, "Aren't you the son of a servant in the Chen family? Why does your tone sound like that of a young master from the Chen family?" With that, Chen Shi resumed his nap. Moments later, Qin Qingma's voice rang out again. Manjing said she has something to return to you and that you must come out. Otherwise, she will wait for you until school ends. With a sigh, Chen Shi reluctantly got up and headed towards the school gate. "What exactly does the third miss want to give me?" he complained. "Chen Shi, regardless of the circumstances, I am still your sister." "Why the hostile attitude?" Chen Manjing retorted, somewhat irritated. "That was all in the past. From now on, I only have one sister, and that is Sister Nanqing." Chen Shi shot a glance at Chen Manjing. Chen Manjing was well aware of Jiang Nanqing. Chen Shi had entered the orphanage at 10 and was taken in by Jiang Nanqing at 11, remaining with her until he was 15 when the Chen family found him. "You lived with Jiang Nanqing for 4 years, and we've been together for 3. Our blood ties should bear significance. Doesn't it hold more weight than her being an outsider?" Chen Manjing spoke passionately. "Outsider." Chen Shi's voice turned icy. "Sister Nanqing, although she shares no blood relation with me, has treated me as family. When I was sad, she comforted me. On my birthday, she celebrated with me. During my high fever, she sat by my bedside all night. What have you done for me?" Chen Shi sneered at Chen Manjing. "The only birthday you celebrated for me after I returned to the Chen family was to compel me to sign a kidney donation agreement. When I had a high fever, you were preoccupied with throwing a birthday party for Chen Hao, leaving me abandoned at home. You never inquired about me, always casting blame upon me. I lived in the Chen household like walking on eggshells, terrified of upsetting you. The 3 years I spent in the Chen family were the most arduous of my life. Do you understand?" At this point, Chen Shi was nearly shouting. Chen Manjing bowed her head in silence, reflecting on his words. She realized, upon careful consideration, that Chen Shi's claims were valid. Previously, she had not paid much attention to her brother's life, thus failing to notice his struggles. As Chen Shi turned to leave, Chen Manjing called out to him, "Xiao Shi, come back. Apologize to our parents. Xiao Hao surely won't hold it against you. Once you return, we will make it up to you properly." Chen Manjing believed that as long as Chen Shi was willing to humble himself, they would still welcome him back. "To hell with your apology. I have nothing to apologize for. Get lost, or don't blame me for hitting you." At that moment, Chen Shi resembled an enraged lion, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chen Manjing was taken aback. She had never heard Chen Shi curse before, let alone threaten to strike someone. Until now, he had always been meek before them, fearful of expressing any anger. "Fine, this is yours. I'm returning it to you," Chen Manjing said, exasperated. Chen Shi noticed that she held a diary and a pendant. He paused, recognizing the diary as something he once cherished deeply, second only to the pendant. It contained records of his life after entering the Chen family, detailing every moment concerning his parents and sister. Throughout those 3 years, he had constantly monitored their lives, from their joys and sorrows to their preferences, down to the minutiae. He had been like a pitiful sycophant, striving to please them, hoping for just a glance in his direction. Yet in the end, their attention remained solely on Chen Hao, treating him as if he were invisible. Given this second chance at life, why should he demean himself further? Chen Shi scoffed coldly, snatching the items from Chen Manjing's hands and tossing them directly into the nearby trash bin. What worthless junk and eyesore. Chapter 13, Chen Manjing wept bitterly. She quietly observed as Chen Shi walked away, feeling as if all her energy had been drained, leaning against the car. Only when Chen Shi's figure vanished completely did she approach the trash bin to retrieve the diary and pendant. Upon returning home, she found the entire family gathered, chatting and laughing, a picture of harmony. Even Chen Iran, who had been slapped by Chen Shi just days before, wore a cheerful expression. Noticing Chen Manjing's subdued demeanor, Chen Shi asked, "Manjing, what is wrong? You seem a bit down." Chen Manjing merely smiled, refraining from answering the question, instead countering with a query. "What are you all discussing so merrily?" "Well, with Hao's birthday approaching, we are deliberating on how to celebrate it," Yang Qian replied, affectionately gazing at Chen Hao. "We are also pondering what birthday gift to present to Xiao Hao." "Third sister, have you decided what to give him?" Chen Iran eagerly inquired. Chen Manjing chuckled, shaking her head as she looked at Chen Hao. "I haven't thought of anything yet. If Xiao Hao desires a gift, tell your sister, and I shall procure it for you." Chen Hao cast a glance at the others, his eyes turning red. "I don't want anything. The only thing I wish for is for my brother to come home." Everyone was taken aback, as Chen Hao's gift request was utterly unexpected. Seeing her son so considerate, Yang Qian could not help but embrace Chen Hao. "Good boy. Mama will go find Xiao Shi and bring your brother back. Chen Jian too. was touched, reflecting, if that wayward child had even half of Hauer's sense, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Xiao Hao, why do you still care about him? Let him fend for himself. Chen Iran scoffed dismissively, her tone laced with disdain. Although letting him fend for himself is somewhat excessive, I believe he should be taught a lesson. We can no longer indulge him. Chen Shi concurred. Chen Shi, remaining silent until now, turned to Chen Manjing and asked, Manjing, have there been any developments regarding the search for a kidney for Xiao Hao? Yes, there is a lead. The matching rate is 4 points, which is quite decent. Chen Manjing replied candidly. Only 4 points? Isn't that rather low? Xiao Shi's was apparently 8 points, Yang Qian said, her brow furrowed with concern. While it may not pose a danger, there will certainly be a higher chance of rejection, Chen Manjing explained. However, it should not significantly affect normal life. A kidney transplant can proceed with a matching rate of 3 points. Generally, a matching rate of 3 to 4 points is considered acceptable. 5 points are relatively rare, and 6 points are exceedingly uncommon. A matching rate as high as 8 points, like Xiao Shi's, is almost unheard of. This means if Chen Hao receives a kidney from Chen Shi, he would be almost indistinguishable from a typical person. That still has an impact. This is unacceptable. We must ensure that Chen Shi donates a kidney to Xiao Hao, Chen Iran insisted. His existence is just a waste of resources. Chen Manjing had never felt such irritation towards her sister as she did at that moment. The words Chen Shi had spoken earlier echoed in her mind, along with his expression, which was filled with anger but also profound sorrow. This stirred her emotions. Chen Iran, shut your mouth. Have you treated him well? Do you even know that his birthday coincides with Xiao Hao's? While you are busy planning Xiao Hao's birthday party and buying gifts, have you ever thought of him? You didn't even remember his most basic birthday. On what grounds do you demand a kidney from him? Do you have no shame? In that instant, Chen Manjing could no longer control herself. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Although it seemed she was chastising her parents and sisters, in truth, she was venting at herself. At that moment, she finally comprehended the feelings behind Chen Shi's words at the school gate. It wasn't merely an outburst or anger. It was a profound sense of helplessness, a loneliness that stemmed from nobody caring. The others were left stunned by Chen Manjing's outburst, rendered speechless. The hall fell silent, with only the sound of Chen Manjing's cries reverberating. After a long while, Chen Manjing finally ceased her weeping. Chen Shi approached, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. Softly inquiring, Manjing, what's wrong today? Have you encountered something troubling? I visited Xiao Shi today, Chen Manjing sobbed. Chen Shi sighed. I had a feeling, recently. It seems you have been particularly concerned about him. Chen Manjing looked up at her elder sister, her tear-filled eyes searching. Sister, I don't know why, but after seeing Xiao Shi today, I felt as if he would never return. Memories of Chen Shi's resolute act of discarding his diary and pendant haunted her thoughts, and this notion lingered in her mind. Chen Shi gently patted Chen Manjing on the shoulder, offering consolation. Don't worry, I will find a way to bring him back. I will go look for him in the next few days. Shi, I will accompany you. We will bring Xiao Shi back together. Yang Qian chimed in after overhearing their exchange. Xiao Shi usually listens to me the most. I believe he won't be so heartless towards me. Chen Shi nodded in agreement. She helped the sobbing Chen Manjing to her feet and settled her on the sofa. Manjing, what are you holding in your hand? Chunjin noticed his daughter clutching a notebook and inquired. Oh, this? It's Xiao Shi's diary, Chen Manjing replied, lifting the notebook to show the others. This boy still keeps a diary. Let me see what he's written. Chen Jun reached out. Chen Manjing quickly shielded the notebook behind her back. Frowning, she retorted, Dad, this is Xiao Shi's privacy. Can't you show him even the most basic respect? Since acquiring the diary, Chen Manjing had not dared to peek at even a single page, despite her curiosity about the contents of Chen Shi's writings. However, a diary represents one's privacy and embodies fundamental respect that should not be infringed upon. Yet, even without opening it, one could surmise its contents. Most likely, it contained grievances against her and her sisters, given that Chen Shi had expressed that the years spent in the Chen household were the most painful of his life. This thought caused a pang of distress in Chen Manjing's heart. Chen Jun, however, appeared indifferent. What privacy could he possibly have? It's merely about eating, drinking, and trivial matters. What is the harm in taking a look? Indeed, Manjing, perhaps he has even recorded the jewelry we previously lost in his diary, Chen Shi chimed in. Although the jewelry and necklaces were valuable, they held little importance to her. Her curiosity was purely piqued by the desire to know where Chen Shi might have hidden those items and how he was utilizing them. The jewelry was not stolen by Xiao Shi. This statement escaped Chen Manjing's lips reflexively. Manjing, How do you know it wasn't Chen Shi who did it? Chen Shi questioned, puzzled. The items were not stolen by Chen Shi. Could have been Chen Hao instead? I don't know. All I know is that Xiao Shi wouldn't do such things, Chen Manjing asserted. Though she couldn't quite comprehend why she suddenly felt that Chen Shi was not that kind of person. Her only hope now lay in the DNA test results of Xiao Chui's bodily fluids. Chapter 14. Time to earn money. Not stolen by Chen Shi? Who else in this household would do such a thing? Chen Manjing's assertion failed to convince the others. Chen Shi, somewhat irate, directly challenged, Manjing. You aren't suspecting Xiao Hao, are you? Chen Manjing lowered her eyes and shook her head. Internally, she was uncertain, as compared to Chen Shi. Chen Hao had even less motive to engage in such acts. Moreover, they had never lost anything valuable before Chen Shi arrived in the Chen household. Since his appearance, valuable items had frequently gone missing. Considering Chen Shi's impoverished and challenging childhood, it was understandable if he had picked up some petty thieving habits. Chen Iran, after being scolded by Chen Manjing, fell silent and ceased to speak. At that moment, upon hearing Chen Manjing unjustly accuse Chen Hao, her temper flared. Third sister, not only do you doubt that Xiao Hao has violated Xiao Chui, but you also suspect him of theft. You have truly gone too far. What kind of potion has that little wretch concocted for you? Chen Zhen and Yang Xian were struck with immense astonishment. Manqing, how could you entertain such notions? You dare to suspect Hao? Yang Xian's tone was filled with disbelief. And that's not all. Third sister even collected Xiao Chui's bodily fluids for testing. As soon as Chen Ilian finished speaking, Chen Zhen slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. Nonsense. Are you out of your mind to even suspect Xiao Hao? Do you understand his situation? Seeing this, Yang Xian added, once Xiao Hao celebrates his birthday and comes of age, we will be engaged to the Qin family. How could he possibly engage in such sordid and vile acts? Chen Shi, noticing her parents' genuine anger, hurriedly intervened. Mom and Dad, Manqing's actions were merely impulsive, with no ill intent. We have complete faith in Xiao Hao. Regardless, you have harmed Xiao Hao. Apologize to him at once, Chen Zhen commanded in a grave tone. Recognizing the irrationality of her accusations against her brother, who had lived with them for 18 years, Chen Manqing felt a pang of guilt. Xiao Hao, I'm sorry, I did not mean it that way. At that moment, Chen Hao appeared dazed, lost in thought, as if he were in another realm. When he finally came to his senses, he found the entire family staring at him. Yang Qian, believing that Chen Hao was saddened, quickly embraced him. You all have driven Xiao Shi away. Are you now going to cast Xiao Hao out as well? As she spoke, her eyes grew misty with tears. Chen Shi rushed to comfort her. Mom, please don't be upset. Tomorrow we will bring Xiao Shi back. As the school bell rang that evening, before the teacher had even officially dismissed the class, Chen Shi grabbed his backpack and dashed to the stairway. Waiting for a brief moment at the stairs, he spotted Jiang Yan screaming as she rushed down from upstairs. Once they met, they hurriedly exited the school gates and sprinted towards the bus station. If the teacher did not prolong the class and they ran swiftly, they would just catch the next bus, arriving home a full half-hour earlier. This way, they could prepare dinner before Jiang Nanxing returned from work, sparing her the need to rush home and cook. After dinner, they would have to hurriedly set up their stall. Chen Shi was considered a troubled student, frequently arriving late or leaving early, and the teacher had long categorized him as a waste of space. Consequently, he had already given up on any attempts to reform him. Thus, he consistently left class punctually. Conversely, Jiang Yan had always been a model student, obedient and law-abiding, consistently ranking among the top 10 in her grade. Since discovering that Chen Shi was a hidden genius, she, under his encouragement, also began leaving early. After all, if there was anything she didn't understand, Chen Shi had assured her she could always ask him. After several instances, the teacher even called Jiang Nanxing to discuss Jiang Yan's behavior. Otherwise, she risked becoming just another student listed among the failures. Jiang Nanxing responded perfunctorily and then neglected the matter. Upon arriving home, Chen Shi and Jiang Yan began preparing dinner. Both were children of humble means, and cooking and household chores were mere trifles for them. Though Jiang Yan was only a few months younger than Chen Shi, her personality was still somewhat childlike, innocent, kind-hearted, and endearing. During their childhood, whenever Jiang Nanxing was away from home, it was Chen Shi who took care of Jiang Yan. Soon, they managed to finish dinner just before Jiang Nanxing returned home. The meal consisted of a dish of hollow vegetable, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 2 braised chicken legs, and a bowl of tofu soup. This was their dinner. Before long, Jiang Nanxing trudged home, weary from the day's toil. Each time Chen Shi saw her, his heart ached. He felt entirely responsible for the hardships Jiang Nanxing endured, and an overwhelming sense of guilt consumed him. Although Jiang Nanxing was only 28, She was no longer young and showed no interest in dating. She was exceptionally beautiful, perhaps the most stunning woman Chen Shi had ever encountered. Even without any adornment, she could effortlessly draw the attention of many as she walked down the street. Throughout this time, she had encountered numerous suitors, yet she had rejected them all without exception. Chen Shi had once inquired about her reasoning. Jiang Nanqing's response was that she would wait until both he and Jiang Yin reached adulthood and successfully enrolled in university before considering such matters. The three of them gathered around the table, eating and chatting cheerfully. Chen Shi felt a profound sense of happiness within, with Jiang Nanqing and Jiang Yin by his side. He needed nothing more than the Chen family's bicycle. However, as they reached the chicken legs, a dilemma arose. With 3 people present and only 2 chicken legs, how would they divide them? Chen Shi, quick on his feet, swiftly placed 1 chicken leg in Jiang Nanqing's bowl. Yet at the same moment, Jiang Nanqing also moved, placing the other chicken leg in Chen Shi's bowl. Their actions coincided almost perfectly, resulting in an amusing scene where their arms crossed, as if each were attempting to snatch the food from the other's bowl. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sister Nanqing, you still have to go out and set up the stall tonight. You should have a chicken leg, Chen Shi insisted earnestly. You and Yin Yin are still growing. You both should eat. Jiang Nanqing would not yield an inch. Jiang Yin's gaze darted between the two before she reached into Chen Shi's bowl and took a big bite of the chicken leg, placing the remainder back into Chen Shi's bowl. Sister is an adult. I and Gidge are children, so sharing 1 leg is more than enough. It's just 1 chicken leg. Why fight over it? Once I earn a fortune, I'll start a chicken farm, and you can have as many as you want. Jiang Nanqing and Chen Shi exchanged a glance, chuckling as they continued their meal. It was not that they were so impoverished that they could not afford chicken legs. Rather, it was simply that only 2 remained at home. Nonetheless, poverty was indeed a reality. Jiang Yin's mention of making a fortune served as a timely reminder for Chen Shi. He needed to think of ways to earn money. He could not allow Jiang Nanqing to continue suffering so. As the only man in the family, he must shoulder certain responsibilities. Chapter 15. What are you looking at? After dinner, Jiang Nanqing went out to set up her stall, while Jiang Yin diligently worked on her assignments. Chen Shi, meanwhile, opened his phone to browse the news and delve into the nation's economic development history. Through this study, he made an exciting discovery. The historical trajectory of Blue Star bore a striking resemblance to that of Earth in his previous life, with an overlap of over 90%. It was akin to 2 parallel worlds. This revelation thrilled Chen Shi. Although events in the 2 worlds diverged, the overarching narrative remained unchanged. This meant that while major events aligned, smaller details varied randomly. For instance, he could predict when a certain country would fall or when an area might experience an earthquake. Thus, endeavors like lottery tickets and stock trading, which relied heavily on minute details, would yield the same blind luck for him as for anyone else. Ultimately, Chen Shi's attention turned to real estate. He recognized that property prices at this time were relatively low. If the trend continued unchanged, prices would inevitably skyrocket this year. Therefore, the method he envisioned for easy wealth accumulation was to buy properties aggressively. The thought of this filled him with exhilaration. However, a formidable challenge loomed before him: the question of where to procure the funds for buying a house. He currently had not a single penny to his name, let alone a substantial sum. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, Chen Shi leaned back in his chair, feeling utterly defeated. At that moment, Jiang Yin suddenly entered. Wrapping her arms around his neck from behind, resting her head on his shoulder, her voice sweet and coaxing. Brother, I want to sleep with you tonight. Chen Shi was taken aback and hastily declined. Yin Yin, we cannot sleep together. Why not? Didn't we always sleep together before? Why can't we now? Chen Shi felt a throbbing headache and had to explain earnestly. Yin Yin, we are both adults now. Sleeping together casually could lead to complications. Jiang Yin didn't comprehend, insisting that simply sleeping together could not cause any trouble. Is it because you think I sleep poorly, so you want to share a bed with me? She squinted at Chen Shi, pointing her finger at him. Chen Shi stumbled over his words, at a loss for what to say. I don't care. I'm sleeping in your room tonight. Faced with Jiang Yin's unreasonable insistence, Chen Shi felt utterly helpless. By the time Jiang Nanqing returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. She entered the bedroom only to find Jiang Yin missing from her bed, prompting her to head to Chen Shi's room. When she laid eyes on the scene in the room, she nearly burst into laughter. There lay Chen Shi and Jiang Yin, sprawled across the bed in disarray. Jiang Yin was clinging to Chen Shi's leg, while Chen Shi had Jiang Yin's toes stuffed in his nostrils. They were so intertwined that they seemed one entity, indistinguishable from one another. Jiang Nanqing sighed in resignation and painstakingly tucked them in with a blanket before quietly closing the door behind her. The next day was a weekend, and Chen Shi woke up rather late. Upon awakening, he noticed a salty taste in his mouth. Looking closer, he discovered Jiang Yin's foot lodged in his mouth, which he disdainfully pushed away. He chose not to rouse Jiang Yin and proceeded to wash up. At that moment, Jiang Nanqing had already left for work, striving to earn more money without a day off throughout the year. As Chen Shi gazed at the breakfast Jiang Nanqing had prepared, his resolve to make money intensified. While Chen Shi was enjoying his breakfast, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find Qin Qingma standing there. She appeared equally perplexed upon seeing Chen Shi. After bowing slightly, she stated, "I'm here to find Yin Yin." Qin Qingma's knowledge of Chen Shi was limited to what she had heard from Chen Hao, that he was the son of the Chen family as housekeeper. Additionally, she had often seen Chen Shi and Jiang Yin playing together at school, noting their close relationship. However, she remained oblivious to why Jiang Yin referred to Chen Shi as brother, nor did she care to inquire further. She had come to Jiang Yin's house today because they had previously arranged to study together over the weekend. Beauty often attracts beauty. Both Qin Qingma and Jiang Yin were exquisite young ladies, excelling in their studies, which naturally led them to bond. After explaining her purpose, Chen Shi let her in. He then proceeded to his room, giving Jiang Yin a gentle kick to wake her. Jiang Yin emerged, her hair tousled and drooling slightly, appearing as if she had just awakened. "Brother, why did you nibble on my toes again while we were sleeping last night?" she mumbled, completely ignoring Qin Qingma on the sofa. At that moment, Qin Qingma's expression changed dramatically, her eyes wide with shock as she scrutinized the two. Chen Shi cleared his throat awkwardly and reminded her, "Yin Yin, your classmate is here to see you." It was only then that Jiang Yin noticed Qin Qingma's presence. Not minding the peculiar gaze of the Qin family's young lady, she promptly sat beside her and hugged her. "Qingma, you came so early." "It's not early. It's nearly 10. Let us get started on our exercises," Qin Qingma replied with a smile. "All right, just wait for me a moment. I'll wash my face." With that, Jiang Yin dashed toward the bathroom to freshen up. While the two girls diligently worked on their problems, Chen Shi sat nearby, engrossed in his phone. Whenever Jiang Yin encountered difficulties, she sought Chen Shi's assistance. He consistently provided her with several problem-solving methods and meticulously explained the thought process behind each solution. Throughout this exchange, Qin Qingma's gaze toward him grew increasingly astonished and curious. As noon approached, Chen Shi chose not to interrupt them and busied himself preparing lunch. Although Qin Qingma initially intended to leave, Jiang Yin insisted she stay. "Qingma, you must try this. It's my brother's signature tomato and egg stir-fry. And this one too. My brother's specialty is onion and egg stir-fry. Oh, and the seaweed egg soup is delightful. Give it a taste." Jiang Yin bustled about, praising Chen Shi's culinary skills while serving Qin Qingma. Does your brother have a fondness for eggs?" Qin Qingma finally couldn't hold back and glanced at Chen Shi, inquiring. Chen Shi, feeling slightly embarrassed, kept his head down, silently pushing his food around. The pantry was nearly empty, with only eggs remaining. He had intended to go grocery shopping today, but in the midst of scrolling through property listings, he lost track of time. "No, it's just that we only have eggs left," Jiang Yin replied nonchalantly. "Oh, I see," Qin Qingma replied awkwardly, and the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. After eating for a while, Jiang Yin suddenly asked, "Brother, I saw you looking at houses on your phone earlier. You're not thinking of buying a house, are you?" Chen Shi didn't refute her, casually replying, "Yeah, but unfortunately, I'm broke." "Why buy a house? It costs so much money. I think renting is perfectly fine," Jiang Yin pouted. Chen Shi smiled and said, "Who says a house must be for living? It can also be an investment." He knew Jiang Yin wouldn't grasp the concept. He merely threw it out there, unaware that Qin Qingma lifted her head, staring at him in bewilderment. Sensing Qin Qingma's gaze, Chen Shi provocatively asked, "What are you looking at?" Chapter 16. Go eat that pile of dog shit, and I'll head back. Perhaps due to Qin Qingma being Chen Hao's fiancée, Chen Shi harbored an inexplicable animosity toward her, despite Chen Shi's attitude. Qin Qingma was not offended. The reason his words caught her attention was that just a few days prior, she overheard her family discussing the imminent seismic shifts in the real estate industry. For affluent families who had navigated the business world for generations, they often possessed an extraordinary foresight. However, Chen Shi was merely an ordinary student, and the fact that he could perceive such things astonished her immensely. At that moment, Chen Shi spoke again. "Qin School Beauty, could you lend me some money?" After contemplating, he could not think of a swift way to acquire funds. He figured he might as well try his luck and see if he could borrow money from Qin Qingma. If it didn't work out, so be it. "You want to buy a house?" "Uh-huh. How much do you need?" Naturally, the more, the better, which was Chen Shi's true sentiment. But he felt too shy to articulate it. "Let us start with 300,000. Chen Shi calculated that decent properties in slightly better locations were about 100 per square meter. A 100 square meter unit would cost roughly 300,000. After purchasing the house, he could take out a loan and then buy some cheaper properties slated for demolition. All right. Qin Qingma agreed without hesitation. Jiang Yin exclaimed, "Brother, how can you borrow money from Qingma? Didn't Ti's sister, Nanxing, always teach you not to rely on others? Have you not listened?" "Yin Yin, that is not how you use that saying." Chen Shi sighed in exasperation. "Chen Shi, how about this? You tutor me for times a week. On ordinary evenings and throughout the weekends, you shall tutor me in solving problems. This arrangement shall continue until the conclusion of the college entrance examination, for which I shall compensate you with 300,000 as tuition." Qin Qingma proposed. "No problem," Chen Shi replied, fearing that Qin Qingma might retract her offer. He promptly grasped her hand and performed a gesture of solidarity. With a month comprising 4 weeks and 4 sessions per week, there remained 3 months until the examination. By this calculation, he could earn 25,000 weekly, with little effort required, rendering it akin to picking up money. However, the condition is that the payment must be made in advance. Chen Shi stipulated. "All right, provide me with your account number," Qin Qingma said, retrieving her phone to initiate the transfer. Before long, Chen Shi received a notification of the 30,000 deposit. Although Chen Shi was now affluent, Jiang Yin felt elated, yet struggled to comprehend Qin Qingma's rationale. "Qingma, your grades are already at the top of your cohort. You are bound to be the valedictorian of Linhai City this year. Why do you still need additional tutoring?" Qin Qingma merely shook her head, asserting that while scoring 99 points might be effortless, achieving a perfect score of 100 was a formidable challenge. "My goal is to be the top scholar nationwide." Chen Shi admired her lofty aspirations with a thumbs up. Despite this, it was important to note that Qin Qingma was Chen Hao's fiancée, a fact that he found distasteful. Yet he bore no ill will towards wealth. Just then, Chen Shi's phone rang, revealing it to be Chen Hao. He quickly hung up and blocked the number. Shortly thereafter, the phone rang again. This time it was Chen Shi. He hung up and blocked her as well. A few moments later, the phone rang once more. It was his mother, Yang Qian. Jiang Yin inquired curiously, "Brother, who is it? Why don't you answer the call?" Chen Shi hesitated before answering. "What is it?" His voice was devoid of warmth or emotional fluctuation. "Xiao Shi, your sisters and I are downstairs. Please come down for a moment. We have something to discuss with you." Chen Shi approached the window and glanced below, spotting Chen Manqing's Maserati parked outside, with Chen Manqing and Chen Shi standing beside the car. "I have nothing to discuss with you. Please leave at once." Just as he spoke, Qin Qingma and Jiang Yan arrived as well. "Oh, isn't that Sister Manqing and Sister Yuan? What brings them here?" Qin Qingma inquired, puzzled. Chen Shi cast a glance at her and spoke into the phone. "I will come down now." He feared that if he did not comply, Yang Qian and Chen Manqing would not depart. There were matters he wished to keep from Qin Qingma. Should the truth come to light, the Chen family might hold him accountable for the engagement, which would spell disaster. Since entering the Chen household, he had come to understand the adage that entering a wealthy family is akin to plunging into deep waters. Even as the biological son, he was treated worse than a mere animal within the Chen family. If he were to marry Qin Qingma and enter her family, given his status, the outcome was all too predictable. He would not degrade himself further by belittling his own worth. Moreover, is it not preferable to be free and unrestrained? Why should one bind themselves in the shackles of marriage? After instructing Jiang Yin and the others to remain at home to continue their studies, he hurried downstairs. At the base of the complex. "What is it? Speak quickly and leave afterward." Upon Chen Shi's arrival, Yang Qian, supporting Chen Hao, also descended from the car. "Xiao Shi, your mother has come today in hopes that you will return home with her." Chen Shi's expression remained impassive as he replied, "Madam Yang, I kindly request that you maintain your dignity and refrain from overstepping boundaries." Chen Shi's cutting tone incited Chen Shi's ire. "Chen Shi, how can you speak so disrespectfully? Address her as mother at once." Chen Manqing's brow furrowed as she added, "Xiao Shi, speaking like this will only hurt your mother." Chen Shi scanned the group before stating, "A week ago, Mr. Chen and I signed an agreement to sever our parental ties. From that moment onward, we have had no relation. I shall refer to her as Madam Yang. What is wrong with that? Xiao Shi, do not utter such words. You will always be your mother's child. Please soften your stance, admit your mistakes, and return home with her." As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Chen Shi's hand. Chen Shi forcefully shook her off, retreating a couple of steps as he countered, "Why should I apologize?" Yang Qian's hand hung in the air, and she sighed helplessly. "Very well. I do not require your apology. It is all my fault. Please do not remain angry with your mother." Chen Shi smiled, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. "If you believe you are at fault, then please enlighten me as to where your transgressions lie." Yang Qian hesitated for a moment, tears streaming down her cheeks, before finally speaking. It is my failure to properly guide you, leading you astray and causing you to make mistakes. Yang Qian's expression was one of profound anguish. However, it is not too late to amend the situation. Manqing has already resolved the matter with Xiao Cui. You need not bear any responsibility. Just return with me and treat Hauer well, and we can revert to how things were before. At that moment, he finally comprehended that his biological mother did not even grasp what he truly needed or lacked. Perhaps, deep down, she recognized that her other son was of greater significance to her. Chen Hao, supporting the distraught Yang Qian, earnestly promised, as long as brother is willing to return, I will do anything. Chen Shi scoffed. Do your words hold any weight? Of course they do. I have never considered contesting anything with my brother. My wish is simple, for our family to coexist harmoniously and joyfully. I would even be willing to die for it. As Chen Hao spoke, he pretended to be heartbroken, wiping his eyes. Yet, after a prolonged effort, not a single tear fell. Such theatrics made Chen Shi contemplate whether he needed eye drops. Nonetheless, this charade proved effective on Yang Qian and Chen Manqing, who rushed to comfort Chen Hao, urging him not to speak foolishly. Chen Shi chuckled and turned his gaze toward a pile of dog excrement not far away, his tone playful as he remarked, Look, there's a pile of dog feces over there. If you eat it, I will return with you. Chapter 17. I am the son of a housekeeper. Chen Shi, you have gone too far. How can you make Xiao Hao do such a thing? Chen Shi scolded angrily. Chen Shi paid her no mind, fixating his gaze on Chen Hao. You are quite the actor, are you not? When it comes to the notion of death, you truly put on a performance, acting as if your life were at stake. Now, I'm curious to see what this adopted son will do. Chen Shi's heart was filled with cold amusement. Noticing Chen Hao frozen in place, hesitating to take action, Chen Shi urged, You said it yourself. You would do anything, considering how much Madame Yang cares for you. I would not dare impose an excessive demand. Merely eating that pile of dog feces would be such a trivial wish. Surely you would not deny your brother this? Chen Hao hesitated, taking a step forward, only to retreat again, looking pitifully at Yang Qian. Yang Qian swiftly pulled him closer. Xiao Shi, you have truly gone too far this time. Why do you persist in targeting Xiao Hao? He has always treated you well and cared for you, yet you force him into such a position. Mother has truly misjudged you. Chen Shi nearly burst into laughter, dismissing her with disdain. You have never paid me any attention. How could you misjudge me? Xiao Shi, you are your mother's son. How could she not pay attention to you? When you say such things, it truly pains your mother. Yang Qian disagreed with Chen Shi's sentiments. Although she had lost him for 15 years and felt a deep sense of guilt, she had made efforts to make amends since his arrival at the Chen household. In her attempts to prevent Chen Hao from feeling neglected, she had strived to treat them equally, never perceiving any bias towards Chen Hao, and could not fathom why Chen Shi harbored such resentment. After much contemplation, she could only conclude that it was due to Chen Shi's own shortcomings, a heart too narrow to accommodate understanding. Since you were so concerned about me, may I inquire what my preferences and aversions are, as well as my hobbies? Chen Shi asked. At this, Yang Qian was utterly flabbergasted. She strained to recollect, but could not recall Chen Shi's likes or dislikes. If it were Chen Hao, she could have replied instantly. Observing Yang Qian lost in thought, Chen Shi turned his attention to Chen Shi and Chen Manqing, inquiring, And what about you? Are you aware of my preferences? Chen Shi scoffed dismissively. How would I know what you like? However, Chen Manqing lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Shi's gaze. While you may be oblivious to my tastes, I, on the other hand, know you quite well, Chen Shi remarked, addressing Chen Shi. Miss Chen Eyre, you have a penchant for sour flavors. You always consume a lemon before tackling a writing assignment, as it stimulates your mind and ignites inspiration. He then turned to Chen Manqing, saying, And you, Miss Chen San, are unfortunately allergic to lemons. Even a minuscule amount will cause you to break out in a rash. Chen Manqing was taken aback, for although she was allergic to lemons, only her parents were privy to this information. How did Chen Shi come to know? She remembered an incident when she unknowingly used a plate that had contained lemons to serve fruit, but the amount she ingested was minimal, resulting in only a mild reaction. She was astonished that Chen Shi had noticed such a detail. Chen Shi then gazed at Yang Qian, contemplating for a moment before stating, Madame Yang, you enjoy dancing. This is common knowledge, I presume. Both Chen Manqing and Chen Shi looked up in surprise at Yang Qian, for they had been completely unaware of their mother's hobby. Yang Qian herself was astonished. Ever since marrying into the Chen family, she had ceased to dance. She too wondered how Chen Shi had come to this realization. Little Shi, this is something I have never divulged to you. How did you find out? I know because I pay attention, Chen Shi replied calmly. Tears brimmed in Yang Qian's eyes. her trembling body yearning to embrace Chen Shi, but he evaded her grasp. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing, however, kept their heads bowed in silence. Chen Shi surveyed the group before finally fixing his gaze on Chen Hao. All right, I have afforded you the opportunity. Since your Hauer is unwilling to partake, you may as well leave. At last, Yang Qian could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward and enveloped Chen Shi in her arms, pleading, "Little Shi, I beg you, come home with me. I cannot bear to part with you." Just then, a sharp voice interjected, "Hey you, let him go." Seizing the moment that Yang Qian was momentarily distracted, Chen Shi swiftly extricated himself and stepped back. "Yin Yin, what brings you here?" He regarded Jiang Yin and Qin Xingma, who had suddenly appeared, with a look of resignation. Jiang Yin stood protectively in front of Chen Shi, arms outstretched, declaring, "Brother, do not be afraid. I will protect you." Qin Xingma greeted the others, Aunt Yang, Sister Shui, Sister Manqing, Chen Hao. The group was taken aback by Qin Xingma's sudden appearance and her apparent familiarity with Chen Shi. Especially Chen Hao, whose face turned ashen. "Xingma, what are you doing here?" Yang Qian asked anxiously, fearing that Chen Shi's identity might be uncovered by the Qin family, which would jeopardize the engagement between Chen Hao and Qin Xingma. "I came to my classmate's house to do homework," Qin Xingma replied, glancing at Jiang Yin. "By the way, Aunt Yang, is there something you need from Chen Shi?" At this question, the group collectively exhaled, relieved that the other party was unaware of the truth. They hesitated in their response, fearful that a misstep might provoke Chen Shi into revealing everything. Observing their flustered expressions, Chen Shi suddenly broke into a smile, albeit a rather forlorn one. "I am merely the son of the family's maid, initially employed by them, but they have proven to be quite unkind. Now, I wish to leave, as they have gone back on their word and continue to pester me incessantly." Upon hearing Chen Shi's explanation, the group breathed easier, though Chen Manqing remained with her head down. Chen Hao, his demeanor improving considerably, smiled at Qin Xingma. "Xingma, I've been unwell these past few days and took sick leave. We haven't seen each other in some time. Would you like to catch a movie tonight?" "No, since you are unwell. It would be best for you to recuperate at home. I also need to study." Qin Xingma declined. Yang Qian, fearing that lingering any longer might lead to unforeseen complications, urged Chen Hao into the car. She dared not glance at Chen Shi, worried that Qin Xingma might sense something amiss. "Manqing, let us go," Chen Shi urged, gently tugging at the distracted Chen Manqing. Only then did Chen Manqing snap back to reality, but when she looked up, Chen Shi noticed her sister's eyes were red-rimmed, as if she had recently wept. Before departing, Chen Manqing, unwilling to give up, made one last attempt. "Little Shi, will you come home with us?" Yet her plea seemed to ignite the pent-up frustration within Chen Shi. "Miss Chun-san, are you ever not bothersome? You cling to me like a stubborn piece of gum. Did I not refrain from hitting you yesterday? Have you come here seeking punishment today? Just leave." The last exclamation was nearly a shout. Chapter 18. A chance encounter at the cinema. In the car, Chen Hao was visibly dejected after being rejected by Qin Xingma. Yang Qian, noticing his forlorn expression, assumed it was due to Chen Shi's absence. She comforted him by wrapping an arm around his shoulders. "Little Hao, do not be disheartened. One day, your brother will return." Chen Hao feigned a sorrowful demeanor, replying, "Yes, I will continue to work hard and excel, so that he understands my feelings." "Oh, you dear child," Yang Qian thought, genuinely pleased, for although Chen Shi may not have thrived, Chen Hao was remarkably considerate. She felt a wave of gratitude. "By the way, didn't you mention wanting to see a movie? I will have your sister take you tonight," Yang Qian suggested. Chen Hao considered declining. He merely sought an excuse to arrange a date with Qin Xingma, not particularly interested in the film. "All right, I understand you're thoughtful, but you cannot remain cooped up in the house, studying all day. That would turn you into a bookworm. It is essential to relax occasionally," Yang Qian insisted. "Very well. I shall heed Mother's advice," Chen Hao acquiesced. "Little Hao, I must finish my writing tonight. My readers are urging me on, and I am at a critical point in my story. The overbearing CEO loves me. If I miss a deadline, my readers may threaten to send me sharp objects," Chen Shi explained, her focus on the road, feeling rather glum. "Not to worry. Your elder sister and Ran are home today. They can accompany you this evening," Yang Qian assured him. After Yang Qian and the others departed, Chen Shi and the others continued their studies at home. Although the events of the day had been peculiar, Qin Xingma did not pry further. In the afternoon, Chen Shi took the opportunity to purchase some groceries. By the time Jiang Nanxing returned from work, Chen Shi had prepared dinner. The four of them joyfully enjoyed their meal together. At Chen Shi's request, Jiang Yin refrained from discussing the matter involving Yang Qian and the others with Jiang Nanxing, as Chen Shi wished to spare him any worry. After dinner, Jiang Nanxing set up her stall. Jiang Yin suggested going to the movies. Chen Shi felt somewhat fatigued and was reluctant to go out. But upon seeing Jiang Yin's excited demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to dampen her spirits and agreed. Qin Qingma, what about you? Would you care to join us for the film? Jiang Yin inquired, seeking Qin Qingma's opinion. Chen Shi had assumed that with the two of them going out, Qin Qingma would surely prefer to return home to study, especially since she had just declined Chen Hao's invitation under the pretense of needing to study. To his surprise, however, Qin Qingma did not hesitate and expressed her desire to join them. Chen Shi queried skeptically, "Did you not mention earlier that you had studying to do this evening?" Qin Qingma merely smiled. "What I said at noon has no bearing on the evening. I've suddenly changed my mind." Chen Shi shook his head, pondering that indeed. Women are capricious, and their words should not be taken at face value. Instead of calling for a driver, Qin Qingma chose to accompany Chen Shi and Jiang Yin on the bus. The time around dinner coincided precisely with the rush hour. The bus was already overcrowded, and managing to squeeze in was a feat in itself, let alone hoping for a seat. To shield both women from unwanted advances, Chen Shi wrapped an arm around each of them, drawing them protectively close. Upon disembarking, he noticed their cheeks were inexplicably flushed, reminiscent of a monkey's rear. Chen Shi speculated that the stuffiness of the bus was to blame. Arriving at the cinema, they found the timing impeccable. After their tickets were verified, they hurried to the screening room. After the film concluded, Chen Shi, Chen Iran, and Chen Hao returned to the cinema's lounge area. Chen Shi and Chen Iran initially intended to visit the restroom, but were suddenly startled by Chen Hao's exclamation. They turned to follow his gaze and saw Chen Shi emerging from the ticket verification exit, flanked by two girls, one of whom was Qin Qingma. The trio appeared to be in high spirits, laughing and chatting animatedly. Having already learned about the day's events from Chen Shi, Chen Shi and Chen Iran were aware of the burgeoning relationship between Qin Qingma and Chen Shi. Nevertheless, encountering them in the cinema still took them by surprise. When Chen Hao observed Chen Shi in the company of Qin Qingma, a flash of malice crossed his eyes, but he quickly masked it. Forcing a smile, he waved at Chen Shi as he approached. Chen Shi and Chen Iran followed suit. Originally, Chen Shi had intended to seek out Chen Shi that day, but was delayed by work matters and had not been able to do so. Since Chen Shi had left the Chen family, Chen Shi had not seen her brother. As Chen Hao and the others approached, Chen Shi had no inclination to engage, but Qin Qingma halted. "Chen Shi Ji," Chen Hao called out warmly, appending Ji to his name as a form of address, which was reasonable enough not to arouse Qin Qingma's suspicion. His attention then shifted solely to Qin Qingma. "Qingma, did you not say you had studying to do? Why have you come out to watch a movie?" "I grew weary of studying and wished to unwind," Qin Qingma replied casually. However, Chen Hao harbored a different interpretation. Witnessing the jovial interaction between Qin Qingma and Chen Shi ignited a profound sense of insecurity within him. She did not choose to date him, but was instead at the cinema with Chen Shi. A wave of jealousy surged within him, and he felt a dark cloud of resentment looming overhead. Qin Qingma was his idol, and he would not allow her to be taken from him, especially not by Chen Shi. With this thought, his gaze hardened once more. Although it lasted but a fleeting moment, Chen Shi caught the shift in Chen Hao's expression. At this juncture, Chen Shi and Chen Iran also arrived, first greeting Qin Qingma before diverting their attention to Chen Shi. Before Chen Shi could speak, Chen Iran scoffed, muttering about the misfortune of encountering a little beast. Though her voice was low, Chen Shi heard her clearly. Chen Shi shot Chen Iran a disapproving look and admonished, "Be quiet. Saying less will not harm you." Chen Iran, cowed by her elder sister's authority, pouted in silence. "Xiao Shi, would you care to accompany me back to the Chen family?" With Qin Qingma present, Chen Shi hesitated to be too direct. Chen Shi, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Your mother has already contacted me today. Are you aware of that?" Upon hearing Chen Shi refer to Yang Qian in such a manner, Chen Shi's brow furrowed. If she knew, she ought to understand that he was merely the son of a servant. Given that he was just a subordinate, why did they care so much? It would be better to let him fend for himself. Chen Shi deliberately emphasized the status to remind Chen Shi not to reveal any slip-ups before Qin Qingma. Chen Shi grasped Chen Shi's insinuation, yet for reasons unknown, a profound sadness began to take root within her heart, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. Chen Iran, having inherited Chen Zhen's temperament, was prone to bouts of irritability. When angered, she did not heed the consequences. If you understand your servant, then act like one and obey properly, got it? Chapter 19. I absolutely do not agree to his return to the Chen family. Chen Shi, upon hearing this, was infuriated. He instinctively raised his hand to strike Chen Iran, but caught sight of Qin Qingma beside him and restrained himself. A slap in that moment would only complicate matters further. Sensing the tension in the air, Qin Qingma suddenly interjected, Nien Nien, I need to use the restroom. Would you care to join me? Having consumed an entire cup of cola during the film, Jiang Yin felt the urge, but was reluctant to leave Chen Shi alone to face potential harassment. At that moment, to her surprise, Chen Shi also expressed the need to visit the restroom. Grabbing Chen Iran's hand, she led the four of them towards the lavatory. Once the four had wandered off, Chen Shi's facade crumbled. What's the matter? With everyone gone, why pretend to be meek? Go, what are you saying? I don't understand. Chen Hao feigned innocence, his demeanor pitiful. You don't understand? You were the one who violated Xiao Chui and then framed me for it. Chen Shi shot Chen Hao a scornful glance. Chen Hao continued to deny it. Go, how could you think that of me? I would never do such a thing. Stop pretending. Do you want me to beat the truth out of you? As Chen Shi raised his hand, Chen Hao's eyes reddened, tears welling up. Yeah, please don't hit me. I'm weak. If you injure me, our parents will be heartbroken. I cannot guarantee what they might do. Chen Shi was taken aback, surprised by the unexpected nature of Chen Hao's threat. What, are you threatening me now? He stepped closer, attempting to intimidate him. Chen Hao, feeling a twinge of fear, instinctively stepped back but kept his gaze fixed on the direction of the restroom, as if anticipating something. Finally, when he spotted the figures of Chen Shi and the others emerging, instead of running towards them, he charged in the opposite direction, straight into Chen Shi's embrace. Chen Shi froze momentarily. By the time he reacted, Chen Hao collided with him and tumbled to the ground, wailing with a mix of snot and tears. Chen Shi, please don't hit me anymore. It hurts so much. What? Are you putting on a show for whom? Chen Shi questioned in confusion. In the next moment, he understood. Chen Shi, what are you doing? Chen Shi and Chen Iran rushed over, positioning themselves protectively beside Chen Hao, particularly Iran, whose eyes blazed with fury, as if she could incinerate Chen Shi with her glare. In the tender years of childhood, how could you strike Chen Hao, knowing full well his frail constitution? Chen Shi's visage was fraught with disappointment. Who struck him? He fell of his own volition. Chen Shi replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. We clearly witnessed the act, and yet you attempt to deny it. Chen Iran exclaimed, her agitation palpable. Sister, why waste your breath on him? He is nothing more than an ungrateful beast. With that, she knelt down, her expression a mixture of concern as she checked on Chen Hao's condition. Sister, fourth sister, do not blame brother Chen Shi. It was not intentional. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon me for being so weak that a mere push caused my downfall. As Chen Hao spoke, tears that had been teetering on the brink of spilling finally cascaded down his cheeks in torrents. At that moment, Qin Qingma and Jiang Yin hurried over. Jiang Yin remained relatively unfazed, well acquainted with the intricacies of Chen Shi and the Chen family. However, Qin Qingma was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the underlying dynamics, sensing a disquieting discord between Chen Shi and the Chen family. Chen Shi, I declare here and now that you shall never return to the Chen household. Chen Iran, consumed by her fury, completely overlooked Qin Qingma's presence until Chen Shi nudged her with her foot, prompting her to regain her awareness. Fourth sister, you must not say such things. Although brother Chen Shi has wronged Xiao Chui, he has been a part of our family for quite some time. To cast him out like this is truly cruel. Chen Hao's words were accompanied by a furtive glance towards Qin Qingma. Indeed, upon hearing about Xiao Chui, Qin Qingma's eyes widened in shock as she fixed her gaze on Chen Shi. Chen Hao had deliberately mentioned the incident, intending to obliterate Chen Shi's standing in Qin Qingma's eyes, thereby alleviating his own fear of losing her to Chen Shi. Chen Shi looked at Chen Hao bewildered. She could not fathom why he would bring such a matter to light. If the incident involving Xiao Chui were to be exposed, Chen Shi's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Even if he were to reveal his true identity later, he would merely be the subject of ridicule among the affluent families. Furthermore, Chen Shi would forever be branded a perpetrator, unable to redeem himself. Such malice was unfathomable. Was Chen Hao intent on ruining Chen Shi? Chen Shi refused to believe that her once sweet and obedient brother could harbor such venomous intentions. Surely, he could not have meant it, for it must have slipped from his lips in a moment of panic after being struck by Chen Shi. To treat a beast with kindness is folly. Xiao Hao, your compassion is your weakness, allowing him to bully you. You shall no longer speak on his behalf. Chen Iran admonished, her voice laced with authority. Jiang Yin, overhearing their unfounded accusations against her brother, trembled with indignation. Her fair complexion flushed crimson, fists clenched in fervor. You shall not malign my brother any further. Jiang Yin's voice rang out, a clarion call that drew the attention of all in the vicinity. Chen Shi and the others were momentarily taken aback by the force of her outburst. He had not anticipated such fiery determination from the girl. As for Chen Iran and Chen Hao's words, he felt little impact. Regarding Qin Qingma's perception of the Xiao Chui incident, he remained indifferent. As long as Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Yin believed in him, that was sufficient. Whoever speaks ill of me shall face the consequences. I have ample evidence to refute such claims. Chen Iran, undeterred, rose to confront Jiang Yin. You are unjustly accusing him. My brother could never commit such an act. Jiang Yin, her anger palpable, retorted like a puffed-up pufferfish. Chen Hao, lying on the ground, coughed weakly, attempting to defend Chen Shi. I believe Brother Chen Shi did not act with malice. After this incident, I am certain he will recognize his faults and seek redemption. Fourth sister, we ought to grant Brother Chen Shi another chance to amend his ways. Though he appeared to defend Chen Shi, each word inadvertently cemented Chen Shi's culpability. A cunning maneuver indeed. Chen Shi tilted his head, silently observing Chen Hao's performance. He had encountered duplicitous women before, yet a duplicitous man was a novelty. Xiao Hao, cease your pleas. I will never consent to his return to the Chen family, Chen Iran declared, her voice resolute. She then turned to Jiang Yin, mocking, a perpetrator should dwell amongst his kind. Chen Iran, silence yourself. Chen Shi, unable to contain her anger any longer, chastised her sister. In that moment, Chen Shi noticed a chilling change in Chen Shi's demeanor. His eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Before she could process the situation, Chen Shi struck Chen Iran with a resounding slap, sending her spinning in place. The hell with you. Before the shock could wear off, Chen Shi quickly approached Chen Hao and stomped down upon his face. You enjoy playing the part, don't you? Let us see how well you can act now. Chen Shi's foot pressed against Chen Hao's face without hesitation, grinding down with force. Aya! Chen Hao cried out in agony as Chen Shi finally relented, revealing a deep imprint on his visage. The suddenness of the events, from striking Chen Iran to stomping on Chen Hao, unfolded with startling swiftness. Chen Shi's movements were fluid and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. By the time Chen Shi processed the unfolding chaos, Chen Shi had returned to his previous position. Chen Shi, you have crossed the line. Do you truly intend to sever ties with the Chen family? Chen Shi rebuked, her voice laced with fury. She paid no mind to Chen Iran, prioritizing her concern for Chen Hao, who appeared significantly weaker than his sister. Have we not already severed ties? Was the rift not profound enough that day? Chen Shi scoffed. As for Iran, that is one matter, but you are aware of Xiao Hao's condition, are you not? How could you inflict such harm upon him? Chen Shi struggled to understand the transformation in Chen Shi. Previously, he had been the embodiment of humility, never uttering a harsh word or raising a hand against them. Now, he had not only resorted to profanity, but also had the audacity to strike his own sister and brother, a notion once unimaginable. Were it not for the fear of imprisonment, I could have dealt with him myself. Do you believe that? Chen Shi scoffed, dismissing Chen Shi's concerns as he turned to Chen Iran. At that moment, Chen Iran's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand trembling as she covered her bruised cheek. Apologize to Yin Yin, Chen Shi commanded in a low tone. But I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Chen Iran's lips quivered, struggling to suppress her inner turmoil of anger and indignation. You are in the wrong. Chen Shi raised his hand once more, a menacing frown creasing his brow. You may accuse me and insult me, but you shall not speak ill of my family. Do you understand? Seeing Chen Shi poised to strike her again, Chen Iran instinctively took a step back. Who precisely do you consider your family? Do you even comprehend the meaning? Enough, Iran. With Qin Qingma still present, it was imperative to curtail Chen Iran's outburst, lest it draw further suspicion. Just then, Qin Qingma's driver called, prompting her to bid farewell to the group. However, as she departed, she looked back repeatedly, as if reluctant to leave. Seeing that Qin Mo was absent, Chen Shi finally let out a sigh of relief. She helped the tearful Chen Hao to his feet and entrusted him to Chen Iran. Then she turned her gaze towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi, are you not at all afraid that our parents will find out about today's events? I am indeed very frightened. Chen Shi replied earnestly. If you are so afraid, why would you still proceed? If our parents discover how you have treated Xiao Hao, how heartbroken they would be. Chen Shi looked at the shoe print on Chen Hao's face, her heart aching for him. Chen Shi scoffed, I am genuinely terrified. But they don't know the full extent of what transpired. If only there had been a video capturing me kicking that wild child, I could show it to them. Then, when they are angered, they might refrain from bothering me in the future. Chen Shi sighed. Chen Shi, how had you become this way? You have deeply disappointed me. You all forced me into this. My lady Chen. Chen Shi retorted coldly as he pulled Jiang Yin away. He did not expect Chen Iran to apologize. After all, she had grown accustomed to her lofty position and would never admit fault to those beneath her. In the Chen family hall, Yang Xian was delicately wiping the shoe marks off Chen Hao's face. While the prints could be cleaned, the healing of the wounds would take considerable time. This meant that, for the foreseeable future, Chen Hao would bear the red imprint of a shoe on his face. The more Yang Qian wiped, the more sorrowful and heartbroken she became. How could you be so cruel, hurting your brother so severely? Indeed, that scoundrel dared to strike me. It is utterly outrageous. Chen Iran's face was significantly swollen, her hand clutching an ice pack to reduce the swelling. Occasionally, she would let out a wail from the pain. Mom, you and Dad must discipline him properly. Yang Qian nodded in agreement with Chen Iran's words. When your father returns, I will discuss this matter thoroughly with him. Mom, it's not my brother's fault. It's all mine. Chen Hao said, his face filled with shame. I inadvertently revealed the matter of my brother violating Xiao Chui. That's why he became angry. Mom, I didn't mean to. What did you say? You disclosed that incident? Yang Qian's tone turned slightly irate. Seeing Yang Qian's anger, Chen Hao hurriedly apologized, Mom. I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean it. As he spoke, he nearly burst into tears. Observing this, Chen Iran disdainfully remarked, So what if you said it? What is the big deal? If you dare to do it, you should also be prepared to face the consequences. Chen Iran, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Chen Manqing was genuinely exasperated with her younger sister. Your thoughtlessness not only jeopardizes your future, but also tarnishes the Chen family's reputation. Can this be treated so frivolously? Upon hearing the mention of the Chen family's reputation, Chen Iran's expression shifted slightly. At that time, only Qin Qing Mo was present. She probably wouldn't divulge it. Would she? Let's hope so. Chen Manqing sighed helplessly. Mom, just hit me or scold me. I shouldn't have spoken so recklessly. Chen Hao's face was filled with remorse. Although Yang Qian was somewhat angry, as soon as she saw Chen Hao's pitiful expression, her anger dissipated entirely. Well, it's already said, there is no remedy for it. Mon volonté blame Hao heir. Xiao Shi should not hold it against Hao either. That evening, after Chen Shi and Jiang Yin finished their meal, there was another knock at the door. Jiang Yin opened it to find Qin Qing Mo. Chen Shi had initially thought that after hearing Chen Hao's words, Qin Qing Mo would no longer seek his tutoring. As for the tuition fee, he had prepared himself. As long as she did not mention it, he would pretend to forget. Did you not heed what Chen Hao said that day? Chen Shi inquired. What did he say? Qin Qing Mo did not lift her head, engrossed in her studies. The matter of me violating the nanny. Aren't you worried about being with me? Chen Shi casually asked while scrolling through his phone. Tutoring Qin Qing Mo was quite comfortable, as her academic performance was among the best in her school, rarely presenting a challenge for him. Therefore, Chen Shi occasionally chimed in with comments, while spending the rest of the time as he pleased. Qin Qing Mo raised her head, asking earnestly, Would you violate me? Of course not. I have hands. Why would I engage in such behavior? Besides, I have no intentions towards you, Chen Shi replied dismissively. Then that's settled. Since you pose no danger to me, why should I avoid you? Moreover, I have already paid, so if I don't come, you won't refund my money, will you? Qin Qing Mo said nonchalantly. Chen Shi couldn't help but give her a thumbs up in admiration. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Qing Mo understood him so well. Chapter 21. Do you know who I am? On this day, Chen Shi did not attend class. At his strong insistence, Jiang Nanqing took a leave of absence to accompany him to buy a house. In truth, purchasing a property was quite simple. Having lived a life on Earth, he understood many things. He did not truly require Jiang Nanqing's presence. His request for her to take leave was entirely to provide her with an opportunity to relax, working tirelessly every day for 365 days, often until the early hours of the morning, was unsustainable for anyone. Yet, Jiang Nanqing had persevered, all for him and Jiang Yin. Upon receiving 300,000, Chen Shi initially intended to set aside 100,000 for living expenses, hoping Jiang Nanqing would refrain from setting up a stall. However, she declined. Her reasoning was that 100,000 was too little for her to consider. When you give me 10 million, I will accept it without hesitation. After meeting with the agent, they quickly viewed several properties. Since it was merely an investment, as long as the location was good, the rest were minor issues. During the signing process, Chen Shi directly put the property in Jiang Nanqing's name. The agent, witnessing this, expressed amazement, noting that most couples argue fiercely over property ownership. Some even have their wedding planned, only to end up in a heated dispute over the property's ownership, ultimately resulting in the cancellation of the marriage. It's rare to see a couple like you, willing to give a house to each other, the agent remarked enviously. Jiang Nanqing did not refute this, and Chen Shi noticed her embarrassment. So he added, This is my sister. We are not a couple. The agent was even more astonished. It's common to hear about siblings fighting over inheritance. I've never heard of siblings willingly giving property to one another. How remarkable. After signing the contract, The two went out to eat and shop. After paying the house price, there were still a few thousand remaining. Chen Shi suggested they indulge extravagantly for the day, experiencing the lavish lifestyle. Surprisingly, Jiang Nanqing agreed. In the mall, she bounced from one shop to another like a child. It was as if she had transformed into a different person. Chen Shi reflected that it made sense. When he was 10, Jiang Nanqing was merely 18. Now, a decade later, she was 28, and the environment she lived in was simple and clean, oscillating between the orphanage and home. At her core, she still retained the heart of a little girl. Xiao Shi, do you think this outfit looks good on me? How about this bag? Does it suit me? What about this lipstick? Do I look good wearing it? Watching Jiang Nanqing flit about, Chen Shi felt a pang of sadness in his heart, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. It seemed as though Jiang Nanqing had not enjoyed a shopping spree in quite some time. All her energy was devoted to caring for him and Jiang Yan, leaving her with no time for herself. In her past life, Chen Shi was solely focused on pleasing the Chen family, utterly neglecting the woman who had dedicated her most beautiful youth to him. It was truly despicable. He deserved to be harmed and suffer the consequences of his actions. Chen Shi now harbored an immense disdain for his former self. The two wandered and explored, indulging in a day of joyous activities. Chen Shi's hands were laden with an array of bags. Xiao Shi, thank you for today. It has been ages since I've had so much fun, Jiang Nanqing exclaimed, offering her milk tea to Chen Shi's lips. He eagerly took hold of the straw and began to drink deeply. As he sensed the weight of the milk tea diminishing rapidly, Jiang Nanqing grew anxious. Xiao Shi, you're drinking too much, she exclaimed, swiftly pulling the cup away. Caught off guard, Chen Shi was splashed with the remaining drink. Seeing his bewildered and disheveled expression, Jiang Nanqing burst into laughter, completely oblivious to the stares from those around them. A few men were so captivated that they couldn't tear their eyes away, only to be dragged away by their wives, who grasped their ears. Some single men, or those whose partners were absent, mustered the courage to approach for contact details. Initially, Jiang Nanqing would respond politely, but later, she simply embraced Chen Shi, claiming he was her boyfriend. Chen Shi played along, joining her in the charade. Upon arriving home that evening, they encountered Jiang Yan, who had just returned from class, accompanied by Qin Qingma. Upon learning that Chen Shi and Jiang Nanqing had abandoned her for a day of revelry, she was visibly displeased, insisting that Jiang Nanqing take her out for dinner. Exhausted from the day's activities, the two were reluctant to move. However, they could not withstand the persistent insistence of the young girl and eventually acquiesced. Naturally, Qin Qingma, the ever-present shadow, joined the three of them for dinner. They arrived at a nearby, hole-in-the-wall eatery, known for its delicious dishes despite its messy and unsanitary conditions. The clientele was a mix of characters, often seen drinking and playing games with their shirts off. Generally, as long as patrons weren't excessively intoxicated or unruly, disturbances were rare. Upon entering, Chen Shi noticed a table of rowdy young men, drinking beer and boasting loudly, their spirits high. When they spotted the beautiful trio of Chen Shi and Jiang Nanqing, they began to whistle in a provocative manner. The restaurant was bustling, but fortune smiled upon them as a table of diners finished their meal and left, allowing them to sit down. Once seated, Chen Shi began ordering food. Well aware of Jiang Nanqing and Jiang Yan's preferences, while indifferent to any dietary restrictions Qin Qingma might have, assuming the fare would not appeal to a lady of her stature. Surprisingly, when the dishes arrived, Qin Qingma not only showed no disdain, but relished the meal even more than the others. Her dining posture remained elegant, a far cry from Jiang Yan's hasty and unrefined manner. However, the speed at which she picked up her food was astonishing. While Chen Shi and the others managed to serve themselves once, she could do so 3 or 4 times. The mismatch between her rapid consumption and her typically cool demeanor created an unexpectedly endearing contrast. Qingma, slow down. If you run out, we'll order more, Jiang Nanqing chuckled. Oh, okay, Nanqing jia, Qin Qingma replied without lifting her gaze, continuing her meal. Jiang Yan couldn't help but grumble. Qingma, you're eating too fast. I barely get any. Watching the two contrasting personalities, Chen Shi finally understood why these girls were friends. At that moment, he noticed one of the rowdy young men from the table rise and stagger over. The bald man pulled up a chair and plopped down next to Jiang Nanqing. Ladies, can I get your contact details? The trio glanced at him, slightly frowning, and chose to ignore him. Being stunningly beautiful, they were accustomed to such advances and met them with indifference. The bald man, sensing their cold reception, grew agitated. Do you know who I am? I'm the infamous Long Ge from Kunsen. Ah yes, Long Ge. I've heard of you. Chen Shi interjected with a grin. Better to avoid trouble with a drunkard. One never knew how they might react when provoked. Though he wasn't particularly afraid, having learned some boxing in his past life, He was concerned about the potential fallout for Jiang Nanxing and the others. So, it was best to maintain peace. Seems you know a thing or two, the bald man chuckled, patting Chen Shi on the shoulder, revealing a set of crooked yellow teeth. Since you know, hand over your contact details. The bald man's gaze grew hazy as he pointed at Jiang Nanxing and the others. Big brother, I have their numbers. Let me tell you, Chen Shi said, pulling the man closer to himself to prevent any inappropriate advances. He provided his own number, along with Chen Hao's. The bald man entered the numbers into his phone, then dialed. When Chen Shi's phone rang, he quickly pushed it toward Jiang Nanxing, indicating it was her phone. The bald man, too inebriated to think twice, continued entering Chen Hao's number. After a few rings, it surprisingly connected, and Chen Hao's voice came through, tinged with irritation. I'll notify you of the specific timing. Don't call me unless it's urgent. With that, he hung up, leaving everyone bewildered, including the bald man. The bald man turned to Chen Shi, ready to unleash his anger. At that moment, Qin Shima handed her phone over. Here, that's my number. Upon receiving Qin Shima's contact, the bald man returned to his seat, satisfied. As they neared the end of their meal and prepared to settle the bill, a young man with yellow hair from the bald man's table approached. Ladies, our boss wants you to come over and share a few drinks with us. Jiang Nanxing flatly refused. Sorry, we're about to leave. Seeing her dismissive attitude, the young man grew disgruntled and tossed out 200 yuan. Hurry up. If you perform well, I'll throw in another 200. Jiang Nanxing's expression hardened, and she coldly retorted, Get lost. The young man immediately flared up, taking a step forward and swinging a slap toward Jiang Nanxing's face. Just as his hand was about to make contact, Chen Shi seized his wrist, swiftly reversing the motion and sending the young man sprawling. Chen Shi had a particular distaste for such drunken individuals who, under the influence, presumed themselves to be kings, only to grovel and beg for forgiveness once sober, blaming their behavior on alcohol. Observing the commotion, the bald man and his companions charged at Chen Shi and the others, brandishing chairs as weapons. Chen Shi shielded Jiang Nanxing and the others behind him, preparing to confront the rowdy group. The shop was thrown into chaos, with customers hastily retreating to the sidelines to observe the unfolding drama. As soon as the owner sensed something amiss, he promptly called the police. The young man with the yellow hair, having been knocked to the ground, seethed with indignation, feeling humiliated before his peers. Rising to his feet, he rushed out of the store. Upon returning, he brandished a sugarcane knife, which he had procured from the neighboring fruit shop. His eyes were ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze on Chen Shi. After a moment's hesitation, he let out a furious scream and swung the knife towards Chen Shi, shouting, Damn it, die already. Chen Shi, preoccupied with dealing with the bald man, was utterly oblivious to the yellow-haired assailant charging towards him. Brother, be careful, Jiang Yin shouted in alarm. It was only then that Chen Shi caught sight of the yellow-haired figure. However, the blade had already entered his line of vision, leaving him with no time to evade. He could only watch in horror as the sugarcane knife bore down upon him. Bang! At that critical moment, the anticipated calamity did not unfold. Instead, the yellow-haired youth let out a pained cry and was sent sprawling backwards, the knife slipping from his grasp and arcing through the air before clattering to the ground. In the periphery of Chen Shi's vision, a long, slender leg appeared. Turning his head, he beheld Jiang Nanxing, who had raised her leg, her fists clenched, poised in a taekwondo stance. Chen Shi stood frozen, murmuring, Sister Nanxing, when did you learn this? I had no idea. Jiang Nanxing lowered her leg and casually replied, I've always known. Didn't I ever mention it to you? Her kick had jolted the bald men, momentarily sobering them from their intoxication. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Qin Shima interjected, You all go ahead. I will handle the aftermath here. Chen Shi, without further ado, took advantage of the police's impending arrival and departed swiftly with the others. With Qin Shima's connections, resolving such trivial matters was a mere trifle. On the way home, Chen Shi repeatedly inquired about Jiang Nanxing's taekwondo skills. She recounted how, in her childhood, she had encountered an elder who recognized her unique physique as a martial arts prodigy and imparted some combat techniques to her. Chen Shi felt as though Jiang Nanxing was treating him like a fool, yet he brushed it off. It suddenly made sense why, over the years, numerous men had approached Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Yin with ill intentions, only to abandon their pursuits thereafter. Chen Shi surmised that they must have been privately dealt with by Jiang Nanxing, which dissuaded them from their advances. Upon returning home and after showering, Chen Shi received a call from Qin Shima, who updated him on the situation. The bald group had been detained for disturbing the peace, while the yellow-haired youth, despite his failed attempt to inflict harm, faced serious consequences. As for Chen Shi and his companions, thanks to Qin Shima's influence, the police would not pursue them further. Qin Shima expressed her gratitude to Chen Shi for saving her life and mentioned that her family wished to meet him to thank him in person. Chen Shi declined, feeling that it was not Chen Shi he owed gratitude to, but rather Brother Long from the Kunshan gang. Without his protection, Chen Shi feared that the gang would have left him to suffer a lifetime of misery. "Hello, this is Chen Manqing," she answered the phone. "Doctor, hello. The results of the DNA test you requested have come in. Would you prefer I relay the results over the phone, or shall I deliver them in person?" "No need. I will come to collect them myself." "Understood. I will await your arrival at the laboratory." After hanging up, Chen Manqing stood in a daze at the hospital entrance. Just then, Chen Anchi returned from work and noticed her sister with the phone, her expression distant and contemplative. "Manqing, what is the matter? Are you all right?" Chen Manqing snapped back to reality, recognizing her elder sister Chen Anchi, and replied with a smile, "It's nothing. I just went to the laboratory to check on the results of the fluid sample we sent from Xiaocui. They come in." "Really? What are the results?" Chen Anchi asked nonchalantly, having completely forgotten about the matter. To her, the truth was painfully obvious, rendering the tests redundant. "I don't know yet. I need to go to the hospital to collect them in person," Chen Manqing responded. Chen Anchi merely smiled, suggesting that the hospital could relay the results directly, questioning the need for a personal visit. Chapter 23, Kidnapping. Just as Chen Manqing departed, Chen Aran and Chen Hao descended from upstairs. "Dinner is almost ready." "Where did Manqing go?" Chen Hao inquired. Several days had passed, and the red marks from the shoehorn on his face had faded significantly, yet traces remained, compelling him to continue his leave and study at home. Fortunately, his academic performance was stellar, making him a candidate for prestigious universities. So the school had no objections to his absence. Chen Anchi glanced at the two and, with indifference, remarked, "The DNA results for Xiaocui's fluid have come in. Manqing has gone to the hospital to collect the report." She understood that Chen Hao would feel uneasy upon learning of this, but given Chen Iran's character, she was certain he had already informed Chen Hao. Thus, she saw no need to withhold the information. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's body subtly tensed, and his expression darkened. Chen Iran noticed her brother's peculiar demeanor and expressed concern. "Xiao Hao, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Hao forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered I haven't called Qingma today. I hope she isn't upset. That girl always acts indifferent towards you. It's infuriating. Why do you bother being so kind to her? Once you're a part of the Chen family, I'll show her how to behave," Chen Anchi retorted. Chen Hao was the darling of the Chen family, yet he seemed like a lovesick puppy in front of Qin Qingma, which irked Chen Iran to no end. "Fourth sister, don't speak ill of Qingma. She's just not good at expressing herself. Once we're married, everything will improve," Chen Hao defended. "I'll give her a call and then come down for dinner." By the time they arrived at the hospital, it was quite late and the laboratory had already closed. However, to wait for Chen Manqing, a staff member remained on duty. Chen Manqing clutched a folder containing the report, standing at the hospital entrance, lost in thought. She had refrained from asking the laboratory staff to relay the results over the phone because she was not yet ready to confront the truth, which was why she made the trip to the hospital. But when the moment of truth arrived, she hesitated to open the report. In her heart, she leaned towards believing in Chen Hao, even though she considered the possibility of Chen Shi's innocence. Yet, she was reluctant to abandon her faith in Chen Hao, who had always been so considerate and well-behaved. She had never seen him act inappropriately, let alone engage in such heinous conduct. Chen Shi, on the other hand, had wandered outside for over a decade, and his flaws made his potential for wrongdoing more understandable. Yet, she dreaded the thought of the possibility that Chen Shi could indeed be innocent. She inhaled deeply, contemplating whether it might be best to reveal the results in front of everyone. Resolute, she took the elevator to the underground parking garage. Approaching her Maserati, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. She paid little mind to it, as it was common for pedestrians to be present in the garage. As she reached her car and opened the door, the footsteps grew rapid and increasingly close. Turning to investigate, she felt a strong arm suddenly wrap around her throat. She struggled desperately for help, but her mouth and nose were tightly covered by a damp cloth. Chen Manqing's eyes widened in terror as she realized the scent emanating from the cloth, ether, a potent anesthetic commonly used in surgical procedures. As the scene before her grew increasingly blurred, it gradually faded from her view. Finally, Chen Manqing's flailing arms fell limp as she succumbed to unconsciousness. After dinner, Chen Shi found himself alone in a village within the city. Based on his memories from a previous life, he surmised that this area would soon be demolished. He contemplated purchasing some properties here at a low price, envisioning a substantial profit when the time for demolition arrived. As he walked, he unexpectedly encountered some familiar faces at the village entrance, Brother Long and his crew. They appeared to be engaged in a serious discussion, so immersed in their conversation that they failed to notice Chen Shi approaching. Not wishing to intrude, Chen Shi intended to leave quietly. At that moment, Brother Long's phone rang. "Hello, have you captured that female doctor named Chen?" he asked. "Good. Bring her to the village. There happens to be a river here." Although Brother Long's voice was not loud, Chen Shi heard every word clearly. The nature of this conversation hinted at a kidnapping, sending a jolt of alarm through him. He quickly sought refuge behind a stone stump. After waiting for half an hour, a van appeared at the village entrance. Several individuals disembarked. Among them the young man with the yellow hair who had previously threatened Chen Shi with a sugarcane knife. They proceeded to open the trunk of the van. And Chen Shi's gaze fell upon a large burlap sack within, which was writhing as if it contained a living creature. This was indeed a kidnapping. From the earlier conversation, Chen Shi deduced that the target was likely a female doctor with the surname Chen. At that moment, a flash of Chen Manqing's image crossed his mind. He quickly shook his head in denial. Chen Manqing was generally kind-hearted and had no known enemies. Why would they kidnap her? If extortion were the motive, they would surely target Chen Hao instead. Initially, Chen Shi had assumed that Brother Long and his gang were merely common thugs, but he now realized they were ruthless criminals. "Boss, what should we do with this woman?" the young man asked. Brother Long's gaze was sharp as he made a slashing motion across his throat. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the others grew complex, tinged with apprehension. "It's just a kidnapping. Why resort to murder?" One of them questioned. Brother Long, noticing their hesitation, asserted, "This is what the employer wants. Once it's done, we'll each receive a handsome reward." Upon hearing the mention of a substantial sum, the gang members' demeanor shifted to one of excitement. After exchanging a few more words, they climbed back into the van and departed from the village entrance. Chen Shi listened intently, his heart racing at the realization that they were willing to kill for a mere few thousand yuan. This was a living, breathing life at stake. He contemplated calling the police, but to his dismay, he discovered he had forgotten his phone. Keys, phone, wallet. These were the essential trifecta he had never neglected before. How could he have overlooked them today? It felt like a cliché from a television drama, where critical moments are marred by unexpected events. In such an urgent situation, by the time he retrieved his phone to call for help, it would be too late. Without hesitation, he pedaled furiously in pursuit of the van. Yet, they had a four-wheeled vehicle while he was on a two-wheeled bike, powered solely by his own strength. How could he catch up? Just then, he recalled Brother Long mentioning a river. Were they planning to dispose of the unfortunate victim in the water? He remembered passing a river on his way here. It would take him about 10 minutes by bike, while the van could reach it in under 5. Chen Shi could only pray that the victim had the strength to wait for his rescue. At that moment, Chen Manqing was engulfed in fear, trembling uncontrollably. She had regained consciousness when they brought her to the village entrance and had overheard the conversation among her captors. If it were merely a typical kidnapping, perhaps the Chen family could pay a ransom, ensuring her survival. However, it was evident that these individuals intended to kill her, which left her in a state of utter panic. Having grown up in a life of privilege, she had never experienced anything like this before and could not fathom who would wish to harm her. Though she was the daughter of the affluent Chen family and always treated others kindly, she could not recall having offended anyone. As she felt the vehicle moving, her anxiety deepened. She had no idea where they were taking her. Desperate to attract attention, she thrashed about in the trunk, hoping to make noise, unaware that they were traveling through desolate areas devoid of any passersby. The gang paid her no mind as she struggled. Soon, they arrived at the riverbank. "Boss, are we really going to drown her?" the young man inquired. "What else can we do?" Brother Long shot back, glancing at his reluctant subordinate. "I think she's quite pretty. It seems a shame to just drown her." Brother Long promptly slapped the young man, scolding him. "This is a matter that can be resolved for a few $100s. Don't get sentimental about it. Just do your job." After being reprimanded, the young man reluctantly directed the others to haul Chen Manqing from the trunk. They then searched for a hefty stone to bind to the burlap sack. After ensuring everything was secure, they counted together, shouted a slogan, and then threw Chen Manqing into the river. Taking a moment to regroup, they then drove away in their van. Meanwhile, the weather was clear and the moonlight was bright, allowing Chen Shi to follow the tire tracks of the van until he finally reached the scene of the incident. However, he had wasted precious time along the way. By examining the chaotic footprints along the riverbank, he was able to ascertain their precise location. Uncertain if he would arrive in time, he hoped desperately that she was still alive. Without a moment's hesitation, he shed his jacket and leaped into the river. As Chen Manqing sank into the water, despair enveloped her completely. The icy water consumed her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Her limbs she struggled to comprehend her predicament, feeling an overwhelming fatigue that weighed heavily upon her eyelids, urging her to surrender to slumber. If she was weary, then perhaps it was best to succumb to sleep. Chen Shi exerted immense effort, finally dragging the cumbersome sack from the river surface. Exhausted and drained, he collapsed onto the ground without even unfastening the bag. After catching his breath, he hastily opened it. He had done all he could to save her. Whether she still drew breath was no longer within his control. As he pulled the figure from the sack, he was struck dumb with disbelief. How could it possibly be Chen Shi? Although he harbored a disdain for the Chen family. Aside from Chen Hao, he had never wished harm upon any of them. He gently patted Chen Manqing's cheek and called her name twice, but received no response. A chilling premonition washed over him as he checked for her breathing. None. Without hesitation, he turned her head to the side and tilted it back. He then unbuttoned her collar, placing his hands on her chest, and commenced cardiopulmonary resuscitation. When it came time for artificial respiration, Chen Shi hesitated for a moment. Exhaling in resignation, he pinched Chen Manqing's nose and began to breathe into her. After 5 agonizing minutes, a cough erupted from Chen Manqing, and Chen Shi finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Immediately thereafter, he lay back on the ground and fell asleep. Chen Manqing opened her eyes, gazing bewilderedly at the starry sky enveloped in night. She waved her arm before her, confirming she was not dreaming. Could it be that I'm not dead? Chen Manqing pondered, her mind swirling with confusion. All she recalled was being submerged in water, feeling an overwhelming fatigue, and then surrendering to sleep. She was utterly unaware of how she had ended up in her current situation. It felt as if she had been asleep for an eternity. During that time, a voice had been calling out to her, and to her astonishment, it was not the one she cared for most, Chen Hao, but rather her wayward younger brother. Chen Shi. The thought made her unable to suppress a smile. Suddenly, a series of heavy breaths echoed around her. Startled, she turned to the side. Xiao Shi, she exclaimed in surprise. Yet Chen Shi lay there, sleeping like a log, oblivious to her presence, merely rolling over to continue his slumber. Observing her younger brother, drenched to the skin, Chen Manqing quickly deduced the reason for her survival. She stared incredulously at Chen Shi's face, unable to fathom that he had saved her. Although she could not comprehend how he had found her, a swell of emotions surged within her heart, overwhelming her with an uncontainable rush of gratitude and guilt. Tears silently spilled from her eyes, tracing down her cheeks. She felt a profound sense of rebirth, mixed with remorse for having treated her brother so poorly in the past, failing to fulfill her duties as an elder sister. Resolute, she vowed to bring Chen Shi home. Perhaps he was unruly and immature, prone to making reckless decisions. But at his core, he was good. With proper guidance, he could surely become a worthy heir of the Chen family. A chill breeze swept by, causing Chen Shi to shiver uncontrollably before erupting into a loud sneeze. It was far too cold to sleep. He groggily sat up. Xiao Shi, you're awake, Chen Manqing remarked. Chen Shi turned to see her and immediately seethed with anger. Chen Manqing, what are you still doing here? His sudden outburst left her momentarily bewildered. What's wrong? Is something amiss? She stammered in response. Sister, are you not going to report this? Not going to call for an ambulance? Are you daft? Chen Shi scolded. Feeling aggrieved, Chen Manqing pouted and explained, when I was kidnapped, my bag was lost and my phone was inside it. So without your phone, your legs are also gone. Is that it? Chen Shi shot her a glare. Chapter 25. The truth must be revealed. He had intended to seek help once Chen Manqing awoke, to have someone carry him away. Instead, this dimwit had chosen to remain here in the cold. I saw you sleeping and didn't want to wake you. Fearing you might be in danger alone, Chen Manqing continued to defend herself. You didn't want to wake me, but you were fine with letting me sleep here, soaking wet, risking illness? Chen Shi retorted sarcastically. Chen Manqing lowered her head, falling silent. What are you waiting for? Hurry home, Chen Shi commanded, walking ahead while Chen Manqing followed closely behind. Was it you, Xiao Shi, who saved me? Chen Manqing asked cautiously. Or perhaps it was your precious little Hao. Chen Shi replied, shrugging and crossing his arms as he quickened his pace. Did you perform artificial respiration on me as well? She inquired again. Yes, big sister, Chen Shi answered impatiently. Suddenly, he appeared agitated, turning to face Chen Manqing. In the moonlight, he noticed a blush on her cheeks. Why do you ask such things? Do you think I wanted to? If it weren't to save you, I would have bothered for any amount of money. It was too cold. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, making his words slur. Observing Chen Shi's disdainful expression, Chen Manqing felt a twinge of hurt. Xiao Shi, can you come back? After walking a few steps, she asked again. Chen Shi smirked. Sure. If you make Chen Hao disappear, I will. Sister, I truly do not understand why you harbor such animosity towards Chen Hao. Has he treated you poorly? When you're not home, he cares for you constantly, always thinking of you. Why do you despise him so? Chen Manqing asked, her voice rising with indignation. He wants my kidney. How could I possibly like him? Chen Shi countered. Chen Manqing sprinted a few steps to catch up. Xiao Hao does not need your kidney. I've already found a substitute for him. Though the compatibility is not as high as yours, he should be able to live normally. Chen Shi scoffed. Just fear that someone from the Chen family might not like the kidney you found. They prefer mine. Chen Manqing was perplexed by his words. Chen Shi turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Manqing, and smiled. Have you never wondered why my kidney compatibility is so high? Chen Shi had mentioned this before, and she knew that an 8-point compatibility was indeed rare, almost impossible. Yet, in the realm of medicine, anything was plausible. She had not given it much thought. However, Chen Shi's words piqued her curiosity. Xiao Shi, what exactly are you trying to say? Chen Manqing pressed. Chen Shi merely smiled without responding. His reluctance to speak stemmed from his inability to grasp the entire situation. If Chen Hao were indeed his half-brother, how had the child-swapping incident occurred? Additionally, he had learned about it through the plot of a web drama in his previous life, leaving him uncertain of the truth. In any case, he had no interest in the affairs of the Chen family. The future held no significance for him. His reminder to Chen Manqing was merely a product of his curiosity. Noticing Chen Shi's silence, Chen Manqing chose not to press further. The two walked in silence until they encountered a passerby and called for help. They were first taken to the hospital by ambulance for examinations, and, subsequently, they went to the police station to give their statements. Chen Shi reported everything he knew truthfully. The police stated they would apprehend the perpetrator promptly. By the time everything was settled, it was already 2 in the morning. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing simultaneously exited the police station. At a glance, Chen Shi spotted Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Yin, who immediately rushed towards him upon seeing his arrival. The Chen family was also waiting for either Chen Manqing or him. They had already learned the truth from the police and were drenched in cold sweat. Only when they saw the two emerge unscathed did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Shi, are you all right? Jiang Nanxing asked with a look of concern. Brother, are you hurt? Let me check, Jiang Yin said anxiously, examining Chen Shi for any injuries. Yin, the doctor has already checked. I'm fine, Chen Shi reassured her, gently ruffling her hair and pushing her back. At that moment, the Chen family members also gathered closer. Xiao Shi, thank you for saving Manqing. Chen Anqi spoke first. Chen Shi replied nonchalantly, no need for thanks. I would save anyone. Xiao Shi, regardless of the circumstances, this incident reveals that your true nature is not malevolent. I am heartened by this. As long as you can conduct yourself properly in the future, I will not hold past transgressions against you. Come home with me today, Chen Zhen said earnestly. Yang Qian approached, grasping Chen Shi's hand with a look of satisfaction. Xiao Shi, I am so happy. You have finally turned over a new leaf. After returning home, look to Hao as your role model. Before long, you too will become as outstanding as he is. Get lost. Chen Shi shrugged off Yang Qian's hand and glanced at the two, speaking calmly. He then took Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Yin by the hand and attempted to leave. Exhausted from the day's events, he longed only for the solace of sleep at home. Do you think I'm giving you face? Just because you saved Sister Manqing, don't get cocky. If you wish to return, I certainly want to welcome you. Chen Iran seethed, her resentment towards Chen Shi intensifying after being slapped. Iran, silence yourself. Can you refrain from speaking so much? Chen Manqing said, somewhat exasperated. She could not comprehend why Chen Iran harbored such animosity towards Chen Shi. Am I mistaken in what I say? Chen Shi, I must inform you that Sister Manqing has sent Xiao Chui's bodily fluids for testing. The results are in. The evidence is irrefutable. What can you possibly say in your defense? Chen Iran pressed on relentlessly. Manqing, you should share the results with him and see how he responds. Chen Iran insisted. Chen Manqing shook her head. I just received the report. I haven't even looked at it yet before being taken hostage. Whatever the results may be, they no longer matter to me. I do not wish to know. After today's ordeal, Chen Manqing was no longer interested in the truth, no matter the circumstances. Chen Shi was her savior. She did not want him to bear the burden of this incident for the rest of his life. Yes, don't dwell on it. It's all in the past. Let us not blame brother any further. Chen Hao suddenly interjected with unexpected enthusiasm, leaving everyone astonished. No, we must unveil the truth, otherwise. Xiao Hao will continue to face unwarranted suspicion, Chen Iran asserted firmly. The others remained silent, seemingly in disagreement with Chen Iran. However, Chen Shi sided with her. Since the testing has been done, we might as well find out. I too wish to know if Chen Shi is innocent. So, it was the quest for the report that led to the abduction. Chen Shi mused with a wry smile, speaking softly to himself, although his voice was not loud. Chen Manqing overheard him. Her body trembled slightly as a thought crossed her mind, as she turned to look at Chen Hao in shock, feeling the weight of her gaze. Chen Hao leaned nervously against Yang Qian. Seemingly having made a decision, Chen Manqing stated, I will have someone deliver a copy of the report to the house tomorrow. Chapter 26. You need not take the blame for him. Xiao Shi, let us go home. Why bother with him? Jiang Nanqing urged, pulling Chen Shi and Jiang Yin away. Chen Yiran continued to shout from behind. Chen Shi, today is your last chance. Once the results are revealed tomorrow, even if you kneel before us, you shall never set foot in the Chen family again. Without turning back, Chen Shi simply raised his hand in a dismissive wave. I hope you uphold your words. The following morning, Chen Manqing called the hospital to request the report be sent over. After the family finished breakfast, they gathered in the living room. Manqing, perhaps we should just let it go, Chen Anqi suggested. No, we must see it, Chen Yiran insisted resolutely. Chen Shi added, Chen Shi will not return, regardless. I believe he is still clinging to hope. He simply refuses to acknowledge the violation against Xiao Chui. If we present the report to him, perhaps he will have no retort and might return. Chen Jin nodded, finding Chen Shi's reasoning sound. Then let us see. After all, isn't the truth already evident? Humph, as if he would return. It's a pipe dream. Chen Yiran scoffed. He is out, and I am in. At that moment, Butler Fong entered, holding a document folder. Third Miss, this is the testing report from the provincial hospital, which I was instructed to deliver to you. Hand it over, Chen Manqing said, taking the folder while casting a glance at Chen Hao. Last night, word from Chen Shi had left her restless throughout the night. She harbored a suspicion. Though it seemed preposterous, she could not ignore it. If given a choice, she would rather have perished in the river last night than believe that her beloved brother could commit such an act against her. Xiao Hao, what is wrong? Why are you trembling? Are you unwell? Since returning from the police station last night, Chen Hao had been in a daze, barely touching his breakfast, which worried Yang Qian immensely. Yang Qian's voice drew everyone's attention, their faces etched with concern. Should we take him to the hospital for a checkup? Chen Anqi inquired anxiously. Manqing, when will Xiao Hao's south kidney transplant take place? Chen Yiran asked, her tone tense. Chen Manqing gazed at Chen Hao, her expression complex. The risk of rejection for a new kidney is high, and preparation requires additional time, so it may be delayed. If that is the case, why not use Chen Shi's kidney? As long as it is transplanted, it should be fine, Chen Yiran proposed. Chen Manqing nodded in agreement. Just as Chen Yiran was about to speak further, Chen Manqing interrupted her. Let us first look at the report. Without paying heed to the others, Chen Manqing opened the file eagerly, desperate to know the answer, yet equally terrified of the truth. At the very moment she was about to extract the report, Chen Hao suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. The suddenness of his actions startled everyone, leaving them bewildered, regardless of the cause. Chen Hao's tears prompted Yang Qian to immediately feel sorrowful. Xiao Hao, what is it? Speak to me. Why are you kneeling? Yes, Xiao Hao, please get up. The floor is cold, Chen Yiran urged with concern. Enough, Xiao Hao, stand up now. A man should not cry like this, Chen Zhen said, his tone slightly stern. He understood that his adopted son was good-hearted but overly sentimental. He also recognized the roots of this sensitivity, stemming from a childhood devoid of parental presence, which inevitably fostered a sense of loneliness. To this end, their family always endeavored to make amends for him, hoping he could find joy and happiness each day. Why are you speaking so harshly? What if you frighten Hao? Yang Qian shot a glare at Chen Zhen. Little Hao must be too kind-hearted. Want to plead for Chen Shi, right? Chen Shi said confidently, as if she had guessed something. It was then that Yang Qian wiped away a tear and began to smile with joy. Silly child, we have already forgiven Xiao Shi. Even if you truly wish to plead for your brother, there's no need to kneel. Observing the scene before her, Yang Manqing was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. She was no fool. Every answer was painfully evident. Although Chen Hao had yet to speak, she had already surmised what her beloved brother was about to say. Her eyelids drooped, and the last strand of hope shattered. Her heart ached, truly ached, as if it might cease to beat in the next moment. It was not just the pain for Chen Hao, but also for Chen Shi. At that moment, Chen Anqi noticed something amiss with Chen Manqing and cast her gaze over. The instant Chen Manqing looked up, their eyes met, and Chen Anqi seemed to comprehend her sister's inner turmoil. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief, her complexion paling. Chen Manqing remained expressionless, as if her heart had grown numb, pulling out the test report from her folder. Before she could even unfold the report, Chen Hao collapsed to the ground, wailing inconsolably. His cries were filled with despair, akin to mourning a deceased parent. Dud, Mom, em sorry. The one who violated Xiao Chui was me. Em sorry. Truly I am. The hall fell into an eerie silence, with only Chen Hao's sobs echoing. Even the sound of normal breathing seemed to vanish. After a long pause, Yang Qian's trembling voice broke the stillness. Xiao Hao, what did you say? Mom didn't hear clearly. Mom, em sorry. The The one who violated Xiao Chui was me. Yang Qian thought she had misheard. But when the answer resounded clearly once more, she felt as if all the air had been sucked from her lungs, collapsing onto the sofa. She couldn't believe that the son she had nurtured for 18 years, whom she took pride in, could commit such an act. What his character? His excellence? Was it all a facade? The others were equally incredulous. Chen Zhen furrowed his brow, lost in thought, while Chen Shi maintained a shocked posture, mouth agape and eyes wide. Chen Shi, among them, remained the most composed, having gleaned some understanding from Chen Manqing's demeanor. Of the four sisters, Chen Ran reacted most strongly. As if her mind had been struck dumb, she kept repeating, impossible, impossible. This must be a lie. Xiao Hao wouldn't do such a thing. It's impossible. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike her, and her eyes brightened as she rushed to Chen Hao's side, grasping his hand. Xiao Hao, are you afraid we would blame that scoundrel Chen Shi? So you're taking the blame for him? Hearing Chen Ran's explanation, the others clung to it, as if it were a lifeline, their gazes focused intently on Chen Hao. Yang Qian, too, sat up as if revived by a miraculous potion. This explanation seemed plausible. It was only right that things should unfold this way. Chen Hao, so kind-hearted and virtuous, willing to bear the infamy for Chen Shi. What a good child he was. They weren't disheartened by Chen Shi's guilt being confirmed once more, but rather filled with joy at Chen Hao's vindication. Xiao Hao, you don't need to do this. Your brother should bear the responsibility himself. You shouldn't take the fall for him, for he will never grow from this. Yang Qian, filled with tenderness, embraced Chen Hao. Chapter 27. I didn't mean to. Upon hearing Yang Qian's words, everyone finally exhaled in relief. Xiao Hao, you truly scared your sister just now. You sounded so sincere that I almost believed you. Chen Shi patted her chest, releasing a sigh of relief. Chen Ran, overwhelmed, sank to the ground in tears. Woo-woo, Xiao Hao, why do you care about that little beast? Someone like him, who can only think with his lower body, is not worth your attention. Chen Zhen's brow finally relaxed. Good child, I indeed did not misjudge you. If only you were my biological son. Chen Zhen thought to himself that if Chen Hao were his own son, he would unhesitatingly pass on the family business to him. But he refrained from voicing this thought. Amid the commotion, Chen Hao felt suddenly lost, standing there in confusion, even forgetting to cry. Chen Shi had remained silent throughout, merely observing Chen Manqing and the report in her hands. Finally, Chen Manqing unfolded the DNA test report, although she had anticipated the outcome and prepared herself somewhat. The reality laid bare before her made her nearly lose her balance. Fortunately, Chen Shi reacted swiftly, steadying her before taking the report and glancing through it. As the company's president, she possessed a wealth of experience and resilience, allowing her to maintain her composure despite her shock. Anshi, the result is indeed Xiao Shi. I assent it, Yang Qian inquiret, noticing anki es de mianor. I knew it. I will go confront him with this report and see if he still denies it. Chen Ran, furious, marched over to her older sister and snatched the report away. Let me see. Impossible. No way. Upon opening the report, Chen Ran collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Chen Zhen, sensing something was amiss, snatched the report from her hands. As he gazed at the undeniable truth, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and he slumped back onto the sofa. Such a blatant reaction could not escape Yang Qian's notice. This time, she was evidently calmer. After all, the most painful truth had already been revealed. Xiao Hao, can you tell Mom why you did such a thing? You know your condition. Yang Qian's tone, though tinged with anger, remained as composed as possible. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Hao, awaiting his response. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. Chen Hao confessed, tears streaming down his cheeks. Is there even a difference between intentional and unintentional in such matters? Chen Manqing finally spoke up, her voice laced with anger as she chastised Chen Hao. Her heart was not only shocked, but also inflamed with rage. Chen Hao, frightened by Chen Manqing's intensity, sought refuge in Yang Qian's embrace. Manqing, why are you shouting? Yuris garing Xiao Hao, Yang Qian admonished. Chen Manqing was taken aback by Yang Qian's reaction. Mom, he committed such an act. How can you still protect him? Yang Qian patted Chen Hao's shoulder. Xiao Hao said he didn't mean to. Chen Manqing sighed in resignation, suddenly recalling how Chen Shi had been treated as the perpetrator. It seemed not to have been this way. Xiao Hao, please explain why you chose to violate Xiao Chui. Chen Zhen was evidently more rational than Yang Qian. Although he felt a wave of disappointment towards Chen Hao, he still wished to believe that his son had a valid reason. I had been drinking that night, Chen Hao explained. Yang Qian instantly became anxious, reproaching Xiao Hao. Your health is poor. How could you drink? That night I saw Dad, Mom, and my sisters laughing and talking with my brother. and suddenly I felt like an outsider. Overwhelmed with sadness, I drank some alcohol. Then, inebriated, he stumbled into the wrong room, which led to his apology to Xiao Chui. I truly did not intend for this to happen, Chen Hao explained, tears streaming down his face, deeply sorrowful. So it was like this. It was my fault for misunderstanding you. It was my mistake, my poor child. I shall never let you feel sorrow again, nor allow you to feel lonely. Yang Qian supported Chen Hao, enveloping him in her embrace. Upon hearing Chen Hao's explanation, the others did not express any blame. Rather, they felt immense sympathy for their brother and resolved to treat him with greater kindness moving forward. Dad, Mom, I made a mistake. Please punish me. It would ease my heart, Chen Hao said earnestly. Good child, it was not your intention. Just ensure it does not happen again, and let us forego punishment, they replied. At least let me receive a few lashes like Ge. Chen Hao feigned guilt. How can he be compared to you? His skin is tough, and a few lashes are of little consequence, Chen Yi remarked dismissively. After hearing Chen Hao's explanation, she felt content. He had returned to his normal self. She had always known her brother must have had his reasons. Chen Manqing could not discern the truth of Chen Hao's words, but one thing was certain. Why did you frame Xiao Shi? She demanded, her gaze piercing as it locked onto Chen Hao. Feeling uncomfortable under her scrutiny, Chen Hao stammered. I did not intentionally frame Ge. His pendant accidentally fell onto Xiao Chui's bed. Then why did you not speak the truth when Xiao Shi was wronged? Chen Manqing asked, suppressing her anger. I was afraid that if the truth came out, you all would cast me aside and reject me. I cannot bear to be without Dad and Mom, or my sisters. I truly love this family. As he spoke, Chen Hao wept once more. His heartfelt reasoning moved those present, filling them with even more compassion for him. Foolish child, no matter what happens, you will always be my dear brother. We will never abandon you, Chen Yi said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yang Qian held him tightly. Silly boy, your parents love you dearly. How could we ever cast you out? Shen Zhen reassured him urgently. You cannot bear to leave, but does Xiao Shi deserve to leave? You fear abandonment. But what about Xiao Shi? Chen Manqing's frustration boiled over as she noticed the differing treatment of Chen Shi and Chen Hao regarding the same matter. Startled by her outburst, Chen Hao instinctively trembled and withdrew into Yang Qian's embrace. Yang Qian cast a reproachful glance at her third daughter. Why are you so harsh with Hao? He did not do it on purpose. Indeed, third sister, your temper has been rather fierce lately. It is time for a change, Chen Yi teased. All right, then how do you propose we resolve the matter of Xiao Shi's wrongful accusation? Chen Manqing asked, her expression serious. Upon hearing this, Yang Qian immediately broke into tears. Xiao Shi was also a pitiful child. How I wish he could come home. Let us go and persuade him to return, shall we? Yes, the child can be stubborn, though not as much as Hao. His nature is not bad. We shall go and bring him back, Chen Zhen asserted with determination. Chapter 28, Bringing Xiao Shi Back. Chen Manqing was preoccupied with another matter that left her feeling uneasy, the kidnapping and murder incident concerning her. However, for now, it remained merely a suspicion, and she could not bring herself to believe that Chen Hao could act against her in such a manner. She felt unable to voice this suspicion. For if the kidnapping was indeed an accident, it would unjustly tarnish Chen Hao's reputation, inflicting great psychological harm upon him. They had already wronged Chen Shi, hurting his heart. She could not allow Chen Hao to bear an unfounded accusation, thereby causing another brother to suffer. She decided to wait for the police investigation results before taking any action. Nevertheless, her anger still simmered. Xiao Hao, you must apologize to Xiao Shi for this matter. Otherwise, I shall not recognize you as my brother, Chen Manqing said, her eyes blazing with fury as she stared at Chen Hao. Bang! Yang Qian slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Manqing, silence. Do you understand the weight of your words? Do you realize how deeply your words could wound Xiao Hao? Chen Manqing felt the gravity of her statement upon Yang Qian's rebuke. Manqing, I know you are advocating for Xiao Shi. We will make amends for him later. So do not be overly angry, Chen Zhen sighed, attempting to soothe her. Yes, Manqing, Xiao Hao has already admitted his fault. Do not berate him further. Just look at how heartbroken he is, Chen Shi said, her heart aching as she observed Chen Hao weeping uncontrollably. Chen Anqi approached Chen Manqing and gently patted her shoulder, saying, please forgive Xiao Hao this time. He did not mean it. At that moment, Chen Hao suddenly collapsed before Chen Manqing, clutching her leg and sobbing. Third sister, scold me. Hit me if you must, but please do not abandon me. I am truly terrified of losing you all. Please do not cast me away. Witnessing Chen Hao's despair, Chen Manqing's heart began to soften. Yet, the thought of Chen Shi's grievances and the scars upon his body filled her with profound anguish. As Chen Hao's sobs intensified, Chen Manqing remained unmoved. Third sister, I know I do not belong here. If you refuse to forgive me, I shall leave this very moment." With that, he wiped his tears and looked up at Chen Shi with pleading eyes. "Sister, I only hope that after I leave, you will take good care of yourselves. Especially during a fire. Please be cautious." Chen Hao rose and scanned Chen Shi and the others before resolutely making his way toward the exit. At the mention of fire, Chen Shi shuddered involuntarily, as did Chen Shi and the others. They were reminded of their childhood, of that fateful fire. Had it not been for the life-saving intervention of this brother, who bore no blood ties, they might have perished in the flames long ago. Finally, Chen Shi could no longer suppress her emotions. She rushed forward and enveloped Chen Hao in her arms. "Xiao Hao, I am sorry. It was wrong of me to say such things. Please do not leave." Chen Shi and the others quickly joined in, pleading with him to stay. Yang Qian, Wat Jing, was already in tears. Chen Zhen's eyes too glistened with unshed tears. Amidst their heartfelt pleas, Chen Hao finally managed to smile, though none noticed the glimmer of cunning satisfaction behind it. "Well, I shall listen to my sisters. After all, I cannot possibly live much longer. Let me spend this final time cherishing the company of my parents and sisters." "Xiao Hao, what are you saying? We will not let anything happen to you." "Do not speak such nonsense," Chen Yi rebuked angrily. Upon hearing that Chen Hao would stay, Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Hao, do not worry. Trust your sister. I will certainly save you." Chen Hao looked at Chen Shi with gratitude and nodded. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Let us go and bring Xiao Shi back." It was yet another new weekend. Jiang Nanxing left home early for work. After returning from the police station the previous night, Chen Shi was utterly exhausted, and since he had come home late, he slept in until nearly 11 o'clock. After getting up and getting ready, he planned to visit his grandmother in the hospital. Since leaving the Chen family that day, he had not seen her again. Although they had spoken on the phone and had video calls, he still missed his grandmother dearly. Last night, he instructed Jiang Yin to contact Qin Xingma in the morning, conveying that she need not come today due to certain matters. "Yin, focus on your studies at home and refrain from wandering about. I prepared lunch for you. Simply heat it up when the time comes." After giving these instructions, Chen Shi descended the stairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he was suddenly greeted by the sight of several luxury cars making their grand entrance and halting right before him. The residents of the community paused in their tracks, intrigued. "Is someone getting married in our neighborhood today? How come I wasn't informed?" "Married? Can't you see they are here for Xiao Shi?" The residents were well acquainted with the Chen family, having lived in the area for years. Chen Shi was handsome and possessed a pleasant demeanor, endearing him to the neighborhood. Although he had been absent for a time, he was still a familiar face. As the vehicles approached, Chen Shi recognized the Maybach belonging to Chen Zhen, the Maserati of Chen Shi, and the Porsche of Chen Shi. He frowned and considered leaving immediately, before Chen Manqing's car had even come to a complete stop. She hurriedly exited. "Xiao Shi, wait a moment." Ignoring her, Chen Shi continued his stride towards the exit of the community. Seeing this, Chen Manqing rushed over to grasp his arm. "What are you doing? Is this never-ending?" Chen Shi impatiently shook off her hand. Chen Manqing, undeterred, anxiously pleaded, "Xiao Shi, can you spare a moment to hear me out?" At that moment, Chen Zhen and Chen Shi, having exited their vehicles, joined her side. Upon seeing his entire family gathered, including the adopted son Chen Hao, Chen Shi felt averse to engaging with him further and coldly stated, "Let us not waste time. If there is something to discuss, make it quick." Busu. What else with that attitude? Chen Shi. Chen Iran bristled. They had made a special effort to find him, yet he consistently met them with such disdain, which irked her greatly. Chen Shi cast a sidelong glance at her, mockingly remarking, "What is wrong? Your face is no longer sore, is it?" The memory of being slapped by Chen Shi in the cinema flashed through Chen Iran's mind, causing her to instinctively step back, her face contorting with anger. Just as she was about to retort, Chen Shi interjected, "Enough, Iran. Don't stir up trouble. Xiao Shi, we are already aware of the situation concerning Xiao Chui," Chen Manqing said, her expression filled with remorse. Chen Shi remained impassive, not surprised. He had surmised the truth from the conversation outside the police station the previous night. "And so, what does that have to do with me?" Chen Manqing was momentarily at a loss for words. "Xiao Shi, we misunderstood you. Please come back with us," Chen Zhen sighed, speaking in a serious tone. "Indeed, Xiao Shi. Let bygones be bygones, and let us live harmoniously from now on," Chen Shi chimed in. Chapter 29. Everything as you wish. Let bygones be bygones. Everything is forgiven? Chen Shi glared at Chen Shi, incredulity lacing his tone. Faced with his inquiry, Chen Shi stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. "Naturally, it pertains to the absurdities you committed during your time with the Chen family," Chen Shi interjected instinctively. Chen Shi chuckled. So, you have come today to inform me that you are magnanimous enough to forgive my transgressions. Is it not so? Chen Shi countered. Let us not forget. The jewelry that went missing from the house was most likely pilfered by you. Chen Shi nodded, conceding, fine, I admit, even if those deeds were mine. But compared to the misdeeds of your precious younger brother, which is truly more absurd, you tell me. Chen Shi fell silent. Indeed, as Chen Shi pointed out, while he may have had petty thieving habits, they paled in comparison to Chen Hao's actions. Yet, it was crucial to acknowledge that Chen Hao did not act with intent, rendering comparisons moot. Xiao Hao didn't do it on purpose. Chen Yiran interjected, unable to restrain her urge to defend Chen Hao. Chen Shi merely smiled, feigning ignorance, and asked, what are you referring to? At this moment, the others recalled that they had yet to explain the report to Chen Shi in detail. It was not that they had forgotten, but rather that they were reluctant to revisit the matter, fearing it would undermine Chen Hao's dignity. They also wished to shield Chen Shi from the truth, apprehensive that he might harbor resentment towards Chen Hao and potentially mistreat him in the future. If they could avoid discussing it and simply bring Chen Shi home, that would be the ideal outcome. In response to Chen Shi's probing, the group fell silent, heads bowed. Ultimately, only Chen Manqing spoke up. The incident concerning Xiao Chui was an unintended consequence of Xiao Hao's drunkenness. It has nothing to do with you. Upon finishing her statement, she finally relaxed her tightly clenched hands. Oh, I see. So the act of framing me was also unintentional? Chen Shi's gaze turned sharply towards Chen Hao, who stood beside Yang Qian, fear evident in his eyes. Xiao Hao was compelled. He had no choice, Chen Anqi clarified. Chen Shi scoffed derisively. He was compelled. Yet I was wrongfully accused? Very well, if this is merely about that matter, I apologize. I have long since moved on. Farewell. With that, Chen Shi pushed past Chen Manqing and attempted to leave, but Yang Qian clutched his arm firmly. Xiao Shi, please forgive Xiao Hao. He is still young, can't you? As his elder brother, show him some leniency? Mother, I beg you. The moment Chen Shi heard those words, his temper flared uncontrollably. Why must the elder always yield to the younger? What kind of nonsensical reasoning is that? Besides, I have already yielded enough, sacrificing paternal and maternal love, the identity of a Chen family heir, even my engagement, all in hopes that you would acknowledge me. Yet what has transpired? You failed to cherish it, and now you dare to cast blame. I apologize. I do not have a brother who behaves like a beast. He forcefully extricated himself from Yang Qian's grip and strode towards the community exit. You scoundrel, stop right there. How dare you speak like that? Who are you calling a beast? Chen Zhen thundered from behind. He had intended for today's meeting to be amicable and to discuss matters with his son, envisioning a joyful return home as a family. He never anticipated that this wretched child would show him such disrespect and publicly insult Chen Hao. How is it that you could denounce me as a beast back then, yet now, with the truth laid bare before you? It is unacceptable to call your precious son a beast? Chen Shi turned around, mocking. You're a scoundrel. Chen Zhen trembled with rage. Xiao Shi, please do not treat your brother this way. It truly pains your mother. Tears, long held back by Yang Qian, finally cascaded down her cheeks. Although they had wronged Chen Shi, and she felt remorseful towards him, Chen Hao was innocent as well. His mistakes were the result of alcohol's influence, making him a victim in this scenario. Contemplating the relationship between her son who had accompanied her since childhood and her other son, now fraught with conflict, Yang Qian felt an immense ache in her heart. She could not comprehend why Chen Shi could not be more understanding, why he could not consider his parents' perspective, and why he was perpetually mired in complaints and accusations. Being a parent was not easy, while she might appear to favor Chen Hao. She harbored love for Chen Shi deep within her heart. Why did he not grasp this? Why did he feel the need to turn a once harmonious household into a battleground? If you forgive your brother this time, I will allow you to celebrate this birthday with Xiao Hao, Yang Qian proposed. Ever since Chen Shi's return, they had organized a birthday celebration for him the first year, under the pretense of securing his signature for a kidney donation agreement. However, on that day, Yang Qian sensed that Chen Hao was in poor spirits, and she attributed it to these very issues, believing they had caused his unhappiness. From that moment on, she ceased to acknowledge Chen Shi's birthday. Thank you for your charity, Mrs. Yang, but I do not require it. Chen Shi's fists were clenched tightly, his eyes burning with fury. At that moment, Chen Hao suddenly emerged from behind, kneeling before Chen Shi. Brother, please do not scold Mom. It's all my fault. You can hit me if it will ease your anger. You can strike me down if it brings you solace. Witnessing Chen Hao's desperate plea, the others displayed concern, urging him, Xiao Hao, don't say such things. Chen Shi, Xiao Hao has already apologized. What more do you desire? Chen still gazed at his brother, who was enduring such humiliation, feeling immense sorrow within. Indeed, Xiao Shi. Xiao Hao truly understands his mistake. Please forgive him this once. Chen Shi believed that Chen Shi had gone too far. Though you have endured some grievances, we have humbly come to retrieve you. What more could you possibly want? Chen Shi thought that while they had wronged Chen Shi, it was understandable, and he need not dwell on it any longer. Chen Manqing remained silent, wishing to counsel Chen Shi, yet struggled to find the right words. Chen Zhen grew impatient, saying, Xiao Shi, enough is enough. You are nearly an adult. Why do you still hold such grudges against your younger brother? Help Xiao Hao up and come home. No, I will not get up. Chen Hao screamed, tears streaming down his face. Let brother hit me. Let him strike me dead. If I am gone, he will not be angry, and he will be happy. I am nothing but a burden. Xiao Hao, what nonsense are you speaking? You are mom and dad's precious son. Not a burden. Young Qian scolded. What a splendid performance, my dear brother. Chen Shi chuckled, crouching down to pinch Chen Hao's chin, lamenting. The others were taken aback, fearing Chen Shi might take further action. Chen Hao's frail body could scarcely withstand any more torment. I will give you what you desire. With that, Chen Shi released Chen Hao and turned to leave. The group exhaled in relief, but before they could gather their thoughts, Chen Shi took a few steps forward, abruptly turning back. Then, with a swift motion, he raised his foot and stomped down once more on Chen Hao's already injured face. Just as you wished. Chapter 30. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Chen Shi's sudden and unexpected strike caught everyone off guard. It was not until Chen Hao's agonizing wail echoed that the Chen family realized what had transpired. Chen Shi, what are you doing? Young Qian, closest to Chen Hao, shrieked in horror as she rushed over. She hurriedly crouched down to support the wailing Chen Hao. My poor child, what has happened to you? Her fingers trembled as she touched the imprint of the shoe on Chen Hao's face, her voice laced with concern and panic. Yang Qian had not witnessed Chen Shi strike Chen Hao the first time. Though it pained her deeply, she managed to maintain composure. But now, seeing Chen Hao harmed before her very eyes pierced her heart like 1,000 needles, rendering her breathless. Throughout his life, Chen Hao had been her treasure, cradled delicately in her hands, afraid he might break. Never had he been struck, nor had she ever raised her voice harshly against him. Yet now, in just a few days, he had been beaten by Chen Shi twice. Her disappointment in Chen Shi was profound. She could not comprehend how her son could act in such a manner. The rest of the family gathered around to check on Chen Hao's injuries. After handing Chen Hao over to others, Yang Qian stood up to face Chen Shi directly. In her eyes, alongside disappointment, there smoldered fury. Apologize to Xiao Hao, Yang Qian commanded, her voice suppressing a wave of wrath. The others had never witnessed Yang Qian in such a state. What if I refuse to apologize? Chen Shi replied. Gazinkoli et Yang Qian. You insolent wretch. Suddenly, Yang Qian shouted, catching everyone off guard as she raised her hand. Slap. A resounding slap echoed across Chen Shi's face. Mom, stop. The voice belonged to Chen Manqing. Originally, they had intended to bring Chen Shi back, but the situation had escalated unexpectedly. She had never anticipated that Yang Qian, who usually doted on Chen Shi, would actually strike him. Fear gripped her. She dreaded that after today, she might lose her brother forever. Apart from Chen Manqing's visible alarm, the others did not intervene, merely observing the scene with cold detachment, believing Chen Shi deserved the slap. Chen Aran even felt that the slap had been too light. Chen Shi merely frowned, offering no further comment. Earlier, during their time at the cinema, Chen Hao and Chen Aran had spoken indiscreetly and been struck by Chen Shi, which she deemed justifiable. However, now, Chen Hao had done nothing wrong and yet faced Chen Shi's brutal assault. Chen Shi believed Chen Shi had indeed gone too far this time and deserved a lesson. Chen Shi had not anticipated Yang Qian would strike him again. In the Chen household, it was always Chen Zhen who resorted to violence. Although Yang Qian had been present, she had never raised a hand against him. The first slap had occurred on the day he left the Chen family, and this time it was again due to Chen Hao. Chen Shi's expression remained calm as he raised his hand to touch his swollen cheek, unable to suppress a gasp of pain. Oh, that stings a bit. After slapping him, Yang Qian regained her composure but immediately regretted her actions, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. Xiao Shi, I am sorry. I didn't mean to. Will you forgive me? She reached out to touch Chen Shi's face. Chen Shi stepped back, evading Yang Qian's touch. Her hand hung in the air, frozen in shock. It's fine. It's just a slap. It doesn't hurt, Chen Shi said nonchalantly. You certainly don't feel pain. Look at what you've done to Xiao Hao. Chen Iran shouted, furiously pointing at Chen Hao, who sat on the ground. She raised her hand, poised to strike Chen Shi. She had never hesitated to discipline Chen Shi through physical means. As his elder sister, was that not her rightful duty? At that moment, a figure suddenly stepped in front of Chen Shi. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Yin's brow furrowed, her eyes wide and glaring at Chen Iran. After Chen Shi had left, Jiang Yin had been preparing to study when she heard the commotion below. Alarmed to see Chen Shi surrounded by his family, she rushed down, fearing he might be bullied again. You again. Chen ran, who had intended to strike Chen Shi, unhesitatingly redirected her slap towards Jiang Yin's face. Originally intending to visit their grandmother, this so-called family had inexplicably sought him out, and now he had received a slap for no reason, stoking his anger. Seeing Chen Yiran's disrespectful attitude ignited his fury. Just as her hand was about to connect with Jiang Yin's face, he swiftly pulled Jiang Yin aside. Chen Yiran's slap had been delivered with all her strength. As her hand missed its target, she lost her balance and stumbled towards Chen Shi. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shi grasped her collar and delivered 2 matching slaps. Did I not warn you to keep your mouth clean? If you dare lay a finger on Yin Yin, I swear I will end you. With that, he tossed her aside. Chen Yiran was cradled in the arms of Chen Shi and others, her face a portrait of terror as she gazed at Chen Shi, disbelief etched across her features. Moments ago, she had witnessed Yang Qian strike Chen Shi, yet he had refrained from retaliating, seemingly intimidated by the crowd. But now, facing her, Chen Shi dared to raise his hand against her. Why must I always be the one to suffer? Chen Jun, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of rage, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he shouted, You ungrateful wretch! Are you plotting a rebellion? How dare you strike your sister and threaten her life? Have you lost your mind? Just watch. I shall teach you a lesson today. As he spoke, he glanced around as if searching for something, ultimately locating a 5-centimeter thick wooden stick beside a trash bin. Grasping the stick, he prepared to unleash it upon Chen Shi. Yang Qian, in a state of panic, cried out, What are you doing? That stick is too thick. You might kill him. Despite her apparent urgency, she remained rooted to the spot, making no attempt to intervene. Chen Manqing and Chen Anshi, wishing to stop him, were already too late. Just as Chen Zhen's stick was about to descend upon Chen Shi, a figure suddenly appeared. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Chen Zhen was sent flying, hunched over in midair. Chen Shi, taken aback by the scene, could not help but exclaim, Sister Nanqing. After kicking Chen Zhen away, Jiang Nanqing casually tossed her handbag into the air and swiftly approached Yang Qian, seizing her collar and lifting her off the ground. With the other hand, she delivered 2 sharp slaps to Yang Qian's face, sending her sprawling. She then took a couple of steps back, deftly catching her handbag as it fell. With a stern expression, Jiang Nanqing loomed over Yang Qian. Your tone suggests a genuine concern for Chen Shi. If you care so much, why not take action instead of merely talking? Why not rush in to stop this? Yang Qian leaned against Chen Shi, her face pale with fear as she regarded the woman before her. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wished to argue, but no words escaped her. Ignoring Yang Qian further, Jiang Nanqing turned her attention to Chen Shi. Sister Nanqing, what brings you back? Chen Shi, sensing Jiang Nanqing's anger, gulped nervously and asked, If I hadn't returned in time, would you have just stood there and allowed yourself to be beaten? Jiang Nanqing retorted, tugging at Chen Shi's ear and drawing him closer. Now, tell your sister Nanqing, why did you not resist? It hurts, Sister Nanqing, please be gentler. My ear is going to fall off. Chen Shi yelped in pain, pleading for her to release him. Speak. Why? Jiang Nanqing's voice boomed. At last, Chen Shi recognized the sincerity of her fury. I did resist. I had my own reasons, he stammered. Regardless of your intentions, you should never allow yourself to be bullied. Do you understand? Jiang Nanqing admonished sternly. I warn you, if I catch you being bullied again without fighting back, you might as well leave. Her voice, tinged with fury, had taken on a slightly hoarse quality. I was wondering why Chen Shi has become like this. It seems it is all you're doing, Chen Shi interjected. Jiang Nanqing gestured for Jiang Yin to support Chen Shi before turning around. And what of it? He's 1,000 times better than the pitiful wretch you've raised. She replied, On what grounds do you call Xiao Hao pitiful? His character surpasses Chen Shi's, and his academic performance is superior as well. In what respect does Chen Shi compare? Chen Yiran shot back, undeterred by the previous admonitions. Character? Huh, how dare you mention it? Jiang Nanqing scoffed, casting a derisive glance at the group before her gaze settled on Chen Hao. Jiang Nanqing was unaware of the details regarding the testing report. However, from snippets of conversation with Jiang Yin over the phone, she had surmised that the Chen family was aware of the truth, which prompted them to seek an apology from Chen Shi. Little did she expect the outcome to be so dire. She felt relieved she had returned. Otherwise, she could only imagine the extent of Chen Shi's injuries. The so-called character you speak of involves violating young girls and then framing one's own brothers? Jiang Nanqing's lips curled into a mocking smile. What a remarkable sense of character. He was left with no choice. It wasn't he intentional. Yanqian hastily defended. You believe every word he says, yet when Chen Shi tries to explain, You dismiss him entirely. If the truth had not come to light, would Chen Shi have spent his life bearing the blame for your precious adopted son? Now you simply brush it aside with "a not intentional." I truly wish to know who among you is your real son and who is your true brother, Jiang Nanqing remarked, casting a disdainful look at Yang Qian. Cough, cough. That is only because he has lived with you for so many years, absorbing all your bad habits. Chen Zhen interjected angrily, coughing twice. Jiang Nanqing's kick had been quite forceful. He took a moment to recover, realizing he would need to undergo a checkup after returning. Even if he has flaws, at least they are honorable. Unlike some who conduct themselves secretly, engaging in all manner of sordid activities, Jiang Nanqing retorted with a cold laugh. The Chen family found themselves at a loss for words, as fundamentally, Chen Hao's actions indeed bore the mark of such behavior. Fine, let us not discuss character. Academically, Chen Shi is certainly inferior to Chen Hao, Chen Anqi asserted confidently. Jiang Nanqing regarded Chen Anqi with a knowing expression, slowly articulating. Are you certain? Isn't it so? Chen Hao has consistently ranked among the top 10 in his grade. Chen Shi only managed to enter the first high school through connections and struggles to remain in the lower class. How could he possibly compare to Chen Hao? Chen Anqi was resolute in her belief. Well, the college entrance examination is approaching. Shall we dare to compare? Jiang Nanqing raised an eyebrow. What is there to fear? Chen Shi replied with confidence. If we are to compete, there should be some stakes involved to make it interesting, don't you think, Mr. Chen? Jiang Nanqing challenged Chen Zhen. What stakes do you desire? Chen Anqi asked, frowning. If Chen Shi wins, I want 50% of the Chen Corporation shares. Jiang Nanqing declared boldly, shocking Chen Zhen and the others. No way. Yang Qian immediately objected. Why not? Isn't Chen Shi supposed to be the sole heir of the Chen family in the future? Jiang Nanqing narrowed her eyes at Yang Qian. Do you intend to pass the Chen family's assets to this unknown wild child? Yang Qian stammered, struggling to find her voice. Chen Zhen sighed. Chen Shi lacks the capability. Handing over the shares to him so soon could lead to complications. Had Chen Shi not appeared, Chen Zhen might have genuinely considered passing the family business to Chen Hao, as he had been groomed as the heir from a young age and had never disappointed him in terms of excellence across various fields. Although Chen Hao was merely an adopted son, it was not uncommon in ancient times for families without heirs to adopt sons to inherit the family business. Such instances were numerous. Even with Chen Shi's presence, Chen Zhen remained hesitant, as Chen Shi fell significantly short of Chen Hao in many respects. Aren't you all confident in this wild child? Why fear loss? Jiang Nanqing mocked. Though her words rang true, the stakes were undeniably steep. How about this? If Chen Shi truly wins, I can offer him 10% of the shares. Chen Zhen ultimately made a decision. Even if Chen Hao were to become the heir in the future, he would allocate some shares to Chen Shi. After all, Chen Shi is his own flesh and blood. Dad, why should he take so many shares from our family? I vehemently object, Chen Iran exclaimed. Iran, are you out of your mind? Dad was merely joking. How could Chen Shi possibly outperform Xiao Hao? He's not a genius, Chen Shi comforted. The others shared similar sentiments, thus refraining from further discussion. Since we VE agreed, let us expedite the signing of the contract, Jiang Nanqing proposed. What do you mean? Must we really sign a contract? Is our Chen family so devoid of integrity? Chen Iran retorted angrily. Let us just sign it. It won't take much time anyway, Chen Manqing suggested. After today's events, she suddenly felt that Chen Shi might drift further away from the Chen family. Providing some security for her younger brother's future would ease her mind. What am I even thinking? Chen Manqing chided herself, questioning her sanity. With Chen Shi's grades, how could he possibly surpass Chen Hao? She was clearly deluded. In the future, she ought to support Chen Shi more. Chapter 32. Merely a waste who can only enter a 211 university. Following a phone call, Chen Anqi soon received a share transfer agreement. Chen Shi, not one to be polite, promptly signed his name on it. He was not a rigid individual, thinking to himself that he had ambition and did not wish to take a dime from the Chen family. Furthermore, this was a wager. He was not receiving it for free. After both parties signed, Chen Iran suddenly recalled something and asked, what happens if Chen Shi loses? Will you all forfeit? The crowd turned to Jiang Nanqing, eager to see what equivalent wager she could propose. Jiang Nanqing merely smiled nonchalantly. We have nothing to offer but our lives. Do you wish to accept that? At that moment, they truly grasped the nature of Jiang Nanqing, who had cared for Chen Shi for 5 years. Shameless. Nevertheless, the members of the Chen family paid little heed to it, as they did not believe Chen Shi could possibly triumph over Chen Hao. Once the contract was in hand, Jiang Nanqing prepared to take Chen Shi and Jiang Yan upstairs. As Chen Shi was about to leave, Yang Qian, undeterred, called out from behind, Xiao Shi. Come home with Mom. I truly can't bear to part with you. You mustn't be so heartless. Jiang Nanqing shot a glare at Yang Qian and then pulled Chen Shi into her embrace. He is mine, if you dare to bother him again. Do you believe I want to dismantle your Chen family? In the room, Jiang Nanqing was meticulously checking Chen Shi's health. Sister Nanqing, why are your eyes so red? Chen Shi noticed that her eyes were slightly swollen. Jiang Nanqing, flustered, rubbed her eyes and explained a bit of sand got in. After she left, Jiang Yin entered with an ice pack to apply to Chen Shi's face. Cautiously glancing towards the door, Jiang Yin whispered into Chen Shi's ear, "Brother, I'll let you in on a secret. Just now, sister was alone in the kitchen, crying." Upon returning home, the police called to inform them that the gang responsible for kidnapping Chen Manqing had been apprehended. However, regrettably, their leader, Long Ge, had managed to escape. This group had merely acted on Long Ji's orders. As for why he had kidnapped Chen Manqing and who was behind it, they were unclear. The police assured them that once Long Ge was captured and the truth uncovered, the Chen family would be notified immediately. Although this answer was far from ideal, it represented the best outcome for Chen Manqing. At the very least, she did not hear from the police that her beloved younger brother, Chen Hao, had been the one to kidnap her, intending to bring her to harm. At that moment, Chen Manqing was in Chen Anqi's room, accompanied by Chen Shi. She recounted the events from the police station, and both advised her to remain at home and avoid going out. Until the mastermind behind the scenes was apprehended, danger lingered. The three were still feeling somewhat down due to the events surrounding Chen Shi, particularly Chen Manqing, who appeared utterly fatigued. "Sister, how come you're so close with that little rascal lately?" Chen Shi teased. "What little rascal? He is your brother. Stop with the nonsense." Chen Anqi shot back, her eyes glaring at the distracted Chen Shi. He could even take on Xiao Hao and Iran. How could he not be considered a little rascal? Chen Shi pouted, her expression one of disdain. While Xiao Shi's behavior was indeed questionable, it was clear that both Xiao Hao and Iran had their faults as well. They could not place all the blame on Xiao Shi. "Sister, he is not just our brother. He is also my savior. Regardless of the circumstances, you should not refer to him in such a manner," Chen Manqing expressed, slightly angered. Yes, you are both correct," Chen Shi replied with evident impatience. Chen Manqing could be excused. After all, Chen Shi had rescued her. But Chen Anqi's constant defense of Chen Shi was perplexing. "Sister, if Xiao Shi truly outperforms Xiao Hao in the upcoming college entrance examination, will we genuinely transfer 10 of the Chen Group's shares to him?" Chen Manqing casually inquired. "Of course, the agreement has been signed," Chen Anqi replied without hesitation. "What are the two of you thinking? A waste like Chen Shi can only manage to enter a 211 university at best. How could he possibly surpass Xiao Hao?" Chen Shi raised her head, her expression dripping with sarcasm. "Anything is possible. What if Xiao Shi performs exceptionally well this time?" Chen Manqing attempted to defend her stance, but halfway through, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, no matter how well he performed, it was improbable for him to make a sudden leap from 211 to Tsinghua or Peking University in just 2 months. Chen Shi merely chuckled, choosing not to engage in further debate with Chen Manqing. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable due to her inability to counter Chen Shi's arguments, Chen Manqing deliberately asked, "Sister, aren't you writing today? Haven't your readers been urging you for updates?" "No need. I finished today's draft earlier, and it has already been uploaded." Chen Shi's response surprised both her and Chen Manqing. Chen Shi's expertise was not in writing. Online novels were merely a hobby for her. For the sake of this pastime, she had abandoned her professional path and pursued online writing full-time. However, she lacked talent in this domain. Often, she would spend an entire day in her room, producing only a few hundred words. The painstakingly crafted plots were met with harsh criticism from readers. Gradually, her enthusiasm waned, and she would occasionally stop updating, which further incited reader backlash, with some even threatening to come after her. After a year of such turmoil, her earnings barely covered the cost of tutorials. Thankfully, the Chen family was affluent enough to support her. Such high efficiency today? Chen Manqing regarded her with suspicion. "Of course, I will never cease updating again, and I plan to release more chapters," Chen Shi proclaimed proudly. "Has our family's address been exposed?" Chen Anqi looked at her younger sister in astonishment. "No, it's just that after my new book was published, I happened to connect with a reader. This reader is quite remarkable. He frequently offers me suggestions in the comment section, and sometimes even helps me brainstorm plot ideas." Chen Shi openly shared the truth. "After I implemented his suggestions and ideas, my metrics skyrocketed, exceeding my entire yearly output in just 1 day. Isn't that impressive? So incredible." Chen Anqi and Chen Manqing were oblivious to these matters, having never perused Chen Shi's novels, for she never divulged the titles of her works to them. However, from Chen Shi's tone, it seemed her prowess was quite formidable. Subsequently, I approached this esteemed writer under a pseudonym. At my request, She graciously agreed to teach me the art of writing, permitting me to become her sole apprentice. Chen Shi exclaimed with excitement, claiming that I was a rare literary talent, destined to shine, though my achievements had yet to materialize due to a lack of opportunity. She likened me to an unpolished gem, asserting that with her guidance, my ascendance in the online literary realm was imminent. After exchanging glances, Chen Shi and Chun Manqing chorused, "How much does she charge you?" "Not much, just 200,000 for the introductory course," Chen Shi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi and Chun Manqing sighed, confirming their suspicions that Chen Shi had fallen prey to a scammer. Chapter 33. Young Master Chen Shi cannot dine at the table, though Chen Shi was the second young lady of the Chen family. Among the trio, her mind was the most innocent. Among the 5 sisters, aside from the 5th sister, Chen Xia, who studied far away in the capital, Chen Shi was the simplest. Perhaps having indulged in too many romance novels featuring domineering leads, she harbored some notions of romantic idealism, always lost in unrealistic fantasies. Nevertheless, despite knowing that Chen Shi had been deceived, Chen Shi and Chun Manqing chose not to intervene, recognizing that their foolish sister would not heed their warnings. Moreover, the sum in question was negligible for the Chen family, so they allowed her to pursue her whims. "Big sister, second sister, third sister, dinner is ready." At that moment, Chen Iran's voice drifted up from downstairs. "Father, how is your health? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" At the dining table, Chen Manqing asked Chun Jun with concern. After returning from the Chen Shi household, Chen Manqing had sent Chun Jun for a medical examination, taking precautions by ordering an X-ray. After all, Chun Jun was not young, and it was better to be cautious. Although the results indicated only some bruising on his abdomen, Chen Manqing couldn't help but worry upon seeing Chun Jun's gloomy expression. Chun Jun did not respond to his daughter's inquiries, instead slamming his hand on the table. "That scoundrel! How could he conspire with outsiders to assault his own father? Does he not understand who his true family is?" Chen Jun's eyes widened, his voice brimming with unmasked rage. If this rebellious son were to inherit the Chun family's fortune, what hope would remain for the Chun lineage? Yang Qian, who was serving Chun Hao, was startled by Chun Jun's sudden outburst, causing the food on her chopsticks to fall onto the table. Annoyed, she scolded Chun Jun. "Can you not be so irate? If you weren't constantly beating Shi, would he have left the Chen family? And so forcefully too. Did you not see the injuries on his back that day?" With that, Yang Qian lost her appetite, slamming her chopsticks down on the table. Chun Jun, now irked by Yang Qian's rebuke, retorted, "Why didn't you stop me when I was punishing him? I remember you even suggested I could be a bit harsher at times to correct his bad habits." Yang Qian's tears began to flow. "I was only speaking casually. Who knew you would actually hit him? I only wanted what was best for him. If I hadn't been a bit firmer, would he have taken it to heart?" Chen Shi, sensing the escalating tension, hastily intervened. "Father, mother, please calm down. The past cannot be changed. With time, Shi will come to his senses and return." "No, he is not welcome back," Chen Iran exclaimed, touching her still slightly swollen cheek. "If he returns, he will only bully Xiao Hao. I will not allow him to step foot in the Chun household again." Chen Shi's repeated assaults on Chun Hao left the others at the table speechless. "Sister, please don't be like this. I believe if brother can achieve good results in the upcoming college entrance examination, we should give him another chance," Chen Hao said, his face filled with sorrow. Very well. If he can indeed surpass Xiao Hao this time, I shall allow him to return," Chen Iran replied, her face alight with smugness. "Weren't you once so adamant that Xiao Chui's incident was undoubtedly Shi's doing? And what of that now?" Chen Manqing thought Chen Iran's words were rather excessive and attempted to speak up for Chen Shi. Upon hearing Chen Manqing's words, Chen Iran's adrenaline surged. "Let my word stand. If he truly surpasses Xiao Hao this time, I will live stream myself eating feces." The others at the table suddenly found this proclamation eerily familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before. "Iran, stop that. How could Shi possibly outperform Xiao Hao? Please do not cause further trouble," Chen Shi said, somewhat impatiently. "Indeed, fourth sister, though brother may not surpass me, I still hope he can return home," Chen Hao added, furrowing his brow and placing the untouched steak back on his plate. Noticing this, Yang Qian inquired with concern, "Howard, what's wrong? Is the steak not to your liking?" It's a bit stale," Chen Hao replied, pursing his lips. Chun Jun immediately shouted, "Wang Ma, what is the matter with this steak? How could you serve something stale?" The housekeeper, Wang Ma, hurried over, flustered by Chun Jun's inquiry. "Sir, madam, I will go ask in the kitchen right now." Before long, Wang Ma rushed back, flustered. "Sir, madam, young master, I apologize. This steak is from yesterday. The chef mistakenly took the wrong one. How could such a mistake occur? How many times have I reiterated that Howard only eats freshly slaughtered beef? How could you forget?" Chen Shi scolded, his brows furrowed in displeasure. You allowed Hauer to eat something stale. If he falls ill, who will take responsibility? Do you wish to resign? Yanqian timid in angrily. I'm so sorry, young master. I truly apologize. Wang Ma kept repeating her apologies. Enough. Take this steak away immediately. This shall not happen again. Chen Shi commanded. Understood, young lady, Wang Ma said, pulling a plastic bag from her pocket, ready to dispose of the steak. Upon witnessing this, Chen Shi's previously relaxed expression tightened once more. Wang Ma, what are you doing? Wang Ma did not cease her actions, explaining, sir. I am packaging it for young Master Shi. If I simply return it to the kitchen, the staff will surely consume it. Just as the words left her mouth, Wang Ma suddenly seemed to recall something, pausing to retract the plastic bag. Ah, my age is catching up with me. I forgot young Master Shi has been away from home for quite some time. Chen Manqing furrowed her brows, perplexed by Wang Ma's actions. Even if Shi were home, he still cannot eat what we do not. Wang Ma chuckled, clarifying, Third miss, you seem to have forgotten. When young Master Shi returned that time, during a meal, he accidentally splashed soup on young Master Hao. Subsequently, Sir forbade young Master Shi from dining at the table. Upon hearing this, the chopsticks of those present froze mid-air. They suddenly recalled that it had been quite a while since Chen Shi last dined with them. Perhaps out of habit, they had not noticed that they had a brother who was absent from their meals. Chen Jin also came to this realization. Indeed, it was true. That time, Chen Hao, dressed in new clothes, had been stained by Chen Shi's clumsiness, which had made him cry. At that moment, he and Yang Xian had deemed Chen Shi lacking in dining etiquette and, to comfort Chen Hao, had temporarily prohibited Chen Shi from joining them at the table. Later on, he completely forgot about the matter, and thus, Chen Shi never again joined them at the dining table. However, he felt no peculiarities about this absence. In Chen Zhan's heart, there was a flicker of guilt, albeit minimal. After all, despite this, hadn't you prepared meals for him in private? Why bother with such things? Chapter 34. In the face of an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Indeed, regardless of circumstances, the food must surely be better than what one finds outside. Chen Shi dismissed the notion with a wave of her hand, continuing to shovel food onto her plate. She needed to finish her meal swiftly. She had an online lesson with the esteemed master coming up soon. We did not specifically prepare meals for young Master Shi, Wang Ma stated calmly. What do you mean? Chen Manjing furrowed her brow, inquiring with confusion. You didn't prepare meals for Xiao Shi? Then what does he eat? A hint of sorrow appeared on Wang Ma's face as she replied. Young Master Shi typically consumes the leftovers from the meals of the master and the young ladies. What? As soon as Wang Ma's words fell, Chen Manjing sprang to her feet. The others wore expressions of shock as well. Wang Ma, what do you mean by that? Please clarify. Chen Shi set down her chopsticks, her expression darkening. Chen Shi's absence from the dining table did not strike her as odd. After all, he had been adrift for over a decade, lacking in the manners and upbringing associated with their family. Not dining at the table might even be better for both them and Chen Shi himself. Yet, the notion of eating leftovers was indeed a thunderous revelation for her. What do you mean, Wang Ma? Hurry and explain. Chen Zhan pressed urgently. No matter how one viewed it, Chen Shi was his son, the young master of the Chen family. How could he be reduced to eating the scraps of servants? No, even servants would not consume the leftovers of others. Faced with the intense inquiries, Wang Ma sighed and glanced at Chen Hao and Chen Ran before elucidating. That day, after young Master Shi was sent away from the table by you, he secluded himself in his room and wept. Once you all had finished dining and departed, I intended to have the kitchen prepare a fresh meal for him. However, young Master Shi refused. He simply went to the table and began to eat the leftovers. I meant to stop him, but he said. Wang Ma's voice faltered, thick with emotion. What did he say? Speak quickly, Chen Zhan urged, anxious to uncover the truth. Wang Ma sighed, continuing, young Master Shi remarked that the leftover food from the master and ladies was not dirty at all. Eating this food felt as though he were dining together with everyone, and it brought him great joy. At this, Wang Ma's voice broke further. Chen Jin appeared lost in thought, staring blankly. Chen Shi and the others, upon hearing Wang Ma's explanation, lowered their heads in silence. They recalled how they had nitpicked and disdained anything associated with Chen Shi. Such a brother, whom they had looked down upon, held no reservations about the food they discarded. Yang Qian was already in tears, murmuring to herself, Xiao Shi, my dear child. What happened next? Chen Manjing pressed on. If it were merely an occasional meal of leftovers, it would not be a big deal. However, that incident was witnessed by the fourth miss and young Master Hao. The fourth miss suggested that since young Master Shi enjoyed the remnants, the kitchen should no longer prepare meals for him. From then on, he would only eat leftovers. Wang Ma cautiously glanced at Chen Ran before adding, the fourth miss mentioned she would inform the master and lady about this. So for the past 3 years, Xiao Shi has been eating what we left behind. Is that right? Chen Shi inquired in a low tone. Wama nodded. Yes, if you are dining at home. It's fine. If not, young Master Shi must go hungry. Their daily affairs involved numerous social engagements, leaving little time for home-cooked meals in the evenings. Chen Manjing could no longer contain herself. She pointed a trembling finger at Chen Iran and exclaimed, Chen Iran, look at the good you've done. She understood that Chen Iran was close to Chen Hao and feared that Chen Shi's unexpected arrival would seize everything from him. Yet even if her sister despised Chen Shi, this was utterly excessive. Seeing Chen Manjing's fury, Chen Iran became flustered, stammering, he hasn't starved to death. So why are you so angry? Is that the crux of the matter? He is the young master of the Chen family, and you allowed him to eat leftovers for 3 years. Did you not notice how emaciated he has become? Witnessing Chen Iran's complete lack of remorse only fueled Chen Manjing's anger further. And so what? Even if it's leftovers, it's still 100 times better than what he ate previously while outside. He is the sort who deserves nothing but our discarded food, Chen Iran argued. Chen Manjing seized the chopsticks from the table and hurled them at Chen Iran's face. You think you have a point, don't you? Caught off guard by her sister's sudden aggression, Chen Iran was unable to evade in time, and her already swollen cheek received another blow. Now angered herself, she stood up in indignation. I'm in the wrong, and what of you? He has endured 3 years of leftovers, and none of you noticed. Chen Iran's words rendered Chen Manjing speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Chen Manjing seemed to be drained of energy, sighing as she returned to her seat. Indeed, while Chen Iran was at fault, did the others bear no blame? 3 years had passed, and she knew nothing of how Chen Shi had been faring. Or perhaps it was that she simply did not care. Why did they now have to cast blame upon Chen Iran? In the face of an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Manjing, do not blame Iran. At that moment, we saw brother enjoying the food so much that the fourth miss made that suggestion. It was not intentional. Chen Hao interjected in defense of Chen Iran. My poor Shi, how you have suffered. Yanqian sobet softly to herself. Chen Jun sighed, suddenly feeling a pang of regret for his own son, questioning whether he had been too harsh on him in the past. Chen Shi remained relatively composed. She felt a slight sense of guilt towards Chen Shi, but did not perceive his plight as particularly grievous. After all, he was merely an ordinary child who had come from nothing, suddenly transformed from a wild chicken into a phoenix. Taken back to the affluent Chen family, a fate desired by many yet attained by few. Enduring such trifles was hardly significant. Furthermore, she believed that Chen Shi would eventually find his way back. His current absence was merely a strategic retreat. Well then, Iran, when you have a chance, take some time to apologize to Xiao Shi, Chen Shi suggested. Chen Iran pouted, initially inclined to refuse, yet Chen Jun also weighed in. Iran, your actions were indeed somewhat excessive this time. You should heed your elder sister and apologize to Xiao Shi. Reluctantly, Chen Iran acquiesced. Meanwhile, Chen Shi, who had been quietly eating, was entirely indifferent to the unfolding drama. She quickly finished her meal, exchanged brief farewells, and headed straight to her room. Today marked the first class with the esteemed master, and she felt a swell of excitement within her. Chapter 35. Why go to his house and not mine? After the meal, Chen Shi sat on the sofa, one hand applying an ice pack to his face, while the other swiftly navigated his phone screen. Jiang Nanqing, Jiang Yin, and Qin Qingma gathered around the table, happily enjoying the cake brought by Qin Qingma. Due to the considerable swelling of his face, Chen Shi refrained from visiting his grandmother. Upon learning this, Qin Qingma rushed back over. Brother, who are you chatting with so enthusiastically? Jiang Yin inquired, observing Chen Shi engrossed in his phone. Without lifting his gaze, Chen Shi replied, a netizen. This was rather peculiar, as Chen Shi was not accustomed to online chatting, prompting curiosity among Jiang Nanqing and the others. Qin Qingma's attention was also captured. Is it a female netizen? There are many online scammers these days. You must be cautious not to fall victim. Jiang Yin remarked seriously upon hearing Chen Shi mention a netizen. Yes, a female netizen, Chen Shi admitted without reservation. Jiang Yin's demeanor shifted to one of concern. She abandoned her cake and rushed to Chen Shi's side. Brother, you aren't involved in an online romance, are you? Her words caused Jiang Nanqing and Qin Qingma to instinctively pause with their spoons midair. Online romancy. The individual in question is merely a web novel author, Chen Shi clarified. And frankly, quite a dimwit. He proceeded to recount how he encountered a rather lackluster novelist on the Tomato app while reading, leading him to offer some unsolicited advice due to the appalling quality of her work. Under her persistent request, he reluctantly agreed to assist her with her writing. Brother, you can write novels too? Jiang Yin exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Nanqing and Qin Qingma's eyes also reflected curiosity. After all these years, Jiang Nanqing had no inkling that Chen Shi possessed writing skills. I suppose I have some ability, Chen Shi replied modestly. In reality, he had merely read an extensive number of novels in his past life on Earth, accumulating some experience. After all, one need not have seen a pig run to know what a pig looks like. While he may not be a professional, he felt confident enough to guide the inept author. But why did you call that female writer a dimwit? Qin Qingma asked, puzzled. I believe that regardless of the outcome, one should respect the effort the writer puts into their craft. As readers, we ought to offer encouragement rather than resort to mindless insults. Chen Shi concurred with Qin Qingma's sentiment, yet he couldn't resist elaborating. You are correct, but this author is truly a dimwit. This declaration piqued the interest of the others, who were suddenly eager to discover the extent of this author's ineptitude that warranted such a harsh judgment from Chen Shi. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Chen Shi proposed, let me ask you this. If your father were murdered by an enemy, wouldn't you seek vengeance? The group nodded in agreement. Naturally, in pursuit of revenge, one would focus on enhancing their abilities to ultimately vanquish the foe, correct? Indeed, they affirmed. Now, can you guess how this dimwit wrote that particular scenario? How did she write it? They asked, their curiosity piqued. Chen Shi glanced at them and began to read from his phone. Father, as you walk the path of life, I find myself too weak to exact revenge. But if I cannot avenge you, how can I face the world as your son? The group was bewildered. Chen Shi continued. As he spoke, he drew a dagger and cut off a lock of his hair, declaring, Today, I sever our father-son bond. The debt of vengeance shall await our next life. Jiang Nanqing and Qin Qingma couldn't contain their laughter, spitting out their food. And then, they urged, eager for more. Chen Shi continued. The stepmother was described as having released a particularly spiteful fart. The protagonist met with an accident and required a rare panda blood type, prompting the domineering CEO to procure 2 pandas. You must live, and if you dare die, I shall kill you. At this point, Jiang Nanqing and the others erupted into uncontrollable laughter, even the typically aloof Qin Qingma giggling incessantly. After school that day, Chen Shi dashed to the stairwell the moment the bell rang, eager to wait for Jiang Yan. However, after a considerable wait, he still had not seen her. Confused, he ascended the stairs to the experimental class in search of her. Upon arriving at the doorway, he spotted Jiang Yan and Qin Qingma emerging. Just as Chen Shi was about to call out, he noticed Chen Hao closely following behind them. Qingma, let's go out for dinner tonight. I've already made a reservation. Chen Hao said impatiently. Chen Hao, can't you take a hint? Qingma has already said she wants to study tonight. Why must you be so bothersome? Jiang Yan retorted, harboring a significant animosity towards Chen Hao due to his connection to Chen Shi. Although Chen Shi had not shared much with her, she had gleaned much from the recent encounters with Chen's family. Qingma, you excel academically. Taking one night off won't hurt. Chen Hao dismissed Jiang Yan, pursuing Qin Qingma. With the college entrance examination approaching, I can't afford to relax for even a moment, Qin Qingma replied coolly. Upon hearing her response, Chen Hao recalled the last time he invited Qin Qingma to a movie, where she also insisted on studying. However, that very night, he had seen her at the cinema with Chen Shi. Qingma, didn't you go to the movies with brother Chen Shi last time? As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Qingma's brow furrowed in irritation. Just then, Chen Shi's figure appeared. Brother, Jiang Yan exclaimed excitedly. Chen Shi acknowledged. Glancing at Chen Hao, despite wearing a mask, the distinct imprint of a red shoehorn was visible on his forehead. Chen Shi noticed the beauty contacts in Chen Hao's eyes, which initially gave him a pitiable appearance. Chen Shi scoffed dismissively. Chen Hao sensed Chen Shi's unfriendly gaze and lowered his head, meekly uttering, Brother Chen Shi. Yet, Chen Shi distinctly caught a flash of malice in Chen Hao's eyes. Ignoring him, Chen Shi admonished Jiang Yan, stop dawdling. We'll miss the bus. Let's go. He grabbed Jiang Yan and began to run. Jiang Yan pulled him back, saying, Brother, there's no rush. Qingma is coming to our house tonight. We'll ride back with her. What? The 4 nights this week have already concluded. Why do you still want to go? Chen Shi asked disdainfully. Today is Friday. We agreed on 4 nights during the week, plus 1 on the weekend. Since there is a supplementary class due to the impending exams, Saturday is off. The schedule is already full. Why are we adding more? Unfazed by Chen Shi's reluctance, Qin Qingma calmly replied, Tonight, I simply wish to study with Yan Yan. I won't impose on you. Given Qin Qingma's assurance, Chen Shi found it difficult to refuse. Qingma, why not come to my house to study? I have some questions I need help with. Upon hearing that Qin Qingma would be going to Chen Shi's house and that she had been frequently visiting him, Chen Hao felt a surge of anxiety. Why does Qingma go to his house, but not mine? As he observed Chen Hao's distressed expression, an unexpected sense of mischief welled up within Chen Shi. Those tears poised on the brink of falling must be quite uncomfortable. Just let them flow, he thought. In front of Chen Hao, he swiftly pulled Qin Qingma closer, draping an arm around her shoulders with a beaming smile. Qingma has already decided to go to my house. What are you whining about over here? Hurry back and find your sister. Everyone was taken aback by Chen Shi's sudden display of affection towards Qin Qingma, especially the experimental class students who had just exited behind them. Who is Qin Qingma? She is none other than the flower of first high school, the goddess in their hearts. How could she be sullied by someone of Chen Shi's lowly status? Although they had heard whispers of an engagement between Qin Qingma and Chen Hao, the latter being the scion of the Chen family, made it somewhat palatable. Even if Qin Qingma were to marry Chen Hao in the end, they could still accept it. But Chen Shi, he was merely the son of a servant, daring to brazenly flirt with the future lady of the house in front of them. Such audacity was utterly outrageous. Before long, someone reprimanded, Chen Shi, what are you doing? Let go of Qingma at once. Chen Shi, however, paid no heed, his gaze fixed mockingly on Chen Hao. It wasn't long before Chen Hao's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down his cheeks. This was because he had witnessed Qin Qingma in Chen Shi's embrace, showing no sign of struggle. Her cheeks even adorned with a faint blush, clearly a manifestation of shyness. Seeing Chen Hao finally in tears, Chen Shi turned away with a satisfied smirk, one arm around Jiang Yin and the other still holding Qin Qingma as he made his way toward the staircase. Chen Hao and the classmates behind him immediately pursued. It was only then that Qin Qingma struggled to free herself from Chen Shi's grasp, lowering her head as she descended the stairs. Upon catching up, Chen Hao quickly wedged himself between Chen Shi and Qin Qingma, separating the two. With tears in his eyes, he addressed Chen Shi. Chen Shi, Qingma is my fiancée. What you just did was wrong. The students from the experimental class echoed his sentiments, condemning Chen Shi's actions. Chen Shi could hardly be bothered. His earlier antics were solely to provoke Chen Hao, and he had no intention of engaging in a debate, silently continuing on his way. However, upon hearing this, Qin Qingma's tone turned cold as she stated, Chen Hao, we don't know what the future holds. Can you refrain from bringing this up incessantly? Realizing Qin Qingma was somewhat angered, Chen Hao panicked. While he had previously mentioned this matter in front of others, Qin Qingma had never once refuted him. Today, however, she was inexplicably upset, instilling in him an unprecedented sense of crisis, one that stemmed from Chen Shi's presence. Deep within, his animosity toward Chen Shi intensified. This unexpected interloper not only threatened to usurp his family fortune, but was now also vying for his fiancée. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes, as if he had made a decisive resolution. Chen Hao quickly adopted an innocent demeanor, his voice choking as he said, Qingma, please don't be angry. It's just that Chen Shi recently harassed our family's little maid. I fear he might lose control and do something terrible to you. Boom! Chen Hao's words struck like thunder, leaving everyone on the staircase stunned, frozen in place. Chen Shi had violated the Chen family's maid. He was a predator. How could such a person still attend first high school? A barrage of questions raced through their minds. Even Chen Shi himself stood there dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Chen Hao could audaciously slander him in front of everyone when the truth had already come to light. Why would Chen Hao shamelessly attribute such falsehoods to him? Most importantly, Chen Hao had chosen to publicly malign him, evidently intent on ruining his reputation. A surge of anger coursed through Chen Shi, his fists clenched tightly. In that moment, he longed to eliminate this brat. Chen Hao, be silent. Before Chen Shi could act, Qin Qingma's furious voice rang out. Her sudden outburst startled everyone, for throughout it all, she had maintained an aloof and indifferent demeanor toward everything. They had never seen her raise her voice, let alone shout in anger. This unexpected display left them utterly astonished. Do you even realize what you're saying? Apologize to Chen Shi at once. Qin Qingma demanded, her brow furrowed, her tone icy. Chen Hao, taken aback by Qin Qingma's sudden wrath on behalf of Chen Shi, felt a wave of despair wash over him. His expression darkened, but he quickly reverted to a pitiful guise. He hastily apologized to Chen Shi. Chen Shi, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought this up. It was my fault. I apologize. Chen Hao had sought to air this grievance to utterly ruin Chen Shi. The evidence lay solely with the Chen family, and they would never forsake Chen Shi for the sake of their servant. At worst, they would merely chide him. Thus, he felt no trepidation. However, his apology unwittingly solidified Chen Shi's guilt. At that moment, Chen Shi regained his composure. He was unconcerned with the opinions of others. His sole focus was on how to deal with this pest. Yet, before he could make a move, a shriek erupted from Chen Hao, who tumbled down the stairs. Chen Shi, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Please don't push me. As Chen Hao unexpectedly rolled down the staircase, several students rushed to help him up in a panic. Chen Shi, how could you be so excessive? What if he gets hurt? Given the already cramped staircase, Chen Hao had been standing close to Chen Shi, and coupled with his earlier remarks, they had no doubt that Chen Shi had pushed him. Don't blame Chen Shi. It was just an accident, Chen Hao groaned, feigning pain while attempting to defend Chen Shi. Chen Hao, how can you speak up for him after what he did to you? I'm going to see the teacher right now. Yes, a person like him should be expelled, Jiang Yin exclaimed, suddenly frightened at the prospect of expulsion. Earlier, she had let her anger cloud her judgment, failing to notice whether Chen Shi had indeed pushed Chen Hao. Without hesitation, she testified he didn't push him. Chen Hao fell on his own. Jiang Yin, are you still lying through your teeth? If it wasn't Chen Shi who pushed him, did Chen Hao truly just fall by himself? Even if Chen Shi had pushed him, Jiang Yin didn't think it was wrong. In fact, she believed he had gone too easy on him. However, faced with the facts, she found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Chen Shi interjected. Chen Shi did not push him. I saw Chen Hao fall by himself. Chapter 37. It was me who kicked him. What of it? Chen Shi's declaration left everyone in shock. Regardless of the circumstances, she was still Chen Hao's fiancée. Why did she not defend her betrothed, but instead shield this son of a servant? Chen Hao felt as if his heart had turned to ash. He was uncertain whether Chen Shi had witnessed his fall. Even if she had, as his fiancée, why would she not side with him, but instead speak on behalf of Chen Shi? Yet, recalling Chen Shi's character, he began to feel a sense of relief. She had never been one to stoop to deceit, nor would she lie through her teeth. Perhaps she had indeed seen through his act. Chen Hao's quick wit kicked in, and he promptly said, Qingma is right. It must not have been Chen Shi who pushed me. I must have slipped and fallen on my own. I thought it was Chen Shi. With that, he approached Chen Shi, attempting to muster a semblance of a smile, sincerely apologizing. Chen Shi, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. You won't hold this against me, will you? Chen Shi, however, merely raised an eyebrow and smiled. Of course, I won't hold it against you. It was, after all, I who kicked you down. Chen Shi's words left Chen Hao momentarily stunned, and even Jiang Yin, Qin Qingma, and a host of classmates were bewildered. They were utterly perplexed by Chen Shi's intentions. Having seemingly cleared his name, how could someone voluntarily confess to being the perpetrator? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Shi abruptly seized Chen Hao by the hair, dragging him to the stairway of the next floor. With a decisive kick, he sent Chen Hao tumbling down. The anguished cries echoed as Chen Hao fell, rolling down to the second floor. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed towards him, but Chen Shi was swifter. In a few strides, he leaped down the stairs, dragging Chen Hao like a lifeless pig to the next level, where he unceremoniously tossed him down again. Thus, with Chen Shi's assistance, Chen Hao continued his descent to the ground floor. After a brief moment, Jiang Yin and the others hurried down. Chen Shi did not spare a glance at Chen Hao, who lay on the ground groaning in agony. He took Jiang Yin by the hand and made his way outside the school gates. Observing this, Qin Qingma hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to stay behind and contact the Chen family. In the Chen family's hall, the atmosphere was suffocating. What a scoundrel! What a scoundrel! Chen Jun trembled with rage, unable to contain his fury. When Qin Qingma called to inform them that Chen Hao was feeling unwell, they dismissed it lightly, instructing the driver waiting outside the school to go in and fetch Chen Hao. However, when the driver called back to say that Chen Hao was severely injured, Qin Jun found it hard to believe. It was only when the driver returned with Chen Hao, whose body was bruised and battered, that panic set in. Upon learning that Chen Shi was the instigator of this chaos, disbelief intertwined with anger surged through them. They could hardly fathom that Chen Hao, who had barely returned to school for a few days, had once again fallen victim to Chen Shi's cruelty. Fortunately, after examination, it was determined that Chen Hao had only sustained superficial injuries. Nevertheless, this did little to alleviate Yang Qian's distress. As she tended to her beloved son, her eyes filled with tears, she lamented, "My poor Hauer, my poor Hauer." She recalled feeling a twinge of guilt when Wang Ma mentioned he had to eat leftover food, intending to make it up to him in the future. Little did she know, Chen Shi's nature remained unchanged, and he would inflict such harm upon Hauer. Chen Zhan's voice trembled with fury as he spoke. Why on earth would Xiao Shi push you down the stairs without provocation? He wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. Chen Manqing inquired. After Qin Qingma's call, Yang Qian had informed Chen Manqing, urging her to return and check on Chen Hao's condition. Aware of Yang Qian's anxiety, she hastily abandoned her work and returned home. Chen Shi, a reclusive individual, rarely ventured outside. Chen Iran, aspiring to be a star, had just entered the industry and was quite idle at that moment. Chen Shi, the CEO of the Chen Group, was busy with a meeting at the company. What do you mean for no reason? He is nothing but an ungrateful wolf. Chen Shi exclaimed angrily. It was one thing for him to bully Hauer at home, but now he continues his torment at school. I believe he should not be allowed to remain at the first high school. I didn't say anything about my brother. I just felt a bit upset when I saw him suddenly embrace Qingma. Chen Hao replied, tears streaming down his cheeks. I didn't expect him to become angry and then. What did you just say? He actually embraced Qingma. Yanqian exclaimed in sulk. Qingma is your fiancé. How dare he? Chen Zhen's disbelief was palpable. Yes. I wonder if he is deliberately approaching Qingma, because he knows she is my fiancé. Recently, Qingma has been spending a lot of time at his house, Chen Hao added, his tone filled with grievance. That beast. Knowing you have a betrothal with Qingma, he still dares to covet her. He is utterly despicable. Chen Zhen was so enraged, he nearly broke his own hand. She is to be my future sister-in-law. How could he behave this way? Yang Qian wiped her tears away. Disappointment etched on her face. Chen Manqing stood silently, stunned. Could it be that Xiao Shi has developed feelings for Qin Qingma? She suddenly felt weary, pondering why her two younger brothers were such a source of concern. Brother and sister-in-law? This is entirely unethical. Chen Yiran's eyes gleamed with a mixture of indignation and excitement. This development could serve as inspiration for a novel's plot. That little rascal, always trying to steal from Hauer. I wonder what underhanded tactics he used to get close to Qingma. We absolutely cannot allow him to succeed. Chen Yiran's words prompted Chen Zhen and Yang Qian to realize the gravity of the situation. If Qin Qingma were truly pursued by Chen Shi, they would have no choice but to reveal Chen Shi's identity. At that point, Chen Hao would not only lose Qingma, but also his standing as the Chen family's young master. What support would he have left? Especially if he were to be relentlessly bullied by Chen Shi? As these thoughts crossed their minds, a flicker of worry appeared on their faces. Chen Yiran, however, was not as contemplative. Her mind was simpler than Chen Shi's, and she spoke without hesitation. We must ensure that Qingma does not fall victim to that little rascal's schemes. They cannot be allowed to spend time together. Her words sparked an idea in Yang Qian. Should we consider transferring Hauer to another school? That way, they would not have the opportunity for frequent encounters. Mom, there are only 2 months left until the college entrance examination. Transferring schools now could adversely affect Hauer's performance. Chen Manqing quickly interjected. What do you propose we do? If this marriage falls through, how devastated will Hauer be? You know his feelings for Qingma, Yang Qian retorted, frustration evident in her voice. Enough. It is decided. We shall transfer that scoundrel to another school, Chen Zhen declared resolutely after a moment of contemplation. I will call the principal shortly and use today as incident of him assaulting Hauer as a reason to expel him. Yiran, you have some free time. I'll find him a new school. Okay, Dad. Chen Yiran replied with excitement. I won't be attending first high school tomorrow. Whoever is available, please go to the school and handle Chen Shi's expulsion. Chen Zhen glanced at his daughters, inquiring who would take on the task. I'll go. Chen Yiran exclaimed enthusiastically. Mom, Manqing, Shi, do you want to join me? Father, Mother, should we reconsider this matter? Chen Manqing sought to make one final plea. After all, Linhai No. 1 High School is the finest institution in all of Linhai City. Although the college entrance examination is merely 2 months away, the educational resources at Linhai No. 1 are unparalleled by any other school. Even with just 2 months remaining, the impact on her grades could be substantial. Manqing, enough. Your father and I have made our decision, Yang Qian stated with unwavering resolve. Manqing could only let out a resigned sigh and replied, I have surgery tomorrow, so I won't be attending. She simply could not bring herself to inflict further pain on Chen Shi in his presence. Although she also believed that Chen Shi's entanglement with Qin Qingma was inappropriate. I won't be going either. Yang Qian shook her head. Very well. Then it will just be Sister Shi and me going to school tomorrow to expel that little scoundrel from No. 1 High, Chen Yiran declared, her enthusiasm palpable as she pulled Chen Shi along. Chen Shi, however, was preoccupied, lost in a sudden rush of inspiration as she devised the plot for her novel. After dealing with Chen Hao, Chen Shi felt elated. Yet he still cautioned Jiang Yin to keep this incident a secret from Jiang Nanqing. He did not wish for Jiang Nanqing to worry about the conflict with the Chen family. Upon returning home, Jiang Nanqing had prepared dinner, waiting for them. As they dined, Qin Qingma arrived. After dinner, Jiang Nanqing headed out to set up her stall while Chen Shi and the others began reviewing their studies. Chen Hao should not be severely injured. You needn't fret, Qin Qingma suddenly remarked. Chen Shi glanced up at the school beauty, then returned to explaining the problems to Jiang Yin. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me, Chen Shi thought inwardly. As long as the Chen family does not pursue this matter, the school will merely administer a light punishment, perhaps a warning, which will not be recorded in the official records and will have no bearing on your future. Qin Qingma continued. It was then that Chen Shi understood why Qin Xingmo reassured him not to worry. That was the implication. But what if the Chen family does decide to pursue this? Chen Shi inquired, suddenly intrigued. Qin Xingmo's expression turned serious as she regarded him. If the Chen family insists on pursuing it, the situation could escalate considerably. In what way? Jiang Yin asked. If the Chen family delves deeper, it could result in a reprimand or worse, a suspension or expulsion. Regardless of the outcome, it will be documented. Qin Xingmo explained earnestly. That seems unlikely. Jiang Yin sighed in relief. She was aware that Qin Xingmo was oblivious to the true nature of Chen Shi's relations with the Chen family. Yet she knew that despite their discord, Chen Shi remained a scion of the Chen family, bound by blood. No matter what, the Chen family would not risk expelling Chen Shi over Chen Hao. Moreover, with the college entrance examination approaching, it was unlikely they would take such drastic measures. Chen Shi shared Jiang Yin's sentiment. Although he had struck Chen Hao, the injuries were likely superficial, causing no serious repercussions. If anything, the only thing bruised was Chen Hao's pride, especially in front of Qin Xingmo. Beyond that, it seemed there was little harm done. I concur. After all, your relationship appears to be rather extraordinary, Qin Xingmo remarked nonchalantly. Chen Shi detected a deeper meaning in her words. After all, she was no fool and could discern certain things. Given that you are betrothed to Chen Hao, you should be concerned for him. Yet here you are, comforting me, Chen Shi teased lightly. The engagement was arranged by the elders of the Chen family and my grandfather. It is beyond my control, Qin Xingmo replied earnestly. So, Qinma does not fancy Chen Hao, Jiang Yin noted with a hint of understanding. I had assumed you were willing. She remarked, with the patriarch of the Chen family deceased and my grandfather aging, he cannot hold out much longer. Once he passes, the engagement will no longer matter. Qin Xingmo stated with a stoic expression. Chen Shi cast a peculiar glance at Qin Xingmo. Do you have a poor relationship with your grandfather? Quite the opposite, she replied, leaving Chen Shi somewhat taken aback. As her tone suggested, she wished for her grandfather to meet his end. From your words, it seems that if you had a knife, you would not hesitate to do the deed yourself. Am I mistaken? Chen Shi queried. Qin Xingmo did not deny it. Instead, she nodded. You heard me correctly. That is precisely my sentiment. For someone so irresponsible as to arrange a marriage for an unborn grandchild, should they not face retribution sooner rather than later? Chen Shi was surprised by the depth of Qin Xingmo's aversion towards the engagement and her profound resentment. He felt a wave of relief that his identity remained undisclosed, preventing the engagement from falling upon him. Otherwise, he would surely be loathed by Qin Xingmo. So you intend to wait for your grandfather to pass before nullifying the engagement? Jiang Yin inquired. Indeed, that is my plan, Qin Xingmo admitted without reservation. What if your grandfather remains steadfast? Jiang Yin asked bluntly. This question rendered Qin Xingmo momentarily speechless. Observing her silence, Jiang Yin suggested, why not elope? That way, they would have no power to coerce you. Just as she was about to elaborate, Jiang Yin seemed to recall something and quickly covered her mouth, falling silent. Chapter 39. Xingmo, how can you lie with your eyes wide open? The following morning, as Chen Shi arrived at class, he was summoned to the principal's office. In the office, he encountered Chen Shi, Chen Iran, and a pale-looking Chen Hao, who appeared as though he might collapse at any moment. Chen Shi, regarding your actions of pushing Chen Hao down the stairs yesterday, do you have anything to say? Principal Goisen inquired. I have nothing to say. I did push him, Chen Shi confessed directly, recognizing that many had witnessed the event, making denial pointless. Old Huang, look at him. After committing such a heinous act, he remains utterly unconcerned. How can we proceed without severe punishment? Zhang De, the homeroom teacher of the experimental class, interjected. Chen Hao was a top student in the experimental class, hailing from a prestigious family, and was a prime candidate for elite universities. Who would have expected that he had been assaulted by the less prestigious Chen Shi? Should any lasting damage occur, preventing him from participating in the college entrance examination would significantly affect the class's admission rates to elite universities. Haha, old Zhang, you are overreacting. Isn't it natural for students to engage in playful scuffles? Besides, Chen Hao is not seriously harmed. A simple warning would suffice, old Huang. The homeroom teacher of the less prestigious class remarked cheerfully. Are you serious? Chen Hao is so gravely injured, yet you claim he is fine. Chen Iran, listening to Huang Minghui's defense, was incensed and launched a personal attack against him. Chen Iran's demeanor caused Huang Minghui to feel anxious. The main concern in such situations is the attitude of the parents involved. Chen Shi was his student, although he appeared to have average grades and occasionally skipped classes. He was fundamentally a good kid. Once while walking down the street, Huang Minghui unexpectedly encountered Chen Shi delivering takeout. and learned that Chen Shi skipped classes to earn money to buy supplies for a welfare home. He did not want today's incident to tarnish Chen Shi's record and burden him with a disciplinary action. Chen Shi, isn't he the child of your family's maid? Perhaps. Considering his mother's position, we could let him apologize this time and just let it go, Huang Minghui suggested, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. No way. He must be severely punished. Zhang De and Chen Iran exclaimed in unison, their voices resolute. Chen Shi remained silent, standing to the side, for the decision had already been made, and further words would be futile. Deep down, she too felt that her parents' choice was somewhat excessive for Chen Shi. Yet, it was a necessary measure for Chen Hao's sake. Enough of the bickering. After thorough discussion among the faculty, we have decided to expel Chen Shi, Principal Kai Sin declared. Upon hearing this, Huang Minghui shot up from his seat. Principal, what did you just say? He exclaimed, incredulous. Although Chen Shi's behavior was reprehensible, expulsion seemed far too harsh. Moreover, with the college entrance examinations approaching, what would become of Chen Shi? Zhang De was equally taken aback. His intention was merely to seek justice for Chen Hao, not to foresee such a severe punishment from the school. However, he shrugged it off, thinking, after all, he was just a failing student. Expulsion wouldn't matter much. Principal Kai-san reiterated the school's decision. Chen Shi stood frozen, taken aback by the fact that his biological parents and sisters would compel him to withdraw from school for the sake of a foster child, disregarding his future. His gaze turned icy as he looked at Chen Iran and the others. The three instinctively took a step back, intimidated by his stare. What do you intend to do? Chen Iran stammered, fear creeping into her voice. After being physically confronted by Chen Shi twice, she harbored a lingering dread of him. I've already found you another school. Your grades are mediocre anyway, so it doesn't matter where you go, she hastily explained, fearing Chen Shi's wrath. Principal, we cannot treat this matter lightly. Please reconsider your decision. Huang Minghui urged anxiously. Chen Shi is not a violent person. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding could there be? Many students in my class witnessed it last night. Do you want me to summon them for cross-examination? Zunda hitortid, jizmisi vedi. Huang Minghui was determined to make one last effort, convinced that Chen Shi would not attack someone without cause, and there must be some underlying circumstances to clarify. All right, Lao Zhang, bring in those students. I wish to inquire directly, he said. Soon, those who had witnessed the incident, including Jiang Yin and Qin Qingma, were summoned. Upon hearing of Chen Shi's impending expulsion, Jiang Yin immediately lost her composure. She recounted everything that had transpired the previous night, including Chen Hao's slander against Chen Shi, accusing him of assaulting the Chen family's maid, and the incident where Chen Hao had feigned injury. However, she refrained from mentioning how Chen Shi had pushed Chen Hao from the third floor down to the ground. It was only through the accounts of other students that the full story emerged, ignoring Kai's son and the others. When Chen Shi and Chen Iran learned that Chen Hao had publicly smeared Chen Shi's reputation, their eyes widened in disbelief. If Chen Shi had indeed committed such acts, even if it meant he would be shamed forever, it would be his own fault. Yet the truth was now clear. Chen Hao had falsely accused Chen Shi. They found it hard to believe. Faced with the questioning gazes of his two sisters, Chen Hao hastily declared, I was just anxious, and spoke out of turn. Chen Iran, being an ardent admirer of Chen Hao, believed every word he said. After all, it was Chen Shi who had first embraced Qin Qingma, and it was understandable that Chen Hao had reacted in haste. Chen Shi, however, felt a profound inner turmoil. She suddenly sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. At that moment, an urge to reveal the truth on behalf of Chen Shi surged within her. But she hesitated. If she spoke out, what would become of Chen Hao? How could he possibly face his peers at school afterwards? Besides, Qin Qingma had been present. This matter must never reach her ears. Well, the truth about Chen Shi pushing someone is abundantly clear. There's nothing more to discuss, Kai-san stated, unwilling to delve into further details, as he was there with a mandate. Moreover, given Chen Shi's actions, expulsion would seem quite justifiable, as the situation appeared to solidify. Qin Qingma, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Chen Shi did not push Chen Hao. He fell on his own, she asserted, leaving everyone astounded. What had occurred the previous night was clearly witnessed by all. Chen Shi had indeed shoved Chen Hao down the stairs. How could it be that Chen Hao simply fell? Did he have a mental lapse and, after tumbling to the first floor, rise again only to roll down? Qingma, how can you lie with your eyes wide open? Qingma, what are you saying? Chen Iran said, momentarily stunned. Everyone had seen Chen Shi push Chen Hao. The teachers exchanged bewildered glances. Qin Qingma was known as an exemplary student and a model leader. She had never been one to lie, and her sudden inversion of truth was unfathomable. I am not lying. If you don't believe me, ask the others, Qin Qingma replied coolly, casting a glance at the students from the experimental class. They faltered under her gaze, suddenly at a loss for words. As the class monitor, her authority was immense, and her abrupt distortion of truth left the students hesitant to speak. If Chen Shi had not pushed Chen Hao, then naturally, expulsion was unwarranted. Chen Shi's actions were not culpable, Qin Qingma stated expressionlessly. But Chen Shi himself admitted it. Principal Kai-san wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling awkward. Qin Qingma turned to Chen Shi, asking, "Did you push Chen Hao?" I don't think I did," Chen Shi stammered, staring blankly at the young lady from the Qin family, momentarily speechless. The very act of her twisting the truth made him feel slightly embarrassed. "Qingma, why are you helping him?" Chen Hao, who had been silent and feigning innocence, could no longer contain himself and trembled as he questioned her. His fiancée, who had never lied, was now fabricating stories to defend Chen Shi, shattering his heart into pieces. "I am not helping him. I am merely stating the facts," Qin Qingmo replied, her composure unwavering in the face of Chen Hao's accusations. "Do you even realize what you are doing?" Chen Iran was utterly enraged. It was one thing to not support Chen Hao, but for Qin Qingmo to lie on Chen Shi's behalf was incomprehensible. Ignoring Chen Iran, Qin Qingmo addressed Principal Kai-san. "Do you have any further questions? If not, I hope you will reconsider the decision to expel Chen Shi." "No. Chen Shi must be expelled today," Chen Iran shouted. Witnessing Qin Qingmo publicly defend Chen Shi intensified her sense of urgency. She was unaware of how far their relationship had progressed, but if she allowed this to continue, Chen Shi would undoubtedly steal the engagement from Chen Hao and Qin Qingmo. She would not allow this to happen. Chen Shi quickly grasped Chen Iran's arm, urging her to calm down. "Chen Shi, perhaps you should just withdraw. It would be for everyone's benefit." Internally conflicted, Chen Shi believed it unnecessary to resort to expulsion against Chen Shi. However, given the family's decision, she felt reluctant to voice her opposition. With a cold smile, Chen Shi looked at Chen Shi and said, "This so-called benefit for everyone certainly does not include me. Chen Shi, regardless of your willingness, you shall not remain at Yizhong," Chen Iran asserted with unwavering resolve. "What can you do if I refuse to withdraw?" Chen Shi retorted, laced with mockery. "Do you believe we are powerless against Jiang Nanxing after she assaulted us last time? That was only due to the intervention of our eldest and third sisters. Otherwise, she would have long been imprisoned. If you do not withdraw from school today, I shall immediately call the police to apprehend Jiang Nanxing. Do you dare test me?" Chen Iran threatened. "You wouldn't dare." Chen Shi's voice emerged through clenched teeth, brimming with indignation. He soon regained his composure. This incident regarding his withdrawal from school revealed his diminished standing in the Chen family's eyes. If he chose to remain at Yizhong, he might indeed endanger Jiang Nanxing. After all, with the Chen family's influence in Linhai, dealing with them would be a trivial matter. Taking a deep breath, he finally conceded, "Very well, I shall withdraw from school." "Chen Shi, you cannot." Huang Mingwei interjected immediately. Yet, Zhang De offered a comforting remark. "Enough. Lao Huang, with only 2 months left, it matters not where he studies. His grades will remain unchanged." His tone dripped with subtle derision. "He might even improve our Yizhong's acceptance rate for the 985 universities." Principal Kai-san nodded in tacit agreement with Zhang Da's assertion. Jiang Nian, watching Chen Shi's impending withdrawal, wore an expression of anxiety. "Brother, are you truly going to withdraw?" Chen Shi gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her. "Do you not understand? With my grades, it matters little where I am." Jiang Nian merely nodded, refraining from further speech. In truth, her sorrow stemmed from the prospect of no longer attending school or returning home with Chen Shi. Chen Iran, having overheard Chen Shi's words to Jiang Nian, could not resist adding her own jibe. "At least you possess some self-awareness about your capabilities. Chen Shi, do strive to achieve a place in a 211 university." Chen Shi remarked with a hint of guilt. Although Chen Shi's actions towards Chen Hao were wrong, Chen Hao's behavior was far more disgraceful, reminiscent of the scheming female antagonists in the novels she had read. Yet, Chen Hao was her younger brother, always obedient and sensible. Surely, his actions were unintentional. Upon hearing Chen Shi's suggestion about Chen Shi aiming for a 211 university, Qin Qingma cast her a sidelong glance, her eyes betraying a fleeting hint of disdain. "Principal Kai, I hope you do not come to regret today's decision in 2 months' time," Qin Qingma said, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Shi before turning to exit the office. Principal Kai was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implication of her words. "What is wrong with my decision today?" After leaving the office, Chen Shi proceeded directly to the school that Chen Iran had arranged for him, Shizhou Middle School. He was uncertain about the quality of this institution and had little desire to learn more. For him, the only priority was to ensure he could sit for the college entrance examination smoothly. After completing his enrollment, he promptly skipped classes, using the funds from the mortgage on his new house, as well as the $20,000 for the brainless author's tuition fee. to head straight for a particular urban village. According to Chen Shi's calculations, this urban village would soon be integrated into city planning and face demolition. Thus, he intended to acquire properties there while prices were still low. Before the news broke, if he had sufficient capital, he would not hesitate to buy the entire village. It appeared he would need to secure additional funds. Upon returning home, he shared his transfer with Jiang Nanxing, albeit under the pretense that he was simply annoyed by Chen Hao and wished to leave Zhang. Jiang Nanxing did not press for further details, as long as Chen Shi promised to participate earnestly in the college entrance examination. Rest assured, Sister Nanxing, I will take the college entrance exam seriously, he vowed, understanding that the Chen family's 10 shares were a secondary consideration. His primary concern was to alleviate Jiang Nanxing's worries. After all, who could guarantee that the Chen family would willingly relinquish their shares? Chapter 41. Will you date me? As Shizhou Middle School was situated a distance from home, Chen Shi arrived home just before 7 o'clock. Jiang Nanxing had prepared dinner in anticipation. Qin Qingma was also present. Their agreement was to meet 4 evenings a week and 1 weekend. However, it seemed the allure of home-cooked meals had drawn Qin Qingma here almost daily. Chen Shi, there is something I would like to ask for your help with. Qin Qingma suddenly ventured. Absolutely not. Before she could finish, Chen Shi outright refused. If it is something that a young lady from the Qin family cannot resolve, it is undoubtedly troublesome. Qin Qingma's fair cheeks flushed crimson, and she bowed her head. Quietly eating, Jiang Nanxing shot Chen Shi a reproachful glance. Qingma hasn't even finished explaining. Why do you refuse so hastily? Indeed, brother, that was quite rude of you. Jiang Nian chimed in. Jiang Nanxing smiled and turned to Qin Qingma. Qingma, what is it that you need help with? Speak freely. If it is within his capabilities, I will ensure he assists you. Qin Qingma lifted her gaze to Chen Shi, her face reddening even further. She opened her mouth to speak, but faltered. Unable to find her words, unable to bear the tension, Jiang Nian urged, Qingma, just tell us already. Chen Shi felt a pang of anxiety as he observed Qin Qingma's hesitation. It must be something significant. Qingma, it's all right. Please go ahead, Jiang Nanxing encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Qin Qingma fixed her gaze on Chen Shi and said, would you consider dating me? Jiang Nanxing's chopsticks froze in midair, and Jiang Nian also stiffened, though she quickly let out a shriek. I object. Qingma, how could you have designs on my brother? We are no longer friends. Do not come to my house again. Jiang Nian puffed out her cheeks, indignant. Qin Qingma hurriedly waved her hands, flustered. No, it's just temporary. How could you even think of playing with my brother's feelings? Oh, I am furious. Jiang Nian exclaimed, flailing her arms in frustration. Wait, Nian Nian, let me explain, Qin Qingma said, her voice tinged with urgency. Jiang Nanxing intervened. Enough of this chaos. Allow Qingma to speak. After a moment's pause, Qin Qingma inhaled deeply and continued. I want to annul the engagement with the Chen family. So, you intend to use me as a shield? Chen Shi immediately surmised her intentions. Qin Qingma nodded, her cheeks flushed. As long as the engagement is successfully annulled, we will break up immediately. Chen Shi shot a bewildered glance at the flower of the Qin family, sensing something peculiar in her words. I refuse. I have no desire to be entangled with the Chen family, and that engagement was originally mine. If I help you, the Chen family might genuinely think I covet their assets. Next weekend is Chen Hao's birthday. I plan to announce this matter at his birthday party. I just need you to provide me cover for 1 day. Qin Qingma quickly added. I refuse again. Chen Shi began. But Jiang Nanxing swiftly tapped him on the head with her chopsticks. What is wrong with helping Qingma? You have plenty of time on your hands, she said. Chen Shi gazed at Jiang Nanxing with an odd expression for quite some time. He sensed that something was amiss with her today. Ordinarily, he would have preferred to sever all ties with the Chen family, even to the extent of avoiding text messages. Yet today, he found himself assisting Qin Qingma in dissolving her engagement with the Chen family. Chen Shi quickly reached out, placing his palm on Jiang Nanxing's forehead. Sister Nanxing, you're not running a fever, are you? Jiang Nanxing swatted Chen Shi's hand away, feigning annoyance as she retorted, are you itching for trouble? It's settled then. I'll help Qingma annul her engagement. Noting Chen Shi's reluctant demeanor, Qin Qingma hastily added, I can pay you. It was merely a matter of money. Chen Shi was genuinely put in a difficult position. Is 500,000 sufficient? If not, deal. Chen Shi readily agreed. For some, a mere 500,000 was but a trifling sum. Truth be told, it was never about the money. Had it not been for Jiang Nanxing's request, he would never have acquiesced to this endeavor. After dinner, as per usual, Jiang Nanxing ventured out to set up her stall. Due to Chen Shi's late return, the task of washing dishes fell upon them. Surprisingly, Qin Qingma volunteered to help with the dishes, and Chen Shi, unable to refuse her, relented. However, after she broke 2 bowls, he had no choice but to forcibly guide her back to the living room. Soda. I'll pay for the bowls. Chen Shi said, her face flushed with embarrassment. No need, they're not worth much, Chen Shi replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Jiang Yin leaned against Chen Shi's shoulder, her expression earnest as she addressed Qin Qingma. Qingma, my brother can only be your boyfriend for a day. You mustn't take advantage of that. I want tea. Qin Qingma replied, maintaining her cool demeanor, though her ears had turned crimson. The following day, the Chen sisters congregated in the hall. Chen Zhen was out socializing. Chen Hao's birthday was fast approaching, and Yang Qian had taken him out to select a gift. Ilian, did you enroll Xiaoshi in that school? Chen Manqing inquired. Upon returning the other day, Chen Ilian had merely mentioned that Chen Shi's issue was resolved, without disclosing which school he attended. With her busy schedule, she hadn't had the chance to inquire further. Today, finding herself with some free time, she wanted to ask if she could visit Chen Shi. Chen Ilian hesitated, stammering her response. 15 middle school, Chen Shi stated directly. They were only aware of the more prominent schools, and, as for 15 middle school, they were oblivious to its reputation. However, it was evident that it was not a prestigious institution, or they would have known better. Ilian, why didn't you enroll Xiaoshi in a better school, like 3rd middle school? Chen Manqing frowned, visibly displeased. With his grades, a good school might not even accept him, Chen Ilian explained, a hint of guilt in her voice. You know, he had to rely on connections to get into 1st middle school, she added. Chen Manqing found her reasoning somewhat valid. What kind of school is 15 middle school? Chen Anqi asked. It's a decent school, Chen Ilian replied, glancing around nervously, sensing something was amiss. Chen Manqing quickly pulled out her phone to investigate. Her search nearly caused her to suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. Ilian, you scoundrel. How could you enroll Xiaoshi in the worst school in the city? Chen Manqing exclaimed furiously. At this, even Chen Anqi's expression darkened. Ilian, you've gone too far. Chen Manqing glared at Chen Ilian in anger, snatching her bag and rushing out. Chen Anqi swiftly followed suit. Chapter 42. Are you mute? Wasn't this your choice? Chen Shi was in class when a homeroom teacher unexpectedly appeared and called him outside. In the hallway, the teacher, with a gentle demeanor, indicated toward the entrance, saying, Chen Shi, someone is looking for you. The admission rate for 15 middle school was consistently among the lowest in Linhai City. Not only was it not a 211 school, but even the acceptance rates for ordinary undergraduate programs had been dismally low in previous years. Chen Shi's arrival was akin to a wild chicken entering a sparrow's nest, instantly transforming him into a phoenix. The school leaders and teachers treated Chen Shi like a treasure, for he held the potential to be the first student from 15 middle school to gain admission to a 211 university. Chen Shi was puzzled. Who could possibly be looking for him? As he descended the stairs and neared the school gate, he spotted Chen Manqing's Maserati. Without hesitation, he turned to leave. Xiaoshi. Wait, I need to talk to you. Chen Manqing called out, jogging after him, breathless as she grasped his wrist. Chen Shi attempted to free himself, but was unsuccessful. At that moment, Chen Anqi caught up from behind. What do you want now? Haven't you had enough? Just tell me what you want. I have class. Chen Shi asked impatiently. Xiaoshi, you can't stay at this school any longer. I'll get you transferred, Chen Manqing said earnestly. Chen Shi let out a cold laugh. Just a few days ago, you kicked me out of 1st middle school, and now you want to transfer me? What is the meaning of this? This school is the worst in Linhai City. If you stay here, you might not even get into a 211 school, Chen Manqing said anxiously. It was then that Chen Shi realized that 15 middle school was indeed the most abysmal school in the entire city. His gaze turned icy. Wasn't this your decision for me? Why the pretense now? No, we didn't know Ilian had chosen this school, Chen Manqing defended, her face filled with shame. Chen Shi scrutinized Chen Manqing for a moment, then glanced at Chen Anqi, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he remarked. So you knew when you expelled me from 1st middle school? Chen Manqing lowered her head in silence. Although it wasn't entirely her intention, she had played a part in it nonetheless. Xiaoshi, the decision to have you transfer from 1st middle school was indeed a joint decision, but we had our reasons. Chen Anqi explained. Chen Shi was puzzled as to why the Chen family insisted on removing him from 1st middle school. Even if he had clashed with Chen Hao, it would have bothered him unless provoked. Can you enlighten me on your reasons? Chen Shi inquired, curiosity piqued. You were getting too close to Qingma, which made Xiao Hao unhappy, Chen Anqi admitted candidly, showing no intention of concealing the truth. She had intended to subtly warn Chen Shi to distance himself from Qingma. So you sacrificed my education for the sake of that adopted son's feelings, disregarding whether my college entrance examination would be affected, just to expel me from 1st middle school and throw me into the worst school in the city? Chen Shi was astonished, his anger boiling over. The Chen family had prioritized Chen Hao's emotions over his own academic future, expelling him from 1st middle school, only to consign him to the dreadful 15 middle school. However, Upon reflection, he felt a sense of resignation. After all, they had shown no hesitation in the matter of kidney donation. So what was a mere school transfer? What adopted son? Xiao Shi, Chen Hao is your brother. Do not refer to him as an adopted son. If he hears you, it will hurt him. Chen Shi scolded. Frowning, Chen Shi nodded slowly, a smile creeping onto his face as he fixed his gaze on Chen Shi, asking, all right, if Chen Hao is my brother, then who am I, may I ask? Chen Shi felt a wave of discomfort wash over her under his scrutinizing gaze. You are undoubtedly our younger brother, aren't you? Chen Shi stepped forward, suddenly turning around to yell at Chen Shi. Since we are all brothers, why is there such a stark difference between us? Chen Shi, startled by Chen Hao's abrupt action, stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance. Observing this, Chen Shi quickly grasped Chen Shi's arm. Calm down, we treat you all equally. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Equal. Where do you find the audacity to utter the word equal? Ask yourselves, have you ever treated me with equality? Chen Shi pointed accusingly at Chen Manqing's chest. We have indeed overlooked your feelings in certain aspects, but Xiao Hao has his own struggles. He suffers from poor health and is unaware of his biological parents' whereabouts. And what about you? You have parents, me, and Manqing, all here for you. What more could you possibly want? Xiao Shi, please, just let Xiao Hao be. Chen Shi implored sincerely. I have relinquished my status, my familial bonds, and even my engagement to him. Tell me, what more can I concede? If you can articulate it, I shall comply immediately. At that moment, Chen Shi finally comprehended that the grievances he bore were deemed justifiable on their part, while even a slight discontent from Chen Hao was treated as if the world were crumbling. Chen Shi's words rendered Chen Shi and Chen Manqing speechless. And Chen Shi, let me reiterate, you are not my sister. You are not, and you will never be. Do you understand? Chen Shi articulated each word with deliberate clarity. Chen Shi froze, as if struck by lightning, trembling and standing motionless. Xiao Shi, don't speak so heartlessly. You will always be our brother, and your elder sister loves you. Chen Manqing's voice began to quiver, the impact of Chen Shi's words overwhelming her. Love is not merely a matter of words, Miss Chen-san. Chen Shi replied with a cold laugh. And do you know why I pushed Chen Hao? Chen Shi's eyes widened in shock. They had previously inquired about the reason behind Chen Hao's actions, which he had attributed to Chen Shi embracing Qin Qingma in public, prompting a few harsh words from him, leading to Chen Shi's anger and subsequent push down the stairs. But the tone in Chen Shi's voice suggested there was more to the story. Your precious younger brother publicly claimed that I violated the family's little maid, Chen Shi stated calmly, observing the astonished expressions on Chen Manqing's and Chen Shi's faces. He instantly surmised that Chen Hao had not divulged the entire truth upon returning home. Had I considered it an accident before? Now that the truth has emerged and he still accuses me, what is his true intention? Can the two young ladies provide me with an explanation? Now, I have become the subject of slander, a so-called criminal, enduring disdain from everyone. This stigma may follow me for a lifetime. I wonder if the two young ladies could exercise kindness and disclose the test results to vindicate me? Chen Shi smiled at the ashen-faced Chen Shi and Chen Manqing, continuing, Did you not profess to love me? Did you not claim to be my sisters? If you truly care for me, should you not assist me in this significant matter? Why the silence now? Have you become mute? His final words rang out, resounding with fervor. I understand that you have your constraints. You likely will not act. If you were to disclose the results, your Xiao Hao would forever be scorned. But is that not deserved? After all, I, your biological brother, am the one wronged. Do you not comprehend? As he spoke, Chen Shi grasped Chen Shi's chin, gazing intently at her for a moment before releasing her and turning to leave. Lastly, let me inform you, regardless of the school I attend, I shall be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Your worthless brother dares to compete with me? What a pipe dream. Chapter 43. I have only one brother. The two stood there, transfixed, watching Chen Shi's figure gradually fade from view until he disappeared entirely. Accompanying his departure was a familiar, yet previously disregarded echo of the word sister. Indeed, as Chen Shi articulated, they could not possibly reveal evidence to clear his name. What would become of Chen Hao then? Even if they were willing, Chen Zhen and Yang Qian would undoubtedly disapprove. They were at a loss for how to proceed. Were they truly to allow Chen Shi to bear this unjust burden for a lifetime? They were reluctant, yet felt devoid of alternatives. The last words Chen Shi had left them reverberated in their minds, refusing to fade. Top scorer in the college entrance examination. How could this be possible? Yet, Chen Shi spoke with such conviction and confidence that it instigated a belief that he might indeed become this year's top scorer in Linhai City. Suddenly, they realized how little they truly knew about their younger brother, or perhaps how unfamiliar he had become. They recalled when Chen Shi first returned to the Chen household. Too timid to raise his voice, he He would decline when servants offered to fetch things for him, appearing meek and lacking confidence. Much like a lamb mistakenly wandering into a den of wolves. In the time that followed, they had never heard him express any demands. Unlike Chen Hao, who would seek them out for his desires, charmingly coaxing them to fulfill his wishes, they instead often directed Chen Shi to run errands. Never once hearing a complaint from him, as if he found joy in it. Gradually, they had grown accustomed to the point where, when they had tasks, they would bypass the servants and directly command Chen Shi. When Chen Hao was in high spirits, they would sometimes invite him to play. When he was upset, they would use Chen Shi as a punching bag. They never thought twice about it, assuming it was merely playful banter between brothers. Yet, if Chen Hao were to get hurt or feel unhappy, they would readily blame Chen Shi, questioning why he failed to protect his brother or why he would bully him. Thus, whenever something went awry with Chen Hao, Chen Zhen would invariably punish Chen Shi. Reflecting upon it carefully, they realized that in every instance, whether trivial or significant, whenever faced with a choice between Chen Hao and Chen Shi, they had unfailingly chosen Chen Hao. They stood there, lost in memories of Chen Shi, until the school bell rang. As Chen Shi exited the school, he walked past them without casting a glance in their direction. His expression was one of chilling indifference, devoid of compassion, akin to the ice and snow of a harsh winter. Upon arriving home, they found Yang Qian and Chen Hao had already finished shopping. The group was gathered together, animatedly discussing the details of Chen Hao's upcoming birthday celebration. "Mom, I want to propose to Qingma on my birthday. What do you think?" Chen Hao asked with a playful tone. "That sounds wonderful. We plan to finalize your engagement after your college entrance examinations, so proposing at this birthday party is perfect." Yang Qian replied with a radiant smile. "Thank you, Mom. You are the best," Chen Hao exclaimed, joyfully wrapping his arms around Yang Qian. "You're my son. There's no need for thanks," Yang Qian said, affectionately ruffling Chen Hao's hair. Witnessing this scene, Chen Shi and Chen Manqing felt a pang of sadness. They realized they had never seen Chen Shi act so endearingly in front of Yang Qian. Yang Qian had never shown Chen Shi such warmth either. Upon noticing the return of the two individuals, Yang Qian promptly instructed the servants to serve the dishes. Manqing, what seems to be the matter with you both? You appear somewhat unwell. Is there something troubling you?" Yang Qian inquired with concern. "Mom, we're fine. Please do not worry." Chen Shi managed to force a smile. "I will not be eating. I'm heading back to my room," Chen Shi stated. "Shi ran, please follow me," she directed. The two responded obediently, accompanying Chen Shi and Chen Manqing upstairs. Upon seeing the dazed expressions on Chen Shi and her companions' faces, Chen Ran instinctively sensed that something was amiss. She speculated that it likely had to do with Chen Shi, yet she felt no apprehension. After all, Chen Shi held little standing in this household. And even if she had enrolled him in a dismal school, what of it? Would her two older sisters truly retaliate against her because of that? The four entered Chen Shi's room, with Chen Ran closing the door last. Just as she turned around after securing the door, a sudden slap landed on her face. "Chen Ran, you have gone too far," Chen Manqing exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Stunned by the blow, Chen Ran leaned against the door, momentarily frozen. Chen Manqing, sobbing, was about to deliver a second slap when Chen Shi and Chen Shi intervened to restrain her. "Manqing, calm down. What is done is done. And this isn't the way to handle it," Chen Shi consoled. Confused about the situation, Chen Shi joined in to comfort Chen Manqing. "Shi, recount the events that transpired at school that day," Chen Shi commanded solemnly. Chen Shi glanced at Chen Ran and recounted the incident in the principal's office. However, when it came to the reason behind Chen Shi pushing Chen Hao, she deliberately omitted that detail. "That's the gist of it," Chen Shi concluded, casting a furtive glance at Chen Shi. Immediately, Chen Shi's expression darkened, and in a fit of anger, she slammed her hand on the table, still withholding the truth. Is it not true that Chen Hao accused Xiao Shi, prompting Xiao Shi to push him?" Chen Shi's words left Chen Shi and Chen Ran exchanging glances. They had hoped that by keeping silent, their family would remain oblivious, and thus Chen Hao would incur no blame. "Ran, this whole affair stemmed from Chen Hao's wrongdoing. How could you possibly arrange for Xiao Shi to attend a subpar school? What do you expect him to achieve for your satisfaction?" Chen Shi asked despondently. Chen Ran, already impulsive by nature, was further irked by Chen Manqing's slap, and her mood soured. She shouted at Chen Shi and Chen Manqing, "I wish he would never return to the Chen family, to vanish from our lives forever. I will not allow him to take anything from Chen Hao, including property and Qingma." The other three were taken aback, having not anticipated Chen Ran's extreme stance regarding Chen Shi. "Yet, Xiao Shi is also your brother. He is the heir of the Chen family. Do you not understand?" Chen Manqing replied, her cheeks stained with tears, a look of disbelief on her face. "What of it? I have only one brother. and that is Chen Hao. With that, Chen Ran flung the door open and stormed out. Chen Shi, feeling somewhat guilty, said, I have an engagement tonight, and am running late. Eldest sister, Manqing, I must take my leave as well. Chapter 44. Am I wrong for valuing blood relations? After finishing his meal, Chen Shi made his way to Starbucks. He ordered a caramel macchiato and settled into a seat by the window. That evening, he had arranged to meet an absurd author he had recently conversed with online. Previously, he had managed to persuade the individual to purchase his introductory online writing course for 200,000. Today, he aimed to convince them to buy his intermediate course as well. He was in dire need of funds. Although Chen Shima's 500,000 had already been deposited into his account, one can never have too much money. Furthermore, the individual seemed to be a wealthy patron. Having suggested the price for the tutorial herself, upon hearing her proposal, Chen Shi assessed that she was not only foolish but somewhat dim-witted. After waiting for an eternity, his first macchiato nearly depleted, the individual had yet to arrive, which left Chen Shi feeling rather displeased. He perceived a lack of respect on her part. One ought to arrive early for a meeting with an esteemed figure, not show up late. Moreover, Starbucks was outrageously expensive. This small cup cost over 30 yuan, a sum that could have afforded him several hearty lunches back when he resided with the Chen family. Once that dim-witted author finally arrived, he intended to have her reimburse him for the coffee as well. At long last, just as he was about to finish his second macchiato, an unexpected figure caught his eye through the window. He saw Chen Shi hurriedly approaching him. Today was indeed unfortunate. Earlier, Chen Shi and Chen Manqing had come to the school to find him, and now, while meeting an online acquaintance, he was confronted by Chen Shi. This further dampened his spirits. He was unaware of what had compelled Chen Shi to be in such a rush. Although she was heading in his direction, it did not necessarily imply she intended to enter Starbucks. Chen Shi had no desire to confront her. He picked up his phone and sent another text to the dim-witted author, inquiring about her whereabouts and warning her that if she did not arrive soon, he would leave. After putting down his phone, he noticed Chen Shi on the other side of the traffic light, glancing at her phone while her fingers danced swiftly across the screen. She appeared restless, as if she might dash across the street at any moment. Moments later, Chen Shi saw Chen Shi hurriedly enter the Starbucks. As she walked in, clutching her phone and scanning the area, the cafe was relatively empty, allowing her to quickly spot Chen Shi seated by the window. Their eyes met, and Chen Shi's face registered surprise. Chen Shi inwardly cursed, swiftly turning his gaze back to the window, choosing to ignore her. Chen Shi approached Chen Shi's table and tapped on the surface, speaking in a low voice. Chen Shi, how can you see your sister and not even greet her? How rude. Chen Shi shot her a sidelong glance. I have severed ties with your family. You are no longer my sister, so why should I greet you? Chen Shi huffed. Stop pretending. I know you secretly wish to return to the Chen family. Chen Shi was taken aback, unable to fathom where Chen Shi had derived such an idea. You're overthinking. Everything related to the Chen family is no longer my concern. Still making excuses? If you truly did not wish to return, why did you mention to eldest sister and Manqing that Chen Hao accused you? Chen Shi retorted, her expression tinged with irritation. That evening, when Chen Shi and Chen Manqing returned home, they were furious, having learned the reason behind Chen Shi pushing Chen Hao. Chen Shi immediately deduced that Chen Shi must have reported the incident. If Chen Shi had no desire to return, he would have had no reason to cause such an uproar, resulting in chaos within the household and leading to Chen Ran getting slapped. Now, confronted with Chen Shi was filled with even more frustration. What is the matter? Your brother can malign me, but I cannot speak the truth? Chen Shi found Chen Shi's reasoning rather unreasonable. Chen Hao could blatantly lie and slander him in front of everyone, yet merely stating the truth rendered him in the wrong. That is unacceptable. Your actions have caused significant turmoil within the family. If you truly cared about the family, you would refrain from instigating further discord. Chen Shi vehemently countered. Chen Shi furrowed his brows, staring at Chen Shi for a moment before extending his hand to touch her forehead. Her temperature was normal. She was running a fever. What peculiar thoughts occupied her mind? Could she truly be that foolish? Chen Shi chuckled mockingly, but his expression soon darkened. None of you have ever considered my feelings. Why should I care for you? I'm not a saint. I'm not that noble. Chen Shi paused, stammering as she attempted to defend herself. We are blood relatives. Isn't it normal to make sacrifices for one's family? Why don't you let that illegitimate child of yours make sacrifices instead? Just because I share blood ties with you, does that mean I'm in the wrong? Chen Shi retorted coolly. Chen Shi, why must you speak so harshly? Xiao Hao is already without parents, and you dare to say such things about him? You've gone too far. Chen Shi's delicate brows knitted together as she admonished him loudly. Yes, my esteemed young lady. He is parentless. While my parents are healthy and my sisters are all alive, I am the happiest person in the world. Is that sufficient? Faced with Chen Shi's derision, Chen Shi was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to counter his taunts. Chen Shi, growing impatient, said, enough. Hurry up and leave, or you'll end up like Chen Ran. Why you want to hit me? Chen Shi trembled in anger at Chen Shi's threat. Chen Shi scoffed dismissively. What of it? I dare to hit Chen Ran. You think I'm untouchable? Get lost. Chen Shi's sudden change in demeanor instilled a tinge of fear in Chen Shi. At that moment, she remembered she had come to find the master. She was already late, and now she had wasted so much time here with Chen Shi. The master would surely be upset. In fact, even during her journey, she sensed a hint of displeasure in the master's voice from the voice message he had sent her. Ignoring Chen Shi, she continued to search for the master's presence, recalling that he had mentioned sitting by the window. However, aside from Chen Shi, there was no one else occupying that space. Just then, she heard Chen Shi mutter impatiently, "Fool, if you don't show up soon, we will sever all ties. Don't ever call me master again. I no longer have such a troublesome disciple." Upon hearing Chen Shi's harsh words, Chen Shi instinctively turned to him, her expression one of incredulity. "What are you looking at? If you dare look again, I'll slap you. Do you believe that?" Seeing Chen Shi glance back at him, Chen Shi assumed she was about to pester him further, and his irritation flared anew. At that moment, a notification chimed as Chen Shi opened her phone, discovering that the master had sent another voice message. She hastily played it. "Fool, if you don't show up soon, we will sever all ties. Don't ever call me master again. I no longer have such a troublesome disciple." The voice was not loud. It was clear enough for everyone in the shop to hear. Chapter 45, You No Longer Owe Me Anything. With a thunderous crash, both of them felt as though they had been struck by lightning, frozen in place, unable to move. Chen Shi's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit an egg. She stared at Chen Shi in disbelief. "Why, you are the master?" Chen Shi's expression mirrored her shock. He had never fathomed that the foolish author was actually Chen Shi. He was aware of her writing online, but her lack of confidence had prevented her from revealing her author ID and book titles to the family. Naturally, he had no idea. Although he had her WeChat, who would have guessed that she would use a pseudonymous account to add him? When Chen Shi posed her question, Chen Shi merely shot her a sidelong glance, muttering "fool," before rising to leave. Chen Shi was still reeling from the unexpected revelation. She could hardly believe that the revered master she admired so deeply was her very own brother, Chen Shi. When she had resigned from her job to wholeheartedly pursue writing, her family had opposed her, believing she lacked the talent for it. After a year of trying, it seemed they were right. Her writing ability was indeed lacking. The insults and jeers from readers nearly drove her to abandon her dream, until the master appeared, casting a ray of light upon her dismal writing journey. While others derided her, the master praised her. When others doubted her, only the master steadfastly believed in her, vowing to help her conquer the web literature realm and become a new myth in the industry. In that moment, the flickering flame of her passion reignited. She was filled with motivation. Of course, the most crucial aspect was the master's extraordinary talent. He often provided her with unexpected plot twists and storylines. Under his guidance, her writing skills surged, and her statistics skyrocketed. The days of laboring 5 hours to produce a mere 500 words were a thing of the past. She had never ceased updating since, sometimes even exceeding expectations. Meanwhile, the readers who had once threatened her began to dwindle in number. Yet, she never anticipated that this master she revered would turn out to be her despised brother, Chen Shi. Even when she listened to the master's voice messages, she felt an inexplicable familiarity, but she hadn't paid it any mind. Now, reflecting on it, everything made sense. In a hurry, she opened her phone to search for Chen Shi's account, only to realize she couldn't recall which account or profile picture belonged to him. It dawned on her that since Chen Shi returned to the Chen family, she had never engaged in conversation with him privately. Quickly switching to her main account, she searched for the master's ID, and the master's profile picture immediately appeared on her screen. It suddenly struck her that she had never cared for her brother before. Seeing Chen Shi leave, Chen Shi promptly chased after him. "Xiao Shi, wait up," she called, hastily catching up to him and grabbing his arm. Chen Shi shook her off, his tone laced with impatience. "What do you want?" Chen Shi felt immensely frustrated. He had never expected that the foolish author was actually Chen Shi. Even more perplexing was how, from the same parents, they could produce a daughter with such an eccentric mindset as hers. Even if he hadn't severed ties with the Chen family, he had no desire to be entangled with Chen Shi. "Xiao Shi, please come home. I apologize for what happened before." As Chen Shi seemed intent on leaving, Chen Shi anxiously followed him. Chen Shi scoffed disdainfully. "Apologize? What do you have to apologize for? I shouldn't have treated you so poorly. Shouldn't have used you like a servant? Shouldn't have neglected you? Soda. I was wrong." Chen Shi hastily explained. Do you genuinely believe you were wrong? Or is it because I am a master that you're apologizing? Chen Shi interrupted, his question catching Chen Shi off guard. If Chen Shi were not the master, would she genuinely feel remorse and think she had wronged him? Chen Shi began to doubt her own intentions. Noticing her silence, Chen Shi merely smiled faintly. It seems that my identity as your brother doesn't hold a candle to that of a stranger, let alone Chen Hao. That is not true. Xiao Shi. Both you and Xiao Hao are equally important to me. Chen Shi's voice trembled with emotion as they reached a stoplight. Last night, a torrential downpour resulted in considerable water accumulation on the roads. At that moment, the two individuals found themselves facing a sizable puddle. How brazen of you to say that. Chen Shi replied, his expression devoid of emotion. You sisters are quite amusing. Your words are so eloquent, yet your actions fail to keep pace. Xiao Shi, please don't say that. Just tell me what you want, and I will go buy it for you right away, Chen Shi said anxiously. Xiao Shi, tell me what you desire, and I will fulfill it. Come back with me. We will make it up to you, she implored. Chen Shi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the traffic light, hoping it would turn green swiftly so he could escape Chen Shi. As the red light was about to conclude its countdown, a BMW suddenly appeared, hurtling towards them. Though running a yellow light is not illegal, the speed was perilously swift. Chen Shi thought to himself. The instant the light turned green, the BMW crossed the stop line and came to a halt before Chen and Chen Shi. In that fleeting moment, Chen Shi seemed to have an epiphany and muttered an expletive. Yet, it was too late. The BMW sped past them, its tires splashing the accumulated water, dousing Chen Shi and Chen Shi in filthy water. Chen Shi instinctively screamed and attempted to retreat, but the scene unfolded too rapidly for them to evade. Quick as a flash, Chen Shi grasped Chen Shi's arm. She gasped in surprise, but in that instant, she understood his intentions. Suddenly, a warm current surged through her, enveloping her heart. Despite his words of severing ties and denying her as a sister, it was evident that he still cared for her in critical moments. She instinctively leaned closer to him. However, the next scene left her utterly dumbfounded. Rather than shielding her behind him, Chen Shi pulled her in front of himself. The filthy water sprayed her entirely, soaking her clothes and hair. She stood frozen, her eyes vacant, her mind adrift. Chen Shi stepped out from behind her, patting his chest, reflecting the relief of having narrowly escaped. As the green light counted down, he glanced at the disheveled Chen Shi and remarked, "Consider this your compensation to me. You no longer owe me anything. The mountains are high and the waters are deep. Do not seek me out again. Thank you." With that, he hurriedly dashed across the street. Chapter 46. Heartbroken Chen Shi. Chen Shi returned home after a long day, her weary form dragging in. She found her family joyfully gathered around the dining table. "Anshi, didn't you say you had social engagements tonight? Why are you home so early?" Yang Qian inquired. The engagement was cancelled, so I returned, Chen Shi replied, weariness etched on her face. We were supposed to sign a contract today, but for some unknown reason, the investors suddenly changed their minds and backed out. This financing was significant for the Chen group, and the abrupt change left Chen Shi feeling somewhat flustered. At that moment, she was vexed. "Sister, you must be hungry. Come eat with us," Chen Hao said, concern evident in his voice. His thoughtfulness lifted Chen Shi's spirits considerably. She felt grateful to have such a brother. She smiled and intended to join them, but suddenly, Chen Shi's figure flashed through her mind, reminding her of Chen Hao's public accusations against him. Gazing at her earnest and kind-hearted brother, who had committed such vile and despicable acts, she felt a pang of anguish. While she believed Chen Hao's intentions were not malicious, her mood darkened. "I'm not hungry. I'll pass," Chen Shi said weakly. "Sigh, what is wrong with you sisters these days? You're all glum, refusing to leave your rooms or join us for meals. I had Wang Ma bring food to their rooms, but they wouldn't even open the door. Are they trying to starve themselves?" Yang Qian Siget, her tone laced with reproach. It was then that Chen Shi noticed the absence of Chen Shi and Chen Manxing at the table. She knew that Chen Manxing was upset, likely due to the incident involving Chen Shi. But what could be troubling Chen Shi? Although she usually preferred to stay in her room working on her writing, she always came down for meals. Today, however, she had not appeared, which struck Chen Shi as odd. "Mom, you all eat. I'll go check on them," she said, ascending the stairs. She first knocked on Chen Manxing's door. Upon learning it was Chen Shi, Chen Manxing quickly opened the door. "Manxing, are you still upset about Xiao Shi?" Chen Shi sighed softly. Chen Manxing's eyes were red and puffy, unmistakably indicating she had been crying and hadn't slept well. "Well, since it has happened, there's no use dwelling on it. We can only find a way to make amends," Chen Shi said, though she too was at a loss for how to resolve the matter. After all, They couldn't simply present the test results to everyone, exonerating Chen Shi and blaming Chen Hao for the actual wrongdoing. Moreover, they had no intention of informing Chen Jun and Yang Qian, as she couldn't bear to trouble them further. If anyone was to blame, it was undoubtedly Chen Hao, and she found it hard to accept that he would expose such a matter. Chen Manqing remained silent. Chen Anqi took a deep breath and exhaled. Manqing, do you know what has happened with your second sister? I heard Mom say she has been locked in her room all day, refusing to eat. Chen Manqing shook her head in surprise. In their recollection, Chen Shi had always been innocent and rarely harbored any worries. The idea of her locking herself away for an entire day was unfathomable. They approached Chen Shi's door, knocking and calling out, but there was no response. Growing anxious, they hurriedly called for someone to force the door open. At that moment, Yang Qian and the others, who were dining, were alerted to the commotion and rushed over to investigate. When the door swung open, the sight within startled everyone. The room was shrouded in darkness, the lights off. With the illumination from outside, they could barely make out a figure seated at the edge of the bed. Chen Anqi quickly turned on the room's light. They saw Chen Shi in her pajamas, her hair disheveled, curled up on the bed. She held her phone, her complexion haggard, and her gaze vacant. Staring blankly out the window, Yang Qian rushed over and embraced her with concern. Shi, what is wrong? What happened? You can tell me. Chen Shi merely glanced at Yang Qian before resuming her gaze out the window. Yes, second sister. Has someone bullied you? If so, tell me. I will take revenge for you, Chen Hao said, his expression filled with concern. Chen Shi's body trembled slightly before she slowly replied, No one is bullying me. Perhaps due to having cried, her voice was hoarse. You say no one is bullying you. Just look at how swollen your eyes are, Chen Jun bellowed. Keep your voice down. What else with that tone? It's precisely because of this that Xiao Shi doesn't want to come back. Yang Qian shot a glare at Chen Jun, admonishing him. Chen Jun immediately fell silent, refraining from further comment. Yet at that moment, Chen Shi's tears suddenly cascaded down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. This left the entire family in a state of alarm. As everyone pressed for answers, Chen Shi remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Chen Anqi sensed something was amiss. Mom and Dad, why don't you take Xiao Hao outside for a bit? We'll have a chat with Shui and see if we can get her to open up, she suggested. In this situation, their presence seemed unnecessary. Perhaps the sisters could coax her into sharing her feelings. Chen Jun and the others quietly exited the room. Chen Anqi settled at the head of the bed, drawing Chen Shi into her embrace, gently asking, All right, is there anything you'd like to share with your sister? Yes, second sister. Do tell us what's troubling you. Bottling it up can be quite stifling, Chen Yiran urged anxiously. Chen Manqing sat silently beside them, offering Chen Shi tissues to wipe her tears. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, Chen Shi suddenly blurted out, Xiao Shi is a master of the divine. Her sisters were taken aback, utterly confused by her words. What do you mean, Shi? Who is Xiao Shi? Chen Manqing, her mind racing with thoughts of Chen Shi, reacted strongly at the mention of his name. Upon hearing Chen Shi refer to Chen Shi, both Chen Anqi and Chen Yiran's expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Was it possible that Chen Shi had bullied Chen Shi? This was their immediate thought, considering Chen Shi's current disdain for them. He certainly wouldn't show them any kindness. Did that scoundrel do something to you? Tell us, and we'll have Dad teach him a lesson and make him apologize, Chen Yiran asserted, her reaction mirroring Chen Manqing's fervor, though her feelings towards Chen Shi were laced with unyielding contempt. Her words elicited a sharp glare from Chen Manqing. The sting from the slap she had received from Chen Manqing the previous day still lingered, and as she noticed the impending anger in Chen Manqing's eyes, she instinctively touched her cheek and fell silent. Xiao Shi is the master who taught me to write online, Chen Shi stammered, her voice choked with emotion. What did you say? The three gasped in unison. Initially, they had learned from Chen Shi that she had met someone online who was instructing her in writing. They had all assumed she had fallen prey to a scam, especially considering the exorbitant fee of 200,000 for a single course, an unmistakable sign of deceit. However, when Chen Shi later shared her newly written book with them, they were left questioning whether that steep price was truly unjustified, for her novel was captivating, even drawing in those who seldom read. They quickly became her devoted fans, urging her to write more and not to slack off. Occasionally, Chen Shi would inform them of which chapters she had penned and which were authored by the master. After reading the master's works, Chen Anqi and the others lamented Chen Shi's fortuitous encounter, begrudgingly admitting she had found a mentor. Meanwhile, Chen Shi's book soared to the top 3 on the tomato novel website's reading list. You mean the master who taught you to write is Xiao Shi? Chen Anqi could hardly believe the coincidence. What was more astonishing was their ignorance of Chen Shi's remarkable talent and literary prowess. They recalled a time when they had overheard Chen Hao boasting about his grades, mentioning how Chen Shi had received a 0 in his Chinese composition. Yes, Chen Shi nodded, and then succinctly recounted how she had met Chen Shi unexpectedly while visiting an online acquaintance, only to discover he was the very master she had been learning from. At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Chen Iran's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling a deer caught in headlights. You should be thrilled, Chen Manqin remarked, a mixture of confusion and joy swirling within her. At least Chen Shi was not the hopeless case they had believed him to be. Why was it Starbucks? Xiao Shi ignored me. I intended to reach out to him afterward, but I found he had blocked me, Chen Shi sobbed. Shortly after, my novel was reported for inappropriate content and subsequently taken down. She lamented, her tears flowing more freely. Chen Shi's novel had indeed contained some risque elements. However, according to Chen Shi's perspective, readers tended to be drawn to such content, and sprinkling in a few provocative scenes could potentially boost readership. They had even encouraged her to incorporate more of such scenes, believing it would enhance the excitement of the narrative. It dawned on them that Chen Shi's book was likely reported by Chen Shi himself. The sisters exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words to comfort her. Chen Shi gently patted Chen Shi, reassuring her, if the book is banned, it's simply a matter of writing another. Chen Iran's expression was one of indignation. What a jerk. How could he do such a thing? I always knew he was no good. But without Xiao Shi's guidance, I can't write well. Chen Shi cried out, her sobs intensifying. Chen Shi, I'm struggling with this problem. Could you help me understand it? Qin Qingma asked, seeking assistance from Chen Shi, who was diligently working on his own problems. Sure, which one is it? Chen Shi asked, rising and leaning slightly over Qin Qingma's shoulder to inquire. This one, Qin Qingma, feeling tense, stammered as she pointed to a geometry problem. Chen Shi glanced at it, immediately grasping the approach to solving it. He leaned down, took the pen from Qin Qingma's hand, and drew an auxiliary line on the paper. See, start like this, then proceed like that. Finally, do this, and the answer will emerge, he explained, detailing the steps. Hey, why aren't you responding? Why are you silent? Chen Shi called out when he noticed Qin Qingma's lack of reaction. She flinched slightly at his voice. Oh, I understand now, Qin Qingma replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. Chen Shi regarded her with suspicion, sensing something was off about her lately. It's just a problem. Why are you so tense? Qingma, what's wrong? Your face is all red, like an apple. Are you feeling hot? Jiang Yin inquired. Though summer was approaching, it wasn't sweltering enough to warrant such a reaction. A little, but it's nothing serious, Qin Qingma replied, her demeanor flustered. If you're hot, I can turn on the fan, Chen Shi offered, patting her shoulder. After a moment of silence, Qin Qingma suddenly spoke up. Chen Shi, let us go on a date. Huh? Chen Shi's hand froze mid-air, taken aback by her unexpected proposal, and he turned to look at her in bewilderment. Jiang Yin, who had been focused on her work, also looked up, her expression one of disbelief. Feeling shy under their gazes, Qin Qingma lowered her head, brushing a few strands of hair behind her ear. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head, her gaze resolute as she looked at Chen Shi. Chen Shi, let us go on a date. This time, both Chen Shi and Jiang Yin clearly heard her words. Chen Shi remained in a state of confusion, while Jiang Yin jumped up and rushed to cover Qin Qingma's mouth with her small hand. Qingma, don't say silly things. Qin Qingma, unfazed, gently pushed Jiang Yin's hand away. Yin, stop fooling around. Don't be ridiculous. You want my brother to be your boyfriend, and now you want him to go on a date with you. Honestly, do you have a crush on him? Jiang Yin huffed, her cheeks puffing up like a puffer fish. Adorably comical. Qin Qingma looked at Chen Shi earnestly and explained, in a couple of days, it will be Chen Hao's birthday party. To make our act more convincing, I believe we need to rehearse. A date is the simplest way for couples to deepen their affection, so I think this is the best approach. Chen Shi's expression turned troubled again. Isn't a date just shopping and dining? It's quite boring and exhausting. Much more enjoyable to stay home and play video games. He was reluctant to go. However, Qin Qingma's reasoning was sound. If they truly wanted to deceive others, a rehearsal was indeed necessary. Regardless, he had accepted Qin Qingma's money. He believed in the principle of taking money to solve problems. I can pay you more, Qin Qingma suddenly interjected as Chen Shi was about to agree. Before long, he received another 100,000 yuan from her. He felt somewhat like a kept man, causing a slight pang in his heart. If you two are going on a date, I want to join, Jiang Yin said, her expression tightening as she saw the transaction complete. That's not a date. You'll ruin it. Chen Shi promptly flicked her forehead, making her cry out in pain. When is it? Chen Shi inquired. Tomorrow evening after school. All right. Chapter 48. You two be quiet. At Wanda Mall, by the fountain at entrance number 1, Chen Shi stood with his hands in his pockets, scanning the area for Qin Qingma's figure. After agreeing on the time and place with her the previous night, he rushed here immediately after school. Given that he took the bus while Chen Shi had a driver, she should have arrived long ago. Yet, after waiting for 10 minutes, there was still no sign of her. She wouldn't stand me up, would she? He thought, aware that these pampered young ladies often acted on whims, much like his own sisters. If she didn't tea come, Chen Shi would be delighted. He wouldn't have to compromise himself for a few grains of rice, even though he hadn't planned to repay them. Just then, someone gently tapped his shoulder. Turning around, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening. He saw Chen Shi, clad in a knee-length light-colored dress, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. A soft smile gracing her face as she stood behind him. Chen Shi was already beautiful. Even in her school uniform, her grace shone through. Today, it was evident that she had not only applied makeup, but had also dressed exquisitely. Her fair, dewy complexion radiated under the lights, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a comic book. Chen Shi was momentarily mesmerized. Had he been waiting long? Chen Shi asked with a smile. Chen Shi quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat awkwardly. Not long, just about an hour. I'm so sorry for making you wait. Chen Shi's face displayed a hint of remorse. It was only 7 in the evening, considering the usual 6 o'clock dismissal time, even with the evening rush. Chen Shi shouldn't have waited that long. Thus, Chen Shi's assumption was that he had deliberately left class early for their date. A flicker of warmth crossed her face. Don't just apologize. How about a tangible gesture? Chen Shi thought, starting to hint subtly. Well, time is money. Sacrificing a bit of time for you is no big deal, he mused internally. Chen Shi responded with an O, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink as she lowered her head. Chen Shi sighed, suddenly realizing that while Chen Shi was quite intelligent, she seemed a bit oblivious in certain areas. Chen Shi, do you know how to date? Chen Shi asked, lifting her head. Isn't dating just about dining, watching movies, and... Well, you know. Chen Shi thought he understood, but did not voice it, instead feigning difficulty. It's my first date. I have no experience. That's all right, I do. I'll teach you, she assured him, nodding as she pulled a notebook from her bag. She opened it and began to read intently. Chen Shi, puzzled, leaned over to sneak a glance. The notebook was filled with neatly written notes. After a while, Chen Shi closed the notebook seriously and stated, at this time, we should eat first. Well, at this hour, eating is a given, regardless of whether it's a date or not. Why did you even take out your notebook for this? Chen Shi frowned, casting a sidelong glance at the heiress. Additionally, during a date, couples must hold hands. Without waiting for Chen Shi's reaction, Chen Shi took his hand and led him into the mall. Now, open your mouth, she instructed, holding up a piece of food towards his lips. Chen Shi stared in disbelief, feeling as though he were being fed like a child, prompting him to glance around nervously. This isn't appropriate in public, he murmured. Moreover, the tone lacked the intimacy of a couple. It felt more like a mother feeding her son, as if he would be reprimanded for not complying. I read online that feeding each other can enhance feelings. Chen Shi insisted firmly, extending her hand and placing the food into Chen Shi's mouth. Chen Shi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, wanted to tell her that much of what one finds online is misleading. However, witnessing her earnestness as she perused her notes, he couldn't bring himself to dampen her enthusiasm. As Chen Shi's chopsticks approached him again, he relented, saying, I don't like being fed. Oh, she replied, putting down the chopsticks, no longer insisting. How pretentious, not liking to be fed? If I had such a beautiful girl dining with me, I'd be smiling in my dreams. That fool. This is your peak moment in life. Cherish it well, or you'll regret it later, he thought, glancing at a nearby table where 4 men glared at him with disdain. These men had been fixated on Chen Shi since they entered the restaurant. It was understandable to steal glances at a beauty, but now they were openly insulting him, which Chen Shi could not tolerate. He promptly picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Chen Shi, stating, I don't like being fed, but I love feeding others. Come on, open up. Chen Shi, who had been looking down at her food, suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Her cheeks flushing bright red. She obediently opened her mouth. Thank you. You're welcome. Chen Shi set down his chopsticks and provocatively raised an eyebrow at the 4 men at the adjacent table, grinning. Those guys are mocking us on purpose. Why am I so handsome while my goddess ignores me? Yet this ugly loser can woo such a stunning girl. I can't eat anymore. Let us go. After dinner, Chen Shi asked Chen Shi about their next plans, thinking it was about time to head home. Next, we should go watch a movie, she replied after putting away her notebook. Chen Shi cast a peculiar glance at Chen Shi, unable to restrain himself from asking, after watching the movie, are we supposed to check into a hotel? Chen Shi shook his head, indicating that it was still too early for such an arrangement. According to the typical course of events, At least 3 to 4 more dates would be required before that could happen. Chen Shi let out a sigh of relief. The day after tomorrow was Chen Hao's birthday party, and once Qin Shingma severed the engagement with the Chen family, he would be of no concern. Let us skip the movie and just stroll around instead, Chen Shi suggested. All right, Qin Shingma nodded, pulling out his phone to make some arrangements. Moments later, Chen Shi received a notification on his phone that a sum of 100,000 yuan had been transferred. He stared in bewilderment at Qin Shingma, wondering if he had finally understood his subtle hints and was compensating him for his tardiness. However, wasn't that realization a bit delayed? During dates, boys usually buy gifts for girls. You should buy me one too, Qin Shingma said, lowering his head, his tone serious. Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback. As long as you like it. He shook his head helplessly and moved ahead, only for Qin Shingma to quickly catch up and take his hand. Suddenly, Chen Shi felt something irritating his eye, leading to discomfort. He paused to rub it vigorously, but the irritation persisted. Noticing his distress, Qin Shingma stood on tiptoe, leaning closer to examine his eye, just as a sharp voice rang out. You two stop right there. Chapter 49. Let us check into a hotel. The unexpected voice startled both of them into halting their actions. They exchanged awkward glances, quickly diverting their eyes, resembling two lovers caught in a compromising situation. Momentarily at a loss, they turned to face the source of the voice. Nian Nian, upon seeing Jiang Nian storming over in a fit of anger. Both Chen Shi and Qin Shingma couldn't help but exclaim, "What you two doing?" Jiang Nian demanded angrily as she approached. Chen Shi remained calm. He had long noticed Jiang Nian following them, but had chosen not to confront her, allowing her to make a scene. Qin Shingma appeared somewhat tense, speaking in a disjointed manner. I was just checking Chen Shi's eye. Oof. You're holding hands now and still expect to deceive me? Besides, does checking someone's eye require getting that close? Your lips were nearly touching. Jiang Yin was unconvinced by Qin Shingma's explanation from her vantage point. She had clearly seen Chen Shi with his eyes closed and Qin Shingma on tiptoe, both seemingly preparing to kiss. They had team-made contact, as it was indeed too soon for such intimacy. If anything, that would likely occur on their next date. Qin Shingma's expression returned to normal as he calmly explained. What, you were actually planning to kiss? No, 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 Jiang Yin exclaimed, flailing her arms in a frenzy. Chen Shi could no longer stand by. He grabbed Jiang Yin, urging her to calm down. Everything we're doing is pretend. After the engagement with Qingma is resolved the day after tomorrow, we'll just be ordinary friends. Why are you worrying so much? Jiang Yin's gaze shifted between their faces, filled with skepticism. All right, let us go shopping. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Thus, their date transformed into a shopping excursion for 3. Chen Shi purchased some cosmetics and jewelry for both Qin Shingma and Jiang Yin, all from a generous sum of 100,000 yuan that Qin Shingma had given him. After growing weary from their shopping, the trio found a long bench to rest on before preparing to head home. I need to use the restroom, Chen Shi announced, making his way to the facilities. At that moment, Jiang Yin fixed her gaze on Qin Shingma, deep in thought. She then asked Qingma, do you have feelings for my brother? Qin Shingma, who had been diligently reviewing her notes and occasionally jotting down changes, involuntarily jolted at Jiang Yin's question. Her pen slipped from her grasp, leaving a long arc on the page. And no, she stammered. Jiang Yin scrutinized the downcast Qin Shingma for a moment before sighing in relief. That's good. Excuse me, ladies, are you waiting for someone? A youth dressed in a hip-hop style, adorned with earrings, a cap, and a mask, sat down next to Qin Shingma, oblivious to their presence. Given their beauty, it was not uncommon for them to be approached, and they had grown accustomed to it. Qin Shingma frowned slightly, not even turning to look at him, silently shifting closer to Jiang Yin. The hip-hop youth, undeterred, shamelessly edged closer to Qin Shingma. Seeing this, Jiang Yin sprang to her feet, grabbing Qin Shingma to leave. However, the hip-hop youth immediately blocked their path. Ladies, don't you think it's fate that we VE met? Why don't we exchange WeChat? Sorry, we don't have phones, Jiang Yin replied flatly. Such a statement was clearly a rejection, and a sensible person would have backed off. Yet, the hip-hop youth not only remained but stepped forward. Are you sure you don't want to exchange contact information? I fear you might regret it later. Qin Shingma turned her gaze slightly towards the hip-hop youth, her eyes cold and composed. She then turned to leave. The youth, visibly displeased, sensed an air of condescension from the beautiful girl, which pricked at his pride. Wait a moment, do you know who I am? His voice did not halt Qin Shingma and Jiang Yin's steps. The hip-hop youth hurriedly positioned himself in front of them, blocking their way, and removed his cap and mask. Do you recognize me now? His expression bore a hint of irritation. Qin Shingma remained unresponsive, as tranquil as water. Jiang Yin studied him for a moment and then exclaimed, "Mei Jibwa? You're Mei Jibwa?" The youth nodded, his demeanor slightly smug. Qin Qingma looked at Jiang Yin in confusion, awaiting her explanation. Jiang Yin quickly elaborated on the identity of the hip-hop youth before her. It turned out that Mei Jibwa was a renowned singer, a red-hot sensation in the industry. He had once participated in a global audition for a Korean entertainment company and had become a trainee, and now he was exceedingly popular. Qin Qingma was entirely uninterested in such matters. She had no fascination with entertainment celebrities. Jiang Yin's knowledge stemmed not from a fanatical obsession, but rather from Mei Jibwa's immense fame, which made it impossible for her to remain oblivious. "Oh," Qin Qingma acknowledged, not inquiring further, as she circumvented the obstructing Mei Jibwa. Jiang Yin, initially surprised, quickly regained her composure and followed Qin Qingma's lead in departing. Their actions left Mei Jibwa utterly flabbergasted. As the current hottest sensation, countless girls would go to great lengths just to catch a glimpse of him, and he had garnered a substantial following as a result. He had come out for a casual outing with his assistant and unexpectedly encountered two stunning beauties, which thrilled him. He had intended to initially approach them as an ordinary person to secure their contact details, planning to cultivate a fan base later. However, he never anticipated that they would outright reject him, fully aware of his identity. This struck a significant blow to his self-esteem. His assistant, witnessing the scene, wore a look of disbelief as they hurried to catch up. "Ladies, why not add each other on WeChat? With your beauty, if you ever consider entering the entertainment industry, our Jibwa can lend a helping hand," the assistant said with a smile. She understood the psychology of modern girls and frequently employed this approach to help Mei Jibwa attract new fans. At that moment, numerous people in the mall recognized Mei Jibwa and gathered around, eager to take photos and obtain autographs from the star. Their disbelief was palpable when they heard someone refuse Mei Jibwa, such a prominent celebrity, and yet, apart from any other demands, a mere photograph would elicit envy from countless individuals once shared on social media. While the two girls were indeed attractive, their lack of appreciation was disheartening. Instantly, fans of Mei Jibwa began chastising Qin Qingma and Jiang Yin. With a triumphant expression, Mei Jibwa presented the QR code of her phone to the two, urging them to scan it quickly. Just then, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she was greeted by the charming smile of a young man. "That's not how you charm someone." Upon hearing this, Mei Jibwa felt a surge of annoyance. With a history of countless romantic endeavors, to be told she lacked charm was vexing. Unable to secure a contact number, she resolved to take decisive action. With a smile, Chen Shi approached Qin Qingma and Jiang Yin amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Gripping their hands with sincerity, he declared, "Let us go. We're heading to a hotel." Flushed with embarrassment, both girls nodded in agreement. Thus, Chen Shi led them through the crowd, making their exit. Before leaving, he glanced back at Mei Jibwa, offering her a scornful smile. Chapter 50, An Unexpected Revelation by Chun Manjing. Today marks Chun Hao's birthday celebration. Following his class, Chen Shi took the bus straight to the Chen residence. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the array of luxury cars filling the courtyard. Clearly, the Chen family had extended invitations to numerous affluent families. This surprised Chen Shi. Typically, the Chen family either took Chun Hao on a trip or hosted a modest celebration at home. However, this occasion was notably extravagant. From a distance, he spotted Chen Shi and others welcoming guests at the entrance, choosing not to enter through the front door to avoid drawing attention. He recalled his reasons for agreeing to Qin Qingma's request. Aside from Jiang Nanqing's demands and Qin Qingma's compensation, there was also the matter of Chun Hao's slander and the Chun family's indifferent stance on it. If they were to act coldly, he would not hesitate to reciprocate. He was indifferent to the engagement with the Qin family, but he would not allow Chun Hao an easy path to marry Qin Qingma. If he wished to play the sycophant, Chen Shi would deny him that satisfaction. He quietly slipped in through the back door, only to hear someone call out to him. "Young Master Shi, you're back. Durning, he recognisit Wang Monantai." He immediately placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Wang Ma's voice softened as she approached him, a look of concern on her face. "Young Master Shi, have you been well while away? Have you suffered?" Chen Shi smiled, raising his arm to flex his muscles, replying nonchalantly, "I'm doing great, see? I've bulked up quite a bit." Wang Ma's eyes instantly glistened with tears. "Oh, you silly child. I missed you dearly during your absence." During his time at the Chen residence, Chen Shi often assisted the servants. At times, when they made mistakes, he would take the blame. Having grown up in poverty, he was acutely aware of their struggles. Witnessing the servants being punished or even dismissed for minor errors weighed heavily on his heart. Unless the offense was grave, he would shoulder the consequences, knowing that as the young master, the most he would face would be a beating from Chun Jun. However, for those servants, losing their jobs would be catastrophic. Thus, they shared a strong bond with Chen Shi. All right, Wang Ma, don't be sad. Hurry back to your duties. I'll leave once I gather my things. He consoled her. Yes, of course, Wang Ma replied, wiping her reddened eyes. Young Master Shi, are you hungry? I can sneak you some food. Before she could finish, Chen Shi gently pushed her away. Upon entering the grand hall, Chen Shi observed it teeming with guests, all clad in suits and evening gowns, glasses raised in merriment. Apart from Chen Shi and Chun Manjing at the entrance welcoming guests, he did not see anyone else. He stealthily ascended the stairs and made his way to his room. Manjing, it's little Hao's birthday today. Why do you still look so glum? Chun Shi inquired with a hint of reproach after greeting a guest. Turning to smile at her younger sister, Chun Manjing sighed, forcing a semblance of a smile. It's nothing. I just remembered it's also little Hao's birthday, and it makes me feel a bit uneasy. Chun Shi paused, then placed a comforting hand on Chun Manjing's shoulder. There'll be other opportunities. Yes. Next time we must celebrate little Hao properly, Chun Manjing agreed, glancing in the direction of Chen Shi's room. From her vantage point, she could see into his room. Suddenly, she froze, questioning her own vision, rubbed her eyes, and looked again. Little Shi, she called out, in confusion. After most guests had been attended to, Chun Manjing resolved to verify her suspicion and headed upstairs. She believed she had indeed seen Chen Shi enter his room. Puzzled, she wondered what he could possibly have forgotten. She had already thoroughly inspected his room, even retrieving the diary locked in the drawer. What else could he need? Soon, she arrived at Chen Shi's door, took a deep breath, and gently pushed it open. There, she found him sprawled across his narrow bed, sound asleep. She tiptoed to his bedside, observing her long-lost brother. For reasons unknown, she felt compelled to sit at the head of his bed, leaning down to study the brother she had found after so many years, only to lose him once more. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was rather handsome. Yet his sleeping posture left much to be desired. Lying on his back, limbs outstretched, drool pooling behind his ear. Chun Manjing couldn't help but chuckle quietly, reaching out to wipe the drool away. However, just as her fingers brushed against his cheek, he rolled over, startling her into retracting her hand. His movement caused his shirt to ride up, revealing a back marred by countless whip scars. Chun Manjing's heart ached at the sight of those wounds. Unlike their siblings, who had always been sheltered by Chun Jun and Yang Xian, never having faced hardship or punishment, her brother had endured 15 years of suffering in the outside world, only to return to the Chun household and endure such treatment. Regardless of his past mistakes, he did not deserve such cruelty. Tears welled in her eyes as she thought of this, and she gently lifted Chen Shi's shirt further. Unable to contain her sorrow as tears streamed down her face, she saw that not a single inch of his back was unmarred. It was a tapestry of scars. She had never shown concern for Chen Shi before. All she remembered was that whenever it involved Chun Hao, if it was believed to be Chen Shi's doing, regardless of evidence, Chen Shi would inevitably face Chun Jun's brutal beatings. Although Chun Hao appeared to be rescuing Chen Shi, the outcome was that Chun Jun struck him even harder. Chen Manjing wiped away her tears, her heart aching as she cast another glance at Chen Shi's back. As she prepared to pull down his shirt, a scar suddenly caught her attention. The scar was located on the outer side of his back, mostly obscured since Chen Shi was lying on his side. It was approximately the size of a palm, with a surface that was uneven and a deep brown hue. Being a doctor, Chen Manjing instantly recognized it as a clear mark left by a severe burn, suggesting it had been there for quite some time. Chapter 51. I Care About Xiao Shi. Chen Manjing stared blankly at Chen Shi's scar. Manjing, I've been looking for you everywhere. What are you doing in Xiao Shi's room? At that moment, Chen Shi pushed the door open. Chen Manjing hurriedly placed Chen Shi's shirt back down and wiped her tears away. Xiao Shi, how could you be here? Chen Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chen Shi, who was peacefully sleeping on the bed, her face a mask of shock. I don't know. Chen Manjing stammered, rising from the bed with a hint of panic in her demeanor. Chen Shi's voice had been somewhat loud, naturally rousing Chen Shi, who was already in a light sleep. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and blinked in confusion. Upon recognizing the two women before him, he instinctively cursed under his breath. Realizing that even a brief moment of rest could lead to discovery, he felt that the Chen sisters were somewhat incompatible with him, and his familial bond needed to be severed cleanly. Xiao Shi, you're awake. As soon as she saw Chen Shi stir, Chen Manjing quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe the drool from his mouth. Chen Shi instinctively pushed her away, his face expressing disdain. Xiao Shi, did you come back for something today? Chen Shi asked nervously. It's nothing much, just passing by, and thought I'd check if I left anything behind. Chen Shi replied, unable to comprehend why Chen Shi was so anxious, as if he were about to cause trouble that day. Though he indeed had come to stir things up, Oh, I see. If you find what you're looking for, it will be best to leave quickly, Chen Shi said, her expression anxious and somewhat guilty. Sister, let Xiaoshi have a meal before he leaves, Chen Manqing remarked, feeling displeased with Chen Anqi's urgency to send Chen Shi away. Although she didn't wish to stay in the Chen household, Chen Shi felt somewhat displeased by Chen Anqi's insistence to hasten his departure. Previously, he had been invited back regardless of the occasion, but today, merely because he had a matter to attend to, they were impatiently trying to rush him away. It was clear they feared he might disrupt Chen Hao's birthday celebration. Chen Shi let out a cold laugh. What's the rush to send me off? Are you worried that I, the true young master of the Chen family, might expose your family's secrets, or are you concerned about your little Hao brother's feelings? No, it's not what you think. Chen Anqi seemed to realize that her previous remarks had been excessive, stammering as she tried to explain herself. Today wasn't just Chen Hao's birthday party. It was also an important day for him to propose to Qin Qingma. Recently, Chen Shi and Qin Qingma had grown closer, and based on her conjectures, Chen Anqi feared that Chen Shi might have developed feelings for her. She worried that if Chen Shi witnessed Chen Hao's proposal, given his current temperament, he might act out, and she wanted to avoid any unexpected incidents. Although she felt guilty about directly driving Chen Shi away, she believed it was necessary for the greater good. After all, Chen Shi was a ticking time bomb, and allowing him to remain in the Chen household was perilous. Well, since it's not as you think, it shouldn't be unreasonable for me to have a meal at your Chen family, right? Chen Shi replied coolly. Your little Hao is having such a grand birthday celebration, and it seems my birthday is today as well. Just for a meal. You're in such a hurry to send me off. It truly pains my heart. Chen Shi glanced at the two, the smile on his face growing more pronounced. That is not what we meant, Xiaoshi. Please don't misunderstand, Chen Manqing explained anxiously. All right, I'm feeling a bit hungry now. Please send some food to my room. Once I'm full, I'll leave and one tea appear before anyone, ensuring your Chen family doesn't lose face. Chen Shi raised his hand, stopping Chen Manqing from continuing. Being driven away now would indeed present some complications for him. Chen Anqi nodded in agreement. Eldest sister, third sister, we've been looking for you. What are you doing in this rascal's room? Chen ran, and Chen Shi walked in. They had searched for the two throughout the Chen household, and upon seeing Chen Shi's room with the door ajar and the light on, they casually came to check. To their surprise, they found them there. Chen Iran had intended to say something more, but upon seeing Chen Shi, her eyes widened in shock. You little rascal. Why are you here? Upon noticing Chen Shi's previously dull eyes sparkled with life. Chen Shi stepped forward, raising his hand as if to strike Chen Iran. She instinctively took a couple of steps back, having been hit by Chen Shi twice before, and thus was somewhat fearful. However, remembering this was her home, she regained some courage. Didn't you say you would never set foot in the Chen family again? Why have you come crawling back today? Chen Iran's tone dripped with mockery. Well, I'm still alive, aren't I? Chen Shi waved his hand dismissively. Xiaoshi, are you planning to stay this time? Chen Shi asked, her eyes sparkling as she awaited his response. That's impossible. If he doesn't score higher than Xiao Hao in the college entrance examination, he can never return to the Chen family, Chen Iran asserted firmly. Iran, get out. Chen Manqing shouted angrily. Everyone knew Chen Shi's academic performance. If it were truly as previously agreed, he would never be able to return to the Chen family. Iran immediately huffed and stormed out of Chen Shi's room, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Shortly after, Chen Iran returned with Chun Jun and Yang Qian. Dad, Mom, this little rascal suddenly appeared at home today. He must be here to disrupt Xiao Hao's birthday banquet on purpose. Upon entering, Chen Iran pointed an accusing finger at Chen Shi. Chun Jun and Yang Qian exchanged complex glances upon seeing Chen Shi. Yang Qian hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to grasp Chen Shi's hand, saying, Xiaoshi, what did you come back? Why didn't you tell Mom? I missed you dearly. Chun Jun's voice was solemn as he added, since you're back, you shouldn't leave. Mom, no. He came back today knowing Xiao Hao is proposing to Qingma. He's here to cause trouble. Chen Iran exclaimed anxiously, realizing Chen Shi was about to be permitted to stay. Chen Hao's proposal to Qingma was something Chen Shi had not anticipated. What a coincidence it was. He looked at Chen Iran with a curious expression. You guessed quite accurately. Upon hearing Chen Iran's words, the expressions of those present shifted, particularly Chun Jun and Yang Qian, whose gazes towards Chen Shi turned hostile. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Qian said, Xiaoshi, why don't you come back tomorrow instead? You should leave today. Chun Jun's face darkened, remaining silent. This tacitly acknowledged Yang Qian's decision. Chen Shi extended his other hand, gently removing Yang Qian's hand from his wrist. If I leave today, I shall never step foot in the Chen household again. Are you willing to accept that? His words rendered Yang Qian momentarily speechless, her body stiffening in response. Love or indifference, it matters not. Here, no one cares about you. All we need is Xiao Hao, Chen Ran remarked disdainfully. Before anyone else could speak, Chen Shi cautiously raised her hand. I care about Xiao Shi. I hope he stays. Chapter 52. Your double standards are quite impressive, second sister. Chen Ran exclaimed in exasperation. Think carefully. He usually pretends not to return. Why? Of all days, has he chosen today? Suddenly transforming into a detective, Chen Ran began to analyze the situation earnestly. First, he disapproves of our extravagant birthday celebration for Xiao Hao. He is envious. After all, no one has ever celebrated his birthday in such a manner. Secondly, he harbors feelings for Qin Qingma. This time, he surely intends to reveal his identity before everyone, compelling Qingma to abandon Xiao Hao in favor of him. Upon hearing Chen Yiran's explanation, the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of grave concern. Yang Qian's face fell as she came to fully believe Chen Yiran's words. From the previous conflicts between Chen Shi and Chen Hao concerning Qin Qingma, they had discerned Chen Shi's interest in her. They had sent him to another school, hoping he would voluntarily relinquish his feelings. Yet, to their dismay, he remained undeterred. At such a crucial moment, he returned to create chaos. Chen Zhen was even more incensed. Wretched son, do you not realize that Qingma is your brother's fiancé? It would suffice for you to contend with Hauer over other matters, but to covet his fiancé? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Chen Anshi's expression was one of desolation, her disappointment evident. Xiao Shi, Qingma has been Xiao Hao's childhood sweetheart. He dreams of marrying her. Your actions are utterly excessive. I'm deeply disappointed in you. Chen Shi and Chen Anshi silently lowered their heads, clearly in agreement with Chen Anshi. Chen Shi chuckled, but this betrothal was originally mine. Reclaiming what belongs to me is not a transgression. Had he truly valued this engagement, he would have announced it long ago. His words were merely a ploy to gauge their reactions. Xiao Shi, although the engagement was indeed yours, your brother cherishes her. Cannot you simply yield to him? Moreover, Qingma's affections lie with Xiao Hao. There is truly no need for you to persist, Chen Anshi continued. I know Qingma well. She is not a superficial girl. She is drawn to exceptional young men like Xiao Hao. Though my words may be harsh, you simply cannot measure up to him. And Qingma will not develop feelings for you. Heed my counsel and refrain from causing further disruption. Even if Qingma harbored some fondness for Chen Shi, Chen Anshi did not believe it would blossom into anything deeper. At best, they could remain friends. If you truly could win her heart, we would have no objections. But to resort to such despicable means as leveraging an engagement to coerce Qingma is utterly disgraceful. Chen Yiran expressed her indignation toward Chen Shi. Chen Shi smiled. Rest assured, I have no interest in the engagement. It is yours to give to Hauer. I hope he treasures it well. What do you mean by yours to give? Do you have no shame? This was originally Xiao Hao's. Chen Yiran retorted. Ignoring her, Chen Shi strode towards the door, only to be halted by Yang Qian's firm grasp. Xiao Shi, you cannot leave through that door. The others paused for a moment before the realization dawned upon them. Indeed, they could not allow him to escape. What if he returned in secret to wreak havoc? Chen Yiran pointed toward the door. Mom and Dad, please do not do this. I believe Xiao Shi will not act irrationally. Chen Manqing anxiously defended Chen Shi. Chen Shi fervently nodded in agreement. Do not imprison Xiao Shi. I trust he has come to his senses. Enough. No more words. Until the birthday celebration concludes, he must remain here, Chen Zhen declared, calling out Uncle Fong, come here. Soon, Uncle Fong hurried in. Do not allow him to step outside this room until the party is over. Have a few people keep watch over him, Chen Zhen ordered. Uncle Fong could only nod in reluctant compliance. Chen Shi, realizing Chen Zhen was serious, felt a surge of anger. Chen Zhen, you bastard. He cursed, attempting to push past them. The others were taken aback by his foul language. Not only did he address Chen Zhen so brazenly, but he also dared to insult him, reshaping their perceptions of Chen Shi. Chen Zhen was infuriated. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you speak to your own father in such a manner? You have gone too far. At that moment, several security guards rushed in, blocking Chen Shi's path. He was about to retaliate, but suddenly reconsidered, realizing that such actions could lead to unnecessary trouble. He could not jeopardize Qin Qingma's plans or risk exposing his identity, which would be disastrous. With this in mind, Chen Shi relinquished his resistance and was pinned to the ground by the guards. In truth, even if he were confined to the room, he felt no concern. He could simply call Qin Qingma for help later. The guards gently tossed him onto the bed. After instructing Uncle Fong to keep a close watch on Chen Shi, the others departed. Had it not been for Chen Manqing and Chen Shi intervening, and with guests awaiting below, Chen Zhen might have resorted to physically reprimanding Chen Shi. Moments later, Chen Manqing entered with some food. Xiao Shi, you must be hungry. Please eat something. Once the guests leave, your father will release you. Chen Shi wasted no time, devouring the food voraciously before her. Xiao Shi, do you truly have feelings for Qingma? Chen Manqing suddenly inquired. Without looking up, Chen Shi replied. If I did, would you return her to me? Chen Manqing paused, momentarily lost in thought before responding. Xiao Shi, while the engagement was indeed yours, Qingma's heart belongs to Xiao Hao. It is an unavoidable truth. Well then, if she were to favor me, what would you do? Chen Shi asked casually. Chen Manqing fell silent, unable to answer. Why the silence? By your reasoning, if Qingma favors me, should you not return her to me? Chen Shi smiled, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his lips. These words were merely a jest. He did not believe Qingma would ever develop feelings for him. Nor would he choose her. After all, they belonged to different worlds, a fact predestined from the moment of their birth. His situation was unique, born into wealth. Yet fate had cast him into the depths of despair. That is not the case, Xiao Shi. Xiao Hao has loved Qingma since childhood. Marrying her has always been his dream. Chen Manqing stammered in explanation. Your double standards are quite impressive, Chen Shi retorted, his expression darkening. Just leave, you fool. I despise those who feign concern like you. Chen Manqing stood frozen, taken aback by his words. She never expected Chen Shi would speak to her in such a manner. Tears streamed down her face. Chapter 53. Do not appear before outsiders. After Chen Manqing departed, Chen Shi retrieved his phone and attempted to call Qingma, hoping to explain his predicament and enlist her aid. However, after numerous attempts, he could not reach her. This girl, at such a critical juncture. What on earth is she playing at, ignoring his calls? Just then, the door creaked open. Peering through the crack was Chen Shi, cautiously entering. Chen Shi shot her a fierce glare, causing her to retract her head immediately. Moments later, Chen Shi opened the door and timidly stepped inside. Is this endless between you sisters? What do you want now? Chen Shi cast an impatient glance at Chen Shi. Are you here to play the Good Samaritan as well? No, I'm not, Chen Shi replied, her head bowed and nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. I'll be straightforward with you. I reported your book. I know. Moreover, my previous compliments about your writing talent were mere fabrications. You are, in truth, utterly useless. Not only do you lack talent, even a dog could write better than you. Those words were indeed piercing, particularly for someone who had recently endured a blow to their confidence and was striving to reclaim their dreams. But what did it matter? Even now, Chen Shi did not stand by his side. Should he consider her feelings? I know, Chen Shi stammered, her lips pressed tight as tears brimmed in her eyes, leading to a soft sob. If you wish to cry, go outside and do so. Do not feign pity here. Chen Shi's words startled Chen Shi into silence. After a moment, she spoke up. Xiao Shi actually came to set you free. Chen Shi paused, then unceremoniously made his way to the door. But you must ensure that you do not disrupt Xiao Hao's birthday banquet tonight. Chen Shi hurriedly grasped Chen Shi's arm, her tone laced with desperation. It's clear that your younger brother holds great significance in your heart. You truly are a devoted sister. Chen Shi scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Chen Shi attempted to explain herself, but was cut off by Chen Shi's raised hand. Fine, since you're so concerned, I'll want to leave. But I refuse to be locked in this room. It's stifling. I'll remain in the hall, and you can keep an eye on me. Is that acceptable? Relieved, Chen Shi nodded. If she left now, it was uncertain whether she would be able to return later. Ultimately, Chen Shi decided to stay. But with Qingma's phone still unreachable, this was the only course of action. The guard station outside did not hinder Chen Shi's exit. Upon his return to the Chen residence, he had quickly integrated with them, maintaining a cordial relationship. Unlike those pampered heirs, he had never regarded them as mere servants. They felt gratitude towards Chen Shi and shared in the indignation over his plight. He was the true heir of the Chen family, yet subjected to such discrimination. Rest assured, it was she who released me, and you can shift the blame on her later, Chen Shi assured one of the security captains, patting him on the shoulder and gesturing towards Chen Shi. Young Master Shi, do not worry about us. The worst we face is dismissal, and we are not afraid. The captain chuckled nonchalantly. Chen Shi, you are the one who let me out, and it has nothing to do with them. You must guarantee that they will not face repercussions. If today's event had not involved the cancellation of the engagement with Qingma and Xiao Hao's birthday banquet went smoothly, then perhaps there would be no issues. Otherwise, these guards would surely be held accountable. I cannot let my situation endanger them. Chen Shi nodded vigorously. I promise. I coerced them into releasing you. They will not be in trouble. Seeing Chen Shi's concern for them, the guards could not help but feel a swell of emotion. Thank you, young Master Shi. Enough with the young master. I no longer have any ties to the Chen family. With that, Chen Shi descended the stairs and found a secluded corner to sit, while Chen Shi remained closely by his side. Is this how you have always organized his birthday celebrations? Chen Shi inquired, observing the grand chandelier casting its brilliant light upon the elegantly dressed guests, who raised their glasses in merriment. Of course. We take great care in planning Xiao Hao's birthday each year. Sometimes we take him on trips, other times we book an entire hotel floor. And occasionally we celebrate on a yacht. As she spoke of something that piqued her interest, Chen Shi's earlier despondence vanished, replaced by excitement. However, there was one year we kept it rather simple, his 15th birthday, when you celebrated together. It was just a modest family gathering at home, blowing out candles, quite dull. Suddenly, Chen Shi seemed to recall something and ceased her words, casting a cautious glance at Chen Shi. Chen Shi wore a faint smile, seemingly unperturbed by her comment. Lost in thought, the dull birthday she mentioned was indeed the only one the Chen family had celebrated for him, kept low-key to conceal his identity. They had celebrated together to persuade him to sign a donation agreement. The melodious strains of the band momentarily entranced Chen Shi, leading him to feel as if this extravagant banquet had been orchestrated in his honor. He slapped his own face, chuckling to himself, reflecting on how he had become so superficial and vain, allowing such sentiments to arise over a mere birthday celebration. Second sister, why did you let this scoundrel out? As Chen Shi remained lost in contemplation, an irksome voice pierced through the air. He glanced up to see Chen Yiran glaring at him with disdain. Standing behind her were Yang Qian, Chen Manqing, and today's guest of honor, Chen Hao, dressed in a suit and tie. Chen Hao exuded an air of a refined gentleman, markedly different from his usual timid demeanor, wearing a confident smile. Xiao Shi was feeling stifled in the room. So I brought him out for some fresh air, Chen Shi explained, glancing at Yang Qian. Unacceptable. Someone like him has no right to be here. He must return to his room, Chen Yiran declared, her brows furrowed in disapproval as she cast a disdainful look at Chen Shi. Ignoring Chen Yiran, Chen Manqing addressed Yang Qian. Mom, why not let Xiao Shi stay here? I can watch over him. I trust he won't cause any trouble. Third sister, have you forgotten what day it is? With so many guests present, if his identity is exposed, Xiao Hao will be doomed. I believe he should not remain here. Chen Yiran pouted, disapproving of Chen Manqing's suggestion. Yang Qian, caught in a dilemma, was about to respond when Chen Hao, who had remained silent until now, took hold of Yang Qian's arm, his expression revealing concern. I hope my brother can stay. It's just that today, I want to avoid making Qingma feel uncomfortable. If he becomes upset, it may spiral out of control. Though his words were incomplete, their meaning was clear to all. Yang Qian, now resolute, turned to Chen Shi and Chen Manqing with a serious expression. Take Xiao Shi back to his room. He is not to appear before outsiders without my permission. Chapter 54. Uncle, I have finally found you. Mom, please don't do this. Xiao Shi promised me he wouldn't interfere with Xiao Hao. Chen Shi pleaded, grasping Yang Qian's arm. Second sister, you believe this little brat's words? He also claimed he would never return, yet here he is sneaking back again. Chen Yiran pointed at Chen Shi, berating him. Enough, everyone stop. Yang Qian reprimanded, take Xiao Shi back to the room. Xiao Shi, bear with it for a while. Once the birthday banquet concludes, Mother will let you out. Please don't be angry with Mother. She does this all for your own good. Her tone softened as she spoke to Chen Shi. Yet again, the for your own good series, Chen Shi pondered, struggling to comprehend the goodness Yang Qian spoke of. Uncle Xiao Shi, is that you? A voice suddenly pierced through the air, leaving Chen Shi bewildered. The voice was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't place it immediately. He scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the sound. At that moment, a chubby figure pushed through the crowd and approached him. Upon seeing Chen Shi, the chubby boy's face lit up with urgency as he hurried to Chen Shi, grasping his shoulders and shaking him excitedly. Uncle Xiao Shi, it really is you. It truly is you. Wait, who are you? Chen Shi was taken aback, struggling to understand why this chubby boy had burst forth and was calling him Xiao Shi. It's me. It's me. Chubby, have you forgotten? Seeing the confusion still etched on Chen Shi's face, the chubby boy hurriedly added, Yiping Village, Yiping Village. Chen Shi scrutinized the chubby boy for a moment, and then his eyes brightened as he finally recalled, Chubby, it really is you. Yes, yes, Uncle Xiao Shi. I finally see you again. The boy exclaimed excitedly. His name was Zhu Yingjun, and he had been sold to Yiping Village when he was very young, becoming a close companion of Chen Shi. During their childhood, Zhu Yingjun was often bullied for his short stature and plump physique, while Chen Shi, brimming with a sense of justice, frequently came to his aid. Subsequently, Zhu Yingjun regarded Chen Shi as his dearest brother, obediently following his lead. When Zhu Yingjun turned 9, his parents found him and took him away. During their farewell, he clung to Chen Shi's clothing, weeping sorrowfully. The following year, After Chen Shi's guardians, his grandparents, passed away, he was sent to an orphanage, and he never saw Zhu Yingjun again. Zhu Yingjun referred to Chen Shi as uncle because his adoptive parents were distant relatives of Chen Shi's guardians, placing Chen Shi in a higher generational rank. Chubby, how did you end up here? Chen Shi inquired, perplexed. As far as he knew, everyone present at the banquet belonged to the political and business elite, while Zhu Yingjun's parents were merely middle class, seemingly unrelated to this gathering. Mom, sister, look. This rascal not only sneaked back home, but also brought back a dubious character. Before Zhu Yingjun could answer Chen Shi's question, Chen Yiran pointed at him and scolded. Zhu Yingjun was at a loss for words, wanting to explain, but was cut off by Chen Yiran. Who do you think you are? Get out of the Chen family immediately, or I'll call security. Chen Shi glanced at Zhu Yingjun, understanding Chen Yiran's misunderstanding. After all, the chubby boy's attire today was indeed rather casual. The arriving guests, especially the women, were dressed elegantly, while the men, regardless of their level of formality, were at least presentably attired. In stark contrast, Zhu Yingjun wore a pair of vibrant shorts and flip-flops, clashing completely with the atmosphere. Are you out of your mind? Do you think I want to come to this wretched place? If it weren't for your pleas, I wouldn't have shown up. Zhu Yingjun frowned, pushing Chen Yiran's hand away. And why did you call my uncle a rascal? I warn you, if you dare insult my uncle again, I'll make you regret it. Zhu Yingjun's words incited Chen Yiran's ire. Accustomed to a pampered life, she had never encountered anyone who dared speak to her in such a manner, aside from Chen Shi. You little beast, just like this rascal. You're nothing but a child born of a mother who didn't raise you. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Zhu Yingjun's insult left him wide-eyed, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging in his hands as if he were ready to strike Chen Yiran. Chen Shi was taken aback. He hadn't expected the once timid Zhu Yingjun to possess such a fiery temperament after all these years. Just as Zhu Yingjun raised his fist to retaliate, Chen Shi grasped his shoulder, calming him instantly. Uncle, am I not allowed to hit her? Zhu Yingjun looked confused. She is a young lady from the Chen family. You know? I know. Is there a way to settle this? Yes. Hit her harder. All right. Chen Shi patted Zhu Yingjun's shoulder before releasing him. Although Chen Yiran's words were indeed harsh, Yang Qian and the others found no fault in them. They were all concerned about Chen Shi's upbringing and the unsavory influences he might have encountered, such as Jiang Nanqing. The presence of such a disheveled individual at Chen Hao's birthday banquet incited their displeasure, especially since Chen Yiran only said a couple of words to Zhu Yingjun. Yet he seemed ready to retaliate. Chen Yiran, sensing Zhu Yingjun's readiness for a fight, took a cautious step back. The thought of being struck in front of so many people was mortifying, and her exquisite evening gown, a custom piece made for this occasion, was unique. If it were ruined, it would indeed be troublesome. Seeing Chen Shi restrain Zhu Yingjun, Chen Yiran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fourth sister, don't worry. I'm here to protect you, Chen Hao said as he stepped forward to stand in front of Chen Yiran. His sudden appearance left Zhu Yingjun momentarily bewildered, especially since Chen Hao had never scolded him before. Chen Shi, please don't hit fourth sister. If you must strike someone, let it be me. In the presence of outsiders, Chen Hao cleverly switched to addressing Chen Shi as brother Chen Shi. Chen Shi glanced at Chen Hao, begrudgingly acknowledging that some individuals truly had the knack for navigating their way through life. Chen Shi, I warn you, if you dare lay a finger on Xiao Hao, I'll make sure you regret it. Chen Yiran threatened from behind Chen Hao. Xiao Shi, don't act impulsively. You know Yiran speaks her mind. Don't take her words to heart, Chen Manqing gently advised, genuinely concerned that Chen Shi might act out in such a crowded setting. Xiao Shi, I'll warn you one last time, you're not to hit your brother or Xiao Hao again, or else. Yang Qian began, her teeth clenched, but couldn't finish her sentence. Zhu Yingjun, observing the scene before him, felt a bit bewildered as the pent-up anger he had accumulated began to dissipate. He turned to Chen Shi, seeking guidance on whether to continue the confrontation. Just as Chen Shi was about to signal Zhu Yingjun to cease hostilities, Chen Hao suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Zhu Yingjun's arm. Chubby, watch out! Chen Shi shouted loudly. Zhu Yingjun felt someone clutching his arm and instinctively turned, swinging his arm, only to hear a pained cry. Chen Shi watched in disbelief as Chen Hao was sent flying, his exaggerated reaction leaving Zhu Yingjun utterly confused. He couldn't fathom how this elegantly dressed man could suddenly leap at him, and after a mere flick of his arm, send him flying in such a dramatic fashion. Was his body truly so frail? Chen Shi facepalmed, muttering a curse under his breath. It was the third time this had happened, another blatant attempt at sabotage. How could this guy not tire of using the same trick? Yet, this move proved remarkably effective. Upon witnessing Chen Hao being hurled through the air by the rotund figure before him, the women of the Chen family erupted in a chorus of shrieks, rushing frantically to Chen Hao's side. Xiao Hao, are you all right? Xiao Hao, were you hurt? Let me take a look. My poor Howler. Let Mama see where you bumped into something. The scene before the stout man caused him to question his very existence. After a dismissive wave of his arm, he landed a heavy punch on Chen Shi's shoulder. Chen Shi, aside from instinctively uttering an expletive, exhibited no further reaction. Zhu, the hefty individual, crouched down before Chen Hao. Curiosity piqued, eager to ascertain the location of his injuries. To his astonishment, however, Chen Hao recoiled as if confronted by a ghost, seeking refuge in Yang Qian's embrace, and then cried out to Chen Shi, "Brother Chen Shi, don't hit me. Please spare me. You scoundrel, make this fatso stop immediately, or I'll make you pay." Chen Iran was nearly apoplectic, forgetting the significance of the day and only concerned with her frantic shouting. The commotion had already attracted attention, and her cries amplified the focus of everyone in the hall. "Chen Shi, did I not warn you just now to cease striking Xiao Hao? Have you taken my words as mere whispers in the wind?" Chen Hao's injury drove Yang Qian into a frenzy. Her gaze, once tender when directed at Chen Hao, transformed into a cold glare, her voice sharpened by fury. She approached Chen Shi, caught him off guard, and swiftly raised her hand to slap his face. "Mom, no!" Chen Manqing and Chen Shi gasped in horror, exclaiming loudly. Yet, to their surprise, Yang Qian's hand was caught firmly in Chen Shi's grip before it could make contact. Yang Qian was momentarily stunned, as were Chen Manqing and the others. Although Chen Shi had previously struck Chen Iran, he had never before resisted Chen Zhen and Yang Qian. With a calm demeanor, Chen Shi released Yang Qian's hand. She stumbled back a few steps, while Chen Shi and Chen Manqing rushed to steady her. Yang Qian was taken aback. Though it was merely a gentle shove, it felt to her as if she had received a crushing blow to her chest. How could her son lay a hand upon her? Indeed, that single gesture from Chen Shi felt like a direct assault upon her. She could not comprehend why Chen Shi had transformed so drastically in recent days. Although he had erred in the past and faced their criticism and reprimands, he had always been obedient in their presence, never voicing complaints or resistance. Now, not only had his temperament changed, but he had also begun to strike his parents, descending to an utterly irredeemable state. She conceded that she had favored Chen Hao in certain aspects, yet she had never neglected Chen Shi. At the very least, he was well-fed, clothed, and educated, which was far more comfortable than struggling outside. Now, he exhibited ingratitude towards the very parents who had given him life and sustenance, even resorting to violence against them. It was utterly outrageous. Contemplating this, a surge of anger flooded her mind. "Chen Shi, you dare strike me now? If I did not teach you a lesson today, who knows what you might do in the future?" Yang Qian's voice grew hoarse and low. Chen Shi merely smiled nonchalantly. "If you provoke me again, I swear I'll bury you all. Do you believe me?" One reason he could still swallow his resentment was his current limitations. Before the Chen family, he was but a small pawn, utterly powerless against them. After all, he had only been reborn for less than a month, and development required time. Observing the increasing crowd around them, Chen Manqing quickly tugged at Yang Qian's sleeve, whispering, "Mom, today is Xiao Hao's birthday banquet. It wouldn't be good to escalate matters further." At Chen Manqing's reminder, Yang Qian finally realized she had lost her composure. "All right, we shall address this matter after the birthday banquet. First, confine Chen Shi to a room. As for this individual," Yang Qian glanced at the stout man, pondering for a moment before saying, "Take him outside to keep watch, and then call the police, reporting him for provoking trouble and maliciously injuring someone." Chen Shi's expression darkened as he positioned himself in front of the stout man. "Young Qian, if you dare to lay a finger on him, then don't bother holding today's birthday banquet." He did not understand why the stout man had appeared in the Chen household, but regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow his own troubles to bring harm to him. Chen Shi's threat proved effective, halting Yang Qian and the others, who had intended to call for security. "You all, go do what you need to do, and do not provoke me. Let us remain here in peace," Chen Shi continued. "Exactly, Mom. Xiao Hao isn't even hurt. Let us not make a big deal out of this. If you're still worried, I'll stay and keep an eye on Xiao Hao with my second sister." Chen Manqing urged with concern. Yang Qian hesitated, contemplating for a moment, furrowing her brows and casting a glance at Chen Shi. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, the stout man suddenly shouted out, "No way, this is not over. This brat dares to play me. This matter is far from finished." Zhu Yingjun now realized that this well-dressed dandy was attempting to ensnare him and Chen Shi. The others stared at Zhu in disbelief. Initially intending to let him off the hook, they were taken aback by the stout man's audacity. Chen Shi tugged at the stout man's sleeve, whispering, "Hey, don't stir the pot. If you seek revenge, do it privately. We cannot handle them here. Don't get yourself caught up in this." The stout man, however, patted Chen Shi on the shoulder, unconcerned. "Uncle Xiao Shi, don't worry. If I don't settle this score today, I won't be able to swallow my anger. With that, he took out his phone and began to make a call. In the study, Uncle Chen, Uncle Zhu, I will have the specific contract details drafted tonight. Let us arrange a dinner tomorrow for you, Uncle. Chen Shi stood up, smiling as she bowed. A few days ago, a sudden withdrawal of an investor had left Chen Shi in a predicament. With the addition of Qin Yushan and Zhu Wanjin, the weight on her shoulders had significantly lifted. Qin Yushan nodded with a smile, addressing Chen Zhen, Brother Chen, with a capable daughter like Anqi, you can retire early. Chen Zhen chuckled, you flatter me, Brother Qin. The Qingma girl is also exceptional, certainly no less than Anqi. But what does that matter? In the end, she too shall marry. Qin Yushan sighed, glancing at Chen Zhen. Their eyes met, and simultaneously, they burst into hearty laughter. By the way, there is something I need to discuss with Brother Qin in advance. Chapter 56, Someone is hitting my son. As he spoke, Chen Zhen's smile grew even more pronounced. Tonight, Xiao Hao planned to propose to Qingma during the birthday banquet. I wonder if Brother Yushan. Qin Yushan paused briefly, then nonchalantly replied, the engagement has long been established. It is only a matter of time. As long as the two children are willing, we adults shall certainly respect their wishes. If Brother Yushan has no objections, then this matter is settled. Chen Zhen clapped his hands in excitement. However, Qin Yushan sighed, Brother Chen, I truly envy you. Not only does your daughter excel, but even Xiao Hao is so outstanding. Unlike my own ungrateful son, who wastes his days in frivolity, with no ambition whatsoever. Chen Zhen was momentarily taken aback, a swell of pride rising within him. Yet, he feigned extreme modesty. You flatter me, Brother Qin. Aside from his daughter, Qin Qingma, Qin Yushan had a son named Qin Hao, who had never applied himself, and was known only for causing trouble and spending money recklessly. He fit the stereotype of a typical rich second generation, the kind who would squander the family fortune in no time. Compared to Chen Hao, he is simply on an entirely different level. The mere mention of Qin Hao instantly conjured the image of Chen Shi in Chen Zhen's mind, causing the smile on his face to vanish in an instant. Is Chen Shi not merely another version of Qin Hao? The two are strikingly similar. As this thought crossed Chen Zhen's mind, a wave of discomfort washed over him. He could not comprehend how his own son could be so ineffectual, while this adopted son, mistakenly taken in, was so outstanding and pleasing to the eye. Consequently, he drew the envious gazes of countless individuals. In that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Why not treat Chen Hao as his own flesh and blood? As for Chen Shi, he could ensure his well-being while allowing him to pursue his own happiness. Their identities could remain a secret, never to be disclosed. After all, their families were soon to be in-laws. Was not his son also yours? What was there to envy? After being left in the sidelines for some time, Zhu Wanjin could no longer restrain himself. What my brother said is true. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yushan and Chen Zhen chuckled in agreement. Oh, by the way, Zhu Wanjin, where's your son? Is he coming today? Qin Yushan suddenly recalled and inquired. They had heard that Zhu Wanjin had a precious son who had been abducted in his youth, and after enduring great hardship, he had finally managed to bring him back. Zhu Wanjin cherished this son dearly. To shield him from any grievances, he sent the son he had with his new wife abroad. Initially disinterested in the flattery exchanged between Qin Yushan and Chen Zhen, Zhu Wanjin's spirits lifted upon the mention of his son. That rascal just called to say he's arrived. You should be downstairs playing now. I heard from Brother Zhu that your nephew is quite the handsome lad. I truly wish to meet him, Chen Zhen remarked. Feigning great interest, Zhu Wanjin patted Chen Zhen's shoulder, his heart racing with pride, laughing. I'm not exaggerating. My son is exceptionally handsome, and at school, girls line up to chase after him. Then let us hasten downstairs. The time is nearly upon us. Qin Yamo should be arriving soon, Qin Yushan said with a smile. The group rose and made their way toward the door, where Chen Shi was already waiting. Just then, Zhu Wanjin's phone rang. Upon answering, his previously joyful expression darkened instantly. What did you say? Someone is bullying you. Wait for me. Dad is coming right away. Brother, what happened? Seeing Zhu Wanjin's sudden change in demeanor, Chen Zhen was immediately filled with confusion. Someone has assaulted my son, Zhu Wanjin said, his face contorted with fury. What? I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my Chen family. Chen Zhen exclaimed angrily, slamming his thigh. That fat fool. Today is Xiao Hao's birthday. I had no intention of confronting you, but now you have overstepped your bounds. Chen Yiran shouted, hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. Sister, I've already sent someone to call security. They will take them directly to the police station, Chen Hao said, grasping Chen Yiran's arm. At that moment, security arrived just in time. Bind these two and take them to the police station, Chen Yiran instructed the security personnel. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing attempted to intervene but were halted by Yang Qian. who believed that Chen Shi needed to be taught a lesson on such an important day for disrupting the festivities with gossip. It was evident that he was intentionally seeking trouble, wishing to derail the birthday celebration. Seeing the security guards hesitate, Yang Qian grew furious and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get moving. How dare you touch my son? I'll make sure you regret it." Suddenly, a coarse voice cut through the air, leaving the security guards frozen in place. Chen Shi turned to see a middle-aged man, even more corpulent than the other, striding out from the crowd. His large gold chain swinging dramatically around his neck. The hefty figure quickly approached Yang Qian, raising his hand as if to strike her. "Zhu brother, stop." Qin Yushan and Chun Jun shouted in alarm from behind. Yang Qian, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, instinctively stepped back. Hearing the shouts behind him, Zhu Wanjin paused for a moment in mid-swing, yet still followed through with the blow. With a loud slap, Yang Qian was sent sprawling to the ground, shrieking in agony. The sudden chaos silenced the once vibrant atmosphere. Chun Jun, arriving late, was shocked to see Yang Qian sitting on the ground, her cheeks swollen and eyes red. Zhu Wanjin glanced at Yang Qian, his eyes widening in realization. "Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry, so sorry." He rushed over to help her up, adding, "I sincerely apologize. I didn't realize it was you in my haste. I truly am at fault." Yang Qian pushed Zhu Wanjin away, glaring at him. Seeing her anger, Zhu Wanjin approached Chun Jun with an earnest expression, saying, "Brother Chun, I truly apologize. I was just worried about June being bullied. That's why I didn't recognize my sister-in-law." Witnessing this scene, Chen Shi couldn't help but pull the hefty man aside and ask, "Did your father study in the performing arts?" Zhu Wanjin chuckled awkwardly. From the moment Zhu Wanjin appeared and acted, Chen Shi observed intently. Particularly, the moment his hand froze mid-air, his expression clearly revealed hesitation, indicating that he had recognized Yang Qian's identity. After all, anyone present here held significant status. Yet, he still chose to strike. How could Chen Jun not be enraged at the sight of his wife being struck, especially in front of so many witnesses? Although Zhu Wanjin's explanation was reasonable, the humiliation he suffered was undeniable. Ignoring Zhu Wanjin, Chen Jun turned to Chen Iran and the others, asking in a low voice, "What on earth happened?" Chen Iran pointed angrily at Chen Shi and the hefty man, her voice filled with rage. "They assaulted Xiao Hao." Chapter 57. Who is my mother? Chen Jun and Qin Yushan simultaneously directed their gazes toward the direction pointed out by Chen Iran. They saw a rotund young man, strikingly reminiscent of Zhu Wanjin, swinging his fists at Chen Iran. This must be the son Zhu Wanjin had referred to, the one whose looks captivated countless young women. Beside the hefty figure stood a rather handsome young man whom Qin Yushan did not recognize, but Chen Jun's brows furrowed deeply. Upon hearing Chen Iran accuse his son, Zhu Wanjin immediately pulled the hefty boy in front of him, scolding, "Jun, how could you resort to violence?" The hefty boy, looking aggrieved, quickly recounted how Chen Hao had feigned injury to frame him, pointing at Chen Hao and shouting, "It was this brat, he set me up, and now they want to call the police on me." "No, it was that bastard Chen Shi. He instigated this fatty to attack Xiao Hao." Chen Iran retorted defiantly. With both sides insisting on their narratives, it was unclear whom to believe. At that moment, everyone turned their attention to the true instigator, Chen Shi. "Aren't you supposed to be in your room? How did you end up here?" Chen Jun, filled with anger, nearly called him a rebel, but swiftly corrected himself. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Chen Shi merely sighed and helplessly remarked, "Mr. Chen, given the circumstances, it matters little who is right or wrong. You should promptly soothe the guests. After all, preparing for young Master Chen's birthday banquet is far more pressing." Indeed, Chen Shi was reluctant to squander any more words. Continuing the quarrel held no significance, as there was no substantial evidence to prove Chen Hao's feigned fall. Furthermore, Yang Qian had also received a slap, so he felt no loss. His objective today was solely to assist Qin Xingma in dissolving her engagement. He had no desire to waste time on trivialities. Chen Shi's words immediately garnered the approval of Zhu Wanjin and Qin Yushan, particularly Zhu Wanjin, whose son had emerged unscathed and even managed to strike Yang Qian. Felt his frustrations had been adequately vented. The truth of the matter was of no consequence to him. He simply wished for the situation to pass swiftly. The two men regarded Chen Shi with admiration. This youth appeared youthful, yet spoke with the wisdom of one far older. "You are Chen Shi?" Qin Yushan inquired with newfound interest, a smile gracing his face. Yes. Chen Shi was uncertain of the identity of this middle-aged man, but given the apparent camaraderie with Chen Jun, he likely belonged to a figure of considerable influence. The name sounded vaguely familiar. Qin Yushan focused intently on Chen Shi, his brow furrowing as he murmured to himself, After a moment's contemplation, an epiphany seemed to strike him, and his eyes brightened. You are Qingma's tutor? Chen Shi paused, then deduced that this man might be Qingma's father. He nodded in affirmation. Qingma's academic performance is commendable. It's quite impressive that you were able to tutor her. Qin Yushan remarked, his gaze appraising Chen Shi with palpable interest. Qin Yushan's words left the Chen family members astounded and bewildered. They were well aware of Chen Shi's academic standing. It was impossible for him to be tutoring Qingma. Uncle Qin, you must be mistaken, Chen Shi interjected, voicing her confusion. Chen Shi's grades are barely sufficient for a 211 university. He definitely cannot tutor Qingma. Brother Qin, you are surely mistaken. He could never manage to tutor her, Chen Zhen asserted with unwavering conviction. Seeing their certainty, Qin Yushan began to question whether he had misheard, or if his daughter had erred. Well, perhaps I misheard, but Qingma has indeed praised this young man on several occasions in my presence. What merits could he possibly possess? It would be a blessing if he caused no trouble. Chen scoffed, her expression one of disdain. Upon hearing that Qingma had spoken highly of Chen Shi, Chen Hao felt an immediate discomfort. Fourth sister. Although Chen Shi has his flaws and sometimes enjoys pilfering items from our home, he is fundamentally good at heart. You insufferable sissy, what nonsense are you spouting? Little uncle would never engage in such petty theft, Chen Hao retorted, his anger flaring as he clenched his fists. Yet, Chen Shi remained composed, gently pressing down on Zhu Yingjuan's fist to quell his impulsiveness. He then turned to Chen Hao with a teasing smile. Enjoy your moment of happiness now. I hope you won't end up sobbing alongside your mother later. The onlookers were perplexed by Chen Shi's insinuation, but through the exchange, Qin Yushan deduced that Chen Shi shared a significant bond with the Chen family, piquing his curiosity further. You all seem quite familiar with this young man. Qin Yushan casually inquired. Zhu Wanjin and Zhu Yingjun gazed expectantly at the Chen family. Zhu Wanjin had already learned from Zhu Yingjun that Chen Shi was the beloved little uncle of his precious son. Having just met Chen Shi, Zhu Yingjun was eager to learn more about him. Confronted with the crowd's inquiries, the Chen family lapsed into silence, unsure of how to respond, unable to voice a single word. At last, it was Chen Iran who broke the silence. He is the son of our nanny, she stated firmly, as though it were an established fact. The others in the Chen family offered no rebuttal, for they too could not conjure a more fitting explanation for Chen Shi's identity. Is that so? Qin Yushan nodded slightly. Zhu Yingjuan's eyes shimmered with tears as he remarked, Little uncle, so your life has been so arduous. It is no wonder you have been bullied by them. Chen Shi maintained a calm demeanor, scanning the faces of the Chen family before suddenly grinning and asking, May I inquire where my nanny mother is? What's her name? The unexpectedness of Chen Shi's question left the Chen family momentarily stunned, exchanging glances, unsure of how to respond. Since I am the son of your nanny, why don't you call my mother out? As he observed their silence, Chen Shi directed a cold smile towards Yang Qian. Yang Qian, having regained her composure after the earlier slap, appeared somewhat disheveled, but aside from her slightly swollen cheek, her demeanor had returned to normal. The guests present were equally puzzled by Chen Shi's inquiry. It was odd to be unaware of one's own mother and to seek answers from others. Even more bizarre was the fact that the Chen family was hesitating to respond. The curious gazes from the guests induced a sense of anxiety within the Chen family. At that moment, no one stepped in to smooth things over. All eyes were fixed on the Chen family's response, as they sensed that something significant might unfold. Chen Shi raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the Chen family before finally settling on Yang Qian. His expression darkened as he approached her, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Then, donning a smile, he leaned closer to Yang Qian, speaking in a particularly gentle tone. Mrs. Yang, you should be the most aware of who my mother is. Could you kindly summon her for me? Chapter 58. Is Wanma really my mother? Chen Shi's voice was soft and soothing, devoid of any accusatory tone, as if he were merely making a casual inquiry. Yet, Yang Qian found herself involuntarily stepping back 2 paces, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Chen Shi's eyes. After a moment of silence, Chen Shi suddenly leaned forward, seizing Yang Qian by the collar and pulling her close, his voice rising as he shouted, Speak up. Have you lost your tongue? Where's my mother? Bring her out. Mid-sentence, Chen Shi's tone shifted back to a whisper. Is she dead? Yang Qian stared at Chen Shi in terror, stammering, She's not dead. Chen Shi chuckled coldly, his tone chilling. If she is not dead, then why has she not appeared to witness her son being bullied? Or is it that she does not regard me as her son at all? No, that's not true. She cares for you deeply. She loves you very much. Yang Qian's eyes reddened as tears brimmed, spilling over. Chen Shi raised a hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of Yang Qian's eye, holding it before him and rubbing it gently as he smiled. These tears, I wonder for whom they are shed. They carry no warmth at all. Chen Shi observed this scene, his brow furrowed, feeling an unsettling agitation within him. It seemed that in Chen Shi's inquiries, he too was being questioned. Moreover, he too was at a loss for how to respond to Chen Shi's queries. Chen Shi and the others silently lowered their heads, acutely aware of the sorrow and helplessness underlying Chen Shi's tone. It was a profound sense of abandonment. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if something was lodged in their chests, suffocating their breaths. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing were filled with an impulse to loudly declare before everyone that Chen Shi was the young master of the Chen family, their brother. Yet, when they turned to see the forlorn expression on Chen Hao's face, that impulse was swiftly quelled. If the truth were to be revealed, the life of their other brother would undergo a cataclysmic transformation, as everything that belonged to him would vanish in an instant. At the very least, the betrothal to Qin Qingma would no longer be his. This was undeniably cruel. At that moment, Wang Ma squeezed her way through the crowd. Master, madam, all the guests have arrived. The time is at hand. May we commence the banquet? The Chen family, troubled and uncertain about how to conclude matters, feared that Chen Shi's identity would soon be exposed, and Wang Ma's timely appearance was a stroke of fortune. Chen Jun let out a sigh of relief, preparing to announce the commencement of the banquet and thus bring this farce to an end. However, Chen Hao, before anyone could react, pulled Wang Ma to stand before Chen Shi. Brother Chen Shi, your mother has arrived. The guests displayed little reaction to Chen Hao's actions, their faces merely reflecting a hint of disappointment. It seemed that Chen Shi was indeed the child of a servant, and there was no scandal to be had. The Chen family, on the other hand, was far from composed. Chen Jun, in particular, bellowed at Chen Hao, "What are you doing?" Chen Jun's sudden fury startled Chen Hao and left the guests bewildered. Brother Chen, what is amiss? Is she not Chen Shi's mother? Qin Yushan inquired. Confusion etched across his face. This left Chen Jun momentarily at a loss for words. No matter how one spun it, Chen Shi was his son, a legitimate member of the Chen family. Declaring someone else as his mother, especially a servant, was unthinkable. Now, thanks to Chen Hao's meddling, he was at a loss as to how to remedy the situation. Uncle Qin, Wang Ma is indeed Chen Shi's biological mother, but due to her status as a servant, Chen Shi has always been reluctant to acknowledge her. My father did not wish to embarrass him, which is why it has come to this, Chen Iran interjected. Although Chen Iran struggled in other areas, her mind worked remarkably fast when it came to Chen Shi's affairs. Previously, she had been concerned about the potential exposure of Chen Shi's identity, but upon seeing such a fortuitous opportunity, she sought to solidify Chen Shi's identity permanently and subsequently expel him from the Chen family, allowing Chen Hao to rest easy in the future. Chen Iran, could you possibly keep quiet? Chen Manqing's voice was laced with anger. Her gaze fell upon the seemingly innocent and pitiable Chen Hao, and a flicker of disdain surged within her. Clearly, Chen Hao's actions were deliberate and rife with scheming. Just as the situation appeared to be resolving, he had intentionally stirred the pot. Noticing Chen Manqing's hostile glare, Chen Hao lowered his head, feeling guilt wash over him. He then spoke, "Third sister, today is an important day for me. Do you know how long I've waited for this? I am genuinely afraid of unforeseen mishaps that might thwart my wishes." As he spoke, he turned to the Chen family, his words imbued with deep emotion, and by the end, his voice quivered, tears streaming down his cheeks. This softened the anger of the Chen family members, who had initially intended to chastise him, evoking a sense of compassion within them. Chen Shi, Chen Shi, and Chen Manqing ultimately fell silent, lowering their heads. Chen Jun merely sighed, refraining from further rebuttal, tacitly accepting the situation. As for how to handle matters moving forward, he could only contemplate further strategies. Chen Shi observed the reactions of his relatives and simply smiled, pushing Chen Hao's head aside to clear his line of sight. "Are you all certain that I am Wang Ma's son?" Chen Shi's inquiry rendered them unable to meet his gaze. Not only had they failed to restore Chen Shi's identity, but they had also publicly assigned him a servant as a mother in front of the elite of Hanghai City. Despite any previous disdain they may have harbored for Chen Shi, guilt now filled their hearts. However, the situation had progressed too far. They had to see it through. For today marked Chen Hao's significant proposal to Qin Qingma. Ultimately, they weighed their options and chose to support Chen Hao. "Yes, you are the son of a servant, and will be for life. Do not entertain any impractical notions, understand?" Chen Iran scoffed. Chen Shi merely smiled serenely at them, saying, "Since you all have proclaimed it, I shall accept it. I hope you remember the words you have spoken today, engrave them in your hearts. Do you understand?" Chen Shi's words caused the Chen family members to tremble, standing there in a daze. "Little girl, what you say is preposterous. What is wrong with being the child of a servant? You show such a lack of respect," Zhu Wanjin interjected, stepping forward to embrace Chen Shi's shoulder. I see this young man is quite talented. He will surely rise to greatness, far surpassing your ailing brother. Zhu Wanjin's character was that of a rough-and-tumble man. Unrefined, yet sincere. He dared to reprimand even Yang Qian and had no qualms about addressing these younger generations straightforwardly. Chen Iran, however, regarded him with disdain, clearly disapproving of Zhu Wanjin's words, believing Chen Shi was not even worthy of comparison to Chen Hao. You're talking nonsense. He falls short of Chen Hao in every regard, academically, even in courting girls. With that, he dares to pursue Qingma, a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. After Zhu Wanjin had publicly slapped Yang Qian, Chen Iran offered him no respect, retorting without hesitation. What? He also likes Qingma? Qin Yushan's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 59. The gift is happy birthday to you. Indeed, Uncle Qin, brother Chen Shi, also holds affection for Qingma. He often seeks her company, Chen Hao added. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's pursuit, does she not? Zhu Wanjin chuckled, unperturbed. Qin Yushan's expression relaxed. His daughter was beautiful, with many suitors. And it was entirely normal for an ordinary boy like Chen Shi, in the throes of adolescence, to develop feelings for Qingma. However, Chen Shi, after today, I advise you to let go of such aspirations. Everyone understood the implication in Qin Yushan's words. Tonight, Chen Hao and Qin Qingma's engagement would be formally recognized. After tonight, Qin Qingma would officially become Chen Hao's fiancée. In the realm of elite unions, barring extraordinary circumstances, such arrangements rarely changed. I see brother Chen Shi is not one to easily relinquish hope. He previously confessed to Qingma, but was rejected, and has since been persistent, Chen Hao embellished. Chen Shi and the others paused, having never heard of this incident, though they had no reason to doubt Chen Hao's claim. Chen Shi appeared astonished. He had indeed confessed to Qin Qingma, yet he had no knowledge of this fabrication. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned. Allowing Chen Hao to revel in his deceit for a little longer, he would soon have cause to lament. Chen Hao's words caused Qin Yushan's previously relaxed brow to furrow once more. He sighed, his tone earnest. The relationship between a man and a woman transcends mere affection. Ultimately, one must consider social standing. I hope you grasp this principle. Chen Shi felt no anger at Qin Yushan's words. He could discern the genuine concern in his voice. Moreover, he agreed with the sentiment. Individuals from disparate worlds could hardly find true happiness together, even if they forced their paths to intertwine. In the eyes of others, he was merely the son of a servant, a wild chicken, unworthy of sharing the same frame as a phoenix. I understand, Chen Shi replied with a smile. Seeing Chen Shi display such awareness, Qin Yushan nodded in approval. Zhu Wanjin merely patted Chen Shi's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, Chen Shi, there are countless flowers in the world. Once you acquire wealth, women will be plentiful. Zhu Wanjin's remark elicited a chorus of eye rolls from the female guests. Zhu Yingjun leaned in and whispered, Uncle Shi, do not be disheartened. I can introduce you to several beauties, even more enchanting than one named Qin Qingma. Have you met Qin Qingma? More than one? Chen Shi inquired. Having seen her photographs online, oh, they portrayed her as a celestial being. However, I found the images to be somewhat misleading. In reality, she was merely average, remarked Zhu Yingjun dismissively. Chen Shi, I hope you can promise me that starting tomorrow, you will cease to pursue Qingma, Chen Hao stated before the gathering, seeking Chen Shi's commitment. Chen Shi cast a curious glance at Chen Hao, contemplating that he might not have it tomorrow. He readily acquiesced, saying, as long as Qin Qingma does not pursue me, I certainly won't seek her out. The moment Chen Shi's words left his lips, a wave of laughter erupted among the guests, who suddenly found the child of the housekeeper rather amusing. The notion that Qin Qingma would not pursue him was laughable. After all, a princess from a wealthy family would hardly chase after him. Qin Yushan shook his head, pondering the young lad's strong sense of pride. How shameless, he scoffed, while Chen Iran shot a derisive glance at Chen Shi. Zhu Yingjun's cheeks flushed slightly. Unable to contain himself, he gave a thumbs up and whispered, Uncle Xiao, you're impressive. At that moment, someone called out that the young lady from the Qin family had arrived, prompting the crowd to part a path. Chen Shi spotted Qin Qingma standing at the entrance. Her mere presence captivated every gaze. Clad in an elegant long gown dominated by a vibrant red hue, adorned with white accents, her long, slightly curled black hair cascaded down her back. The wide, flowing hem of her dress swayed gently with her movements, reminiscent of a blooming red flower, exuding grace and nobility. Her arrival rendered the other female attendees momentarily overshadowed. Zhu Yingjun widened his eyes and murmured, she looks even more stunning than in the photographs. Amidst the envious glances from the crowd, Chen Hao's face beamed with pride as he hastily approached, eager to take Qin Qingma's hand. However, she deftly evaded him, leaving Chen Hao feeling utterly embarrassed. "Qingma, you've arrived," he greeted, but Qin Qingma ignored him, instead casting a glance at Chen Shi. He hesitated for a moment before nodding in understanding. Subsequently, Qin Qingma greeted the elders one by one. Feeling bored, Chen Shi settled into a corner. "Uncle Xiao, your taste is truly remarkable," Zhu Yingjun remarked beside him. "Alas, it's unfortunate that it fell into the hands of that flamboyant fool." Noticing Chen Shi's lack of response, Zhu Yingjun continued his soliloquy. "To be honest, Uncle Xiao, even without that dandy, I doubt she would look your way, given her status." He waved his hand dismissively, adding, "This likely has little to do with money, considering she's not lacking in that regard. Truly, it's like putting flowers in cow dung." Zhu Yingjun cast a disdainful glance at Chen Hao, sighing dramatically. "Qingma, you look absolutely stunning today," Yang Qian exclaimed, holding Qin Qingma's hand, brimming with excitement. After all, this was her future daughter-in-law, not only beautiful but also exceptionally accomplished. Coming from a prestigious family, she displayed none of the typical princess airs and conducted herself with grace and dignity, a rare find indeed. Yang Qian felt immensely grateful to the Chen family patriarch for having arranged this engagement. Chen Zhen and several sisters of the Chen family beamed at the sight of Qin Qingma, their faces radiant with smiles. Particularly, Chen Iran, sitting beside Qin Qingma, fervently praised Chen Hao, even planning their future married life for them. Meanwhile, Chen Shi and Chen Manqing were focused on Chen Shi. To their surprise, Chen Shi appeared unfazed, chatting and laughing with Zhu Yingjun, showing no signs of sorrow. They began to suspect that perhaps Chen Shi harbored no feelings for Qin Qingma. As time drew near, the host announced the commencement of the birthday celebration. Chen Hao stood on the staircase platform to deliver his speech, expressing gratitude to the guests. This was followed by the segment where family members presented gifts. Various sisters gifted necklaces, paintings, and watches, while Chen Zhen bestowed upon him a villa, and Yang Qian gifted a Ferrari sports car. Finally, the host turned to Qin Qingma, inquiring about her gift. After all, no gift could hold more significance than that from fiancé. Qin Qingma hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Happy birthday." And then, the crowd waited patiently. But Qin Qingma did not produce a gift. The host stood awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed. Surely, she had not forgotten her gift. The guests exchanged incredulous glances. For her fiancé's birthday, to arrive giftless was simply outrageous. Noticing something amiss, Qin Yushan swiftly stepped in to smooth things over. "Qingma has prepared a gift." She simply forgot it in her haste. He recalled that Qin Qingma had previously sought his opinion on birthday gifts, leading him to believe she must have been prepared. Had she truly left at home? Chen Hao, however, appeared unfazed, stating, "I need nothing else. Qingma is the best gift I could ask for." His overly sentimental declaration elicited enthusiastic applause from the guests. He motioned for silence, proclaiming, "Today, in addition to being my birthday, I have something particularly significant to do." Chapter 60, The Annulment of the Engagement. With that, Chen Hao approached Qin Qingma, kneeling on one knee. He presented a ring he had prepared in advance, extending it towards her. "Qingma, I like you. Will you marry me?" Taken aback by the sudden proposal, Qin Qingma paused momentarily, but quickly regained her composure. With an impassive expression, she replied, "No." Chen Hao's hand, clutching the ring, froze in midair, his expression shifting to one of anxiety. The guests, however, exhibited no surprise. Although the two were already engaged, it was customary for a girl to maintain her reserve, not simply acquiesce to a proposal. Especially not for a princess from the esteemed Qin family. Chen Hao understood this, and thus he steadied his demeanor, preparing to recite the heartfelt proposal he had meticulously crafted. The guests rallied to cheer him on, urging, "Marry him. Marry him. Brother Chen, it seems Young Hao's proposal may not proceed smoothly tonight," Qin Yushan remarked half-jokingly. "Indeed, Qingma is no ordinary girl. If she were to agree so readily, I would be astonished," Chen Zhen responded, his mood light and carefree, harboring no concerns. He had absolute confidence in Chen Hao, believing it nearly impossible to find another young man of such excellence in all of Linghai City. He did not consider that Qin Qingma would ever look at anyone else apart from Chen Hao. Given her proud nature, she would undoubtedly need to be coaxed before agreeing. With this thought in mind, he instinctively glanced towards Chen Shi, letting out a sigh, wishing his own son were as admirable as Chen Hao. Qin Yushan nodded, somewhat resigned. "This is indeed the case. My daughter is exceptional in every way, yet she is inherently aloof, much like her mother. Even a child as outstanding as Hao would find it challenging to win her over without considerable effort. Brother Qin, My little sister wishes to wait until after the college entrance examination to arrange their engagement, and then have their wedding shortly after graduation. What do you think? Yang Qian inquired, her face adorned with a smile as she looked to Qin Yushan for his approval. Qin Yushan paused momentarily, contemplating before he spoke. I have no objections. As long as Qingma is willing, we could hold the wedding right now. Ha ha. Sister-in-law, you know that my most treasured possession in this life is my daughter. Once she marries into your Chen family, young Hao must not bully her. Uncle Qin, you can rest assured on that front. Our little Hao is well-mannered and will certainly treat Qingma with the utmost care. Chen ran assured, patting her chest. Qin Yushan laughed heartily and nodded. Ha! I am well aware of Xiao Hao's character. The group then shifted their focus back to the two protagonists of the day, eager to see how Chen Hao would proceed. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hao accepted the microphone from the host. As the guests noticed, a hush fell over the crowd, anticipating Chen Hao's heartfelt confession. However, just as he was about to speak, Qin Qingma interjected, Wait, don't say anything yet. With an emotionless demeanor, she took the microphone from Chen Hao's hand. He stood frozen in place, and the guests were momentarily stunned. I have something to announce. A wave of cheers erupted throughout the venue. It turned out that the female lead was taking the initiative to confess her feelings, an unexpected twist indeed. I hadn't anticipated that the eldest daughter of the Qin family would be so assertive. The guests quickly deduced her intentions, initially believing she was simply too shy to respond to Chen Hao, only to realize the situation was unfolding differently. Ha ha ha. My daughter may seem indifferent and nonchalant about most things, but when it comes to someone she truly likes, she can be quite stubborn. Young Hao will certainly have his hands full in the future, Qin Yushan chuckled. Let him endure. Marrying someone like Qingma is a privilege that warrants a bit of accommodation. Jin Zhen remarked dismissively, guesting a gentle glunge at Yang Qian. He reminisced about the trials he endured to win over his beautiful wife, recalling that at the time, Yang Qian had admirers of her own. Yet, through perseverance, he emerged victorious in the end. Lost in her thoughts, Chen Hao gradually understood that Qin Qingma was about to take the initiative in confessing to him. He felt a mixture of surprise and excitement. After all, she had always treated him with indifference and a cold demeanor. Today, however, she was being remarkably proactive, leading him to suspect that her previous aloofness had been an act. Perhaps Qin Qingma had harbored feelings for him all along, but simply chose not to express them. His inner exhilaration instantly reflected on his face, blooming into a radiant smile akin to a flower. As the moment approached for his goddess to confess, he straightened his posture, unable to suppress his nervousness as he adjusted his tie. Qingma, please go ahead. Qin Qingma nodded earnestly and raised the microphone to her lips. Today, I officially announced that I wish to dissolve my engagement with Chen Hao. Silence. An abrupt stillness enveloped the once boisterous hall, leaving only a hushed murmur in its wake. Did I hear that correctly? Did she just say she's dissolving the engagement? The Chen family members stood wide-eyed, rooted to the spot. Chun Jun appeared dazed, turning to the equally bewildered Qin Yushan and asking, Brother Yushan, what is happening? Qin Yushan remained silent, equally perplexed. His daughter wished to dissolve the engagement? This was news to him. He had never heard Qin Qingma voice any discontent. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, did I mishear? Qingma just said she wants to dissolve the engagement. Chun Iran exclaimed in disbelief, speaking to herself. Uncle Xiao, did you hear that? The eldest daughter of the Qin family just declared she wants to break off the engagement with that weakling. Zhu Yingjun exclaimed, clutching Chun Shi's hand in excitement. Even if they dissolve the engagement, you still won't have a chance. The disparity in status is too great, and the Qin family would never allow it, Zhu Wanjin lamented. Qin Yushan and Chun Jun had been boasting about their children's excellence, but Zhu Wanjin, tired of the chatter, excused himself to the restroom and ended up seated beside Chen Shi and Zhu Yingjun. Hey little brother, why not join me in mining over in Shanxi after you graduate? By then, you'll have the means to pursue that girl. Zhu Wanjin was naturally affable, and since Chen Shi owed Zhu Yingjun a favor, they quickly became like brothers. Dad, by the time that happens, she might have children of her own, and the opportunity will have passed, Zhu Yingjun remarked, glancing at his father, disapproving of the suggestion. I don't like her, Chen Shi stated, touched by their genuine concern for him. They said you had confessed to the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Zhu Yingjun inquired. Puzzled. That was that fool's scheme to frame me. I have no interest in the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and she wouldn't like me either. As Uncle Zhu said, we're from entirely different worlds, Chen Shi explained. Zhu Wanjin nodded, half convinced. In the center of the hall, Chen Hao stood dazed, his eyes wide as he gazed at his fiancée. He instinctively asked, Qingma, what did you just say? I said I want to dissolve our engagement. From now on, we shall have no relationship. Initially uncertain if he had misheard, The confirmation from Chen Shi left the guests in no doubt that the eldest daughter of the Chen family was indeed severing ties with the Chen family. Chapter 61. You are unworthy. Chen Yushan shot to his feet, his voice grave. Qingma, don't jest. His expression mirrored the bewilderment of everyone present. This engagement had been arranged before Chen Qingma was even born. Over the years, she had never voiced any objections, although she had never displayed affection for Chen Hao. At least, not overtly. Chen Yushan believed this to be her inherent nature. She simply did not express her feelings openly. After all, among the many wealthy heirs, Chen Hao was indeed a standout. Even if she didn't harbor feelings for him, she should have consulted him before deciding to dissolve the engagement. And they should have resolved the matter privately rather than publicly humiliating the Chen family. My dear daughter, let's resolve this matter privately, shall we? Chen Yushan thought, discreetly signaling to Chen Qingma. Alas, Chen Qingma ignored her father's hint and firmly declared, Dad, I'm not joking. I am serious. With a resigned sigh, Chen Yushan understood his daughter well. Once she made up her mind, even the most formidable of obstacles could not sway her. He couldn't fathom what had transpired to provoke her ire towards the Chen family. Chen Hao, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, now resembled a slaughtered pig. Devoid of any spirit, he slowly lifted his head, his expression one of despair as he gazed blankly at the stunning woman before him, who was treating him with such coldness. He asked why. You are unworthy. Chen Qingma's response shattered Chen Hao's pride, causing his eyes to redden instantly. Born into a prestigious family, he had enjoyed a life of luxury, excelling academically and being showered with affection, basking in the glory of being a favored scion. His fiancée, Chen Qingma, the princess of the Chen family, was his greatest source of pride. Yet now, in front of a gathering of dignitaries from all over the city, he was being rejected and insulted by his fiancée. How could this not shatter his spirit, bringing him to tears? Chen Qingma, you have gone too far. The expressions of the Chen family members, once filled with shock, swiftly transformed into furious indignation as they witnessed Chen Hao being publicly humiliated by Chen Qingma. Chen Yiran charged directly towards Chen Qingma, accusing her, Qingma, how can you speak of Xiao Hao in such a manner? Auntie is deeply hurt, given the inappropriateness of the occasion. Yang Qian could only suppress her fury and feign sorrow. Qingma, did Xiao Hao do something to upset you? Chen Shi, being the CEO of the company, maintained her composure, believing there must be some underlying reason. Indeed, Qingma, if Xiao Hao has wronged you, please tell us, and we shall certainly teach him a lesson. Shen Manjing also expressed her concern, urging her to reconsider. Xiao Hao, you should quickly apologize to Qingma. Chen Zhen barked at the sobbing Chen Hao, convinced that his son must have committed some wrongdoing. Otherwise, Chen Qingma wouldn't be so inconsiderate as to publicly disgrace the Chen family by calling off their engagement. Qingma, whatever the issue, you two should communicate properly and refrain from using such hurtful words. Chen Yushan softly reproached, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. This girl truly wounds one's pride. Zhu Wanjin and his son muttered in disbelief. The words spoken by Chen Qingma were indeed deeply humiliating. Even the most robust of men would find it unbearable, akin to telling a man outright that he is inadequate. Chen Shi was somewhat taken aback. Did Chen Qingma truly despise Chen Hao to such an extent? He has not wronged me. He simply does not measure up. Chen Qingma replied calmly, casting a glance at her father. Chen Yushan momentarily froze, suddenly overwhelmed with the impulse to rush forward and silence his daughter, fearing she might drive him to despair. The words of Chen Qingma ignited a furious response from the Chen family. Yang Qian could no longer contain herself. Her beloved son had been insulted repeatedly, and to endure further would render her unworthy of the title mother. Qingma, silence yourself. In terms of both appearance and capability, what makes you think Xiao Hao is unworthy of you? Chen Zhen, noticing Yang Qian's loss of composure, anxiously pulled at her sleeve. This was hardly the appropriate setting for the matriarch of the Chen family to engage in a quarrel with younger generations. Yang Qian shook off Chen Zhen's grip and indignantly questioned, if you believe Xiao Hao is beneath you, then tell me, is there anyone present whom you deem worthy? Do find someone who surpasses Xiao Hao. The crowd turned their inquisitive gazes toward her, interpreting her statement as merely a pretext for Chen Qingma to call off the engagement, rather than believing she had someone in mind. After all, Chen Hao was renowned in the affluent circles of Lingjiang City. Everyone knew that the young master of the Chen family was exceptional, possessing outstanding character and a singular focus on his studies rather than indulging in hedonistic pursuits. It was a foregone conclusion that he would gain admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida based on merit alone. They did not believe there was anyone present who could surpass Chen Hao. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Qingma suddenly turned and pointed in a particular direction. The crowd, puzzled, parted to allow her passage, then turned to follow her gesture. Chen Shi and the others eagerly anticipated Qin Qingma's revelation. At that moment, Zhu Wanjin and his son noticed that the guest's attention had abruptly shifted toward them, leaving them bewildered. Zhu Wanjin's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "You rascal! How could you keep such a significant matter from your father? Be honest with me. When did you and that girl from the Qin family become involved?" He continued, "I always knew my son was exceptional. How could that sickly fellow compare to you, right, Xiao Shi?" Zhu Wanjin turned to boast to Chen Shi, directly addressing him as Xiao Shi in his casual banter. Chen Shi regarded Zhu Wanjin with a curious glance, nodded in agreement, and returned his attention to his phone. Zhu Yingjun, feeling utterly perplexed, sighed, "Dad, if you ask me, I have no idea. Perhaps it was in a dream." Just as the three were deep in discussion, Qin Qingma had already approached them. "What? It can't possibly be that plump, bald-headed fellow, can it?" Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd, with the Chen family looking utterly incredulous. Qin Yushan stood up, visibly anxious. Although the Zhu family was wealthy, they were still considered nouveau riche, lacking both heritage and refinement. He certainly did not wish for his future grandchildren to be overweight. Furthermore, Zhu Yingjuan's rotund figure was not to his liking at all. Setting aside concerns regarding status and lineage, he found Chen Shi quite satisfactory. However, he was baffled as to when his daughter had developed feelings for Zhu Yingjun, having been completely unaware of such developments. A thought suddenly flashed through Qin Yushan's mind as he glanced at Chen Shi. At the moment when Qin Qingma pointed in the direction of Chen Shi, the Chen family felt a tumultuous wave of speculation rise within them. Chapter 62. He is a beast, are you not? Indeed, as the Chen family and Qin Yushan had surmised, amidst the gasps of astonishment, Qin Qingma approached Chen Shi, extending her delicate hand to him in invitation. "Oh, is it my turn to take the stage?" With that, Chen Shi put away his phone and grasped her hand, allowing her to pull him up. The sight of the two retreating together left Zhu Wanjin and Zhu Yingjun dumbfounded. Zhu Yingjun, with a foolish expression, remarked, "Dad, Xiao Shi can act even better than you. We've all been duped." Yet Zhu Wanjin couldn't contain his glee, recalling the insults hurled at Chen Shi by the Chen family. "Now we have a good show to watch," he said with delight. Qin Qingma led Chen Shi to the center of the hall, her gaze sweeping over the Chen family before finally resting on Yang Qian. "He is the one worthy of me." At that moment, aside from Qin Qingma's declaration, there was not a single sound in the room. As the gathered crowd beheld the firm grasp between Qin Qingma and Chen Shi, they recalled how, not long ago, they had mocked this son of a caretaker, deriding him as a frog yearning for a swan's affection, believing the young lady of the Qin family would never deign to notice someone like Chen Shi. Now, they were being forcefully reminded of their earlier scorn. The Chen family members were so shocked that they could hardly utter a word, with Chen Hao collapsing to the ground in despair. Their greatest fears had materialized, upon learning from Chen Hao that Qin Qingma and Chen Shi had grown close. They had attempted to separate them by forcing Chen Shi to transfer schools. It was not because they lacked confidence in Chen Hao, fearing he could not compete with Chen Shi. In their minds, Chen Shi was no match for Chen Hao. They were simply worried that if Chen Shi developed feelings for Qin Qingma and revealed his identity, the Qin family would never allow their daughter to marry Chen Hao, ultimately resulting in the engagement falling to Chen Shi. Yet the reality was that Qin Qingma not only chose to sever her engagement for Chen Shi, but also publicly humiliated Chen Hao. Yang Qian, faced with these undeniable facts, remained in disbelief, unwilling to accept that her son could lose to Chen Shi. She firmly believed that Chen Shi must have employed some underhanded tactics. She slammed her hand on the table, her voice laced with fury as she challenged, "Chen Shi, do you really think I wouldn't know your worth? Tell me honestly, what despicable means did you use?" Looking at Chen Hao, who sat on the ground with a face full of despair, her heart ached, driving her to the brink of losing her composure. She even neglected to acknowledge the fact that Chen Shi was her son. The crowd wholeheartedly agreed with Yang Qian's sentiments. Otherwise, they could not fathom why a noble young lady would abandon Chen Hao in favor of a mere servant. Surely, he must have resorted to some dubious tricks. A fierce light flickered in Chen Shi's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Yang Qian. He simply could not fathom why his own mother would target him at every turn. At times, she would display a semblance of tenderness. Yet whenever matters concerning Chen Hao arose, she would unhesitatingly abandon him, even to the point of self-sacrifice. What purpose does such a mother serve? Is she merely to be kept around for the holidays? Yang Qian, your beloved son has merely lost his engagement, and here you are, lamenting so deeply. If he were to perish, would you follow him into the grave? Chen Shi remarked with a smile. The crowd was taken aback. Was Chen Shi truly the son of the Chen family's maid? How dare he speak such words to his master? Beast! Chen Jin roared. How can you utter such treasonous words? Heh, you're not my parents. What? Am I not entitled to express my disdain? Chen Shi replied with a sardonic smile. You. Chen Zhen trembled with rage, unable to find a retort. Chen Iran, who stood closest, could no longer contain herself. Qingma, listen to what this little beast is saying. How could you possibly have feelings for such scum? You can still turn back. Xiao Hao will forgive you. Slap. Qingma delivered a resounding blow to Chen Iran's face. If he's a little beast, then what does that make you? Is your entire Chen family not a den of beasts? Qingma's previously impassive expression finally bore traces of anger. Who I choose to favor is none of your concern. Chen Iran, it has nothing to do with your family. I certainly do not require anyone's forgiveness, understood? Chen Shi stared blankly at Qingma, sensing that she might know more than she let on. Qingma's slap astounded everyone. They had not anticipated that she would resort to violence on Chen Shi's behalf. This demonstrated the depth of her feelings for him. The crowd's gaze toward Chen Shi was now tinged with curiosity. Chen Iran was utterly astonished. She could hardly believe that Qingma, who usually addressed her as Sister Iran, would strike her for Chen Shi's sake. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Chen Iran, hoping to prevent further escalation. At that moment, Qin Yushan wished he could vanish. This chaotic situation was giving him a headache. It was all instigated by his precious daughter, and he needed to find a way to address it. He feigned anger and bellowed, Qingma, how could you strike your sister Iran? Apologize at once. Qingma remained silent, merely casting a fierce glare in his direction, ignoring him entirely. Surprised, Qin Yushan recognized his daughter as fury and awkwardly cleared his throat, sternly admonishing, next time, don't hit so hard. What if you injure her? Understood, Qingma replied, conceding to her father. Observing Qin Yushan's attitude towards his daughter, everyone grasped that the engagement with the Chen family was effectively over. Unless the elder of the Qin family intervened, no resolution was likely. Qingma, let's leave this matter here for now. As for the engagement, we will discuss it privately with your uncle Chen and the others. What do you think? Qin Yushan aimed to swiftly conclude this farce, recognizing his daughter's stance that the union with the Chen family must be temporarily sidelined. As for Chen Shi, they could allow the two to date, but he was adamantly opposed to any notion of marriage. A parent's love for their child entails far-reaching considerations. He could never permit Qingma to marry a servant. Currently, the two seemed to be in the throes of infatuation. With time, they might well separate without his intervention. No, the engagement must be annulled immediately. Qingma asserted resolutely. Qin Yushan felt exasperated. Under no circumstances could he publicly dissolve the engagement. What would that mean for the Chen family? Moreover, the two families shared a bond that was anything but trivial. Meanwhile, Chen had already given up, his gaze vacant and hollow. Internally, he seethed with resentment towards Chen Shi, wishing nothing more than for him to vanish. I recall that Chen Shi supposedly violated the Chen family's little maid. A voice suddenly interjected. Chapter 63, Counterattack. The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Chen Hao, who had been despondent, suddenly brightened. Today was his birthday banquet, and naturally, many classmates were present. The incident involving Chen Shi and the maid had spread throughout the school, thanks to his own efforts. At this moment, Chen Hao felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, his excitement palpable. The Qin family would never allow Qingma to associate with a hardened criminal. Unless they had lost their senses, he still had a chance. Chen Hao rushed to Qin Yushan, declaring, Uncle Qin, Brother Chen Shi has violated our little maid. You cannot allow Qingma to be with such a person. The crowd gasped in shock. Qin Yushan was equally stunned, turning to Chen Zhen and the others with a questioning gaze. Brother Chen, is what Xiao Hao said true? If Chen Shi had indeed committed such an act, it would be far more than a mere issue of character. He could never permit his precious daughter to associate with someone like that. Chen Zhen and the others were dumbfounded, gazing incredulously at Chen Hao. They could hardly believe that their prideful son would, in front of them, distort the truth and slander Chen Shi. Even if he was infatuated with Qingma, he should not have publicized this matter. Did he not comprehend the gravity of the occasion? As he faced the reproachful gazes of his parents and sisters, Chen Hao immediately burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Qian, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy and could only sigh in resignation. Hey, Jin Zhen, Yang Qian. Uncle Qin is asking you something. Why are you not responding? Chen Shi observed the Chun family with a grin. The atmosphere in the room turned bizarrely tense. While Chen Shi should have appeared anxious, he instead wore a relaxed expression, in stark contrast to the grim faces of the Chen family, as if the perpetrator of the maid's violation was indeed them. Noticing that Chen Zhen was slow to respond, Chen Hao quickly turned back to Chen Shi and said, "Brother Chen Shi, I truly apologize for revealing your matter, but I believe Uncle Chen has the right to know the truth." Once again, Chen Shi was reminded of Chen Hao's shamelessness. "Get lost. This is not your place to speak." Chen Shi shouted at Chen Hao, who scurried back to Yang Qian's side in fear. Everyone, do not remain silent. Everyone is waiting for your response." Chen Shi pointed at each member of the Chen family in turn. Who was it that violated the maid? Chen Shi cast his gaze over his parents and several sisters. "This is your final opportunity to choose. Please choose wisely." The entire Chen family fell into silence, hesitant to speak, regardless of which side they chose. The alternative would be irreparably doomed. Of course, they could also deny any violation, brushing it off as a misunderstanding. However, given Chen Hao's repeated accusations against Chen Shi and Chen Shi's current refusal to relent, such an excuse was clearly untenable. At this moment, Chen Iran stepped forward, her voice trembling as she threatened Chen Shi, "If you give up on Qingma, we will let this matter slide. Otherwise, you will be guilty of crime. And we have ways to see you brought to justice." With the Chen family's influence, if they were resolute in their intent to go after Miss Chen San, your repeated expressions of concern and guilt before me have genuinely touched my heart. Now, with such a splendid opportunity at hand, should you not seize it to demonstrate that your feelings for me are not mere pretense? Quickly present the evidence that will vindicate my innocence. Chen Manqing trembled slightly, lowering her head, unable to meet Chen Shi's gaze. "Remember, you owe me a life. I have not demanded repayment, but I sincerely hope you can prove my innocence. Is that request too difficult?" Chen Shi teased with a beaming smile. Chen Manqing raised her head, her eyes reddened, filled with a tumult of emotions as she looked at Chen Shi. She could not fathom why her two brothers felt compelled to reach this point, why they could not coexist harmoniously as a family. Why must it escalate to such a life-and-death struggle? Why must she be forced to make a choice? Regardless of which path she took, she did not wish to abandon either brother. Yet, choosing one would mean she might lose the other forever. She owed Chen Shi a life, but Chen Hao had also saved her. At this thought, she glanced at Chen Hao, who was now in tears, his eyes pleading and helpless as they sought hers. She felt on the verge of collapse. Desperately, she turned to her family for guidance, hoping for their assistance. "Manqing." Chen Anshi called her name, shaking her head disapprovingly. Chen Zhen nodded in agreement. Their exchanged glances conveyed a clear message. They too were conflicted. Yet considering the Chen family's reputation and Chen Hao's future, they ultimately made their choice. Chen Shi seemed to struggle with words, opening and closing her mouth as if she had something to say but could not find the right phrasing. Yang Qian, however, appeared resolute, patting Chen Hao on the shoulder. "Chen Shi, we in the Chen family will not pursue this matter any further. You may leave." With that, she turned her back to him, refusing to look back. It was evident that the Chen family had made their final decision, tacitly admitting their wrongdoing before the prominent families of Linhai City, choosing their adopted son instead. "You choose not to pursue it, but I shall." Chen Shi glared at Yang Qian, his eyes filled with disdain. Then, fixing his gaze on Chen Manqing, he grinned widely. "Since you are reluctant to present the evidence, allow me to disclose it for you." With that, Chen Shi leisurely walked toward the corner of the hall, retrieving his backpack before returning to Chen Manqing. He cast a cold glance at his third sister, then pulled out a file from his bag, waving it before her. "Do you know what this is?" Chen Manqing shook her head, bewildered. "Forgotten already?" Chen Shi nonchalantly opened the folder, revealing its contents before Chen Manqing's eyes. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be in your possession?" she asked, her voice trembling. She remembered. This was the DNA test report involving the nanny and Chen Hao, the first report she had collected from the hospital, clearly bearing the date and her name. After obtaining the report, she had been kidnapped. Although the kidnappers were later apprehended, they had sold off the valuable items in her bag. As for the report, the kidnappers claimed it had been discarded by the river. "I found it," Chen Shi replied casually. That night, upon learning at the police station that Chen Manqing had been kidnapped while retrieving the report, he had suspected it was worthless and likely discarded by those thugs. Later that evening, after ensuring Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Yan were asleep, he secretly returned to the riverbank in search of it. To his surprise, luck was on his side. The document had indeed been carelessly tossed into the bushes not far from the riverbank. Chapter 64, Identity Exposed. The members of the Chen family, upon seeing the test report, immediately recognized the document in Chen Shi's hands, their expressions shifting dramatically. However, moments later, a thought seemed to dawn on Chen Manqing, and her demeanor relaxed. She approached her family, whispering something softly, which eased their expressions considerably. Returning to stand before Chen Shi, her tone was laden with remorse. "Sure, It is we who have wronged you. We will make amends in the future. Please, can you leave today? Chen Shi's lips curled into a smirk, a hint of mockery dancing on his face. Manqing, do not be too quick to rejoice. Do you believe this is an anonymous test report that proves nothing? His words sent a jolt of tension through Chen Manqing's previously relaxed form. Terror gripped her as she stared at Chen Shi. When she had submitted the samples from Xiao Zui and Chen Hao for testing, she had indeed opted for anonymity to protect her privacy. Thus, even if the report fell into another's hands, she had no cause for concern. Yet, Chen Shi's expression suggested he was well prepared. Sure enough, he leaned closer to her, whispering in a tone only she could hear. In truth, after Xiao Zui left your family, I took her to a specialized identification agency, where new samples were collected and tested. As he spoke, Chen Shi produced another document from his bag, presenting it before Chen Manqing. She stood frozen in place. Chen Shi continued in a hushed tone. This is from a certified forensic agency, bearing legal weight. The time and identity are meticulously recorded, and the samples are preserved. I also possess recordings of Xiao Zui's accusations, with both witness and physical evidence. Your dear brother Hao has nowhere to hide this time. A month prior, on the day Chen Shi left the Chen household, he had instructed Wang Ma to monitor the nanny's movements and report back to him. Even if the nanny had not been expelled from the Chen family in time, he would have found another way to ensure the tests were conducted. To his astonishment, before Wang Ma could inform him, an anonymous message had already reached his phone, alerting him to the nanny's departure. When he located her, he had expected to encounter resistance in persuading her to cooperate. To his surprise, she had readily agreed, leaving him quite taken aback. Chen Shi's revelations drained Chen Manqing of all strength, her body slackening as she nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Chen Shi and Chen Shi were quick to support her. The Chen family members, witnessing Chen Manqing's sudden change, felt a surge of anxiety, their expressions tense once more. Chen Manqing promptly relayed Chen Shi's words to them. The family's faces paled in shock, not only at the evidence Chen Shi held, but also at his meticulousness and cunning, which left them feeling apprehensive. They could hardly believe that the previously submissive Chen Shi had orchestrated such maneuvers behind the scenes. Chen Anqi's gaze toward Chen Shi now held a glimmer of newfound respect. Even Chen Zhen, who had always looked down on Chen Shi, believing him to be worlds apart from Chen Hao, now regarded him with a hint of intrigue. With such ambition and intelligence, perhaps he could indeed be cultivated further. However, their greater concern lay in the potential public exposure of the evidence, which would lead to the Chen family's utter humiliation, rendering them a national laughingstock. Chen Hao's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, subjecting him to scorn. Meanwhile, Yang Qian and Chen Aran regarded Chen Shi with a blend of resentment and fear. Yet soon after, Yang Qian's expression softened, her tone gentle with a hint of pleading. Sure, can we discuss these matters privately? Whatever you desire, I can accommodate. Chen Shi chuckled mockingly. You all managed to find me a new mother. So what other demands could I possibly have? The Chen family members were momentarily taken aback, but Chen Shi paid them no mind. Instead, he brandished his phone before them, implicitly signaling his intent to call the authorities. Hurry up. Have you devised a solution yet? Chen Shi cast a disdainful glance at the terrified Chen Hao and urged the Chen family members. What good is calling the police? Even if the evidence is laid bare before us, how does it matter? If those from affluent families were so easily dealt with, they wouldn't be regarded as the apex of society. The law is just and rigorous, safeguarding the lives and properties of the populace from infringement, yet it is not infallible. There are indeed loopholes to exploit. With the right maneuvering, even a murderer could evade legal repercussions, perhaps by obtaining a psychiatric evaluation. Let alone the trivial matter of assaulting a mere nanny. Even if the uproar escalated, the Chen family would find a way to shield Chen Hao, perhaps by sending him abroad. Yet, this was not the outcome Chen Shi sought. Individuals of status are particularly sensitive to their reputations, especially those hailing from venerable families. His choice to reveal the truth at this juncture was a strategic move to bolster his negotiating position. Otherwise, he would not have acquiesced so readily to Qin Qingma's request. Chen Shi's actions left the Chen family members in a state of utter disarray. If he were to alert the authorities, it would spell catastrophic consequences for Chen Hao. They could protect him, but the stigma of being labeled a criminal would haunt him for life, especially within the elite circles. As for the betrothal to Qin Qingma, it was a lost cause. Even without Chen Shi, there was no glimmer of hope for him with the Qin family. Upon this realization, Yang Qian and Chen Zhen exchanged glances, seemingly struck by mutual understanding. They were aware of what Chen Shi desired most. Let's grant him that. Yang Qian sighed helplessly and addressed the guests. Actually, I have an important announcement to make today. Chen Shi's earlier actions had already piqued the curiosity of the attendees, who were puzzled by the object he held, causing the Chen family's expressions to oscillate between gravity and relief. Now, with Yang Qian's declaration of further significance, their intrigue intensified. In truth, Chen Shi is my son. The moment Yang Qian's words fell, a tumult of astonishment erupted, all eyes turning to Chen Shi. Just moments ago, he was merely the son of a nanny, and now he was being proclaimed a scion of the Chen family, a transformation so profound that it left the guests agape. The evening had morphed from a scene of a noble princess calling off an engagement to one of familial recognition, leaving the attendees feeling that their presence was indeed worthwhile. Dad, I can't believe Uncle Xiao Shi is actually a young master of the Chen family, Zhu Yingjun exclaimed wide-eyed. Zhu Wanjin maintained a relatively calm demeanor. Given Uncle Xiao Shi's attitude towards the Chen family, it didn't seem like he was a servant. It was unexpected, yet somehow it made sense. This spectacle is quite exhilarating. However, if he genuinely is their son, why do the Chen family members treat him so poorly, as if they harbor a grudge? Zhu Yingjun questioned, reflecting on Zhu Wanjin's indulgent treatment of him. Not all parents deserve the title. It appears that the Chen family only harbors affection for Chen Hao. Zhu Wanjin sighed. Chapter 65. Xiao Hao is also my biological son. Chen Shi's revelation of his identity brought a sense of relief to Chen Shi and Chen Manqing, their faces lighting up with smiles. The burden that had weighed upon their hearts had finally lifted. They no longer needed to make a choice. This compensation would surely satisfy Chen Shi, as they understood that revealing his identity had long been his aspiration. They recalled how he would often pursue them, inquiring how long he would have to pretend to be a servant of the Chen family. At the time, they found it bothersome and dismissed it casually. Brother Chen, is this true? Yang Qian's words elicited excitement from Qin Yushan. If Chen Shi is indeed Chen Zhen's son, then he need not face any difficulties. The engagement could remain intact. He would not be violating any promises, and tonight's events could be resolved seamlessly. Though Chen Shi may not surpass Chen Hao, his identity is fitting, and as long as Qin Shima is fond of him, he would support him unconditionally. Regarding the assault on the nanny, he trusted his daughter's judgment. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Chen Zhen nodded. Xiao Shi was taken away at birth, and we only found him 2 years ago. 2 years ago? Why reveal his identity only today? Brother Chen, your action seems somewhat unscrupulous, Qin Yushan remarked, prompting Chen Zhen to fall silent, unsure how to explain. He could hardly admit that it was to consider Chen Hao's feelings and prevent the Qin family's engagement from falling to Chen Shi. Yet, Yang Qian was quick to respond, stepping forward to take Chen Shi's hand. Smiling as she explained, this child, Xiao Shi, has grown wild in his years away from home and has picked up some undesirable habits that tarnish our family's reputation. We intended to refine him before making his identity public. With that, Yang Qian turned her gaze affectionately towards Chen Shi, who smiled back, positioning her directly in front of him. Your training was remarkably effective. It has truly given me a new lease on life, for which I am profoundly grateful. As he spoke, Chen Shi's expression suddenly morphed into one of fury, and with a resounding slap, he struck Yang Qian across the face. Damn it. I brought you here to resolve issues, not to forge bonds with me. Chen Shi gritted his teeth, his words dripping with disdain. The guests were left bewildered by Chen Shi's sudden outburst, struggling to comprehend the situation. The Chen family members looked as though they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was far from what they had anticipated. They had always assumed that Chen Shi's anger and departure from the Chen family stemmed from their failure to acknowledge his identity. In truth, he should have been pleased with this public recognition. Noticing the confusion etched on their faces, Chen Shi openly admitted, I am indeed the child cast away by the Chen family. However, aside from my birth, they have rendered me no nurturing kindness. Upon my return, rather than enjoying the privileges befitting a young master, they treated me as a servant, constantly undermining me. They have never purchased a single item from me or expressed a word of concern. When I fell ill, they were preoccupied with celebrating their adopted son's birthday. They even considered harvesting my kidney for their precious foster child. Tell me, what use do I have for such parents and siblings? With that, Chen Shi's gaze swept over Chen Zhen, Yang Qian, and Chen Anqi, cold and indifferent. The members of the Chen family bowed their heads, unable to meet his gaze. A cacophony of shock erupted among the guests, their astonishment palpable. They perceived the Chen family as utterly foolish for prioritizing their adopted son over their biological one. If one were to judge solely by Chen Shi's one-sided account, they might doubt him. Yet, they had all witnessed the Chen family's disdain for Chen Shi, even shamelessly insisting he refer to the nanny as mother. Was this behavior typical of a rational person? Their glances towards Chen Shi brimmed with sympathy. Thus, a month ago, I severed all ties with the Chen family. I shall have no further associations with them in this lifetime. In truth, being an orphan has its merits. Chen Shi took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. At that moment, he felt a hand clasp his tightly. He turned to find Qin Xingma standing beside him. Her head bowed. No, Xiao Shi, you have truly misunderstood. It is not as you perceive. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing bore expressions of utter panic. If these words had merely been spoken in their presence, they might have dismissed Chen Shi's demeanor as mere pretense. However, with so many witnesses, Chen Shi resolutely sought to sever ties with the Chen family, which left them convinced of his sincerity. Chen Manqing felt a pang of regret, lamenting her repeated opposition to Chen Shi for Chen Hao's sake, rather than choosing him. Both of you should cease your charade. It disgusts me. Chen Shi's words struck like a hammer, delivering a painful blow to the hearts of Chen Shi and Chen Manqing. Brother Chen, is it not excessive for you to treat Chen Shi this way over an adopted son? Zhu Wanjin interjected. Due to my own negligence. My son was abducted by human traffickers and has endured years of suffering. My heart aches for him. After finally recovering him, I have gone to great lengths to make amends. To ensure he endures no further hardship, I banished his stepmother and her child abroad. Yet you, for the sake of an adopted son. Zhu Wanjin's words elicited disdain from the guests present, who murmured in disapproval. Upon learning that Chen Hao was adopted, Qin Yushan's expression darkened. Brother Chen, you must provide me with an explanation. What does it mean that you refuse to allow your biological son to marry Qingma, instead letting an adopted son take his place? Faced with Qin Yushan's inquiry, Chen Zhen found himself at a loss for words, his mind racing in chaos. No, Xiao Hao is not adopted. He is also my biological son, Yang Qian declared, ignoring the pain etched on her face, her voice rising in panic. Her declaration sent ripples of confusion through the crowd. Chen Zhen stared at his wife in disbelief, but as he caught her eye, his expression quickly regained composure. As if he had come to an understanding, they exchanged knowing glances. This scene did not escape Chen Shi's notice. I recall that Chen Shi and Chen Hao are of the same age, Qin Xingma remarked, her tone tinged with curiosity. Yang Qian pondered for a moment before responding. Actually, Xiao Hao is a year younger. There was just a discrepancy in the household registration. As Yang Qian's explanation sank in, the Chen sisters, still reeling from shock, finally grasped her intentions. Chen Shi remarked with a knowing look toward Yang Qian, my appearance today has inadvertently served as your wedding attire. Should an unforeseen tragedy befall your husband and me, your precious son would indeed inherit the Chen family fortune, rendering his position legitimate. While others struggled to comprehend Chen Shi's words, Yang Qian trembled, her expression one of sheer terror. Chapter 66, Best of 3. Chen Shi approached Chen Hao and lifted him off the ground. Chen Hao struggled, only to be left dazed by Chen Shi's swift strikes. Chen Iran, witnessing this, attempted to intervene but was promptly kicked aside by Chen Shi. Chen Shi dragged Chen Hao before Chen Zhen, scanning their faces and remarking, Mr. Chen, your genes are not particularly strong. How does he resemble you so little? He then dragged Chen Hao like a lifeless dog to Yang Qian for comparison. Indeed, Mrs. Yang's genes are formidable. Do you not see a slight resemblance? Chen Shi's seemingly casual remarks stirred a tempest within the Chen family, and Chen Zhen's eyes widened in realization. Previously unnoticed, upon closer inspection, there was indeed a hint of similarity. Yet in an instant, Chen Zhen chuckled and shook his head. After all, Chen Shi and Chen Hao were born on the same day, making such a connection impossible. However, Chen Manqing's countenance grew grave. Chen Shi's repeated insinuations about this matter surely hinted at a deeper issue. But where the problem lay, she could not ascertain. At that moment, she saw Chen Shi waving the testing report in her direction, inexplicably suggesting, let us conduct another test. The seed of doubt had been sown, and further words would likely yield counterproductive results. He casually tossed Chen Hao back to Yang Qian and addressed the Chen family, 200 million. Transfer it to my account within 10 minutes. He waved the report in the air. After that, I will provide you with the report and the recording, which contains the information of the testing agency. You can dispose of all evidence. You must be dreaming. Do you know how much 200 million is? Chen Iran glared at Chen Shi, her eyes filled with malice. Xiao Shi, 200 million is indeed excessive. How about this? If you are in need of money, I could transfer 20 million to you now in exchange for the report. Chen Shi sighed heavily. Huh, 20 million? Do you take me for a beggar? Your precious brother's gifts include luxury cars and villas, totaling several tens of millions. Do you mean to say he's not worth that much in your eyes? Or has the illustrious Chen family truly fallen to the point of lacking 200 million in liquid assets? Chen Shi scoffed. 30 seconds have already passed. I have sent the account number to your phone, so make haste. When the time is up, should I not receive the 200 million? Do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Chen Shi's visit to the Chen family was primarily motivated by financial gain, though given enough time, he could amass the funds himself. However, to shake the foundation of the Chen family tree would require an eternity. Moreover, he was devoid of both capital and connections. To rise to power would necessitate slow accumulation, which was painfully tedious. As for the Chen family's promise of shares after the college entrance examination, he held no hope. Should the Chen family decide to retract their offer, he would be left powerless. Only what was firmly in his grasp truly belonged to him. Yet, with the hour growing late, transferring 200 million to his account would require considerable time. Chen Shi appeared troubled. Chen Shi, however, dismissed her concerns, glancing at his phone. You have 9 minutes left. Chen Shi let out a resigned sigh, conferred with Chen Jun, and then began making calls. In no time, Chen Shi's phone buzzed with notifications of incoming bank transfers. Received 500,000. Received 1,000,000. Received 5,000,000. Received 3,000,000. Just as they approached the 10-minute mark, the full 200 million appeared in his account. Chen Shi clapped his hands in satisfaction. Miss Chen, your efficiency is commendable. As parents and siblings, you have performed admirably. I wonder, if the roles were reversed, would you be willing to spend such a fortune to assist me? I suspect not. For in your eyes, I am but a worthless weed. With a smile, Chen Shi handed the report and recording to Chen Shi. With his objectives achieved, he prepared to depart when Qin Yushan called out to him. Chen Shi, do you truly intend to sever all ties with the Chen family? Chen Shi nodded, his resolve unwavering. You must understand that this marriage arrangement was established between the Qin and Chen families. If you genuinely wish to marry Qingma, I hope you will reconsider your stance on returning to the Chen family. In comparison to 200 million, your identity holds far greater significance, Qin Yushan earnestly advised. Uncle Qin, I have no connection to the Chen family and will not return. You should simply state how I can annul the engagement. Chen Shi's response elicited a resigned sigh from Qin Yushan. Alas, you do not comprehend the importance of this engagement to both families. Qin Qingma furrowed her brow, casting a fierce glance at her father, and calmly declared, I am pregnant. The room fell silent as both Qin Yushan and Chen Shi blinked in surprise, exchanging knowing glances and simultaneously admonishing, do not jest. Uncle Qin, I wish to forego marrying Qing Mo. All I desire is to annul the engagement between our families. Regardless of any debts or obligations that may exist between you, that is your concern. It is unjust to burden your daughter, Qing Mo, with her lifetime of happiness as payment for your past missteps. Chen Shi's words sent a tremor through Qin Yushan, his smile faltering. Guilt washed over him as he gazed at his daughter, only to discover that the typically aloof Qing Mo had tears glistening in her eyes. Since the passing of her mother, after a single bout of tears, Qin Yushan had never witnessed his daughter weep again. It dawned upon him why his proud daughter had taken a liking to Chen Shi. He genuinely cared for her well-being. Qin Yushan found himself ensnared in a dilemma. The members of the Chen family watched him anxiously, fearing that he might indeed dissolve the engagement on the spot. At that moment, someone shouted, since they are brothers, let them compete. Whoever wins shall wed her. This proposal ignited a frenzy among the guests. Thrilled at the prospect of brothers battling fiercely over a woman, a plot rich with drama, they clamored for a series of 3 contests, the best of 3, adding an element of suspense. The Chen family members clung to this glimmer of hope, for at least Chen Hao had a fighting chance. Moreover, compared to Chen Shi, Chen Hao's superiority was evident, excelling in various aspects where Chen Shi could not measure up. Chen Zhen immediately echoed, Brother Qin, I believe this plan is feasible. Qin Yushan furrowed his brow, torn between conflicting emotions. He looked to Chen Shi for guidance. Chen Shi cast a glance at Qing Mo and replied calmly, let's first discuss the contest content. Although Qin Yushan cherished Qing Mo dearly, Chen Shi discerned the engagement's significance to the Qin family, perhaps entwined with undisclosed complexities. Let us base it on the college entrance examination results. That will be our benchmark, Chen Iran exclaimed with excitement. Both Chen Shi and Qing Mo exchanged bewildered glances. That is acceptable. I agree, Chen Shi replied, surprising Qin Yushan with his readiness. Although Chen Shi was merely Qing Mo's tutor, Qin Yushan suspected his daughter's affections for Chen Shi were simply a pretext to lay the groundwork for dissolving the engagement. He was aware of Chen Hao's scores, which were nearly on par with Qing Mo's. Still apprehensive, Qin Yushan sought further confirmation, but Chen Shi maintained a nonchalant demeanor. The second contest was then announced. Let us compete in earning money. Whoever accumulates the most wins, with a deadline set for the moment the examination results are revealed. Qin Yushan pondered briefly before stipulating a cap of 10 million. This meant that the victor would be the one who earned the most by the time the results were disclosed. If either contestant reached the 10 million mark first, they would automatically triumph. Chen Hao was elated, exclaiming, "I concur." With the Chen family's financial prowess and connections, he believed that even with just a day's notice, he could easily amass 10 million. However, Qin Yushan's subsequent remarks doused his enthusiasm. "Of course, there are conditions attached," he stated, casting a significant look at Chen Shi. "Firstly, no speculative or investment activities are allowed, such as gambling, lotteries, or stock trading. Secondly, you must not utilize any external networks or existing resources. Every cent must be earned through your own efforts." It was clear that these restrictions were set to disadvantage Chen Shi, who lacked connections and resources. Without such constraints, the competition would hold no value. Yet, even with these limitations, Chen Shi found himself at a disadvantage, as the invisible factors of privilege would inevitably come into play. "To ensure fairness, I will scrutinize every transaction you make. Should any discrepancies arise, those funds will be disregarded," Qin Yushan insisted, seeking the agreement of both parties. Chen Hao readily assented. Chen Shi, however, pondered a serious concern. What if the Chen family secretly sabotages me, intentionally setting traps by funneling money into my account? How would that be accounted for? This query resonated with Qin Yushan. He clarified that although the Chen family was related to Chen Shi, they were now in opposition to him. Hence, any funds traced back to the Chen family would be invalidated. Conversely, should Chen Shi engage in similar tactics, those would be counted against him as well. Only then did Chen Shi nod, affirming, "I accept this contest." To ensure transparency and intensify the competition, Qin Yushan established a group chat that included both parties, requiring all financial transactions to be reported to a designated individual within a group. This way, both competitors could remain informed of each other's progress, heightening the sense of urgency. Additionally, he provided each with a bank card for accounting purposes. "Brother Qin, please add me to the group," Zhu Wanjin exclaimed excitedly. "Old Qin, I wanted to." Others chimed in, with the guests eager to witness the unfolding drama. Qin Yushan, seeing the opportunity for witnesses, readily agreed. As for the third contest, he admitted he had yet to devise a plan, as determining a victor after just 2 rounds might render it unnecessary. Upon exiting the Chen residence, Qing Mo followed Chen Shi outside. "King Montak, I suppose you're already aware of everything you needed to discuss," he inquired, recognizing her earlier actions were fueled by prior knowledge. King Mo nodded in affirmation. "Xiao Shi, wait for me." At that moment, Zhu Yingjun rushed forward, enveloping Chen Shi in a tight embrace that momentarily took his breath away. Once released, Zhu Yingjun promptly requested to exchange contact information. "Sister-in-law, let us swap numbers as well," he said with a grin directed at Qing, taken aback for a moment. She eventually handed over her phone. Chen Shi playfully kicked Zhu Yingjun, admonishing, "What nonsense! We are merely pretending." Zhu Yingjun feigned pain, laughing. "Xiao Shi, isn't today your birthday? Let us celebrate." Chen Shi paused, surprised that after nearly a decade, Zhu Yingjun still remembered. Qing Mo then interjected, "Let us head to Chen Shi's house. Nanxing and Nian Nian are still waiting." "Please hold on a moment. I need to make a call," Chen Shi said, retrieving his phone to dial a number. "We can proceed in," he confirmed, reminding himself not to forget to capture video footage. In the car, Qing Mo occupied the front seat while Chen Shi and Zhu Yingjun settled in the back. "Xiao Shi, your parents and sister are dreadful. I think offering them 2 billion is far too generous," Zhu Yingjun remarked, oblivious to the gravity of the matter. Yet for someone of his privileged background, money was merely a number. "It cannot end like this," Chen Shi chuckled, pulling out his phone to send Qing Mo a document. "King Montak, I need you to assist me with something." The co-pilot, Qin Qingma, nodded slightly. "All right," Chen Shi continued. "I append a brief essay regarding the incident involving Chen Hao's infringement upon Xiao Chui, along with an anonymous DNA report that is on your phone. Additionally, I possess recordings of conversations from the past month where the Chen family has slandered me. I would like your public relations team to embellish the narrative. The more exaggerated, the better. It would be ideal to incorporate some inconsistencies. Furthermore, I request that you enlist several influential media outlets to disseminate this across various social media platforms. And do gather a multitude of internet trolls. The more, the merrier. I wish for the news of Chen Hao's violation of the nanny to spread far and wide after tonight." Qin Qingma was taken aback. Turning to Chen Shi with a smile, "Very well." Zhu Yingjun, confused, recalled hearing about Chen Shi's alleged infringement at the scene and found it utterly unbelievable. Later, upon witnessing Chen Shi produce the report, and the Chen family readily handing over 2 billion in exchange for it, Zhu Yingjun's doubts began to fester. Faced with Zhu Yingjun's inquiries, Chen Shi recounted his experiences with the Chen family over the years, as well as the incident involving the nanny. Zhu Yingjun was incensed, exclaiming, "Uncle Xiao, in my opinion, you shouldn't have handed over the report so easily. Aren't you just setting yourself up to take the blame?" Chen Shi chuckled. "It's fine, I have plenty of these. Why send out the real name now? Why not just the anonymous one?" Zhu Yingjun protested indignantly. "You can't just throw the A's card right away," Chen Shi reassured him, patting his shoulder. "You must give them time to react. Besides, what impact can just one report have? Let the situation ferment for a couple of days first." Chen Shi's words prompted Qin Xingma in the passenger seat to turn, eagerly awaiting his explanation. "In truth, I'm hoping to see if I can double that 2 billion within a few days." Zhu Yingjun straightened up. "Uncle Xiao, do you have insider information on the stock market?" Chen Shi merely chuckled without responding. Chapter 68. Do you like this gift? By the time the trio returned to the community, it was already 9 o'clock. During this time, the neighborhood should have been bustling with activity, yet it lay eerily deserted. This was highly unusual. Just then, the previously silent community was suddenly shattered by a resounding bang. Chen Shi beheld a brilliant flame erupting from the center of the community, followed by a spectacular explosion that scattered sparks across the tranquil night sky. More fireworks followed, illuminating the darkness in an instant. Chen Shi stood transfixed, and just as he was lost in the spectacle, the once quiet and dark building suddenly erupted with countless beams of light dancing in the air. "Happy birthday," Qin Xingma said to him. "Did you do this?" "Yes, along with Sister Nanqing. It's your birthday gift. Do you like it?" At that moment, Chen Shi understood why Qin Xingma had been late. "How did you manage to get everyone in the community to cooperate?" "A bit of money sufficed," Qin Xingma replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, money can achieve wonders." Zhu Yingjun marveled, captivated by the romantic nature of the celebration, wishing to replicate himself. As the fireworks continued to blossom in the sky, Jiang Nanqing and Jiang Yan emerged, carrying a cake. "Xiao Shi, happy birthday." "Bro, happy birthday." Jiang Nanqing smiled warmly, her expression filled with concern. "Sister Nanqing," Chen Shi murmured, his voice tinged with emotion. "What's wrong? Don't you like it? We put in a lot of effort to come up with this idea. If you dare to complain, I'll be sure to give you a good beating," Jiang Yan teased, grinning. "No, I really like it," Chen Shi replied, his nose tinged with a hint of sadness. "Honestly, as long as I'm with you all, I'm quite content without any of this." Jiang Nanqing gently ruffled his hair. "I figured you might face some difficulties upon returning to the Chen family, so I wanted to bring you a little joy. Of course, this idea was primarily Qingma's, so you should thank her properly." "No, you have helped me a great deal too," Qin Xingma hastily clarified. Chen Shi smiled. "Rest assured, I will definitely assist in dissolving your engagement and grant you your freedom." "Thank you. You're welcome." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Xiao Shi." Chen Shi turned to see Chen Shi and Chen Manqing's car parked not far away. The two approached him with expressions of guilt. "Xiao Shi, happy birthday." Chen Shi glanced at them, his expression darkening. "Are you two still haunting me? Wasn't what you said earlier at your home clear enough?" Chen Shi stammered. "Xiao Shi, we meant no harm. Today is your birthday. We just wanted to come and wish you well." "Now you remember my birthday?" Chen Shi retorted mockingly. Chen Shi fell silent, lowering her head to produce a gift box, extending it towards Chen Shi. "This is a birthday gift I prepared for you." However, after waiting for a long moment, Chen Shi made no move to accept it. With tears welling in her eyes, Chen Shi could only reluctantly retract the gift. Chen Manqing placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and pulled a pendant from her bag. "Xiao Shi, this is my birthday gift to you. I believe you'll like it. Wasn't this the family portrait pendant, the treasure he once cherished?" Chen Shi recalled having discarded it into the trash that day. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the pendant. "Open it and take a look," Chen Manqing said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Shi cast a wary glance at her before opening the pendant, revealing the family portrait once more. "Xiao Shi, I've reworked the photo inside. Originally, Chen Hao stood in the middle, surrounded by family, while you smiled from the corner, half hidden by the pendant's edge. Now, the photo has been updated, with you and Chen Hao standing side by side in the center, while everyone else remains unchanged. This represented Chen Shi's wish during his first birthday back at the Chen family. He remembered that at the time, they had been wary of him and had made sure he stood a distance away from them, but now it was different. Chen Manqing was confident that this gift would surely please him. Initially, she had intended to find a family photo to include, but after searching thoroughly, she discovered that there wasn't a single one featuring Chen Shi, not even a solo shot. Ultimately, she had no choice but to modify the existing family portrait for the pendant. "Xiao Shi, as long as you're willing, let us find a time to take a new family photo, okay? Mom and Dad will surely agree." Despite publicly declaring his severance from the Chen family earlier that day, Chen Shi's actions over the past 2 years revealed that he still cared deeply for them in this familial bond. Although he was angry now, he believed that if they made gradual amends in the future, they could eventually touch his heart and bring him back into the fold. Chen Shi smiled, closing the pendant and tilting his head. Chen Manqing, you're quite amusing. With that, he took the pendant and walked towards the center of the community, close to the fireworks. Amidst Chen Shi and Chen Manqing's gasps, he flung the pendant into the firework cannon. With a resounding bang, a new firework shot into the sky, bursting open and scattering countless stars. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing stood transfixed, tears streaming down their faces as they witnessed the scene unfold before them. At this moment, they hazily realized that something profoundly significant was slipping away from them, akin to fireworks fading into the night sky. They longed to grasp it, yet it receded further into the distance. Chen Shi swayed unsteadily and collapsed onto the ground, weeping inconsolably, her lips repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. At that moment, memories of how the Chen family had treated Chen Shi differently over the past 2 years, bullying him, flashed through her mind. She remembered how they had stood against Chen Shi time and again for Chen Hao, the helplessness and despair etched on Chen Shi's face, piercing her heart like a sharp dagger, leaving it in tatters. Chen Shi approached them, his gaze cold and indifferent, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Shi before turning to Chen Manqing, a smirk playing upon his lips. I see you two are quite idle. Your little brother Hao is on the verge of exploding, yet you still have the leisure to engage in meaningless chatter with me. Chen Shi's inexplicable words momentarily stunned Chen Manqing. Just then, Chen Manqing's phone rang, and she answered it. What? Xiao Hao has been taken away by the police? Chapter 69. Am I being excessive? In the Chen family hall, after receiving a call from Chen Shi, Chen Shi and Chen Manqing hurried back. Upon entering, they sensed an eerie atmosphere. Chen Zhen's expression was grave. Yang Qian, Chen Aran, and Chen Hao were conspicuously absent, leaving only Chen Zhen and Chen Shi at home. What transpired? Chen Shi had only instructed them to return without clarifying why Chen Hao was taken by the police. Upon seeing the two return, Chen Zhen's countenance darkened. Where have you two been on such a late hour? Today is Xiao Shi's birthday. We want to deliver gifts to him. Chen Shi's response momentarily caught Chen Zhen and Chen Shi off guard. But soon after, Chen Zhen slammed the table in anger. Why do you still care about that scoundrel? Chen Shi and Chen Manqing were bewildered by Chen Zhen's explosive rage. Chen Shi sighed, saying, Tonight, Xiao Chui reported to the police, claiming that Xiao Hao assaulted her. Just before you returned, the police came and took Xiao Hao for questioning. Mom, and Iran went along. Chen Shi's words left Chen Manqing and Chen Shi dumbfounded. How could this be? Xiao Chui and I agreed to keep this matter confidential, forbidding any mention to outsiders. As she spoke, Chen Manqing's eyes widened in realization, staring at her elder sister. Chen Shi nodded. It must have been Xiao Shi who prompted Xiao Chui to do this. She could think of no other possibility aside from Chen Shi. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhen's fury threatened to erupt. This scoundrel, as if taking 200 million wasn't enough, is now going back on his word. Just then, Chen Zhen's phone rang. Seeing it was Qin Yushan, he composed himself and answered. Hello, Brother Qin. Just as Chen Zhen exchanged pleasantries, Qin Yushan's tone turned harsh. Chen, you must provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. Otherwise, don't dare call me brother again. Chen Zhen was utterly perplexed, unaware of what had transpired to incite such ire from Qin Yushan. Surely, news of Xiao Hao's arrest couldn't have reached the Qin family so swiftly. Brother, what on earth has happened to make you so furious? Check online for yourself. With that, Qin Yushan hung up. Staring blankly at his phone, Chen Zhen quickly turned to his 3 daughters. Look it up online, see if something has occurred. Upon hearing Qin Yushan's sudden anger, Chen Shi and the others were equally bewildered. They promptly pulled out their devices to search online, and soon their expressions morphed into ones of panic and disbelief. Chen Shi handed her phone to Chen Zhen. Moments later, Chen Zhen shot up, his fists clenched, the veins on his hands bulging. What does this scoundrel intend to do? For he had seen the deluge of news online, all reporting that Chen Hao had assaulted the housemaid. The headlines on several major social media platforms screamed, shocking. The young master of a wealthy family commits such disgraceful acts against the family maid. Unveiling the dark side of wealth. Young master assaults maid. Where lies the truth? Maid's heart-wrenching accusation. The young master's actions have left me in despair. The darkness within the elite. Maid courageously exposes the truth of the young master's assault. Maid laments. The young master's assault has robbed me of sleep night after night. Beyond these sensational headlines, the content was wildly exaggerated. Not only did they paint Chen Hao as a debauched scion, but they also audaciously detailed the assault on the maid as if they had witnessed it firsthand. Most alarmingly, They had also published the DNA test results of both parties and a recording of an accusation from a woman presumed to be the maid, although the source was anonymous. Netizens were unconcerned, launching into a tirade of condemnation regardless. The Chen family wore somber expressions. It was painfully evident who was behind this orchestrated attack. Untrustworthy, untrustworthy. How could I have borne such a son? Chen Jun seethed, stamping his feet in anger. Is he intent on ruining Xiao Hao? Yet, as he uttered this, the Chen sisters suddenly recalled that Chen Hao had previously accused Chen Shi publicly on multiple occasions. At this moment, Chen Shi instinctively realized that Chen Shi had backed up all the evidence he had provided her. Once Chen Shi had departed for the Chen household, she had dispatched someone to the testing agency to process the evidence. Thus, even if Chen Hao was taken by the police, a mere accusation from Xiao Chui would not suffice to convict him. As for the online news, without any solid proof, the Chen family could easily issue a statement to refute the claims, and everything would be resolved. The only variable now was whether Chen Shi still possessed the original test report. However, public opinion needed to be suppressed. Otherwise, if it spread, the ensuing negativity would undoubtedly impact the stock prices of the Chen Group. With this thought, she called the public relations team to handle the situation. The following morning, Chen Shi logged onto the internet to discover that the news about Chen Hao from the previous night had been extensively deleted. Simultaneously, a flood of disparaging information about the maid emerged, alleging that she was vain and had attempted to seduce the young master of the Chen family to elevate her status, and out of unrequited love, had deliberately framed Chen Hao. As for Chen Hao, he was portrayed as a diligent, helpful, and morally upright young man. His accolades and the commendations from teachers and classmates were displayed prominently, emphasizing that, given his character, he could not possibly commit such acts. Furthermore, it was stated that the Chen family would take legal action against any unscrupulous media outlets that continued to spread rumors. They even issued legal notices to several media outlets that had been particularly egregious in their reporting. In the span of a single night, the Chen family's public relations team managed to quell the uproar. The stock prices of the Chen Group, which had initially plummeted, began to recover. Chen Shi arrived at school and expressed to the administration his desire to take a leave of absence until after the college entrance examination. He realized he needed time to address matters concerning Qin Qingma. Initially, the teachers were reluctant to grant his request, but after Chen Shi completed a set of past examination papers in the office, they readily acquiesced, advising him to enjoy his time at home and to approach the school should he require any financial assistance. Once he resolved matters with the school, Chen Shi lingered at the school gate, not departing. Sure enough, before long, Chen Shi's car appeared before him. Today, only Chen Shi, Chen Shi, and Chen Manqing had come. Chen Zhen had spent the entire night fielding phone calls for various parties, overwhelmed and frazzled. Yang Xian and Chen Hao, along with a few others, spent the night at the police station. Due to insufficient evidence, they were only released this morning. "Oh, good morning, ladies," Chen Shi greeted cheerfully, his smile bright. "Why does everyone look so haggard? Did you not sleep well last night?" Chen Shi gazed at her younger brother, feeling a sudden sense of unfamiliarity. "It was you who had Xiao Chui report to the police last night," she stated. Chen Shi nodded. "Did you post this incident online?" He admitted honestly. "Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" Chen Shi felt a surge of anger upon hearing his acknowledgement, even though the Chen family suspected him. "Regardless of your emotions, the Chen family is still your family, and Xiao Hao is also part of it. Don't you think your actions are a bit excessive?" Chen Shi chuckled lightly. "Am I being excessive? When he slandered me multiple times, I didn't see you so furious. Why is it different now that it's about him?" Chapter 70. "Sister, could you give me a ride?" Chen Shi, at a loss for words from Chen Shi's retort, took a deep breath and asked, "Do you still have Xiao Chui's test report?" Chen Shi nodded eagerly. "Yes, I do." He then pulled a document from his backpack. Chen Shi's expression darkened instantly. "Weren't we in agreement last night? How can you go back on your word?" "Indeed, I have already provided you with what you wanted." "This is mine. What is the issue?" Chen Shi's words sent Chen Shi's blood pressure soaring. "Tell me, what must I do to obtain this report? Or do you wish for us to pay you?" Chen Shi shrugged. "If you want it, I might as well give it to you." With that, he handed the report to Chen Shi, leaving her and the others astonished. They could not comprehend why Chen Shi was suddenly so agreeable. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing were nearly moved to tears. "I knew Xiao Shi wouldn't be so heartless," Chen Shi joyfully remarked. But Chen Shi's subsequent words turned their faces pale. "Actually, I have more than just this one." He proceeded to extract several more reports from his bag, estimating around 10 in total. Chen Shi waved the stack of reports in front of them. "Are you sure you want to buy these? There are quite a few. How would you manage that?" He continued with a teasing expression. "I have a whole stack at home. I fear your Chen family might go bankrupt trying to afford them." Chen Shi's anger had truly reached its peak. "Chen Shi, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Do you wish to plunge our household into chaos? Chen Shi retorted. Isn't it you and your precious brother who are causing the turmoil? I am merely seeking justice for myself. Where have I gone wrong, my esteemed Miss Chen? Faced with his probing, Chen Shi sighed helplessly. Then what do you actually want? I simply wish to prove my innocence. I cannot so generously take the fall for your brother without cause, Chen Shi replied earnestly. Do you realize the damage this could cause to the Chen family? Chen Shi's expression turned serious, then softened. After all, you are the eldest son of the Chen family. The family business will one day be yours. Why act this way? Chen Shi glanced at her, stating coolly, what is mine? I will reclaim myself. I do not require charity from others. Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze fixed on Chen Shi with a strange intensity. As for me, spare no effort. I shall post these documents online shortly. And you should return to strategize on public relations. At that moment, Chen Shi felt an unprecedented weariness, a fatigue that eclipsed even the most grueling of workdays. Just as the three were about to leave, Chen Shi called out to them. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister. His words left them momentarily stunned. Chen Shi and Chan Manqing's eyes brimmed with tears, having never before found such a term of endearment so delightful. The fact that Chen Shi was willing to call them sister felt like a long-lost melody returning. Could you give me a ride? He inquired. Oh, of course. Chen Shi responded, disbelief etched on her face. It had been ages since they had heard him refer to them in such a way. Previously, when he trailed behind them calling out, they found it bothersome, but now it resonated like a beautiful tune, lifting her spirits immensely. Once in the car, Chen Shi gently asked, Xiao Shi, where are you headed? I'll drive you there. Please take me to the police station. Chen Shi replied with a smile. I feel sorry for Xiao Chui being so slandered by you all. I must assist her. Instantly, the atmosphere in the vehicle plummeted to an icy chill, as Chen Shi wore a dark expression throughout the ride. Ultimately, they delivered Chen Shi to the police station. Noticing their grim moods, Chen Shi offered them a parting suggestion. Though I cannot assist you directly, you could always reach out to Xiao Chui. As long as she can retract her statement, your precious brother might avoid imprisonment. At most, it would be a consensual arrangement with a nanny, perhaps not the most reputable, but it could be managed. With that, I would be absolved of this burden, a win-win situation. Would you agree? The three women returned home, their bodies weary. They initially intended to speak with Chen Shi before contacting the nanny. However, after dropping Chen Shi off, they began reaching out to the nanny, only to find their calls going unanswered. They even checked her residence, but to no avail, leaving them in a state of despair. Dad, Mom. The trio found Chun Jun and Yang Qian seated in the living room, both looking troubled. As soon as the three returned, Yang Qian urgently inquired, did you retrieve the evidence he had? Chen Shi shook her head, a frown marring her features. This ungrateful child, Chun Jun, having endured a long night, was further incensed. Yang Qian was in a daze, murmuring, how can he be so heartless? What wrong have we done to him that he would treat Xiao Hao this way? Chen Shi called for Wang Ma to go upstairs and wake Chen Hao. Yang Qian immediately interjected, Xiao Hao hardly slept last night. Let him rest a bit longer. Chen Shi, glancing at Yang Qian with resignation, replied, the police may summon Xiao Hao soon. It's best he prepare. Why? Isn't there no substantial evidence? Xiao Hao has already been cleared. Yang Qian cuestionet perplexet. The three exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, Chen Shi replied, Xiao Shi went to the police station. What? Chun Jun and Yang Qian erupted in anger, their fury palpable. Yes, trying to put Xiao Hao in a perilous situation. Yang Qian triet. This is outrageous. I'm going to find him. Chun Jun declared as he instructed the driver to prepare the car. Yang Qian insisted she would go as well. But the two were halted by Chen Shi. Dad, Mom, it's too late. Yang Qian instantly felt drained, collapsing onto the sofa, then grasping Chun Jun's arm in desperation. Old Chen Shi, you must help Hao. He is still so young. He cannot go to jail. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Chun Jun and Chen Shi. If Chen Shi had merely submitted evidence, it would have been manageable. As long as it remained private, they could navigate the situation, but they feared Chen Shi would escalate matters publicly. Under the pressure of public opinion, it is indeed possible for Chen Hao to face imprisonment. The only solution now is to locate Xiao Chui, persuade her, and convince her to withdraw her accusations against Xiao Hao, Chen Shi consoled. To achieve a permanent resolution, one must address the root of the issue. Chen Jin nodded in agreement. You should hurry and find Xiao Chui, Yang Qian urged anxiously. However, upon witnessing the troubled expressions of the three, Chen Jun immediately sensed that something was amiss. After Chen Shi explained, he learned that Xiao Chui had vanished. You must quickly send someone to search for her. Ensure that her home is being watched. Chen Jun urged with a sense of urgency. As for Xiao Hao, a delay is inconsequential. My primary concern is that that scoundrel may release the report online again, reigniting the public outcry that we have painstakingly subdued. Suddenly, he recalled something. Right? You should also summon Iran to accompany us to the nursing home and explain the situation to the old lady regarding the online matters. She called me first thing this morning and gave me quite a scolding. It will be beneficial to have her intervene so that young man refrains from causing further chaos. I suspect that only your grandmother's words will hold any weight with him. You haven't visited her in quite some time anyway. As for finding Xiao Chui, I will have Butler Fong take care of it. Chapter 71. The grandmother's threat after exiting the police station. Chen Shi made his way directly to the nursing home to visit his grandmother. It had been nearly a month since he last visited after leaving the Chen family. During this time, he had contemplated visiting several times, but various matters had hindered him, compounded by his busy schedule of tutoring Qin Xingma in her studies at night. Nevertheless, he always made time to video call his grandmother each evening, providing her with updates about his life to ease her worries. Soon, he was at the bedside of his ailing grandmother. Upon seeing Chen Shi, the elderly matriarch's eyes lit up, and she eagerly attempted to sit up. Aunt Lu, who had been caring for her, quickly assisted her. My dear grandson, come closer so that I may see if you've lost weight, the old lady said, her face alight with excitement as she reached out to examine him. Observing his grandmother's deteriorating health filled Chen Shi with profound sorrow. Grandmother, I'm doing well, so you need not fret. Is that so? I am quite aware of what transpired last night, she replied, catching him off guard. In an effort to spare her concern, he had always shared good news with her. However, due to her health, she had been confined to her bed for many years. How do you know, grandmother? He inquired. With a mischievous twinkle in her eye, she responded, because I have placed a spy by your side. Moreover, she continued, such a scandalous affair is common knowledge in Linghai City now. Intrigued by the mention of a spy, Chen Shi could not help but ask who? That is a secret. After all, you have been deceiving this old woman, so I cannot divulge it, she replied, making a shushing gesture. Chen Shi scratched his head and remarked, will you be upset if I told you I extorted 2 billion from the Chen family last night? Suddenly, the old lady straightened, glaring at him. You foolish child. You're using your own money. How can you call it extortion? Such language is unbecoming. And what about the matters online? Chen Shi felt it necessary to come clean, suspecting that his grandmother was aware of the situation. Well done. However, the matter has been suppressed for now. If there are any further moves, that would be even more impressive, she praised him, casting an appreciative glance his way. Indeed, there are, but should they be executed? It may have adverse effects on the Chen family, Chen Shi admitted with some embarrassment. Fear not, with the Chen family's foundation. Even if you were to repeat such actions several times, they would withstand it. It is high time that unfilial son and that illegitimate child received a lesson, the old lady declared, her gaze filled with fondness for Chen Shi. At that moment, a knock on the door was heard, followed by Chen Iran's voice. Grandmother, we have come to see you. Aunt Lu promptly opened the door, allowing the group to enter. Upon seeing Chen Shi, the sisters momentarily froze. Xiao Shi, you are here too? Chen Manqing approached to greet him. Yes, I'm Miss Grandmother, so I came to visit, he replied. You little rascal. How dare you show your face here? Chen Iran exclaimed, her fury almost causing her false eyelashes to catch fire upon seeing him. Grandmother, do you know what this scoundrel did yesterday? Chen Iran began to unleash a torrent of accusations against Chen Shi, pointing at him. This rogue not only destroyed Xiao Hao's engagement, but also extorted 2 billion from our family. As if that were not enough. He fabricated and disseminated false information online to frame Xiao Hao, resulting in his being taken away for investigation and losing a night of sleep. The stock prices of the companies under Chen Group have plummeted into the red. While discussing Chen Hao's situation, Chen Iran intended to claim that Chen Shi had maliciously framed him, but upon reflection, she realized that this was perhaps the truth, making it inappropriate to label it as framing. Even if Chen Hao had indeed violated the young maid, it was excusable given the circumstances of his inebriation. Chen Shi's actions, however, were undeniably those of a petty villain, bordering on maliciousness. In response to Chen Iran's merciless accusations, the old lady merely cast a sidelong glance at her before letting out a cold snort. Your family's money? Do you not comprehend whose it will ultimately become? She retorted. Dare to repeat what you just said, and I will have your father marry you off immediately. Chen Iran instinctively recoiled, mumbling under her breath. He was the one who said he wanted to sever ties with the family. So, isn't he an outsider? How dare you? The old lady thundered, striking the bed with her hand. Aunt Zhou, please call the matriarch of the Lu family and inform her that we agree to the union. Upon hearing her words, Chen Iran's face drained of color, panic evident in her voice. Grandmother, Lu Peng is a lunatic. I refuse to marry him. Chen Shi and the others, sensing that the old lady was genuinely angry, hurried to explain, "Grandmother, Iran is just speaking nonsense. You need not take it to heart. Xiao will always be our brother." "Indeed, grandmother, Lu Peng is nothing but a debauched rich heir, indulging in all vices. It is said he has many deviant preferences. If Iran were to marry into the Lu family, her life would be ruined," Chen Manqing added in support. The old lady shot a warning look at the now pale-faced Chen Iran, saying, "Should you dare to bully Xiao again, do not expect me to be courteous." Chen Iran, rendered speechless, lowered her head in silence, though her eyes burned with resentment as she furtively glared at Chen Shi. "Moreover, you all have enabled Chen how to commit such disgraceful acts, tarnishing the reputation of our Chen family. Instead of focusing on how to deal with that adopted son, you come here to blame Xiao Shi. Truly remarkable," the old lady remarked, scanning the group as if seeing through their intentions. "I will tell you plainly, those matters were all orchestrated by me, directing Xiao Shi to publish them online." Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was his grandmother's way of providing him with an escape route, a potential avenue for his return to the Chen family in the future. Although he did not require it, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. The old lady's words left Chen Shi and the others aghast, as they sensed that she had anticipated their intentions for coming today. They stood there, dumbfounded, when they had first entered. Witnessing Chen Shi's presence had sparked a flicker of excitement within them, thinking it would be an opportunity for the old lady to persuade him directly not to escalate matters online. Little did they know that the old lady's single utterance had dashed their plans to the ground. Grandma Zhou paid them no mind. Instead, grasping Chen Shi's hand and earnestly inquiring, "My dear grandson, do you truly wish to marry that girl, Qingma?" Chen Shi hurriedly shook his head. Grandma Zhou feigned ignorance and continued, "If you genuinely desire to wed her, your grandmother hopes you will return to the Chen family. This way, I can promptly arrange your marriage. As for the marriage certificate, a few years' delay is of no consequence." "Grandma, our relationship is not as you perceive it." Chen Shi attempted to explain, but Grandma Zhou did not grant him the chance, saying, "The betrothal between Qingma and you bears significant weight for both families. It is not something that can be altered with mere words." Chapter 72. Do I have a brother? Uncle Qin and I have already come to an agreement. As long as I win the competition, he will allow the dissolution of the engagement. Chen Shi stated with a perplexed expression. "Silly child, it is not as simple as that. The competition consists of 3 rounds, 2 victories are required, and he is yet to reveal one of the contest components. Even if you win the first 2 rounds, they will still have a strategy prepared for you. Most importantly, the decision maker in this matter is that stubborn old man from the Qin family," Grandma Zhou remarked gravely. "However, it is imperative that you win these 2 contests." Chen Shi and the others were expressions of mixed feelings, while Chen Iran scoffed disdainfully. Grandma Zhou's words piqued their interest. "Grandma, how did this engagement come to be?" Upon receiving their eager gazes, Grandma Zhou pondered for a moment before beginning her tale. It turned out that Chen Shi's grandfather, in his youth, had a falling out with the ruling family of the capital and subsequently brought Grandma Zhou with him to Linhai to forge their own path. There, he became acquainted with the elder of the Qin family, and the two quickly formed a bond akin to brothers. With the assistance of the Qin family, as well as through his own abilities and hard work, Chen Shi's grandfather swiftly established himself in Linhai after years of struggle. At that time, Linhai was still rife with chaos, with gangs frequently clashing over territory. The most severe incident involved several prominent families in Linhai being embroiled in conflict. During that episode, Chen Shi's grandfather sustained a grave injury while protecting the elder of the Qin family. This resulted in a lingering ailment that left him in poor health. The Qin family and its elder were immensely grateful, vowing that as long as the Qin family endured, they would ensure the Chen family remained unharmed. To fortify the bond between their families, the 2 men made a pact. Should they each have grandsons, if both were boys, they would be sworn brothers. If one was a boy and the other a girl, they would be wed. Thus, the engagement between the Qin and Chen families originated. Tragically, the day you were born, your grandfather succumbed to his illness. Grandma Zhou sighed, her expression tinged with sadness as she looked at Chen Shi. At last, the others comprehended the origins of the engagement. Realizing why Qin Yushan cherished Qin Qingma so dearly, yet remained unable to dissolve the betrothal, leading to the seemingly trivial decision to hold a competition of 3 rounds. Then, Grandma Zhou's expression shifted dramatically, her face a mask of fury as she addressed Chen Shi and the others. "Look at what your foolish mother has done. You must immediately announce Chen Hao's status as an adopted son and send him away. The Chen family raised Chen Hao like their own son without my objection. But ever since Chen Shi returned, I have insisted that Chen Zhen restore their identities. Yet, the Chen family has continually delayed under various pretexts. claiming they would treat Chen Shi well to deceive me. And now, they shamelessly recognize Chen Hao as their own son. How can I not be enraged? Upon hearing Grandma Zhou's words, the Chen sisters became anxious. Grandma, you cannot do this. Qingma has already been taken. How pitiful it would be for Xiao Hao to be cast out of the Chen family. Chen Iran exclaimed, her face full of worry. Chen Anshi glanced at Chen Shi and earnestly stated, Grandma, the college entrance examination is approaching. Could we not postpone this until after the exams? Furthermore, announcing Xiao Hao's identity now would not reflect well on the Chen family, especially after they publicly acknowledged him before the people of Linhai just last night. If we retract that now, who would believe the Chen family in the future? Grandma Zhou shot Chen Anshi a peculiar look, retorting with sarcasm. I suggest you announce it sooner rather than later. However, since you are so determined to protect him, that is your choice. But do not come crying to me if trouble arises. Chen Anshi understood the implication behind Grandma Zhou's words. It was merely the matter of Chen Hao's infringement upon Xiao Cui. Yet, she felt no concern, believing that as long as they located Xiao Cui, everything would be resolved perfectly. Grandma Zhou then patted Chen Shi's hand, saying, Grandson, if you can win this competition, even if it means going toe-to-toe with the old man from the Qin family, I will ensure he gives Qingma to you. Grandma, I truly have no intention of marrying her. Please do not concern yourself with these matters. Just focus on your health, Chen Shi hastily explained. Afraid of losing. Yet you claim not to care for her. Chen Iran mocked. Chen Shi chose to ignore her. Previously, he might have been angered by her words. But after last night's events, he had completely let go. Grandma Zhou glared at Chen Iran before tenderly addressing Chen Shi. My dear grandson, I am in good health. You need not worry. Why not return to the Chen family? This way, even without these competitions, you could marry Qingma. And I would not have to contend with that old man from the Qin family. What do you think? Grandma Zhou's eyes lit up as she once again expressed her desire for Chen Shi to return home. Chen Shi understood that this was for his benefit. Yet he had lost all desire for the Chen family. As for the family's wealth and assets, he could take them, but he would never obtain them through inheritance. Before Chen Shi could respond, Chen Iran interjected with derision. Grandma, you needn't persuade him. He was quite resolute when declaring his intention to sever ties with the family yesterday. I doubt he wishes to return. Grandma Zhou was momentarily taken aback before bellowing, Chen Iran, you get out. To prevent Grandma Zhou from becoming upset, Chen Manqing and the others swiftly pushed their fourth sister out the door. Grandma Zhou nearly gasped for breath from the outburst. The others grew concerned and immediately summoned a doctor. Fortunately, there was no serious issue. The doctor merely advised that Grandma Zhou must not be agitated again. Chen Anshi and the others resolved that they must ensure Chen Iran never appeared before Grandma Zhou again. After a brief rest, Grandma Zhou suddenly seemed to recall something, her expression shifting to one of profound sorrow. The others looked on with concern. After a moment, Grandma Zhou sighed heavily. What misfortune has befallen our Chen family over the years? Your brother passed away shortly after birth, and you, upon your arrival, were mistakenly exchanged with another family's child. Now, we have an adopted son, causing chaos within the household. What? I have a brother? Chen Shi was taken aback, then exclaimed. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing also wore expressions of shock, utterly unaware of this matter. They turned to Chen Anshi, eager to know if she was privy to this information. Chen Anshi maintained a calm demeanor. After all, she was the eldest in the family and had grasped many matters as they unfolded. Therefore, she knew more than Chen Manqing and the others. However, some topics were deemed taboo by their parents, and she had never shared them with her younger siblings. Well, actually, there were twins, Chen Anshi revealed, as Grandma Zhou had already disclosed the secret, and she felt no need to conceal the truth any longer. Chapter 73, Twins. What? Chen Shi and Chen Manqing gasped in astonishment. Their reactions were quite natural, and Chen Anshi paid them no mind as she continued. Indeed, at that time, Mother was expecting twins, but one of them tragically did not survive, and ultimately only Xiao Shi lived. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a profound silence. The notion that Chen Shi was a twin had never crossed their minds. Aside from a hint of shock, Chen Shi was predominantly filled with confusion. After a brief moment, Chen Manqing inquired, what was the cause of the stillbirth? I'm not entirely certain, replied Chen Anshi, glancing toward old Madame Zhou. The others followed her gaze, eager for clarification. Old Madame Zhou did not conceal the truth. One reason was that your mother delivered Xiao Shi prematurely, and the other was that the smaller twins suffered from malnutrition, leading to developmental abnormalities. Thus, it passed away shortly after birth. Chen Manqing nodded in understanding. Although she was not an obstetrician, she had often encountered cases where twins competed for nutrients in utero, resulting in the weaker one having developmental issues. She found nothing particularly shocking about it. Chen Shi, at that moment, seemed to belong to the more robust side. However, he remained silent, as if deep in thought. After a while, Chen Shi asked inexplicably, "Grandma, did you witness all of this firsthand?" Old Madame Zhou sighed. "During the days surrounding your mother's delivery, your grandfather was gravely ill, and several elders of the Chen family were at the hospital tending to him. Only your uncle's family was by her side." A trace of guilt crossed old Madame Zhou's face as she continued. "I had intended for Jenner to accompany her during labor, but she insisted on being with your grandfather." Chen Shi nodded, reconfirming, "So, you did not witness Yang Qian's delivery, did you, Grandma?" Old Madame Zhou gave a slight nod. "Upon your birth, you were taken to the neonatal observation unit, while your brother was rushed to the ICU for resuscitation. Later, we received the news of your brother's passing." Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "Yet, despite that, with you here, our family was still filled with joy. Who would have thought that years later, we would discover you had been swapped?" Old Madame Zhou's expression darkened, her face etched with self-reproach. "If we had been more attentive to your mother and kept a close watch on you, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted." However, Chen Shi did not share this sentiment. He believed that some events were destined to occur. He hastily comforted old Madame Zhou, though his brow furrowed even more tightly. He had begun to piece together the events of that year, confirming that Chen Hao was indeed Yang Qian's son, yet the core issues remained unclear. Now, after hearing his grandmother's account, a possibility began to form in his mind. After bidding farewell to old Madame Zhou, the group arrived at the entrance of the nursing home. Chen Aran, having been expelled earlier, was waiting alone, feeling bored. Upon spotting Chen Shi's emergence, she exclaimed in excitement, "Sister, you are finally out. Let us hurry back to comfort Xiao Hao." Ever since being humiliated by Qin Qingma the previous night, Chen Hao had been in a dismal mood. Later, he had been reported by Xiao Chui, spending the entire night at the police station. Upon returning home, he discovered that his misadventures had been posted online. The relentless blows to his spirit had left him feeling despondent. Were it not for Chen Zhen's insistence, Chen Aran would not have ventured out today. Spotting Chen Shi trailing behind, an inexplicable anger surged within Chen Aran. It was all this scoundrel's fault. Had it not been for him, Xiao Hao would not have encountered such distress. She was about to confront Chen Shi and demand an explanation when his piercing glare froze her in place. Ultimately, she could only muster a timid threat. "Chen Shi, let me tell you, you will never surpass Xiao Hao. Just wait for the day of his wedding with Qingma." Chen Shi chuckled. "Your little brother can sing and dance, and is quite talented?" Chen Aran paused, momentarily taken aback, and responded affirmatively. "Your little brother is well-educated and knowledgeable?" Again, she nodded. "Your little brother is physically strong and excels in both literature and martial arts?" Chen Aran instinctively wanted to agree, but recalled that Chen Hao's health was not quite robust, causing her to halt. With a slight smile, Chen Shi remarked, "If your brother excels, then so do I. If your brother falters, I shall still prevail. On what grounds can he compare himself to me?" Chen Aran wished to retort, but was interrupted by Chen Shi, who called out, "Iran, please wait for us in the car," with a fierce glare directed at Chen Shi. Chen Aran said nothing further and climbed into the vehicle. "Xiao Shi, do you know where Xiao Chui has gone?" Chen Shi asked Chen Shi cautiously. She harbored a suspicion that Xiao Chui's disappearance might be connected to Chen Shi, especially since he had sent her to report the incident the night before. Chen Shi glanced at Chen Shi, his expression tinged with guilt as he replied, "I feared Xiao Chui might be apprehensive about retaliation from you all, so I bought her a plane ticket and sent her abroad overnight." "You." Chen Shi was about to explode with anger when she suddenly recalled that the case was still under investigation, and Xiao Chui should not have left. It seemed Chen Shi anticipated her thoughts. Chuckling, "The evidence is irrefutable. What further investigation is necessary? As for the trial, I am Xiao Chui's representative. I will appear in court on her behalf." Chen Shi's words sounded almost frivolous, yet they rendered Chen Shi speechless. For safety's sake, Chen Shi immediately pulled out her phone, instructing her secretary to investigate the passenger lists of all flights leaving Linhai City that day. Chen Shi chose not to engage further and turned to Chen Manqing, suddenly asking, "Under what circumstances could twins have two fathers?" Chen Shi's question left the three present utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, Chen Manqing responded earnestly, "I believe I once heard a friend in obstetrics mention a phenomenon known as heteropaternal superfecundation." With Chen Manqing's explanation, Chen Shi understood that such a scenario required two specific conditions, both of which were exceedingly rare. While theoretically possible, the odds were slimmer than winning the lottery. Thus, it was not something an ordinary person would contemplate. Of course, another possibility existed. Perhaps Chen Hao was older than himself, but that was even less likely, as one could easily distinguish between a newborn and a 1-year-old child. Now, what was needed was evidence. As for the intricate details, only the individuals involved could provide that. After pondering for a moment, Chen Shi addressed Chen Manqing and the others directly. Chen Manqing, I require you to undertake a task for me. Chen Manqing felt indebted to Chen Shi, and when he requested her assistance, she was overjoyed and readily agreed. Xiao Shi, what do you need me to do? It is not for me, but rather for your own benefit, Chen Shi replied with a knowing smile. The others were perplexed. I need you to conduct paternity tests for Yang Qian and Chen Hao. What? Chen Shi exclaimed, convinced she had misheard. Chen Shi remained silent, merely observing them. Chen Anshi and Chen Manqing gazed at Chen Shi in astonishment. They understood all too well what a paternity DNA test implied. Xiao Shi, you cannot be serious. Chen Manqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Shi. Chen Shi simply nodded. It is impossible, Xiao Shi. Xiao Hao is of the same age as you. Thus, the possibility you mentioned is non-existent. It was only then that Chen Manqing comprehended the reasoning behind Chen Shi's prior insinuations. He was, in fact, harboring suspicions that Chen Hao was Yang Qian's biological child. Chen Anshi's brow furrowed, her countenance darkening with confusion over Chen Shi's intentions. After gazing intently at the trio for a considerable time, Chen Shi slowly articulated, what I mean is, my deceased brother is Chen Hao. What? Chen Shi's words left the three of them utterly astonished. The matter of his demise had been confirmed by the elder matriarch herself, leaving no room for doubt. Furthermore, if another fetus were still alive, it would also be a child of the Chen family. What reason would there be to conceal such a truth? Not to mention, as Chen Shi claimed, that Chen Hao was indeed that deceased infant. Chen Manqing raised an objection. Chen Shi, unhurried, replied, what if Chen Hao is not of the Chen bloodline? This statement struck like a thunderbolt, rendering Chen Anshi and the others speechless for a prolonged moment. At that instant, they recalled why Chen Shi had inquired about half-siblings earlier. Impossible, Chen Manqing murmure absentement. Although such cases have occurred, the probability is exceedingly slim. For this scenario to manifest, the woman must release 2 eggs within her cycle and have relations with 2 different men within an exceedingly brief time frame, typically 6 hours. This, Chen Manqing had already elucidated moments ago. Thus, when Chen Shi suggested such a possibility, Chen Anshi's expression shifted to one of profound distress. Though the odds are minimal, the possibility still exists, Chen Shi remarked nonchalantly. At this, Chen Anshi's anger ignited. She exclaimed, Chen Shi, be quiet. Do you even realize the gravity of your words? No matter what, she is still your biological mother. How can you so shamelessly insult her? Engaging with 2 men simultaneously within 6 hours is an act so base that even ordinary women would shy away from it, let alone a woman born into a prestigious family with strict upbringing. I too find your words rather excessive, Chen Shi interjected, reproaching Chen Shi. Their reactions were anticipated by Chen Shi. Certain matters should never be carelessly uttered, let alone acted upon. Even if the man suspects the child is not his, he would only dare to discreetly conduct a paternity test. Revealing such suspicions to the woman, regardless of the outcome, would inevitably lead to a crisis of trust. However, it was vital to raise the issue. One never knows when circumstances might arise that lead them to consider such a possibility. But isn't it a fact that Yang Qian and Chen Hao bear a striking resemblance? Do you not find that curious? Chen Shi continued, endeavoring to persuade them. The 3 pondered this carefully. Indeed, Yang Qian and Chen Hao did share a notable likeness, yet it could merely be a coincidence and does not conclusively prove anything. Have you never contemplated why Yang Qian is so invested in Chen Hao, far exceeding the typical affection between a foster mother and her child? This remark stirred a flicker of emotion among them. They understood Yang Qian's feelings for Chen Hao better than anyone else present. Yet what of it? Chen Hao had always been Yang Qian's emotional anchor. Deeper feelings could be comprehended. Just as Chen Shi was about to continue, he was promptly interrupted by Chen Anshi, whose fury had reached its zenith. Chen Shi, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Do you revel in sowing discord within the Chen family? I understand you resent Xiao Hao and harbor grievances against our parents, but does your current behavior not strike you as disgraceful and irresponsible? No matter how angry you are, you should not toy with our parents' reputation. To Chen Anshi and the others, Chen Shi's actions appear to be driven by ulterior motives. First, he had reported Chen Hao, bringing the scandal regarding Chen Hao and the nanny to light, causing a public uproar. Now, he was brazenly slandering his own mother. Chen Shi's gaze darkened. Firstly, you instigated this. You cast the blame upon me. What I'm doing now is merely self-defense. Secondly, I have made it exceedingly clear you are no longer connected to me. Spare me the parental platitudes. I do not wish to bear such burdens. The myriad issues arising over the past few days were incited by Chen Shi, which infuriated Chen Anshi further. Do you think I am unaware of your motives behind these actions? You simply recognized that you cannot compete with Xiao Hao, prompting you to resort to these despicable tactics. Chen Shi said, her ire escalating. Let me be clear, your childish antics hold no weight with me. Even if Xiao Chui does not withdraw her accusations, Xiao Hao will remain unharmed. I, Chen Shi, possess the means to safeguard him. No matter what you do, it will prove futile before me. Observing Chen Shi nearing the brink of losing control, Chen Manqing and Chen Shi immediately restrained her. Chen Shi shook them off and continued. As for the paternity test, do not even entertain the thought. I will never allow Manqing to undergo such a procedure, regardless of the result. The mere act of it could wreak havoc on the Chen family's reputation. Chen Shi was acutely aware that this was also part of Chen Shi's scheme. Initially, she felt a twinge of guilt towards this brother of hers, but she never anticipated Chen Shi's heart would be so treacherous. Is that so? If you wish to think that way, feel free, Chen Shi replied, unperturbed. He understood precisely how the sisters perceived him. I am well aware that you have the ability to protect your Xiao Hao. Rest assured, I will not overstep. At least I will wait until after the college entrance examinations. Otherwise, how could I possibly demonstrate that your Xiao Hao is nothing but refuse in my eyes? With that, Chen Shi disregarded them and headed home. Upon arriving home, he found Jiang Nanqing and Xiao Chui engrossed in watching television. Due to Xiao Chui's circumstances, Jiang Nanqing had taken leave to stay home. As soon as Xiao Chui spotted Chen Shi, she inquired, Xiao Shi, when can I leave? Chen Shi smiled and replied, just wait 2 or 3 more days, and you will be able to return home then. Oh, by the way, I have already had Qing Mo handle the paperwork for you, and the flight tickets are booked. You will be able to leave soon. Chen Shi was not lying to Chen Shi. He genuinely intended to send Xiao Chui abroad after this incident. He feared that if the nanny remained in the country, she might face retaliation. Moreover, studying abroad was also the nanny's aspiration. You must take full responsibility for Xiao Chui's expenses while she is abroad, Jiang Nanqing stated seriously. Women often possess a deeper empathy for one another, and Jiang Nanqing felt a profound sympathy for the nanny's plight. Thank you, Sister Nanqing. I can work to support myself in the future, the nanny said bashfully. Of course, if you encounter any issues while abroad, aside from financial matters, you can always reach out to Qing Mo. Chen Shi decided to entrust the nanny's matters to Qing Mo. Although he possessed some money, his capabilities were still limited, and there were many things he could not manage on his own. Thank you, Xiao Shi. Xiao Chui bowed deeply. Although the nanny was older than Chen Shi, she still preferred to address him as Go. The nanny's willingness to cooperate with Chen Shi stemmed partly from her being touched by his offer to facilitate her studying abroad. Xiao Chui's family is impoverished, and she left school at an early age to seek employment. Returning to school has always been her cherished dream. Another reason for her desire to return is the kindness she received from Chen Shi while living with the Chen family. Upon realizing that she had wronged him, her heart was filled with guilt, and she felt compelled to assist him in clearing his name. I should be the one thanking you. For the next few days, stay with Sister Nanqing and don't go anywhere, Chen Shi instructed before retreating to his own room. He promptly sent Xiao Chui's real name report and her recorded testimony from the police station to Qin Qingma, requesting that she have the public relations team release this information online during dinner time. He then opened the group chat titled Best of 3. The name alone indicated that Qin Yushan was treating this matter rather frivolously. It was unclear what intentions he harbored in his heart. Since the incident involving Chen Hao and the young maid broke out online last night, the group chat had erupted in chaos. Such matters in certain circles are not particularly scandalous, but if they were to be exposed publicly, it would indeed be embarrassing. Moreover, given Chen Hao's illustrious reputation, this scandal could be utterly devastating for him. Although the Chen family had issued a denial, the truth of the situation remained apparent to all, merely unspoken. Unfortunately, a troublemaker named Zhu Yingjun existed within the group. While others were willing to give the Chen family face, Zhu Yingjun did not hold back, hurling insults at the family members in the chat. He specifically warned Qin Yushan to ensure that his daughter never marries such a scoundrel. Were it not for the group's opposition to muting him, Qin Yushan would have silenced him long ago. Naturally, the group had its suspicions regarding who had instigated the online uproar, as they had previously queried Chen Shi, wondering if he was behind it. They collectively believed that Chen Shi, lacking confidence in his ability to defeat Chen Hao, had resorted to the stratagem of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. However, they were taken aback when, after the incident, Qin Yushan remained completely silent, even if the engagement was of utmost importance. Discovering that the male party had such a disgraceful history should warrant the cancellation of the engagement, yet the Chen family offered no rebuttal. They now questioned whether Qin Yushan truly loved his daughter or was merely putting on an act. At the dining table of the Chen family, Chen Zhen and others wore frowns, their spirits dampened. Chen Hao, in particular, sat silently with a grim expression. Today, new evidence had emerged from the police, preparing to summon Chen Hao for questioning. However, a phone call from Chen Zhen had temporarily suppressed the matter. The Chen sisters also bore expressions of dejection, each lost in their own thoughts. After Chen Shi and Chen Manqing returned, they kept a watchful eye on Yang Qian and Chen Hao. The unusual glances they exchanged quickly irritated Yang Qian, who scolded them harshly. Dad, I've checked the entry and exit records for Lehigh today, and there is no sign of Xiao Chui. It seems she must have deceived us, Chen Anshi remarked, her brow furrowed. She must be hidden away by that scoundrel. Otherwise, why can't we find her? Chen Zhen exclaimed in anger. What on earth does he want? Why is he treating his own brother this way? Yang Qian, devoid of appetite, set down her chopsticks and gazed at Chen Hao with concern. Brother. Hearing this, Chen Shi and Chen Manqing stiffened, instinctively glancing at Yang Qian. Even Chen Anshi couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Yang Qian frowned, her tone slightly displeased. What is wrong with you all today? Since you came back, you keep looking at me with those strange eyes. Is there something on my face? Chen Shi quickly replied, No, nothing at all. Yang Qian shot them a glare and ignored them. Mom, he's resorting to such despicable tactics because he knows he can't win against Xiao Hao. It's utterly contemptible. Chen Iran expressed her indignation regarding Chen Hao's plight. It's truly a shame. As an older brother, how could he treat his younger sibling this way? Yang Qian lamented. Knowing how much Xiao Hao cares for Qingma, how could he still attempt to seize her? Chen Shi and Chen Manqing nodded in agreement. Unable to contain herself, Chen Shi suggested, Mom, wasn't the engagement originally meant for Xiao Shi? If Xiao Shi also likes Qingma, why not return her to him? Before Yang Qian could respond, Chen Hao began to sob. Mom, second sister is right. Qingma was originally Xiao Shi's. For an orphan like me, no matter how hard I try. His words trailed off as tears streamed down his face. Upon witnessing this, Yang Qian's eyes reddened, and she slammed the table, declaring loudly, No, Qingma must be Xiao Hao's. Yang Qian's sudden outburst left the sisters in shock. Shi, I hope you refrain from making such statements in the future. But Xiao Shi is your own child, Chen Shi. With her simple and straightforward nature, instinctively retorted upon receiving Yang Qian's reprimand. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them, realizing they might hurt Chen Hao. She intended to apologize, but before she could, Yang Qian hurled her chopsticks, narrowly missing her, but leaving her utterly astounded. This was the first time Yang Qian had ever struck her, and Chen Shi was left bewildered, unable to comprehend why such a simple truth would provoke such wrath from Yang Qian. Suddenly, Chen Shi's words flashed through Chen Shi's mind, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. On any other day, the sisters would not have thought much of it. But today, witnessing the unfolding drama felt eerily surreal, as if the air was thick with an unsettling tension. After throwing down the chopsticks, Yang Qian too began to cry, subsequently apologizing to Chen Shi. Shi, I didn't mean to. It's just that what you said was too hurtful to Xiao Hao. Chen Shi nodded, feeling guilty as she turned to apologize to Chen Hao. At that moment, Chen Anchi's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she realized it was the Chen family's public relations team. Mr. Chen, something terrible has happened. What is going on? She asked, her curiosity piqued. It's too complicated to explain in a few words. You need to check online immediately. Chapter 76. Is she that maid? After hanging up, Chen Anchi eagerly opened the webpage. At that moment, she didn't need to look to guess what had transpired, although she had mentally prepared herself. The sight of the deluge of news concerning Chen Hao sent waves of shock through her. Eye-catching headlines flooded the internet once more. Maid's voice, the assault by a young master from a wealthy family, how should I protect my rights? Courageously saying no. Maid's rights campaign, exposing the truth of the young master's assault. Maid's rights movement, forcing the young master from a wealthy family to face justice. Justice may be delayed, but it will not disappear. A maid's struggle against assault, courageously defending her rights. Earlier in the day, Chen Shi had explicitly stated his intention to publish Xiao Chui's real name report online. Chen Anchi had also instructed the public relations team to prepare a contingency plan. Regardless, they would deny everything, claiming the report was fabricated and doctored by malicious parties. They intended to later divert attention by releasing a scandal involving an entertainment star. However, what Chen Anchi did not anticipate was that Chen Shi had not only released the real name report, but also the video of Xiao Chui entering the police station and the audio recording of her report. This caught Chen Anchi off guard. Now, the matter had escalated to a significant level, dragging the authorities into the fray. They were no longer just considering the online public sentiment and its impact on the Chen family and Chen Corporation. They were also worried about whether Chen Hao would face imprisonment. Chen Shi slumped in her chair, feeling utterly exhausted. At that moment, she realized she had grossly underestimated Chen Shi's cunning and preparedness. Upon witnessing Chen Shi's weary demeanor after her phone call, the Chen family was engulfed in a wave of concern. "Anshi, what troubles you? Is there an issue at the company?" Chen Jun inquired with a furrowed brow. Anshi cast a glance at those present and released a heavy sigh. "You may find the answers online," she replied. Moments later, the dining table fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. It wasn't long before Chen Hao began to weep, prompting Yang Qian to tearfully comfort him. "Howard, do not fret. Your father and sister will assist you. You shall be safe." Chen Jun's brows knitted tightly, his fists clenching audibly. Meanwhile, Chen Aran encouraged Chen Hao while cursing Chen Shi. "That despicable, shameless scoundrel thinks he can break little Hao with such tactics. He is merely dreaming." Chen Aran patted Chen Hao's shoulder, offering solace. "Rest assured, little Hao, this is but a trifling matter. Your elder sister will handle it. Indeed, just as we did last night, suppressing public sentiment will resolve everything." Chen Shi, feeling a twinge of guilt for her earlier words, joined in comforting Chen Hao. "Sister, will I truly be all right?" Chen Hao lifted his tear-streaked face, anxiety etched upon it. Faced with her brother's earnest gaze, Chen Shi found herself at a loss for words, while Yang Xian and the others failed to grasp the gravity of Chen Shi's actions. Chen Shi comprehended all too well. In truth, when Xiao Cui reported the incident last night, Chen Shi had already possessed the incriminating videos. He merely chose not to release them. Instead, he issued an anonymous report to stir public interest. Once the Chen family managed to dispel the rumors and the fervor subsided, he would then re-emerge with the evidence, compelling the authorities to intervene. Given the clear evidence, Chen Hao's guilt in the matter concerning Xiao Cui could very well be substantiated. Chen Shi's silence instilled a sense of panic in Yang Qian. "Anshi, your brother is asking you something. Why do you not respond?" Observing en quienes ansios de mi honor, Chen Anqi, wishing to alleviate her worries, promised that she would devise a solution. She then spoke earnestly to Chen Hao. "Little Hao, you may need to take responsibility for your affair with Xiao Cui if you wish to avoid imprisonment." "What?" Chen Shi's words caused Yang Qian to spring to her feet in agitation. Chen Shi and Chen Aran also wore expressions of shock. Chen Shi quickly elucidated the rationale behind her statement. This, of course, was contingent upon locating Xiao Cui and persuading her to alter her testimony from coercion to consent. Following the incident, they could then exonerate Chen Hao and repackage his image. If he were to excel academically, perhaps even as a top scorer in the college entrance examinations, the events concerning him and Xiao Cui would soon fade from memory. No, how can little Hao be associated with someone of such lowly status? That would tarnish his future, and I cannot permit it. Yang Qian vehemently rejected the notion. Chen Shi cast a resigned glance at her mother and stated, "Mother, this is the optimal solution available. It benefits all parties involved. Moreover, which wealthy heir does not frequently change partners? But she's a maid. It's different, Anshi," Yang Qian exclaimed. "If this matter is acknowledged, how will Chen Hao be perceived in the future?" Yang Qian's words prompted Chen Shi, Chen Shi, and Chen Aran to recall that when Chen Shi had been falsely accused, and the scandal had become common knowledge, she had remained silent. They felt Yang Qian's favoritism towards Chen Hao was somewhat excessive. "Anshi, is there truly no better solution?" Chen Jin asked. Chen Shi hesitated before responding. "The immediate priority is to locate Xiao Cui. At worst, we could have her release a video, retracting her previous statements, admitting to fabricating evidence and willfully slandering. A few years in prison, and the Chen family can compensate her handsomely. After all, trading a few years for hundreds of thousands is a boon most ordinary people could only dream of. However, if the maid were indeed hidden away by Chen Shi, their frantic efforts would be rendered futile the moment she surfaced and issued a statement, nullifying all their hard work. Most pressing was the need to placate the various stakeholders at the company, a source of immense stress for Chen Shi. They speculated that the maid was most likely concealed at Jiang Nanqing's residence. After a brief discussion, they hastily proceeded to their destination, the Qin household. Within the Qin residence, Qin Yushan and others were gathered in the hall, deliberating the matter concerning Chen Hao. "Father, how could you allow such trash to marry Qingma?" Qin Hao exclaimed, scrolling through the headlines with disdain. He had long endured comparisons to Chen Hao from his father, who constantly belittled him in contrast to Chen Hao's perceived merits. Given their similarly sounding names, the comparisons felt even more pronounced. Now that he had finally seized an opportunity, he was determined to rectify the imbalance. Though Chen Hao always endeavored to please his uncle during their encounters, Qin Hao paid him no mind. Qin Yushan, already disapproving of his son, barked, "You insolent wretch. What right do you have to criticize others? Have you taken a good look at your own misdeeds? If you do not improve, I shall pass the family business to your sister, and you shall be left to fend for yourself, he threatened. Kinao scolded, Fine. As long as Qingma does not marry that green tea type. You little rascal, you will drive your father to despair. Qin Yushan exclaimed, rising to strike Qin Hao. In a panic, Qin Hao darted behind a beautiful woman. Auntie, save me. Jiang Xinlian chuckled, patting Qin Hao's hand and feigning annoyance towards Qin Yushan. Hao is no longer a child. Speak with him properly, and he will understand. Qin Hao nodded vigorously in agreement. You coddle him too much, Qin Yushan retorted. At that moment, the front door swung open, and upon seeing Qin Qingmo return, Qin Yushan swiftly transformed, adopting a warm demeanor. Qingmo, did you not go to Chen Shi's house to study? Why are you back so early? It was not yet 9 o'clock. Usually, his precious daughter would not return until nearly 10. I had matters to attend to, so I returned early, Qin Qingmo replied coolly. It was then that they noticed a girl following closely behind her. Qingmo, who is she? The beautiful woman inquired gently. Her name is Xiaocui. She is the former maid of the Chen family. What? She is the maid that Chen Hao assaulted? Qin Hao blurted out in shock. Chapter 77, Mother. I kneel before you. Xiaocui will be staying with us for a couple of days, Qin Qingmo stated, ignoring Qin Hao and glancing at Qin Yushan. So, all these matters were orchestrated by Chen Shi? Qin Yushan asked, feigning ignorance. He was somewhat at a loss. He had learned about Qin Qingmo's extensive public exposure of Chen Hao's scandal only through Qin Hao that evening. If the Chen family were to discover this, he would be at a loss for words. Following the revelation last night, he had immediately confronted Chen Zhen. Even after the public uproar subsided, he had pieced together the truth from the events that transpired at the birthday party. Chen Zhen had not concealed much from him. After all, they were not fools. He only mentioned that Chen Hao's actions were a result of drunkenness, not indicative of his character, urging Qin Yushan to afford Chen Hao another chance. Out of respect for their long-standing friendship, Qin Yushan found it difficult to outright refuse. He had sought his father's counsel earlier that day. Old Qin declared that the engagement remained intact. The betrothed need not be Chen Hao, but must be a descendant of the Chen family. Tonight, the scandal erupted anew, even more severe than the previous night. It was akin to broadcasting evidence online, compelling the police to take action. Should the Chen family fail to protect Chen Hao, or if the situation escalated into a public disgrace, there would be no need for him to speak. The Chen family would themselves feel embarrassed to mention the engagement. Indeed, it was he who orchestrated this. Qin Qingmo replied candidly. Was this a desperate tactic born from fear that he could not match Chen Hao? In the eyes of Qin Yushan, while this strategy might prove effective, it was undoubtedly a last resort. Chen Shi's actions would inevitably inflict some damage upon the Chen family and the Chen group. To pursue a woman without regard for familial ties or the well-being of his own brother would surely invite scandal. Returning to the Chen family might be simple, but ascending to become the heir of the Chen group would face considerable hurdles. Qin Qingmo cast a sidelong glance at his father before calmly stating, no. Qin Yushan was taken aback. Then what does he intend to do? Is he unaware that such actions lack wisdom? I do not know, Qin Qingmo responded. Sister, haven't you longed to dissolve the engagement with the Chen family? Today presents a splendid opportunity, Qin Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Qin Yushan refrained from countering. He would endorse his daughter's desire to end the engagement if she so insisted. However, Qin Qingmo simply shook his head. There's no need. At this juncture, we ought to uphold the engagement, which would instill a sense of guilt within the Chen family, making them feel indebted to our Qin family. Both Qin Yushan and Qin Xinlian were momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion at Qin Qingmo's response. While the Chen family's goodwill was indeed significant, it paled in comparison to one's lifelong happiness. They could hardly believe such words would come from Qin Qingmo. Noticing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Qin Qingmo revealed that these sentiments were echoed by Chen Shi. Damn it, I thought I was the most arrogant person in Linhai City, only to discover someone even more audacious. Does he truly believe he can triumph in the competition? Though Qin Hao held Chen Hao in disdain, he was acutely aware of Chen Hao's capabilities and achievements. Upon learning of this matter, he had no faith that Chen Shi would emerge victorious. Initially contemplating how to engage Chen Shi in devising unscrupulous methods to defeat Chen Hao, such as breaking Chen Hao's leg or having him kidnapped to prevent him from attending the college entrance examination, he was taken aback by Chen Shi's even more despicable strategy of attempting to embroil Chen Hao in a scandal. This piqued Qin Hao's interest in the suddenly re-emerged, yet rebellious, young master of the Chen family. He was not a mere bystander in this affair. He was willing to expend his savings to amass online support and influence. In response to their skepticism, Qin Qingmo remained unperturbed. Indeed, I trust him. The others were taken aback. Had they overlooked the possibility that their daughter was infatuated? Qin Yushan sighed. Chen Shi's approach may be effective, but I do not believe it will significantly impact the Chen family or Chen Hao. Qingma, you must consider carefully. If you wish for me to terminate the competition, I can call the Chen family immediately. We are in the right. No need. Qin Qingma declined, summoning the butler to arrange for Xiao Cui. After Qin Qingma departed, Chen Shi diligently tutored Jiang Yan. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a series of resounding knocks on the door. Jiang Nanqing moved to answer, but Chen Shi stopped her. He surmised who awaited them at the door, fearing Jiang Nanqing might lose control upon seeing them, resulting in conflict and giving them leverage against her. He first visited the kitchen before proceeding to open the door. Upon doing so, he indeed found the entire Chen family blocking the corridor. Stepping outside, Chen Shi promptly closed the door behind him. What brings you here? Upon seeing Chen Shi emerge, Chen Zhen nearly erupted in anger but restrained himself, realizing they needed him. Xiao Shi, is Xiao Cui here with you? Chen Shi scanned the group with an impassive expression. If you have come to my home for this reason, I can clearly state that you have come to the wrong place. Xiao Cui is not here. Please leave at once. Not here. Where else could she be? You have had her report to the police and record videos these past few days. Do not lie. Chen Ran glared angrily. Xiao Shi, enough. Just hand Xiao Cui over to us. If you have any issues or demands, let us discuss them privately. Chen Shi urged gently. Chen Shi chuckled. Sure. Have your dear younger brother post a statement online admitting to the alleged assault on Nanny. Furthermore, you must publicly apologize to me for your slander. Xiao Shi, you must understand that this is utterly impossible. Chen Shi waved her hand, flustered. No aspect of what he demanded could the Chen family possibly fulfill. Chen Shi's words were clearly unreasonable. Impossible. Chen Shi's voice rose sharply. You claim it is impossible so lightly. Yet you expect me to shoulder the blame for your precious brother? His words rendered the group momentarily speechless. When you were with the Chen family, Xiao Hao treated you so well. Even if you do not assist him, you should not resort to such despicable and shameless tactics for your own gain. You are utterly contemptible. Chen Iran spat through gritted teeth. Iran, be quiet. How dare you speak to your brother like that? Yang Qian's sudden outburst left everyone stunned. Even Chen Shi momentarily dazed. It seemed this was the first time Yang Qian had spoken up for him. But he soon broke into a smile. Yang Qian aproatet. Her face filled with sorrow. Xiao Shi, please spare Xiao Hao. Mother is begging you. As she spoke, Yang Qian began to kneel. The onlookers gasped, rushing to stop her. Chen Hao pulled Yang Qian back, crying, Brother, how can you treat our mother this way? How can you allow her to kneel before you? If you are angry, direct it at me. I only hope you will cease any actions that harm our parents and sisters. Once again, the same act played out, and Chen Shi, weary of their antics, expressed his impatience. Leave at once. The Xiao Cui you seek is not here. Yang Qian, who had initially feigned humility, realized this tactic was ineffective against Chen Shi, and her tone sharpened. Chen Shi, this is your final opportunity. You had better bring Xiao Cui out, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Chen Shi's expression darkened instantly. Mother, why are you wasting words on him? Just bind him and search inside. With that, Chen Iran made a call, summoning the waiting servants downstairs. They had anticipated that Chen Shi might not comply willingly, thus making preparations. As the servants ascended, Chen Iran led the charge to subdue Chen Shi. However, as she approached him, a sudden flash of light caught her eye. Then, the onlookers were startled to see a gleaming knife held to Chen Iran's throat. Chapter 78. I have grown accustomed to your injustices. In the dimly lit corridor, the previously raucous commotion was abruptly silenced, as if a pause button had been pressed. After a moment, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Yang Qian and Chen Hao instinctively took a step back. Chen Shi, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Yang Qian quickly shielded Chen Hao behind her, her face tense with fear. Put down the knife immediately, you reckless brat. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Chen Zhen's previously furious demeanor transformed into one of sheer panic. Xiao Shi, please do not act foolishly. Let us discuss this calmly. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing hurriedly approached, urging him anxiously. After a moment of shock, Chen Shi quickly instructed the servants of the Chen family to vacate the corridor, aiming to stabilize Chen Shi. Xiao Shi, we will leave right now. You must release Iran. Yes, Xiao Shi, we shall depart at once. Do not act rashly, Chen Shi echoed. This attempt to bring Xiao Cui back had not unfolded as smoothly as they had anticipated, and they had foreseen some conflict. However, they had never imagined that Chen Shi would resort to wielding a knife. The expressions of disappointment in Chen Zhen and Chen Anqi's eyes as they gazed at Chen Shi were palpable. Their previous remarks about his mischievous nature now felt like an understatement. How could someone so extreme as to threaten his own sister with a knife ever be entrusted as the heir to the Chen Corporation? At this moment, the protagonist, Chen Shi, was paralyzed with fear and shock, standing frozen in place. Her eyes were wide as saucers, filled with terror as she stared at Chen Shi, unable to utter a single word. "Are you truly willing to leave?" Chen Shi asked calmly. His expression was devoid of emotion, as if the knife in his hand was merely a spatula. "If you release Iran, we will depart," Chen Shi responded swiftly. "That is not an option. You must hand over Xiao Chui today." Yang Qian disagreed, stammering. "Sister, if brother is willing to resort to violence to prevent us from entering, it is clear that Xiao Chui must be inside his home. If we do not take her today, and he moves her elsewhere, finding her will become exceedingly difficult." As the others began to waver, Chen Hao suddenly interjected with urgency. Chen Shi, who had been dazed, slowly turned her head despite the knife at her throat, her face a mask of astonishment as she looked at Yang Qian and her beloved younger brother, Chen Hao. Yang Qian, caught in Chen Shi's gaze, felt a slight panic and quickly lowered her head. In contrast, Chen Hao met Chen Shi's eyes earnestly, saying, "Fourth sister, you need not worry. Brother is merely trying to intimidate you. He wouldn't dare harm you. If he truly intended to lay a hand on you, I would ensure he pays dearly for it." Yang Qian considered Chen Hao's words and found them sensible, adding, "Indeed, Iran, Xiao Hao is right. Brother is just momentarily agitated and wouldn't dare to harm you." Chen Shi and the others were once again taken aback. Setting aside the fact that Chen Shi had accumulated countless vices over the years, they were wholly unacquainted with him. Just in the past month, Chen Shi's transformation had radically altered their perceptions. How could they utter such words? Even the slightest possibility of danger to Chen Shi was too great to ignore. "Mother, Xiao Hao, I will find another way regarding Xiao Chui. Let's leave for now," Chen Shi stated resolutely. "Enough, you insolent brat. Release Iran at once. We shall take our leave," Chen Shi declared, his brow furrowed in determination. He could not bear the thought of any misfortune befalling them. At this moment, after a lengthy silence, Chen Shi, who had been observing this family drama unfold, finally spoke. "Indeed, as her younger brother Xiao Hao has suggested, I dare not take any drastic action. After all, taking a life comes at a cost, and her life is not worth more than mine." He lightly tapped Chen Shi's face with a knife before giving her a kick to push her away. "In truth, I was merely cooking when you all arrived unexpectedly, and I had no time to set the knife down." Chen Shi waved the kitchen knife before them. "You all probably cannot cook. Perhaps you have never even held a kitchen knife. After all, individuals like you, raised in privilege, have never had the opportunity to engage in such tasks, unlike an orphan like me who must do everything myself to survive." As he spoke casually, he tucked the knife into his waistband. The expressions of Chen Shi and the others grew increasingly complex as they absorbed his words. Chen Shi sighed and continued earnestly. "In reality, Xiao Chui is not here with me. If you do not believe me, feel free to search." His statement left them momentarily stunned. All signs pointed to Xiao Chui being at Chen Shi's residence. Otherwise, why would he have brandished a knife to prevent them from entering? They found themselves puzzled by Chen Shi's intentions. Just as they were contemplating this, Chen Shi opened the door and gestured for them to enter. Yang Qian felt a surge of joy and led the Chen family members into the house in a rush. "Do not make a mess in my home, otherwise none of you will be leaving today," Jiang Nanxing threatened, lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed. Jiang Yin, upon noticing their entrance, merely glanced up before returning to her work. The room was small, and they quickly searched every corner, including the wardrobe and beneath the bed, but found no trace of Xiao Chui. Ultimately, they could only retreat from the room in disappointment. If Xiao Chui truly were in my possession, why would I need to exert such effort? I could simply have her publicly accuse your Xiao Hao brother online, and you would have no chance to manage the situation. Chen Shi mocked them. "You all truly are a bunch of dimwits." Chen Shi's face alternated between shades of red and green at his words. Upon reflection, she realized that Chen Shi was correct. If Xiao Chui were truly in his hands, he would not have needed to resort to such elaborate antics. Observing their silence, Chen Shi spoke with a sorrowful tone. "I understand your affection for this Xiao Hao brother. Hence, I have not gone to extremes. Instead of gratitude, you unjustly accuse me, and it genuinely saddens me." Chen Shi's words invoked a sense of guilt among Chen Shi and the others. His actions had indeed thrust Chen Hao and the Chen family into the eye of the storm, yet he had shown restraint. Realizing this, Chen Shi felt a pang of embarrassment and said, "Xiao Shi, we have wronged you. I apologize on behalf of the eldest sister." Chen Shi waved his hand, feigning disappointment. "Do not bother. You are no longer my eldest sister. Besides, I know well how you perceive me. Furthermore, you have wronged me more than once or twice. I have grown accustomed to it. Xiao Shi, please do not speak this way. We will not harm you again in the future," Chen Manqing said, her tone tinged with sadness. Initially, they had been angered by Chen Shi's retaliation against Chen Hao, but after tonight's events, they began to see that Chen Shi was still considering the bigger picture, not pushing matters to a breaking point. Chen Shi chuckled softly, choosing to disengage from them, and issued them an eviction notice. All right, you may leave, hurry, and find Xiao Chui. After the Chen family departed, Chen Shi called Qin Qingma. Qingma, let Xiao Chui return home the day after tomorrow. Chapter 79. News of Xiao Chui emerges. The following day, the stock prices of the Chen Corporation, which had been rebounding, plummeted once again in the morning session, and the decline was even more severe than the previous day. News regarding Chen Hao's alleged assault on the family's young nanny and the Chen family's deliberate cover-up spread like wildfire across the internet. Chen Shi was busy soothing shareholders and enlisting the public relations team to manage the narrative, buying online support, and deleting posts to suppress the fervor. Simultaneously, she mobilized various resources to locate the missing Xiao Chui, who had seemingly vanished without a trace from Linhai City, leaving Chen Shi perplexed. By the third day, leveraging the scandal involving the popular celebrity Mei Jibua and with the public relations team's efforts, they managed to elevate Mei Jibua's controversy to the headlines. Unbeknownst to them, it seemed as though a formidable force was surreptitiously opposing the Chen family. Just as Chen Hao's notoriety began to wane, it was swiftly reignited. The entire Chen household found itself in a state of frantic turmoil. Chen Hao had long been taken away by the police for questioning, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it was highly probable that formal charges would be brought against him. What are you all doing? Hurry and find a way to quell this uproar. Chen Shi reprimanded the public relations personnel while clutching her phone. President Chen, we have exerted our utmost efforts, yet the situation refuses to settle, the public relations representative responded, his tone tinged with frustration. If you cannot suppress it, then devise alternative strategies for public relations. It would be ideal for the involved party to step forward and clarify matters, as this would provide us with some maneuverability. Otherwise, Chen Shi understood that the involved party referred to Xiao Chui. The problem was, she currently had no means of locating her. I'm searching for her. You all must find a way to prevent the situation from escalating further, Chen Shi added. Buy more posts about the scandal involving Mei Jibua and circulate them to continue suppressing the trending topics. After ending the call, Chen Shi felt as though all her energy had been drained, and she sank into a chair. She had initially believed that, even without Xiao Chui, they could easily quell the frenzy through paid promotions or deleting posts. Yet the situation had proven to be far more challenging than anticipated. Sister, is there truly no way out of this? Chen Manqing asked with a worried expression. Chen Shi could only shake her head in resignation. In the grand hall of the Chen residence, several sisters were gathered, strategizing. Chen Zhen had gone to the company to deal with the shareholders. Is it true that Xiao Hao might go to prison? Chen Yiran inquired nonchalantly. Since returning from Chen Shi's house the previous night, her spirits had been notably low. Under normal circumstances, she would have been lively and animated by this time. The others understood well the reason for her despondency. It was simply because Yang Qian and Chen Hao had disregarded her well-being, relentlessly pressuring Chen Shi. Afterward, Yang Qian and Chen Hao had subjected her to a bout of emotional manipulation. While she comprehended their actions, she could not shake off the lingering discomfort in her heart. Chen Shi did not provide a direct answer to Chen Yiran. Regardless of whether Chen Hao would face imprisonment, without Xiao Chui's clarification, it was inevitable that Chen Hao's reputation would be tarnished. A heavy silence enveloped the group until a phone call shattered the stillness. Chen Shi glanced at the phone and quickly answered. What? You found Xiao Chui? Keep an eye on her. I'm on my way. Chen Shi exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing her words, Chen Manqing and the others displayed glimmers of hope on their faces. After hanging up, Chen Shi said with enthusiasm, Xiao Chui has returned home. Let us hurry. At the Qin residence, Qin Yushan scrolled through his phone, his expression as dark as a stormy sky. Over the past few days, he had spoken with Chen Zhen multiple times. Aside from conveying his apologies, Chen Zhen had also hinted at a mysterious force working against the Chen family. Although Chen Shi was the instigator, given Chen Shi's resources and capabilities, he could not possibly contend with the Chen family to such an extent. There had to be someone behind the scenes stirring up trouble. Qin Yushan refrained from speaking. For the force Chen Zhen referred to was none other than his beloved daughter and his ineffectual son. Of course, he could not dismiss the possibility of other adversaries of the Chen family secretly collaborating. Qin Yushan worried that if the Chen family discovered this, their friendship would undoubtedly be severed, and he would undoubtedly face his father's wrath. But what could he do? After all, he cherished his daughter dearly. What about the maid? Qin Yushan inquired of his inept son. Qin Hao, engrossed in his phone, replied nonchalantly, She's gone home. What? Qin Yushan's voice rose slightly, and as he pondered the implications, He sighed with relief. It seems Chen sure knows how to handle things with discretion. Jiang Xinlian smiled in agreement. This child has a kind nature. He wouldn't overstep. Qin Yushan and Qin Hao were momentarily taken aback, with Qin Hao displaying a puzzled expression. "And you seem to know Chen sure quite well." Jiang Xinlian chuckled and quickly clarified. "Anyone chosen by Qingma must possess good character." Qin Hao, however, scoffed. "I think he is a bit foolish. He shouldn't have let the maid go back. Wouldn't it have been better to send Chen Hao to prison? That way, wouldn't they win the contest?" Had it not been for Qin Xingma's insistence on letting the maid leave, he would have never considered allowing Xiao Chui to go. Qin Yushan snorted. "Do you think others are like you, oblivious to the bigger picture? Did you see how much the Chen Group's stock price dropped this morning? Regardless, this is still his family. He is merely venting his emotions without going too far." Jiang Xinlian nodded in agreement with Qin Yushan's assessment. After all, Chen Hao was his brother. He still had a sense of moderation. "All right, you need to stop wasting time. Once the statement from the maid, the involved party, comes out, this matter will be behind us," Qin Yushan said with a serious expression directed at Qin Hao. Qin Hao huffed in defiance. "How do you know the maid will definitely help them?" Qin Yushan merely smiled enigmatically, remaining silent, seeing his father's disdainful expression and refusal to engage. Qin Hao said earnestly, "When she left, she assured me she would never assist the Chen family." Qin Yushan suddenly felt a twinge of concern regarding his son's intelligence. She was merely a powerless, lowly citizen, let alone using soft tactics. Even a slight threat from the Chen family would compel her to comply. If the Chen family offered her a sum of money, employing both soft and hard approaches, she would gladly cooperate. Seriously, do you need to be taught this? Chen Shi and Qingma have already given her quite a bit of money, Qin Yushan retorted. Qin Hao remained obstinate, unwilling to concede to his father. This infuriated Qin Yushan. "You little rascal, do you feel uncomfortable unless you argue with me? How about we wager on whether the maid will assist the Chen family?" "Fine. I'll accept your wager. Who is afraid?" Qin Hao replied, a hint of trepidation lurking beneath his bravado. "If you lose, you're going back to work at the company and then getting married," Qin Yushan declared with irritation. "And if I win, you must never control me or hit me again," Qin Hao said cautiously, glancing at his father. "You little brat, if you have the ability, don't use my money." Qin Yushan snapped, his temper flaring as he summoned the housekeeper to fetch a feather duster, preparing to unleash his ire upon Qin Hao. Seeing this, Qin Hao hurriedly fled outside. "Where do you think you're going? Stop right there!" Qin Yushan shouted angrily from behind. As he ran, Qin Hao called back to Jiang Xinlian, "Aunt, I want to find Qingma. I want to be home for dinner tonight."